Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Luffy eat Yami Yami no Mi 2 years early than Nika? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the FawnTheFox for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Thatch opened his eyes blearily. All he could see was darkness around him. His entire body felt like a giant bruise. He closed his eyes as he exhaled a throaty breath, content to just lie there forever. As long as it meant that he didn't have to move, he would do it. Blurry images flashed through his mind. A strange island, a missing kitchen knife, blood, so much blood. He groaned, squeezing his eyes shut and trying to block out the memories. While most of them were blurry, they definitely were ominous signs. He was in serious trouble this time. What good would remembering do if he was still stuck here, dying in this godforsaken cell? "Forgive me, Oyaji," he rasped once again before becoming still. 1, 2, 3. A cheerful voice above him called before he felt an immense pain on his back. His eyes flew open as he screamed, the pain far too great for any obscenities. The person above him was talking, trying to tell him something, but his vision and senses were leaving him. He passed out yet again. How long he stayed asleep was anyone's guess. There were times he rose to the surface of his pain, only to be pulled back under again. During that time, he thought he heard a voice overhead, but it could just be some fever dream. The voice sounded far too pleased to be real unless, of course, the person was sent here to torture him. Considering the rough treatment from earlier, it very well might be within possibility. When he finally was coherent enough to open his eyes, he had the sneaking suspicion a few days had passed. For the first time, he could take note of his surroundings. He was lying in a cell, constructed of cold gray stone from floor to ceiling. The only light source was from the cell door itself. Light streamed in through the small barred gap near the top of the door. But for the most part, he was surrounded by inky darkness. He was about to close his eyes and go back to sleep when a chipper voice rang out from across the room. "You're not dead!" It was the same voice from before. He looked up in surprise to see a face hovering inches from his. To his vast surprise, it was the face of a kid. An actual kid, as in he looked between his early mid-teens. He had tan skin, black hair, and huge dark eyes with a matching grin. He was covered in scrapes and bruises, some of them were sloppily bandaged. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice sounding hoarse even to him. The teen shrugged, coming to sit by him, the smile never leaving his face. "I was looking for some food, so I went to go hunt for some, but then I got jumped by this huge animal, and it started chasing me. So I tried to fight back, but it tried to eat me. Can you believe that?" Thatch continued to stare at him perplexed. No, he actually couldn't. But that was beside the point. What the heck was the kid talking about? "So just when I thought it was going to get me, I ran into a tree. It was so surprised that it ran into a different tree." The teen began to laugh as he remembered it. "You should have seen the look on its face. Kid? What are you talking about?" Thatch asked, bringing a hand to his aching head. The teen paused for a moment to give him a blank look. "It's Luffy, not Kid. Alright, Luffy, how did you get here?" He tried to sit up but instantly regretted it. For a second he thought Luffy wasn't going to answer, but then he jumped right back into his story. "So I was going to see if I could eat it, you know, now that it was all tired from hitting the tree. But it tried to attack me again." Thatch sighed and closed his eyes. All this chatter was making his head pound. To his surprise, there was a loud and bone-chilling laugh. He shot up, his injured body protesting as he searched for the source. There, on the other side of the prison door, stood Teach, his grisly face appearing in the small barred window. His breath caught in his throat as the memories threatened to break through his mental wall. "I see you met Luffy," the man said, a cruel grin on his lips. "Play nice, you two. You will be spending a lot of time together." That shot him a repulsed glare as his arms gave out, and he once again flopped to his back. "Why?" he grit out as his voice threatened to give out. "Why did you betray Pops?" Blackbeard let out another strangled laugh in reply. "It's not betrayal if I was never loyal in the first place. I was with you for one reason, and one reason alone. To get power and search for the fruit, which you so kindly found for me. So why kidnap me? Why take the kid?" The man nodded, as if pleased he had asked. "Well, you see, that alone isn't enough. I need recognition and fame. I figured that by kidnapping you, Whitebeard will be drawn to me. When your precious Oyaji comes to save you, I will do away with him and gain his status." Thatch saw red after the traitor's confession. He would kill this man. Rip him apart. "You'll never be able to beat Oyaji," he screamed with a ferocity that surprised even himself. He is the strongest man on the seas. He will never lose to scum like you, only time will tell. But I must say, I've always found your unwavering faith in that man sickening. Teach shrugged, not amused by his outburst. Not as sickening as your face. The boy beside that shouted. The man looked startled at the poor insult. He bared his teeth in disapproval. I've got to say, kid, I'm a little surprised. I honestly thought you would be a little smarter. Well, I thought you would be smarter. The kid parroted back, crossing his arms angrily. And your teeth look like a chessboard. Who the hell was the kid? He didn't show an ounce of fear, only anger. But his insults left much to be desired. He didn't seem to hate the man with the same ferocity Thatch did either. You're nothing like him, Teach told him, shaking his head in mock disappointment. You're nothing like him, Luffy said, apparently not done with his barrage of repeated insults. Teach overlooked his lame comeback and turned to Thatch. Luffy here will make sure you don't die, so hang tight. I'll make sure your face doesn't die. With my fist! Luffy screamed as the man walked away, leaving their limited range of sight. To his vast surprise, Thatch felt laughter bubble up in his chest. The insults were very poor, but the kid's face was so serious. He clutched his aching ribs as he chuckled. When he calmed down a little, he once again turned to the kid. So it was you who was treating my wound? Thank you. The seriousness quickly left his face as Luffy once again sat by Thatch. The dopey grin was back as he hugged his knees to his chest. How old are you? 15, he said, his eyes wide with confusion. Thatch nodded. Don't worry, kid. We will get you back to your family. I won't let anything happen to you. Luffy gave him a weird look but remained silent, something Thatch took as a blessing as he once again let the pain obscure his vision. Oh well, it had started off as a normal day, or at least as normal as things get on the ship. The one difference being Ace's presence. He had stopped his last attack on Oyaji weeks ago. In the absence of daily spars, they had offered him a position as 2nd Division Commander just a few days earlier. Although the transition of events might seem odd to some, it made perfect sense to the crew. They had seen Ace go from a bloodthirsty monster to the laid-back, friendly young man he really was. Oyaji liked him, a feeling he shared with all the crew. Even while Ace was attacking them, it was clear what kind of man he really was, loyal to a fault, tough, trustworthy, and someone who never gave up. He was strong in both body and heart, and brave enough to attack Pops without faltering. He was the kind of person who would make a great 2nd Division commander, so that's what he became. Ace was the type of person who drew people towards him. Whether or not he knew it, he made friends easily, and people rooted for him. In the few short months he had been with them, he had managed to win over nearly the entire crew, Thatch included, without even trying. But as easily as people trusted him, Thatch had seen a different side. A more fragile and broken side. Ace accepted their trust with open arms and would never do anything to betray it, but at the same time, he was hesitant to extend the same trust to them. That did not stop him from getting into all sorts of trouble with his newfound friends, and that is exactly how the day started. Ace and Thatch were on deck, fishing around for the latest treasure to put in Marco's bed. Of course, that's not what they found. After a few minutes of fishing around, Thatch pulled out a strange-shaped fruit from the sea. After asking Pops, it turned out to be a devil fruit. Unfortunately, Teach had heard the entire exchange. He had been standing right there on deck when they discovered it. Thatch had been so preoccupied with the new discovery, he completely missed the evil gleam in the man's eyes. The rest of the day had passed without incident. The entire crew was amused by what he found, but by nightfall it was more or less forgotten by everyone but one man. Thatch was just returning to his room. Most of his brothers and sisters were in bed by now. He had spent the majority of the time in the kitchen preparing for tomorrow's meals. By this point, even the other chefs had left. He had noticed at that point that a kitchen knife was missing, but of course, on a ship like this, it wasn't exactly uncommon. Things disappeared all the time. It was likely to reappear the next day in some elaborate prank. So Thatch ignored it, but when he got to his room, something felt wrong. The door was open ajar, and light shone brightly through the crack. Frowning, he moved to investigate, and was startled to find his entire room ransacked. At first he thought it was just a prank, but his pillow looked like it had been gutted with a knife. Whoever this wasn't messing around. Then he remembered the devil fruit. He had hidden it between 2 loose floorboards. Not that he didn't trust his siblings, but some of them were greedier than what was healthy for them. What he didn't know at the time that it was Tech who had ransacked his room. The man hadn't left. He was hiding in the closet, waiting for Thatch's return. He had watched him pull up the floorboards and reveal his treasure. From there it was a simple matter of letting the knife do the work. The same knife he had stolen from the kitchen earlier that day. He had stabbed Thatch in the back, thankfully missing his vital organs but doing enough damage to seriously wound the man. So as he lay bleeding out on the carpet, Teach stole the devil fruit and then stole Thatch. Without anyone on the ship ever waking up. 0-0-0-0-0. Thatch groaned once he regained consciousness, resurfacing from his memories. Luffy? Yep. The boy's face came into view, his ever-present smile as radiant as ever. How did he catch you? Luffy opened his mouth to launch back into his not-so-amusing animal tangent when Thatch weakly put up a hand to stop him. Skip to the part where you met him, he insisted firmly. Well, after I missed out on dinner, I was heading home super hungry and I ran into him on the path. He asked me if I was Monkey D. Luffy. When I told him I was, he started attacking me. Thatch shook his head in pity. That must have been awful, Luffy shrugged. Actually, it was kind of fun until I lost. He said the last part with a frown, like he still couldn't believe it. Is that what happened to your face? The kid frowned and reached up, feeling the many bandages and scrapes. He shrugged noncommittally. Some of them. I always look like this. You're always covered in bandages? Thatch asked with disbelief. He nodded, tugging experimentally on the bandage plastered on the bridge of his nose. Deciding to burn that bridge when they got there, Thatch continued on. Being the oldest, he felt somewhat responsible for the kid, even though he seemed less concerned about the situation than Thatch was. Still, it was his duty as a grown-up to assure the kid that things would be all right. Either way, I'm sure everyone's worried sick about you. Luffy laughed in earnest. I doubt anyone's noticed I'm gone yet. Don't say that, Thatch scolded. I know your family's worried about you, just like mine's worried about me. Luffy looked up at him with interest. What are they like? Thatch thought for a second. Well, they're really loud and obnoxious. But I guess I love those idiots. Luffy laughed at that, and Thatch couldn't help but like the kid. He was one of the happiest teenagers he had ever met. He was completely carefree despite the situation. A loud bang interrupted the two of them as someone kicked the door. Thatch's head shot up despite his body's protest. Teach himself was unlocking the prison door. Luffy wasted no time in jumping to his feet. He stood between Thatch and Blackbeard, creating a human barrier. If the man didn't know any better, it almost seemed like Luffy was trying to protect him. The man's lips curled into a cruel smile. What? You're going to fight me? After what happened last time? Bring it on! Luffy yelled as he threw himself at the man. To everyone's astonishment, he managed to get a hit in. His enthusiasm had taken the man by surprise, and in turn, he landed a solid blow to his face. Unfortunately, it was the first and last he would get. Moving with a remarkable speed, given his rather large frame, Teach grabbed the kid's wrist, throwing him to the floor. Thatch's hoarse screams for him to stop fell on deaf ears as he stomped him into the pavement. That won't work, Luffy told the man as he panted with exertion. To Thatch's horror, Teach smiled. I know. He pulled a thick pair of handcuffs from his belt and slapped it on the teen's wrists. He watched as Luffy's face twisted with confusion as he fell limp. Thatch did his best to help, trying to crawl to his new friend, but all it did was agitate his injuries. Ignoring him for now, Blackbeard pulled the free cuff, effectively dragging Luffy along with it across the dirty cell floor. He snapped the second cuff to Luffy's free wrist, forcing his arms over his head as he attached the cuffs to a clasp in the wall. Scared now? He jeered at the teen. No, Luffy answered back instantly, and from the look in his eyes, it really was true. He didn't fear this man. Thatch couldn't help but smile a little at his resolve. But that smile quickly faded as Teach tethered Thatch to the wall with a chain on his ankle, ensuring he didn't go anywhere. Undoubtedly, if Thatch wasn't so injured, he would have received the same rough treatment as Luffy. Maybe now you will behave, Blackbeard told them coldly, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Thatch looked at him in disbelief. In all the years he had known this man, he had never thought him capable of this level of cruelty. Sure, the two of them might not have been as close as he was to some of his other siblings, but he still considered this man a friend. But as it turns out, he hadn't known him at all. No one had. He easily betrayed his crew, his family, and for what? A devil fruit. One that he could have had if he just asked for it. But he didn't, and look at him now, about to go to war with Whitebeard. He watched, holding his breath as Teach stomped back to Luffy, giving him a long stare. Don't, he's just a kid, leave him alone, he yelled desperately. Teach glanced over at him before turning back to Luffy. For a second it seemed like he would hit the kid again when instead, his hand shot out, grabbing the straw hat on top of his head. The effect was immediate. Luffy acted like he had just been shot. His mouth fell open as he gaped before his surprise gave way to pure, unrestrained fury. "Give that back, you bastard!" he shouted, his face full of rage, catching Thatch off guard. In all the time Thatch had known Luffy, the boy had yet to get riled up. Despite being imprisoned, Luffy acted like it was a mild inconvenience. Even as he got beat around like a rag doll, he hardly seemed to care. But the second Blackbird touched his hat, all bets were off. "Give that back or I'll kill you!" Luffy continued to scream, even after Blackbird had left, leaving the cell dark. "Luffy, you need to calm down," Thatch said after a few minutes of desperate screaming. "Give me my hat!" Luffy yelled, ignoring Thatch completely. Thatch sighed and rested his head back on the cold stone floor. He hoped his family would hurry and come save him already. If not for him, then for this kid who may or may not be going crazy. For whatever reason, it reminded him of Ace. The Moby was in an uproar. Thatch was missing. He had been betrayed by his brother. They had all been betrayed by Teach. He had stabbed Thatch and stolen the fruit. It was unknown if Thatch was even still alive or not. Yet they still harbored hope. But after everything was said and done, each search team coming back with disappointed faces and drooping shoulders, the mood began to change. The anger slowly began to fade, giving way to heartbreak. It had been nearly a week since Thatch disappeared. The odds of finding Teach were shrinking every day. But there was nothing anyone seemed able to do about it. They had no clues, no leads, no nothing. How would they ever find their lost brother at this rate? Ace sat by himself on the ship's railing. His knees were hugged loosely to his chest as he stared out at the ocean. To say he felt responsible would be an understatement. He had just been made the 2nd Division commander. How had he screwed it up so fast? Teach was in his division, he was his responsibility. Yet he had done nothing to prevent it. Some commander he was. He hugged his knees tighter. Anybody who knew anything about him could clearly say that poor Gasty, Ace loved a challenge. He wasn't one to shy away from anything. That being said, he felt lost right now. He wasn't used to failing. His go-get-it attitude coupled with his inability to accept defeat assured his success at most things. Apparently that wasn't going to be enough anymore. If this wasn't what losing felt like, then he really didn't know what was. And now, because of his mistakes, Thatch was. "Stop it!" Marco's voice rang out. Surprised, Ace turned around to face the 1st Division commander. "What?" he asked, baffled. "Stop thinking like that. Of course it wasn't your fault." Ace pouted as he turned to face his friend. "How could you possibly know what I was thinking?" Marco just shrugged as he leaned against the ship's railing. "You're far too predictable, my friend. Honestly, nobody blames you. We're all a team. That means that we don't just hand out blame. When we fail, we all accept the loss together and work to make it right again. You're no more responsible than the rest of us. Besides, you're still the newest member. If anyone could have realized what he was planning, it would have been us." Ace nodded as he slowly rose to his feet. He wasn't entirely convinced yet, but Marco had made some good points. They were a team. "Come on," Marco said, taking his shoulder. "There's something you are going to want to see." Ace frowned at his serious expression. This couldn't be good. He followed Marco across the deck to the front end of the ship. Most of the crew had gathered there, including Oyaji. They were gathered in a semicircle of sorts. Marco pushed his way through the crowd, Ace following closely. "What's going on?" Marco's face was once again tense as he looked over at Ace. He gestured to a small brown package in the middle of the circle. "It's from him." There was no need to clarify who they were talking about. Ace clenched his fists as he watched Pops carefully pick up the package. What on earth could Teach possibly send them? He watched, holding his breath as the package was opened. He couldn't remember a time when the ship's atmosphere was as tense as this. Oyaji grit his teeth as he looked inside. He glanced up at his crew, and then back at the package. Confusion blossomed over his face as he withdrew a hauntingly familiar straw hat. Upon seeing it, Ace's eyes widened as his chest constricted painfully. That couldn't be. But even as his mind desperately pleaded for it not to be true, he already knew it was. He would recognize that straw hat anywhere. Did that mean that that creep had his brother? Teach had kidnapped Luffy as well. And this time it was his fault. Not all the Marco logic in the world could convince him otherwise. A special type of fear creeped into his heart, the likes of which he hadn't felt in years. All logical thought was pushed out and replaced with frantic worry. Luffy was being held by a madman, a psychopath. The message was intended for Ace and Ace alone. This left the rest of the crew confused and frustrated. "Isn't that red-haired Shank's hat?" Marco questioned. Whatever answer he was about to receive was cut short by a loud thud. Ace! Marco surged through the crowd to get to his friend. Ace had fallen to his hands and knees and was looking quite sick. He barely responded to Marco's efforts to pull him up. What's the matter with him? Haruta asked in concern. I'm fine. Ace insisted, his words slurred and distant. With help from Marco, he pushed himself to his feet. Are you sure, my son? Whitebeard's voice boomed over the crowd. Ace nodded as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes never leaving the package. Whitebeard nodded satisfied as he turned to address the crew. I know all of you are worried about that, but we can't afford to act rashly. A man's life lies in the balance if we do. For the sake of your brother, I need all of you to stay calm and rational. The crew nodded, their eyes downcast as they agreed. No one was happy about it, but Pops did have a point. They trusted him to make the right decisions, especially when the situation got rough. I need all of the commanders to meet me in an hour for a meeting to discuss our next actions. The rest of you get some rest. Ace was barely listening, his gaze fixed firmly on the deck. He could feel Marco by his side, but he refused to look up. The crew moved all around him, complying to Yaji's request. Can I see the hat? Ace asked, his voice sounding hoarse even to his own ears. If Whitebeard was surprised, he didn't show it. He clapped his huge hands on Ace's shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze. His free hand handed the hat over to Ace. Ace. His calm and commanding voice made Ace look up at him, meeting his eyes square on. Is there something wrong? Ace clutched the brim of the hat tightly, wetting his lips before he spoke. No, sir. Whitebeard glanced over at Marco, who stood beside his friend. Marco's arms were crossed, and it was clear as he looked up at Pops that he didn't believe him. Still, until Ace was ready to talk, there was no use in forcing him. All right, my son. But I want you to know that if there is something on your mind, you can always come to us. Ace just nodded again. Yes, sir, he said in the same toneless voice. Whitebeard sighed as he leaned back, watching Ace walk away. Whatever was bothering Ace, he knew he would eventually work it out. Keep an eye on him, would you? He asked Marco. Ace, like all his children, had his utmost trust. But he did fear Ace didn't take the don't act rashly message to heart. Already on it, Marco promised him. Carefully choosing a hidden corner of the ship, Ace sunk down to the ground. His trembling hands still clutched desperately at the hat. He fingered the red ribbon, slipping a finger along the place he knew was a rip. It separated a section of the ribbon from the straw, creating a sort of helpful pocket. When they were younger, Luffy used to store important things in there. Sure enough, his trembling fingers hit the folded edge of paper. A note. He pulled it out and unfolded it, recognizing the messy handwriting at once as Teach's. Hi, Captain. Long time no see. You never told me you were a big brother. Isn't that adorable? I can't tell you how hard it was to track him down. After all, it's not like you have a lot of family to spare. So I'm willing to bet you would do a lot to save him, right? Well, if that's so, then I need you to follow my instructions very carefully. We don't need to drag the crew into this, do we? After all, this is just between you, me, and your brother. A matter of family. As such, I want you to meet me in Sabati Archipelago in 3 days' time. I'll keep good care of him until then. Love, Marshal D. Teach. Ace crumpled the note in his fist. How dare Teach drag Luffy into this? After all, it was between the two of them. Luffy wasn't even a pirate yet. That meant he was still an innocent civilian. After he had been so careful not to let anything slip to the new crew about his brother. It wasn't like he didn't trust them, but at the same time he could never quite get himself to start talking about his personal life. It felt wrong in some way. Especially when it involved Luffy. Of course, he had a million stories about his trouble-making little brother that would be perfect to tell during an all-night drinking binge. But that protective instinct he had been developing since he was 10 had stopped him. After all, for every Whitebeard member he knew, there were 2 more he didn't. His worst fear was that Luffy would somehow suffer for his mistakes. Only now it was actually happening. Up until this point he just thought he was being paranoid. But now he was glad he hadn't shared. Still, despite this, Blackbeard had managed to find Luffy. How he had done it was a mystery to Ace. Anyway, Teach had been right about one thing. They didn't need to get the crew involved. He had attacked Ace directly by taking Luffy. So Ace was going to go after him himself. This was a matter of family. He's gone! Marco nodded, looking in concern at his father. Yo, Yaji! I took my eyes off him for 1 minute, and the next thing I know he just took off. Whitebeard nodded thoughtfully, turning away from Marco to look out the window. There is something more going on here than we seem to understand. Marco nodded in agreement. Why do you think Ace left? The enormous man frowned, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Why indeed? Ace was fiercely loyal. What he wasn't was secretive. He was the type of man who brazenly spoke his mind. Vanishing like this without a word was most certainly out of character. It was possible that he should not have given Ace the hat. It didn't mean anything to them, meaning it wasn't meant for them. Ace had been the target all along. Like all of his children, Ace had been saddened by the loss of Thatch. But he hadn't decided to up and leave until he had the hat, which was the single possession, aside from the favored watermelon bag that he had taken with him. What would you like to do, my son? He questioned Marco. If I may, Oyaji, I would like to go after him. Ace is my friend and I am worried he is playing right into Teach's hands. Whitebeard nodded, turning back to face Marco. Very well. Bring Ace back to his family where he belongs. Marco nodded, unable to hide the relieved smile on his face. Yes, sir. He bowed curtly to his father, turning back to scan the bow of the ship. The sun had yet to set, leaving a streak of colors across the ocean in its wake. Still, the horizon was void of any movement except the soft lolling of the ocean. Ace couldn't have gotten far. Feeling for the phoenix power trapped deep inside him, he stepped up onto the ship's railing, precariously balancing there. He felt a familiar warmth spread over his body as he became engulfed in the blue fire. With a final lurch, he fell over the side, the air immediately intermixing with his fire. His ungraceful fall quickly turned into a smooth glide as he coasted over the ocean surface, close enough to touch it with a winged arm. Hang on, Ace, I'm coming. Ace! Marco yelled, landing on the docks with a thud. He earned many looks from the citizens, but he ignored them, pushing through the crowd. He had searched the entire area and this was the nearest island in sight. Ace must have stopped here to restock. At least Marco hoped so, otherwise the trail would be cold. This was a relatively small fishing island, but it did see its fair share of pirates and sailors. In turn, there was a constant crowd gathered around the fish markets. Picking one hot-headed kid out from the rest was going to prove itself a challenge. Still, he couldn't give up. Ace needed him whether he knew it or not. Aki! Marco screamed once again, earning him a strange look from the crowd. He certainly wasn't blending in. But then again, that was kind of the point. If he lost Ace here, he might not find him again until it was too late. He frowned as he once again took off through the crowd, weaving neatly in and out of the people. But after another hour of searching, Marco was starting to give up hope. This place really wasn't that big after all. There was no sign of him here, just fish. Lots and lots of fish. He wrinkled his nose as he swore never to look at a fish the same way again. Marco? A surprised voice asked. What are you doing here? Marco's eyes widened as he shot up, nearly crashing into his friend. Ace. Ace frowned as he shifted his weight awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable with Marco's surprise. Yeah, it's me. What are you doing here? Looking for you, idiot. Marco chided, too relieved to actually be angry. Seriously, where the hell were you hiding? I looked everywhere. Still surprised by his magical appearance, Ace crossed his arms, slightly defensive. I fell asleep below the docks. Marco nodded. That sounded about right. He probably should have checked there as well. He noted his friend's tone. It looked like Ace was less than stoked to see him, which was a little surprising considering the young man was most likely in over his head here. Why were you looking for me? Is that it? No thanks for coming, Marco. You're the greatest human who ever lived, or something like that. He sighed as he got no response from Ace. Something was seriously wrong with his friend. He was acting really serious. Was this still about Thatch or something else? You disappeared, idiot. Of course I went looking for you. We got worried. Ace's eyes widened in surprise for a second before returning back to the determined cold gray. The very same look he wore when Marco had first met him. It was the look he wore around strangers. Well, that certainly didn't hurt Marco's feelings or anything. Well, you found me, Ace said. And I'm fine, I promise. There were a few seconds of awkward silence between the two of them before Ace's gaze softened a bit. I really am sorry about making you worry. Marco smiled at the look on his friend's face. He looked like a kicked puppy. That was the kid Marco knew. The very same kid who got uncomfortable when people showed attachment to him. Like he was allergic to people caring about him. Ace, you are many things, but okay is not one of them. Now tell me what's wrong. Ace sighed as he looked up at the sky, conflict written across his face. It's not your problem, it's mine. I can handle it myself, he finally said, looking Marco square in the eyes. Thanks, and I mean it, but please don't worry about me. Marco watched in silence as Ace hefted his bag over his shoulder, turning to leave. The most surprising part was this was clearly Ace's attempt at caring. He was trying to protect Marco by keeping him out of it. While there was no doubt in his mind that Ace could take care of himself, that wasn't the point. Like hell, he said, grabbing Ace's arm. We are a team, so if you have a problem, then we all have a problem. He quickly let go, realizing aggressive may not be the way to go this time. Then again, the only way you could get something into that hot head of his was by pounding it in. And if there was one thing Ace needed to understand, it was that he wasn't alone in this. He looked up to meet two very confused gray eyes. They looked almost pained, which confused Marco. He didn't think he could have said anything to hurt Ace. He has him, Ace whispered, shocking Marco out of his thoughts. Who? Thatch. Ace shook his head, making Marco's blood turn cold. So this really wasn't about Thatch. There was something even worse going on. Luffy. Marco had to strain to hear. Luffy? He repeated unsurely. Ace nodded, clenching his fists. My little brother. Well shit, Ace had a brother? He could maybe see an awesome warrior-type older brother, but not a younger one. Ace was a big brother? That was pretty ironic considering he was one of the youngest on the ship. When they had first met Ace, if you were to tell anyone on the crew Ace had a little brother, they would have laughed it off as a bad joke. But now, after all the time they spent together, Marco believed he did have someone he would go to any length to protect. And if Marco had learned one thing on these seas, it was the more you cared, the more opportunity for heartbreak. Ace must have known this as well, thus why he hadn't so much as hinted at his family. Are you sure? He asked weakly. Ace mutely handed him a crumpled note. He read it over twice, instantly recognizing the messy handwriting. A sinking feeling of dread pulled in his stomach. Teach was insane. He had kidnapped an innocent kid to get back at another slightly older kid. And for what? Why single out Ace of all people? He was still so new. Sure, he was Teach's squad leader, but there had to be more, right? Popular or not, Ace was a new pirate. If Teach had wanted fame, he should have gone after an older legend on Whitebeard's crew. Ace had been keeping this a secret? No wonder he was acting strangely. Marco groaned as he handed the note back to Ace. This was so messed up. And also kind of out of his range of expertise. He had never been in a hostage blackmail situation before. Well, that wasn't true, but he had never been on the victim's side before. And honestly, he wasn't enjoying it. All right, he said, rubbing his eyes tiredly. Let's go. Ace blinked in surprise. What? I'm going with you. No, you're not. Ace insisted firmly. I already told you that it's my problem, not yours. Besides, I don't think Teach wanted me telling you this. Screw him. Marco seethed. He is going to get what's coming to him. That man is certifiably insane. Besides, he messed with the Whitebirds. We can't just sit back and twiddle our thumbs while you risk your life. He put his hand comfortingly on the young man's shoulder. You're not alone in this, Ace. I'm here for you whether you want me to be or not. So for the love of God, let me help before I punch you. There was an awkward silence as Ace considered. You sure about this? We might die, not before taking that stupid prick with us. Ace smirked at that, for the first time in days. Thank you, don't mention it. Although as much as I hate to say it, we probably can't do this on our own. I'm going to go with your lead on this one, but I think it would really help if you let me call Oyaji. He won't tell anyone else, I swear, but keeping him in the dark cannot be a plus for us. Ace nodded, biting his lip. He clearly wanted to say something, the nature of which Marco had no idea. But for whatever reason, Ace just turned away once more, swinging the bag over his shoulder. Luffy, you have to stop, Thatch said as he watched the boy yet again rocket himself at the door unsuccessfully. Luffy ignored him as he flung his body against the wood as hard as he could. He had been at this for days. Whenever anyone untethered him from the wall, he went right back to trying to break the door down. Whatever beating Teach gave them paled in comparison to what Luffy was doing to himself. His body was a patchwork of bruises from continuously colliding with the door. Due to the sea stone cuffs on his wrist, Thatch highly suspected Luffy had a devil's fruit. But for the life of him, he couldn't figure out what it was. Luffy, please. Thatch tried a different tactic. Talk to me here, what's the matter? He took my hat. Thatch nodded, he got that part. Hard not to, with Luffy screaming it every 5 minutes. He was beginning to think that this quest for the straw hat was simply a manifestation of Luffy's concealed fears due to their imprisonment. Either that or this kid was crazy. Who fought that hard for such a battered old hat? He could just buy a new one. Surprisingly enough, straw hats were not a rarity here. Although there was something hauntingly familiar about that one. Would you just shut up already? Teach demanded as the prison door flew open. Sure enough, Luffy attacked him with the same ferocity from before. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to land a single hit, especially with his hands being bound like they were. The sea stone made his movements slow and sluggish. It was over before it really began. Teach had Luffy pinned to the floor beneath his hulking feet in a matter of seconds. "Give it back," Luffy demanded. "What the hell is so important to you about that damn hat? You should be worrying about yourself instead." Thatch was just about to yell for him to leave Luffy alone when a glint in Luffy's eyes stopped him in his tracks. "I don't care what you do to me." Luffy's voice was cold and absolute, it left no room for argument. Thatch had never heard him so serious before. It honestly scared him. "But if you hurt my hat, I will kill you." The look he was giving Teach would have made a lesser man flee in terror. It looked so out of place on someone so happy and carefree. So maybe there were no manifestations in the form of a metaphorical hat. Luffy was just really attached to that thing. As for the reason why, it was anyone's guess. Teach, on the other hand, smirked, removing his foot from Luffy so the kid could get up. "You know, kid, I might have misjudged you. I thought you were just a stupid idiot. But you might be more like him than I thought." He brought up his hand to silence Luffy from demanding his hat back yet again. "It's safe," he promised. "I gave it to a friend of yours to watch over." Luffy blinked, his eyes returning to their usual curious state. "Really?" he questioned, his voice once again reflecting a normal 15-year-old instead of that horrifying hollow tone. Teach nodded, causing a wide grin to break out across the boy's face. "Thank you," Thatch cried, outraged. What was up with that sudden mood shift? And why the hell was Luffy thanking their captor, the very same man whose life he had threatened just moments ago? "He's bad, remember?" "Oh yeah," Luffy said thoughtfully. He turned back to the man, anger in his face. "You there, chest teeth. You get a free pass for today because you kept my hat safe, but tomorrow I'm totally going to kick your ass. It's Blackbeard, you little twerp." "How is that hard to remember?" Luffy just shrugged, uncaring as Blackbeard left, slamming the door angrily behind him. Thatch watched on in amazement. Luffy had managed to annoy him, something Thatch had been trying to do for years. He turned his head as Luffy once again sunk down beside him. He was completely different from that fearless boy who had just threatened a man's life while pinned under said man and completely at his mercy. He was now back to being the happy-go-lucky kid Thatch had grown used to. "Kid, seriously, what the hell is your deal?" Just when he thought he was beginning to understand Luffy, he gets thrown for a loop. One thing was for sure, no one could claim Luffy to be predictable, at all. Luffy just laughed as he checked Thatch's injuries. It was clear that was the only answer he was going to get. Thatch leaned back and closed his eyes, the events of today leaving him drained. Sure, Luffy was unpredictable and eccentric at the best of times, but in their short time together Thatch had grown to depend on him. If there was one thing Thatch hated, it was being alone, and no matter how wrong or messed up it was, part of him was glad Luffy was here, to fend off the prison's darkness for Thatch. Of course, the other part of him wanted Luffy to be home with his family right now. But since either of them got their wish, he might as well enjoy the company. His family would come for him, he was sure, and when they did he would personally see to it that Luffy was returned to his. "Marco, is that you?" Vista's voice came clearly across the den mushy. "Yeah, it's me," he replied tiredly. "I need to speak to Pops right away. Is Ace okay? Did you find him? Please tell me he's okay." Marco sighed, not in the mood to deal with this. But he knew his siblings were just worried about their youngest member. He could definitely relate. "Yeah, he's here with me. He's okay for now. Things are going to work out, so don't worry." "What on earth is wrong? Is he in trouble? Does he need our help?" Marco paused for a second, unsure of how to answer the barrage of questions. Yeah, he would say Ace was in trouble. But he couldn't tell Vista that without betraying his friend. He had promised Ace to only tell Pops. Although slightly unfair, after Teach he could understand where Ace was coming from. He could also sympathize with his reluctance to tell them about his brother before. When they saved his brother and got this whole mess sorted out, maybe Ace would tell the crew a bit more about himself. If nothing else, this little venture highlighted just how much Ace trusted and distrusted them at the same time. "Don't worry, Vista, I've got his back on this one. It's all going to work out in the end. Sorry to do this, but I really need to talk to Pops. Kind of life and death here." He could hear the grumble from the other end as Vista shuffled to comply. He hoped his brother would pass on his words to the rest of the crew. "Marco?" the comfortingly gruff voice said. Marco instantly relaxed upon hearing it. Pops would fix things. He knew how to make this right. "You were right, Teach was after Ace. That's why he sent us the hat. He somehow managed to get a note to Ace in it. He took his little brother, and he's using him to blackmail Ace. I think he knows more about Ace than he's letting on." There were a few minutes of silence as Oyaji processed it. This is bad, he finally said. Marco nodded, even though he knew Pops couldn't see. He had figured that much on his own. What they needed now was a plan. But how could they plan when they had no clue what was really going on here? So what does Teach want Ace to do? Meet him on Sabaody Archipelago in 2 days. Alone. He made it pretty clear Ace wasn't supposed to involve us. There was a long pause before Marco spoke again. If I may, Pops, I think me and Ace should go. I'll keep out of sight and act as his backup. We don't really have many options but to do as they say. They have Thatch and Ace's brother, and we have no idea where they could possibly be. You think that best? I do, sir. Well then, you better get going. You have an appointment to keep. Be safe, and report to me if anything happens. We will stay here and continue to track them down. Marco agreed, a grimace on his face. This was not going to be pleasant. But he swore to Pops and Ace they would find Thatch and Luffy and make Teach pay. No one messed with their family and got away with it. Thatch sighed as he pulled himself into a sitting position. His stomach ached menacingly, but he ignored it. He met the concerned dark eyes from across the room. I'm fine, he promised the teenager, his voice quivering a bit. Are you sure? Luffy asked as he pulled against his restraints. Because you look like you're going to die. Thatch's eyes grew wide at that. What? He didn't want to die. Not yet, at least. He was too young to die. Except the more he thought about it, he probably wasn't. But he still didn't want to. If he did, his family would be crushed. He would never again annoy his brothers, cook for his family, or talk to Yaji. Your bedside manner is terrible. Luffy just shrugged as he once again began to pull on the cuffs that tethered him to the wall. At one point it looked like he tried to bite the metal, either that or gnaw his hand off. You don't know when to give up, do you, kid? The teenager paused, temporarily tilted his head to the side. Give up? Thatch nodded. You know, stop trying. Especially when there's nothing you can do. He was met with a laugh. Why would I give up? Then I would be bored. So this is making you feel better then? Luffy nodded, not so much as looking at Thatch as he continued to claw at the cuffs. Then have at it, Thatch said as he watched skeptically. As futile as it was, he had to admire the kid's spirit. Especially considering they were both screwed. But he had made a promise to return this kid, and dying or not, he was going to keep that promise. Hey Luffy, yeah? Tell me a story, would you? He watched as 2 dark brown eyes shifted over towards him. They looked confused. Will that make you better? Thatch shrugged thoughtfully. Probably not, no. But it would help keep his nerves at bay. Plus it might stop Luffy from further mutilating himself. Yeah, sure. Thatch lied as he rested his back against the cold stone wall. Luffy's innocent smile brightened at the concept of helping out. He settled back down, temporarily ceasing his fidgeting. All right, he agreed readily. I don't know many stories though. That's okay. Tell me anyone you remember. Luffy thought for a second, creating an odd silence in the room. My brother did tell me one I remember. Oh? Thatch said, surprised the kid had siblings. From his headstrong attitude, he had suspected only child. Have you heard about Nolan the liar? He shook his head. Can't say have. Luffy's smile grew at that. The kind of smile that could light up a room. It certainly didn't belong in a place like this. But either way, it was nice. So Thatch settled back as the teenager began to tell the story of Nolan the liar. It turns out that Luffy was even worse at storytelling than he was at coming up with insults. He somehow managed to spoil the ending in the first sentence, and left out any and all details. Also, for whatever reason, he seemed convinced Nolan was some form of aquatic animal, when from the context Thatch was sure he was supposed to be a human. Honestly? Why would people understand / believe / execute a whale? It made no sense, but he pointedly kept his mouth shut. If Luffy wanted the protagonist to be a fish, then it was his call. Who was he to tell the kid that they couldn't survive out of water? Are you sure he was executed for eating everyone else's food? Thatch tried gingerly. And not for, lying about the gold? Luffy just shrugged. Dunno, that's how my brother told it to me. You didn't by chance eat his food, did you? I did, Luffy said proudly. He was so surprised. Surprised probably wasn't the right word, but Thatch decided to let it go. So you have a brother? Older, I'm guessing. Luffy nodded, a fond yet nostalgic smile on his face. What's his name? The one who told me the story? Thatch nodded, confused by Luffy's apparent need to clarify. Who else would he be talking about after all? Sabo, Luffy said happily. The man smiled at Luffy's enthusiasm. Even from the short time they spent together, it was apparent that Luffy was a high-energy being. Still, there was a particular spark in his eyes when he talked about his brother. It seemed to calm him down, an impossible feat by any other means. Determined to keep the other occupied, he asked what this Sabo was like. Luffy's face once again lit up at the question. He is the best, he answered simply. Why? Thatch probed. Luffy tilted his head slightly as he thought it over. After a few seconds he just shrugged, unsure of how to answer. Because he is. From his tone it almost sounded like Luffy was explaining common knowledge to Thatch. As if he was an idiot for not knowing this already. It made Thatch nearly crack up. Oh, is that so? Luffy nodded enthusiastically. This conversation was honestly making Thatch a little homesick. He was about to ask a follow-up question when thudding footsteps sounded from outside. The two of them fell instantly silent as the door shuddered open. But it wasn't Teach like they had been expecting. Instead, a sickly thin man stood in the doorway. Who are you? Luffy asked with his usual non-existent tact. The man's eyes darted over to him before returning to Thatch. He leaned against the door heavily. It looked like he was about to fall over. Doc Q, he greeted with a wheeze as he tipped his hat forwards. I'm a friend of Blackbeard. That psycho had friends? Thatch questioned cynically. The sickly man ignored him as he began to stumble across the jail cell to where Thatch was tied. I'm a doctor, he told him, swaying drunkenly from side to side. I'm here to make sure you don't die. You're no good to us dead. There's an us now? He questioned, trying to scoot back against the wall. What exactly are you guys planning? The man just shrugged, throwing another glance at Luffy. Don't worry about it, he said too quickly. Now hold still so I can fix you. Ace, calm down. It's going to be okay. Marco watched the young man pace with a heavy heart. He understood what he was going through right now. He felt the same way about Thatch. Thinking of his brother hurt and confused in some psychopath's grasp made him want to puke. Undoubtedly Ace was battling with the very same notion. The two of them were currently in Sabati Archipelago. The meeting was in a few hours and Ace looked a little worse for wear. He looked up at Marco quickly before returning to his pacing. I'm fine, he insisted, leaving no room for argument. Marco frowned but remained silent. It was just like his friend to be stubborn when he really needed help. At the very least that hadn't changed. One thing that was kind of disconcerting was Ace was starting to revert back to how he was before befriending them. It wasn't like he was going to attack Pops or anything. It was more the little things. He was starting to close off again. Just when he was beginning to really truly trust the crew, this had to happen. The thought hurt Marco more than he cared to admit. He felt newfound hatred flare up at Blackbeard for causing yet another calamity. The next time Ace passed Marco pulled him down to a sitting position, insisted the continuous pacing was making him nervous. Tell me about him. What? Ace asked, confusion on his face. Tell me about your little brother. What's he like? Ace studied his friend hesitantly, unsure whether or not to answer. He looked almost conflicted. Cursing Blackbeard for the nteenth time that day, Marco made sure to keep his face passive. A secret plea to remind his friend who he could still trust. Ace sighed tiredly, running his hand through his hair. He is a mess. Ace admitted, finally giving in. What? Marco asked, confused. He had been expecting something more positive. Ace smiled a bit, the thought clearly cheering him up. He is all over the place. He is constantly losing all his stuff. He likes to take on enemies he can't possibly beat. He has no manners whatsoever. He forgets he's cold until he has freaking frostbite, and to top it all off, he is always hungry. Ace finished contently with a lazy smile on his face. At the very least he seemed calmer now. Talking about his brother seemed to do the trick. Marco smiled slightly, glad to have gotten through to his friend. Sounds like a handful. So do you guys get along? Marco probed. From the context it sounded like this Luffy kid drove Ace crazy. But somehow it sounded as if the older teen didn't mind. Still, for whatever reason, Ace never mentioned his brother. Ace simply batted his worries away with a laugh. We still have our fights, just like every other sibling. Especially when we were younger, but not so much anymore, I guess. We only ever really get into it when he does something stupid and worries me. Sounds rough, Marco said with a knowing smile. He could relate. All his siblings were idiots as well, Thatch included. Wouldn't someone realize he was missing by now? Ace shook his head, staring out towards sea. There's no one to notice but me, he said after a few moments of silence. That can't be true, Marco argued, feeling dread creep into his stomach at the thought. I'm sure they would notice eventually, Ace corrected himself. But it would take them a while. Precious time they didn't have. Who knows when Garp's next visit would be? At the rate he usually popped up, it could be any time in the next 2 years. Sure, Makino might notice as well, but once again, who knew when she would be able to make it up there? And it wasn't like not being able to find Luffy was cause for alarm. Ace was just about the only one who could predict the sporadic child's movements, which came in handy when Luffy needed saving. Dayton was honestly the one he had the most hope for. But it would probably take her too long to realize something was actually wrong. Despite the progress they had made with her, they did everything in their power not to rely on her. Ace knew the woman did not appreciate or like kids, and their very presence already put her out more than she liked. That being said, she already proved she would help them out in a pinch. "So you two are close then?" Marco asked, bringing him out of his thoughts. Ace smiled at the question, abandoning the dark thoughts that had started to creep into his mind. "He is the most important person in the world to me, poor Gasti. Ace, I presume. To what do I owe the pleasure? Piss off. Don't be like that." The man smiled, showing his yellow teeth. "Blackbeard couldn't make it today, but he sends his love. Go to hell," Ace retorted angrily, refusing the offered seat across from the man. "Just tell me what you did with my brother. He's fine," he said. "Such a spitfire, if I do say so myself. I see where he gets it from. Who are you?" Ace demanded, trying his best to keep his fire in check. "Jesus Burgess, Blackbeard's first mate." "How do you do? So what? That crazy psycho is starting his own crew?" "Started," Burgess corrected. "And we are currently recruiting. You interested?" "Go to hell," Ace repeated once more. "Just tell me where my brother is and you can get back to recruiting for your little cult." Burgess sighed as he sunk lower into his seat. "Boss said that if you rejected, things would get complicated." "Of course, that's exactly what he said you would do. Thinks you're predictable, or something. You see, we didn't go out of our way to kidnap your brother just to give him back because you asked nicely. One way or another, you're going to help us." Ace frowned, crossing his arms. "You're wasting your time with me. I've got nothing to give you." The man once again grinned, his eyes twinkling cruelly. "That's not true, poor gas, or should I say Gold, Ace." Ace froze at that, staring at Burgess as if he had suddenly sprouted horns. "What are you talking about?" he finally managed to spit out. The pirate just laughed at his pitiful attempt, clearly aware he had found Ace's soft spot. "Don't play dumb, we both know very well what I am talking about. Although if it makes you feel better, you can keep pretending you're not that man's son." They stood in silence for a moment, as Ace desperately tried to calm his racing heartbeat. His biggest secret, the one that single-handedly assured his destruction, rested in the hands of monsters. As did Luffy. One thing was for sure, he was screwed. He pushed those thoughts out of his head. That didn't matter right now. He came here for one reason and one reason only. He would save Luffy even if it were the last thing he did. "So you know," he finally said. "Why not just go tell the government? I am sure they would be very interested." Burgess simply shrugged at the suggestion, uninterested. "And let them kill you? How would that help us? Like it or not, we have bigger plans for you. And all things considered, it would be in your best interest to listen to us. Wouldn't it be a shame if something were to happen to your little brother? It's my understanding you don't have a lot of family to spare." How long were they going to keep throwing that back in his face? Generally speaking, when your family dies, you don't have a lot left over. But he was oh so sorry it narrowed down their blackmail choices. Not for the first time, Ace wondered if Luffy would have been better off if they had never met. But perhaps now wasn't the best time to contemplate this. He could worry about it more when Luffy was safe. "So what? I do your dirty work and in turn you return my brother? Fine, what do you want? For starter, we want crew members. At the moment it's just 3 of us, and it's getting a little lonely." "Well, that must be tough." Ace mocked, not in the mood for jokes. "They told me you were a tough kid," Burgess said. "You should have no problem finding the kind of recruits we need. Is that all? I get you recruits, that's your big request? For now at least, you get us recruits, then we will talk again. Until then you better get a move on it. Your little friend Thatch is also in our care, and from the looks of it he isn't doing so well. It would be a real shame if he died, don't you think?" Ace perked up at this, instantly standing up straighter. "Thatch is still alive? Is he okay? What are you doing to him?" Burgess put up a hand to stop him. "As I said, get us some crewmates, then we will talk. For now, all I'm going to say is that both of them are still alive." Relief crashed through Ace like a tidal wave. Thank God Thatch was still alive. At least that was one death he didn't have on his conscience. At least not yet. If there was any physical way for him to save Thatch, he would certainly try. He just hoped the man could hang on a little while longer. "We want 7 new members. They better be strong and none of that conscience crap. They need to be tough. Rob a prison if you need to. You have 2 weeks before we meet back here. And you better have all of them or someone is going to die." Burgess rose to leave, but Ace called him back. "What?" He bit his lip, unsure of how to broach the topic. As much as he wanted to let it go, he knew he had to ask. If not for himself, then for Luffy, who cared more about Ace's life than Ace did. When this is all said and done, are you going to kill me? What kind of question is that? Just answer it. Ace snapped, not willing to play word games with his life. Fine. Burgess sighed. I'm not going to lie, it's not looking good for you. Ace sucked in his breath, doing his best to keep his face neutral. This definitely would not be the first time he got a death threat, not by a long shot. But this was the first time someone held so much power over him. Hell, the military presence was strong on this island. All it would take was a few carefully chosen words from Burgess, and they would send a buster call for Ace's death. And that was best case scenario. At least right now he had a fighting chance. But the way he gathered it, the same could not be said about the future, especially considering they held both Luffy and Thatch's lives in their hands. He fought through the rising emotions, struggling to keep his voice the same. What about Luffy and Thatch? Do you plan to kill them too? Whitebeard pirate aside, we don't have a reason to kill the brat unless he gives us one. You better pray it stays that way. What I can tell you is if you listen like a good boy, your brother's chances will be better. Ace almost groaned at that. Clearly this man had not spent enough time with his brother. He was sure Luffy would give them a reason. Hell, he had probably given them some today alone. But at least they needed him alive to control Ace. So for now they couldn't do anything too serious. Burgess stood up to leave, but Ace hardly noticed. He sat there mulling over what he had said. The single thought that kept repeating over and over in his mind was that he didn't want to die, not yet. When he was little, he didn't even want his life. It used to be too full of pain and misery for it to be worth it, but somewhere along the way that had changed. He managed to get a family. Even someone so useless like him had found some people who loved and supported him no matter what. Of course, Sabo was gone now. It still hurt to think about it, and thanks to him Luffy was in trouble. He knew he wouldn't be able to live with himself if anything happened to that kid. It should be a no-brainer, his life for Luffy's. And while he knew he was going to get Luffy back no matter what, he just couldn't accept his fate so easily. A small selfish part of his brain kept wishing he could somehow get both, begging him to find another way, a way he didn't have to die. But why should it even matter? He should be happy as long as he saved Luffy, right? So why was he suddenly so devastated? But there was his mother and his brother to think of. If he were to die, that would waste her sacrifice and break the promise he had made to Luffy. That was the last thing he wanted. Sighing, he stood up. He couldn't procrastinate any longer on his other fear, if Marco overheard or not. On unsteady legs he walked over to his friend's hiding place. In theory it was far enough away that nothing could be heard, but he learned never to underestimate the Firebird's hearing. He tried his best to change his serious face but quickly gave up. He wasn't really in the mood to smile right now, or ever again. How did it go? We have 2 weeks to find 7 crew members. Marco grimaced but didn't object. Well, we should be able to manage it. Thatch is alive, Ace said, watching a huge smile bloom over his friend's face. It certainly made himself feel better as well. At least this way Marco would only have to lose one friend, not 2. Ace chided himself for thinking that way. Picking up on his distress, Marco's face darkened. Did he say anything else? Nope, Ace said innocently. That was it. He could tell his friend believed that lie as much as he had believed the first. The only difference was this time Ace wasn't going to tell him. No amount of friendship speeches would change that. We should get moving, Ace said, swinging his bag over his shoulder. We have to find this crazy group cult members, and we only have 2 weeks. Marco said something else, but it fell on deaf ears. Ace felt the familiar disconnectedness that accompanied his narcoleptic fits. He always got them when his mind became too full. Usually it was an annoyance, but for the first time in his life he welcomed it. His problems were finally too big for him to deal with alone. He was asleep before he even hit the ground. Yeah, now we have to help Blackbeard gather a crew. Marco sighed, leaning against the wall. Ace had passed out, leaving nothing for Marco to do but call Pops and update him. To say he was worried about his friend was an understatement. Although the news about Thatch had been just about the best thing he had heard in his life. I'm really worried about him, Oyaji. I think it's worse than he's telling me. Why won't that stubborn idiot just let me help him? He kicked the ground in an unusual display of irritation. He wouldn't be Ace if he did things the easy way. Whitebeard reminded him patiently. You have to remember who you're dealing with here. For whatever reason, Ace isn't used to relying on others. He tries to do everything himself no matter how bad things get. I know, Marco said, slowly letting go of his pent-up aggression. Hopefully he will tell me what's really going on before he dies of stress or something like that. Whitebeard laughed at that. You give yourself too little credit. Imagine what would have happened if you hadn't noticed something was wrong with him. He would have to do all of this on his own. We would still have no clue why he left, or what was wrong. That was true, at least. It's not like Marco was useless. Right now it looked like his job was finding sketchy crewmates with questionable morals. Lame as it sounded, it was all he could do to help Ace at the moment. So he was sure as hell going to do it. Well, Pops, I guess I have to let you go. They weren't going to find themselves after all. He just prayed Thatch could hold on a little longer. Are you done yet? Blackbeard asked as he kicked the teen across the floor. For heaven's sake, you're making this tougher on yourself than you need to. Screw you, bastard! Luffy screamed as he struggled to sit up. His hands were tied behind his back with sea-stone cuffs, ensuring any damage he took hurt. Are you going to give up yet? Never! Luffy screamed as he threw himself at Blackbeard, headbutting his shins viciously. The man howled in pain as he once again kicked the teen across the room. If you hurt my brother, I will kill you! His newfound anger honestly surprised Teach, as the teen was usually even-tempered and optimistic. Not even the hat incident could compare to his new rage. Teach had let the news slip that they were planning to kill Ace, and Luffy exploded. He had expected a reaction, crying, begging, whatever, but this was a little excessive, and he was only making things harder on himself. Not that Teach needed an excuse to beat him up. He had foolishly thought Luffy could be coerced into being helpful. Alas, he was sadly mistaken. He knew the basics of Ace's life story, but it was fuzzy at best. His information was fleeting and scattered, which from personal experience was no way to blackmail someone. No, he needed a little more than what he had. More leverage was the word for it, or at the very least more motivation when he finally took this to the world government. Not only that, but he was sure that with a family tree such as this one there were secrets to go around. Some of which Luffy must be privy to. But he was just not cooperating. Blasted kid, reminded him way too much of his older brother. Now if only he could get something to blackmail Luffy with. Just tell me what I want to know and I'll ease up. Go to hell! Okay, so logic didn't sway the kid. Apparently neither did pain, but that never stopped him before. He brought his foot down hard, hearing a satisfying thud. Since the kid was made of rubber, normal attacks don't do much to him, but Teach easily found a way around this. His new devil fruit saw to that. He could hurt anybody as much as he wanted now, regardless of any opposing devil fruits. Luffy twisted around, wrapping his legs around the man's leg in order to viciously bite it, drawing both blood and skin. Teach cussed in pain as he flung the kid off. You just don't know when to give up, do you? You can't kill Ace, Luffy said, spitting out Teach blood. He won't let a loser like you beat him. We will see about that, he said coyly. But honestly, I'm not expecting much of a fight from him. Luffy paused for a second, staring at the man coldly. What? Well, I have to admit he is pretty strong. So much so that I had my associate offer him a chance to join us. Of course, he predictably declined. He sighed regrettably. That being said, he has one weakness, and that's you. As long as I have you, he can't oppose me. Luffy's eyes winded a fraction before narrowing dangerously. Leave him alone! His voice was dangerously low. Teach frowned, clicking his tongue. The teenager. Don't be like that. You two are making this too easy for me. Honestly, I was all worried he wouldn't care I captured you. You know, I asked him once if he had any family, and he told me no. So I was half expecting you two to hate each other or something like that. Certainly not this annoyingly sentimental crap. You talk too much, Luffy told him, rolling over on the floor to look up at the man. You should learn when to shut up. Is that right, brat? Well, I'll be doing the teaching from now on. He sent a vicious stream of attacks at the teenager, each one harder than the last, only succeeding to cover his pants and shoes in the kid's blood. Ready to talk now? He asked, grinding his head into the floor with his boot. USHMGS tireder. What? He lifted his boot to allow the kid to turn his head to the sides, spitting out blood as he did. I said you should try harder. Is that all you got? What the hell? Teach scratched his head. Act like a normal kid, would you? Cry or something. I don't have anything to cry about, Luffy challenged. I can give you something, Teach said, cracking his knuckles. Thatch was not having a good day. For starters, he was pretty sure his wound was infected, and it hurt like a bitch. Secondly, he had no idea where Luffy was. Considering they shared a prison cell, he did not take this as a good sign. No doubt Blackbeard had a hand in this. Still, what he could possibly want with the teenager was beyond him. As far as Thatch could see, Luffy was just an ordinary teenager. But that was aside the point right now, as his worry was growing every minute Luffy didn't come back. Luffy had been helping treat his injury, especially when it started showing signs of infection. However, their combined limited medical knowledge made it difficult. Yet when he woke up this morning there was no sign of the teen. As far as he could tell there was nothing he could do to help his new friend, being that he was still stuck in this cursed cell and all. He had never felt so useless before and honestly he didn't like it. He had no clue how long he waited in the cold cell before a loud banging distracted him. He scrambled to sit up, wincing when he moved too quickly. He backed against the wall as he heard the jangling keys click into the rusty lock. "I see you're still alive as well," Blackbeard said unenthusiastically as he swung open the door. Thatch ignored him and instead focused on the kid he was dragging behind him. "What did you do to him?" he demanded, trying to rise to his feet unsuccessfully. "It's his own fault," Teach said roughly as he flung the unconscious body down to the floor. "He's stubborn as hell. I guess it runs in the family." Thatch ignored him in order to crawl to the kid, leaning over him protectively. "Feel better now that you beat up a teenager?" he replied snarkily. "I would feel better if he wasn't so damn determined." Teach responded angrily, slamming the door, leaving the two of them alone in the tiny cell. Thatch frowned and turned back to the kid, gingerly wiping blood off his cheek. Was this how they would die? Hurting and cold in this god-forsaken cell? Their families never knowing what happened to them? No! No way. He had made a promise, and god damn it, he intended to keep it. Once again pulling himself to his knees, he tore off a section of his shirt, soaking it in the dampest parts of their cell. He used it to clean off most of the blood and did all he could for the still bleeding cuts. "Luffy, wake up!" he insisted, shaking the teen's shoulder gently first, and then rougher as he began to get worried. The kid just moaned and rolled away, muttering something about 5 more minuet. He smiled in relief and sat back on his heels. "Thank goodness. Don't you go dying on me, you hear? I'm not gonna die," Luffy mumbled, barely coherent. Thatch nodded, satisfied for the moment, as he leaned back against the wall. He was a little concerned how good it felt against his flushed skin. The infection had probably spread. He had a fever. "Dear family, hurry your asses up," he thought desperately. They had never let him down before, so why would they start now? "Luffy, can you hear me?" the kid groaned encouragingly. "My turn. I'll tell you a story about the time I learned not to mess with Aizo's hair. So make sure to pay attention, okay?" When he was met only with silence, he began talking. He wasn't sure if Luffy was listening or not, but at the very least it was making him feel better, filling the cell with happier times. "Ace, wake up," Ace moaned as he rolled over yet again. He felt a hand on his shoulder shake him insistently. "Ace, wake up," the voice repeated. "What is it, Lou?" He yawned, not even bothering to open his eyes. "Can it wait for the morning? Scoot over." "Huh!" His eyes shot open as he felt himself being shoved over on the thin mattress. "What are you doing?" Luffy yawned as he settled down beside Ace. "I'm sleeping here," he told him obviously. "I see that. What I mean is why." Nevertheless, Ace scooted over slightly. "You were having bad dream," Luffy told him simply. "No, I wasn't," Ace insisted, feeling his cheeks heating up. That sounded weak. "You were having a bad dream." "Nope," Luffy told him honestly, settling down at his side. Ace frowned and looked away. He knew Luffy never had nightmares, which was ironic considering he had every other problem known to man. Always hungry, abandonment issues, bad form, a weak left hook, tendency to fall off bridges, and always in some form of life-threatening trouble, but somehow he never got nightmares. Comforting to know his mind wasn't trying to subtly drive him crazy like Ace's was. He also knew he was having a nightmare. He couldn't remember it very well, but he knew enough to know it was some pretty dark stuff. Still, he would never admit it. "I don't need you to sleep with me," he fumed. "'Kay." Luffy mumbled, already half asleep. Ace sighed as he settled back down. Whatever. He knew Luffy wasn't the type to tell anyone. Not like he had anyone to tell, of course. He would like to say this was the first time this had happened, but it really wasn't. What he hated to admit even more was that this always helped him sleep soundly. Sure enough, sharing his bed like a 5-year-old kept the nightmares away. How pathetic was that? He tried so hard to look tough, yet he never actually felt tough. The real surprise was how everyone else fell for it so completely. Apparently, if you beat enough people up, they forget that if he were actually strong, he wouldn't have started a fight with them in the first place. He glanced beside him at his sleeping brother. Luffy wasn't tough, he was a scared crybaby. But at least he wasn't a faker like Ace was. Ace had long since decided he could be tough enough for both of them, as long as Luffy remained strong enough for both of them. "Thanks," he grumbled. Only after he was sure his brother was asleep. "Ace?" Ace opened his eyes to see Marco standing a few feet away, concern clearly written on his face. "What happened?" he asked, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes as he stood up. "Someone was tired," Marco told him dryly, making his cheeks heat up. I was thinking about too much stuff. He defended, embarrassed. He knew his friend was laughing at him internally. Too much indeed, Marco mused. You fell asleep over a day ago. What? That was a new record. That was more of a shutdown than anything else. He hadn't had an attack that bad since Sabo died. Apparently things were that bad again. He gritted his teeth as he remembered why. Luffy was gone because of him. Thatch was in the same boat, although this was less his fault. They might kill his little brother, the last of his family, and there was not much he could do to stop them. He was going to die regardless. Marco, who he had dragged into this, might also bite one. That was a hell of a way to pay back the Whitebeards. Hey guys, I can't thank you enough for all your friendship and help. By the way, I got your sea count in command killed, sorry. But of course he would already be dead, so there would be no apologizing. What are you giving me that look for? Marco frowned. Sorry, Ace said as he dusted himself off, forcing his muscles to relax a little bit. He hadn't even realized he was giving his friend the death glare. The situation had him way too tense. That wasn't even the worst part. There was something Teach didn't know about Luffy. Something that, if he found out, would guarantee his brother's death. Thankfully enough, Luffy didn't know it. He was horrible at keeping secrets, which was precisely why Garp decided to instead entrust Ace with this. But Teach had already proved resourceful enough to discover Ace's roots. Who was to say he couldn't do it again for Luffy? Ace gave a low moan as he ran his fingers through his hair. In his life he had been in some pretty tight scrapes. There were even times where he was sure it was it for him. But this one was shaping up to be the worst. What are you thinking about? Marco asked after the moments of silence. Ace frowned as he searched his brain for a safe topic that wouldn't technically be a lie. How things used to be simpler when I was younger. He finally decided, not like he was ever carefree like most children. Even when he was 10 he had to worry about things like where the next meal was coming from, gang wars, if he really should have been born, his dead brother. But he fixed all those problems with punching things. The only real thing he was good at. And when that wasn't enough and the problems plagued his mind, he had his little brother who would always find a way to cheer him up. But since he had become a pirate, he found more and more often his problems couldn't always be solved with violence. And there was no Luffy to drag him back from the edge of his mind like before. This particular example was no exception. Right now it looked like he only had one option: to play as that man's errand boy in hopes Luffy and Thatch could make it out of this alive. So what's the plan? Where could we go to find strong and greedy people with questionable morals? Probably here, Marco said, looking around them. Sure, this place looked good on the outside, but when you looked closer you could see how cracked its foundation was. Wherever evil like Tenryubito resided, lawlessness was bound to follow. Well, I guess we can start with the bars? Ace sighed as he started back towards the shadier parts of town. Marco caught his elbow, awkwardly stopping him mid-step. Ace, he began, only to be cut off. Yeah, I know. Ace relented. I'll tell you if something is wrong. We are a team. It's not my fault. We will save Luffy, the general spiel, right? He said, forcing a relaxed smile on his face even as he tugged his arm free. I was going to say you were going to wrong way. Ace lamented as he set off in the opposite direction. Memorizing is not the same as learning, Marco said as he fell into step beside his friend. You're saying actions speak louder than words? Ace guessed. I'm saying stop being an idiot, Marco corrected. It leads to an early grave. The irony was not lost on him, yet he chose to ignore the advice. He felt the corners of his mouth twitch in a real smile. That's like 90% of my personality. If you take that away, you are just left with anger and a cowboy hat. Marco sighed at his offered advice was ignored. Still, he was glad Ace seemed to be feeling a little bit better. An angry idiot in a cowboy hat then? It's worked so far, Ace pointed out as he scanned the nearly deserted streets. Rip off, he read out loud. Might as well start here. How are you feeling? Thatch asked carefully as he watched Luffy stand up, pouting. I'm so bored, the teen complained restlessly. I meant your injuries. Luffy looked down at his bloody and bruised body with a shrug. It's fine, he insisted. You don't look fine. Thatch frowned. He looked like he should be in the hospital. Then again, so did Thatch. He didn't want to admit it out loud, but it looked like his stab wound was getting worse. It felt impossibly itchy and it was giving off an alarming amount of heat. Thatch was no doctor, but he was sure that wasn't a good sign. He turned back to Luffy, watching the teen run a hand through his messy black hair, obviously thinking about his missing hat. He huffed unhappily as he settled beside his friend. Luffy, you have devil fruit powers, right? Thatch asked after a few seconds of silence. The teen nodded, distracted. His hands were still tied behind his back with the sea stone cuffs. Being the bastard he was, Blackbeard had left them on when he dragged the injured Luffy back to the cell earlier. Although he hadn't said anything, Thatch could tell he was struggling with them being on so long. His breathing had grown increasingly heavy as well as his decreasing energy levels. "Yep," Luffy said as he leaned against the wall. "I ate the gum fruit," Thatch blinked stupidly. "And what is that?" "It means I am made out of rubber." Thatch finished at a loss for words. "Seriously? Who would want that?" "I do," Luffy said defiantly. "Right, sorry." Thatch shook his head, hoping he hadn't offended the kid. "So what kind of stuff can you do?" "Stretch. Neat." Thatch lied easily. He failed to see how that would come in handy, but what did he know? It wasn't like you could pick which power you got. The two sat in silence for a second until Luffy enthusiastically broke it. "Hey! You're a pirate, right?" "Yeah," Thatch said, a little surprised. "That's so cool!" the boy gushed. "I am going to be a pirate too." "Aren't you a little young?" "When I turn 17, that's not much better." Thatch sighed as he realized the boy was now ignoring him in favor of ranting about pirates. "Look, Luffy, why don't you wait until you're much older? 20-something at least." Luffy made a face. "No way. That's way too long." Seeing Thatch's doubt, he assured him with a simple, "It will be fine." "What if you die?" "It will be fine," Luffy repeated confidently, making Thatch worry even more. Even if Luffy survived the lunatic who had captured him, his greatest danger was the idiotic things he was going to do in 2 years. "Why do you want to be a pirate so bad?" "I'm not just going to be a pirate," Luffy corrected him. "Oh, I'm going to be Pirate King." "No," Thatch moaned, slapping a hand over his face. "What was that?" Luffy asked curiously. "Nothing," the man promised him, not wanting to appear unsupportive. "You might have to fight the old man for it, though." Luffy tilted his head, suddenly interested. "Who?" "Whitebeard, my captain." Luffy continued to give him the same blank stare. Don't tell me you have never heard of him." "He's some old guy then," Thatch frowned, rubbing his temple. How was this kid going to be a pirate when he didn't even know the most basics of things? "Oyaji," he corrected, "is known as the strongest man in the world. He is currently the closest to becoming Pirate King. He is also my captain." Whatever reaction he was hoping for, he was not disappointed. Luffy shot up at the word strong and was suddenly hanging on Thatch's every word. "Fight?" His grin became impossibly wide. "That sounds fun." This was not the intended message Thatch was trying to get across, although there didn't seem to be a possibility of changing the kid's mind. Besides, it's not like Oyaji would hurt him like other pirates would. Maybe just share a little life wisdom. "Well then, Luffy, when you become a famous pirate, I guess we will meet on the sea, huh?" "Of course we will." Luffy flashed another one of his brilliant smiles. "We're friends after all." Not for the first time, Thatch had to marvel at Luffy's ability to smile so often, and so brightly, even when the situation seemed so dark. To talk about the future with such optimistic hope, like they weren't trapped in a madman's prison slowly dying on the cold floor. He would make a good Pirate King, Thatch decided. Not as good as Pops, of course, but Thatch would like to see it happen one day. "All right then," he said, returning the grin, "let's do it." "So," Ace said wearily, sitting down beside a rough-looking man, "are you down on your luck and looking for a high-paying job with flexible morals?" The man threw him a look before sliding over to the next seat, only to be ambushed by Marco, who wedged himself in the seats between them. "So is that a yes or a no?" his friend questioned lazily, resting his cheek on his hand. "Leave me alone," the man said angrily as he slammed his drink on the table and rose. The two watched him angrily storm out of the bar. "Oops," Ace said sarcastically. Marco sent him an unreadable expression. "Maybe a bit more subtle next time, my friend." Ace smirked as he buried his head in his arms. He definitely did not want to do this. He wanted Blackbeard to fail miserably. He wanted him to taste defeat in every way. The last thing he wanted was to be helping the rat-tail bastard. But Luffy and Thatch needed him, so he had to get his act together. "All right," he said, sitting up. "The next one will join for sure." Marco jumped at the sudden mood shift in his friend. "If you say so." He too was having trouble with this. Doing Teach's job for him seemed counterproductive. The two of them were currently in a bar called Ripoff, which sounded like poor branding to him, but then again, who was he to judge? They had been at this all morning with no luck. "I'm going to go see if we might have better luck across the street," Marco told him, rising to his feet. Ace nodded, waving half-heartedly as he scanned the nearly empty bar. Probably a good idea. He was just about to get up as well as someone sat down heavily beside him. "Huh!" Ace lifted his head in surprise to see a tall, thin old man with long gray hair. This must be the owner, he thought to himself. Sorry, sir, Ace said, fetching his cowboy hat from the table. He could guess the owner was probably less than thrilled about the shady recruitment Ace was so obviously advertising for. The man, however, waved his hand in denial, striking up an easy conversation. Don't leave on my account. I'm just taking a little break from work. Ace said, turning away once more to scan the room one last time for any strong-looking criminals. Poor Gasty, Ace, right? Huh? Ace turned around once more to face the man. This just took an interesting turn. Most people who knew his name weren't fans of his. Still, he had never been once to back down from a fight. Yep, that's me. He clenched his fist under the table, watching for any hostility on the other's part. Oh good, I thought it was you. The man nodded appreciatively. I've been meaning to introduce myself for some time now. Silver's Rayleigh, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. He held out his hand, which Ace reluctantly took. Nice to meet you too, sir, Ace said with practiced politeness despite the confusion he felt inside. After a few minutes of silence, he followed it up with a sorry, but do I know you? I'm afraid not. I'm a bit of a family friend from long ago. The Whitebeards? Ace guessed, now thoroughly confused. Nope, although we do go way back as well. I don't know if I would necessarily consider us friends. Garp? Ace guessed half-heartedly. Now it was Rayleigh's turn to give him a weird look. Heavens no, although I hear he is a good man, I guess? No, I was referring to your father, of course. Ace's mind went blank for a second as he searched his mind for any possibly alternate family affiliations. He felt the blood rush to his cheeks as he once again tensed. Worse. Much worse than he originally thought. Rayleigh frowned when he didn't respond for a couple of minutes. Ace? Ace stood stiffly, his hands still clenched into fists, but they remained at his side. He didn't want to talk about this, not here, not or ever for that matter. Still, this was sort of a big deal. The thought of yet another stranger knowing his secret was not comforting. Family friend? He asked softly. Rayleigh nodded, watching him thoughtfully. I was your old man's right-hand man back in the day. A fond smile flitted across his face. Ace sunk back down into his seat wearily. Are you going to tell anybody? To his surprise, Rayleigh let out a quiet laugh. Who would I tell? Besides, I'm sure I would be in just as much trouble as you, probably more so. He nodded. That made sense to him. One less thing he had to worry about in this already chaotic day. Still, the thought of someone knowing made his skin crawl. I've always wanted to meet you. I was getting worried that I would never have the chance. How did you know it was me? There was a reason why he changed his last name after all. I knew your mother, of course, a bit of a spitfire. He glanced at Ace curiously. You would have liked her. You look just like her, actually. Really? He asked in disbelief. He had seen a picture once, and he had to disagree. No, not quite. You look much more like Roger when he was younger, but you have her freckles. Ace finished lamely. He had no idea how to respond. This whole situation made him extremely uncomfortable. Now I've got a question for you, he continued when Ace didn't respond. Why are Whitebeard's top commanders doing Teach's dirty work? Ace looked up at him in surprise. He was more observant than he gave him credit for. You know how it goes, pirates, betrayal, alliances. He swallowed thickly, thinking how betrayal had suddenly taken on a new meaning to him. Rayleigh nodded with a concerning amount of comprehension in his old eyes. You know, he began thoughtfully. This is only the second time I've seen that hat not on someone's head. Ace blinked in confusion for a second before his gaze fell to the floor. His watermelon bag lay at his feet. The drawstrings had come untied, showing just a patch of a worn-out straw. Feeling protective of the tattered old thing, he picked up his bag, redoing the drawstrings before slinging it over his shoulder. The old man watched with his ever-constant veiled smile. Ace opened his mouth to say something, but before he could get a word out, he was interrupted. Hey Ace, any luck? Ace jumped as his friend thumped his back. I found a guy who might be interested if you want to come meet him. Ace glanced up at Marco in surprise. He was acting casual, but his usually calm demeanor had broken. He could sense a slight edge of apprehension. Apparently the two of them had already met. At least that's one down, Ace said, standing up, glad to be leaving. It was nice to meet you, sir. Rayleigh just waved at the two of them as they left. Come back for a visit anytimes, boys. Ace decided he liked that man, even if he was a friend of his father. Blackbird sighed as he looked down at the messy table. Nothing. All the hours of research just to come up empty. What a waste of time. Scandals, deceit, blackmail. This was his sport, and the ball was in his court. So why couldn't he seem to put the pieces together? He knew he was missing something, the final piece of the puzzle. He was so close he could feel. He closed the book with a slam, casting an annoyed glance to the corner of the room. This would be so much easier if a certain someone would just chip in. If there was one thing Teach hated, it was hard work. With another loud sigh, he walked across the room to where the kid's body lay, still and unmoving. He kicked him over with the toe of his boot, looking for the gentle rise and fall of his chest. It would be no good if he died now, then what would he use to blackmail Ace with? He doubted the young man had many more exploitable relationships. Speaking of which, the elder prisoner had caught himself a fever. He hadn't so much as stirred when they dragged the noisy kid from their cell this morning. He had been meaning to ask the doc to take another look at him, but it had slipped his mind. He preferred the pirate alive, at least for now. All he needed now was for the two of them to just stop dying for like 5 minutes and obey him, but apparently that was asking too much. Especially from Luffy. He rubbed him chin bitterly, giving the unconscious teen a vicious kick to the ribs in return for the headbutt this morning. He never considered himself a particularly vicious man. Unpathetic maybe, but not downright evil. But unlike some of his acquaintances, he didn't necessarily find joy in others' pain. It wasn't uninteresting, but it failed to light a spark in his eyes. But then again, Blackbeard did get bored sometimes. He leaned down to grab the kid's bruised ankle, tugging it upwards. "Oi, get up!" When he didn't so much as stir, Teach narrowed his eyes. Apparently he had to do everything around here. Dragging Luffy by the ankle, he made his way out of the stuffy, blood-stained room and down the long corridor. For the last few weeks they had been using an abandoned military fortress as a hideout, but now it was time to move on. He made a mental note to grab Thatch right after this. He would have Doc take a look at him and Luffy too while he was at it. It would appear that he had seriously messed him up this time, but he was still breathing, so that was something. "Seriously, kid," he sighed, aggravated. The problem was he was too much like his brother. The more time he spent with the teen, the clearer the similarities were. It was in the way they both smiled, denied help when they were hurting, and it was in those blood-curdling glares when they got angry. Idiots like this, the self-sacrificing Good Samaritan type, were no surprise to Teach. He had seen their kind before. They lived brightly and burned out fast. No doubt this was where Luffy was headed. He had expected more from Ace, but the way things were going, that may have been misguided trust. From time to time he would see a familiar shadow behind his gray eyes. The eyes of a killer so angry and mistreated by the world. But that rare glimmer would quickly be swallowed up by mirth and cheer. His eyes lazily scanned the gray horizon. The sun would be rising in a few hours. They would be long gone by then. He wasn't exactly thrilled about their ship, as it was too small and battered in his opinion. Nothing like the ship that the future pirate king would sail on should look like, but for now he would make do. He could always get Ace to get him a better one later. He smiled at the thought as he continued to drag the teen across the crumbling courtyard. He dropped Luffy's leg when he felt the slight stir of tired muscles. He once again tried to wake him with a none-too-gentle nudge to the ribs. Luffy moaned lightly in response. "You alive?" His already spent temper sparked when Luffy didn't respond. "You're an idiot, you know that, right?" He couldn't wait to get a crew so he wouldn't have to do grunt work like this himself. Soon, he reassured himself, he would be able to order people to deal with the kid and all his idiotic idealisms. At the very least, it would save him a headache and sore knuckles. He glanced down at the teen, surprised that he had remained silent for so long. To his surprise, Luffy wasn't even looking at him. Instead, his head was turned to the side, his gaze transfixed at the docks a little ways from their makeshift fortress. Or more specifically, the ocean beyond that. "Listen to me, brat. I'm giving you some advice here. Smarten up a little, would you? Maybe if you were a little more helpful, we wouldn't have to rough you up so much." Luffy turned away from the ocean for a moment to give the man a thoughtful look, rarely seen on his face. Huh? Teach sent him a confused look. "What is it? I don't like the sound of your voice," Luffy told him with his usually subtlety and tact. "Always the hard way with you, huh?" Teach considered for a moment. He didn't seem to be responding to violence and pain. Maybe it was time to try something else. He squatted down closer to Luffy's level, balancing his enormous weight on the balls of his feet. "You know what, kid?" Luffy didn't respond. His attention was already back on the ocean. He seemed too tired even for his usual lame comebacks. "Your brother is really worried about you." Luffy's gaze flickered over to him. "Thatch as well," Teach continued. "They're actually coming to get you." He turned away and hoped Luffy didn't see the wide grin on his face. He could tell he had the teen's full attention now. "I can't comprehend how, but they found out about our base. We were thinking about giving you back. I mean, after we got some compensation, of course. But you know, I got to thinking, you really are the worst kind of brat, and I would hate to see you get away so easily. especially without learning your lesson first. He turned back to Luffy, a huge smile plastered on his face. So I think we are going to keep you instead. His grin grew wider when he saw the teen's eyes grow wide. He once again grabbed his ankle, dragging him along roughly towards the dock. Luffy yelled in response, trying weakly to kick Teach with his free foot, while his bound arms scrambled in the dirt, desperate for some kind of hand-hold. Teach smiled to himself. He didn't know if Luffy completely believed him or not, but the reaction was nice. Why hadn't he tried this sooner? When they reached the docks, he once again dropped his bruised leg in order to roughly lift him up by his shoulders. We have a long trip and we don't need a brat like you running his mouth, so shut up and for once in your life behave. When Luffy tried to unsuccessfully bite him, he dropped him in a wooden cargo crate, thoroughly unimpressed. Stay, he ordered, much like one orders a dog around. Whatever Luffy's response was, it was muffled as he slammed the lid shut once more, fastening it in place with a few dozen nails for good measure. He could hear the teenager continuing to shout and kick the sides frantically with his feet. Teach kicked the box over, watching in satisfaction as it tumbled a few times. He turned away content, feeling like he had won that exchange. They wouldn't be leaving for a couple hours, plenty of time for him to get some much-deserved rest. He frowned as he remembered Thatch, but quickly brushed the thought aside. He would be fine for tonight, probably. Content things were going according to plan. He headed off, leaving one of his underlings to deal with the rowdy cargo box. Somewhere at the bottom of the ship would do, where the air was stale and the floor was already flooded. He was curious to see how well Luffy would hold up with no food or water in a very special kind of solitary. Stupid brat, he muttered, pushing the annoying kid out of his mind. Time to go mess with the older one as well. Luffy groaned in frustration as he slumped to the bottom of the crate. He was soaked to the core with seawater, and it felt like he couldn't breathe. He could hear the ocean outside knocking against the sides of the boat. A particularly harsh one sent him crashing into the side of the box. They hadn't taken the sea stone cuffs off, although it hardly made a difference considering he was practically drowning as it was. He brought his knees to his chest, resting his chin on the soaked fabric of his denim jeans. The crate was pitch black except for a few small holes where air and light could stream through. However, he realized with mild panic that the water level had risen to the point that they were now just filtering seawater into the box. Luffy wanted out of the box. He wanted fresh air and to be dry and warm instead of soaked and freezing. He also wanted to punch Blackbeard in his stupid face and take Bashi back. But as hard as he tried, he couldn't seem to do it on his own. What he really wanted was for Ace to come save him, make everything okay like he always did whenever Luffy got into trouble. He shook his head. He wasn't a little kid. He couldn't wait for Ace to come save him. Ace probably had his own friends, his own adventure, and his own stuff to do. No! Luffy would get himself out of this one, Thatch too. No matter how miserable things were, he learned long ago that the sadness never stayed forever. He had no clue how long he had been in the box. It felt like a long time though. Judging by how hungry he was, it was quite a few days. He couldn't help but wonder if they had forgotten about him. At the very least, it meant they weren't picking on him anymore. Contrary to popular belief, Luffy did not enjoy pain. Pain hurt him just like anyone else. The rubber skin helped to dull it, but he still felt it every time. Now more than ever, considering the sea stone cuffs and numerous injuries already cluttering his skin. But he recognized it as a necessary evil. It didn't hurt nearly as much as being alone did. If he was getting a beating, then it usually meant someone he cared about wasn't, which was reason enough for him. Now wasn't any different. At least when they hurt him, it meant they weren't kicking Thatch around like they would when they got bored. Speaking of the man, where was he? Luffy hadn't heard anything about him since he was put in this inferno box. In fact, he hadn't heard anything at all since being put in the box. But it was okay, he reminded himself quickly. Although he was alone right now, it wasn't like before. He wasn't alone, just lonely and wet. He would get out somehow. Then maybe he would get to meet Thatch's family like the man promised. According to Thatch, he had many brothers and sisters. Luffy thought that sounded like a lot of fun, like 100 aces and sabos running around. He smiled at the thought as he rested his back against the wooden wall of the crate. He passed most of his ample free time by imagining everything he was going to do when he got out. The first of which, after reclaiming Bashi and beating Chest Teeth silly, was eat as much food as his stomach would take. Or scratch that he felt like he should probably take Thatch to a hospital first, as the man was not doing so hot. Luffy felt worry curl unpleasantly in his stomach as he thought of the older man. His condition started to worsen a few days before they departed the abandoned island. Thatch had begun to share some very personal stuff with Luffy for no apparent reason. Luffy had ignored this at the beginning, brushing it off as part of the man's sentimental personality. However, soon the words turned from strange to nonsensical, and Luffy realized something was seriously wrong with the man. It was later that Thatch stopped talking altogether and retreated into himself. Luffy tried to get someone's attention so they could send the doc, but Tech couldn't be bothered. The only time they had been paid any attention was when Blackbeard came to collect Luffy for one of his little learning experiences. Teach had then proceeded to ask Luffy about secret family stuff? Whatever that meant, he doubted even Teach knew what he wanted Luffy to tell him. Further blackmail material, as he called it. Luffy stubbornly refused to tell him anything, not that he knew anything to begin with. Apparently it was his family's policy to leave him out of those kind of secrets. Either way, it had almost been worth it just seeing how worked up Teach got over Luffy's continued refusal to divulge information, or even ask for mercy. Luffy's dislike of the man had grown considerably during his imprisonment. What had started off as a strong mutual dislike soon turned to rage as Bashi was taken and Thatch was mistreated. The rage, however, developed into something much deeper when Teach told him how he was planning to use Luffy to kill his brother. Few things pissed Luffy off as much as being used for someone else's benefit did. But what was he to do about it? Loud voices pulled Luffy from his thoughts. Well, how do you expect to pay for supplies when you spent all of our money on sake? A shaky voice rasped. Luffy stiffened at the sound. It was the closest he had come to human contact in days. Just trade in some of the useless crates. A deep voice bellowed back. Luffy gritted his teeth. It was Teach. Luffy had to cover his mouth to keep from grunting as a foot roughly kicked his container, knocking him into the water. The flooding is so bad in here, the stuff is probably wrecked anyways. Luffy frowned. What were they talking about? Did they really not remember he was down here? They were probably pretty drunk, he reasoned. Considering that's how they spent the majority of their days, it wasn't a huge stretch. That would also explain the slurred speech. He heard the doc mutter a grunted okay as he began sloshing through the water, pulling ruined crates of waterlogged food back up the ship's stairs. Luffy bit his tongue as he felt his box being lifted. He heard their heavy boots creak the stairs as they carried him above deck and once more into sunlight. He hadn't realized how much he had missed fresh air until now. He filled his lungs greedily with a huge smile on his face, the first one in many days. He could hear the busy bustle of port and the chirping of the seagulls overhead. However, he didn't have very long to be happy about it before the crate was literally thrown overboard. Luffy yelped in surprise as the wooden box collided with the weathered wood of the dock. Thankfully, his yell was masked by the smashing of wood against wood as both the dock and the box splintered. He shook his pounding head trying to clear it as he pushed his feet against the cracked side of the shipping crate. He could hear the wood moan and splinter under the pressure as the side began to cave. Say, boss? The doc questioned lazily. Just a little more, Luffy thought, his face red with effort. Wasn't the kid in one of those crates? Luffy yelped triumphantly as the broken side finally caved under the weight, separating from the rest of the box with a reluctant crack. This did not fail to catch the attention of the two kidnapping pirates, who turned their hawk-like attention to him dumbfounded. Luffy, however, was unaware of this as he was immediately blinded by the immense sunlight pouring into what used to be pitch black. Knowing he didn't have time to linger with the pain, he scrambled to his hands and knees, crawling out of the box, tears streaming from his light-sensitive eyes, making it hard to see anything besides blurry shapes. Still, he forced his aching body to get up and make a break for it. He could hear the furious yelling behind him as they gave chase. You imbecile! How could you forget which box I put him in? After him. Luffy could hear the doc and Teach lumbering after him. He was definitely faster than them, but his muscles were crying out for misuse. He ducked around the corner only for him to crash into someone. He swallowed a groan as the impact sent him sprawling to the ground with an oddly rattling thud. Although he wouldn't admit it, the rough treatment of the last few weeks was taking a toll on him. A tiny spill like that would usually be nothing, but now he found himself struggling to rise again. His body was shaking so hard he was having trouble sitting up. He vaguely heard the man offer him an apology, which he ignored. Instead, he sat up, scanning behind him for his captors. Not that it did much good. His still blurry vision could only make out dull shapes. Suddenly the man was right beside him, loudly trying to get through to him. Luffy looked up at him, startled. Not that it mattered, he was just a dark blob, although he did sound concerned. The blob said something else, asking if he needed a doctor, to which Luffy opened his mouth to decline when a loud shout cut him off. Get your ass back here! Oh right, them! Luffy thought as he pushed himself to his feet, forcing his trembling leg to carry him away from his captors. He tore his way through the harbor, trying to avoid further collisions. He heard a crash behind him, but he refused to look back. This was his chance. He had a shot to help Thatch and his brother, but he didn't stand a chance without food, not to mention the sea stone cuffs. Don't worry, Thatch. I'm coming. Just after a snack and when he felt a little less light-headed, Luffy refused to stop running even after he meandered his way out of the crowded area and worked his way to the deserted outskirts of town. The angry cries of Teach and Doc Q had faded out long ago, but he knew they would continue to search the town for him. He frowned at the thought as he came to a reluctant stop, his legs shaking so badly they threatened to cave under him. Apparently, if you spend a few days in freezing water without food in a tiny cargo box, your legs don't work so well afterwards. You really do learn new things every day. He scanned the area thinking with a heavy heart that there was no sign of food. He may have ran too far. His stomach growled loudly in protest. He would have to risk going back if he wanted to eat. He turned back down the alleyway only to trip on his own fatigue. He fell ungracefully onto his stomach, feeling very sleepy. Apparently food could wait until after a nap. The last thing he registered was the rumbling of thunder far in the distance. He didn't even notice as it began to rain, slowly at first and then intensely as he was once again soaked to the bone. Lightning cackled overhead, but he managed to sleep through it, still as the dead. He didn't wake up even at the rousing of the concerned bystander who was growing quite worried. It was well into the evening when Luffy finally awoke. He dimly realized that he was finally out of the cold, in an abandoned warehouse by the looks of it. But at least he was no longer shivering. He sat up curiously and looked down at his chest. His shirt had been removed and all his wounds tightly bandaged. His shorts were still wet, but they too were slowly drying. Someone had put their coat around him. It was a little big, but it was keeping him warm. Unfortunately, his hands were still tied together with the cuffs. He felt the pockets weighed down by something and reached in, surprised to find an array of items. The first was a note hastily scrawled in fancy handwriting. Don't go anywhere, that man is still after you. I have to go do something real quick, but stay here and I will be back to help you. S. Luffy frowned as he put the note down and fished around more in the pockets. He also found some food, which he quickly polished off, and some pain pills which he ignored. He shrugged off the coat and located his still damp shirt, which by this point was so damaged it was barely a shirt anymore, as whoever helped him had cut it off to get to his injuries, so he decided not to bother with it. He wanted to go back to sleep, just for a little bit, as his head was pounding so much he couldn't think straight. But he didn't have time to be sleeping, not when Thatch needed him. If he was going to do this, he needed to be smart about it. He couldn't do this his way. Even at his best, he couldn't take these guys down. He had already repeatedly tried and failed. Despite the fact he was itching for a rematch, he couldn't do that to Thatch, so he would have to think like someone else. Luffy slipped out of the abandoned building and back onto the street. The sun had set a while ago, creating an optimal sneaking around atmosphere. Luffy glanced both ways, confused where he had ended up. Was the port that way or back up the road? Was he even in the same town? What would Ace do? Ace wouldn't have gotten caught in the first place. Luffy thought, annoyed. But he would go right back and save Thatch, letting him escape while he battled Teach. Right. Luffy started down the road, hopefully towards the ocean. But wait! He wasn't strong like Ace yet. If he tried that, he would probably lose again. He pouted as he came to a stop. Ace didn't believe in running away. He thought it was a sign of weakness, but it seemed like Luffy's best bet, so maybe he should think of something else. What would Sabo do? He was always the smartest. He did run away sometimes, but only when it was smarter to do so than to stay and fight. But Luffy couldn't run away, not when those bastards had Thatch. So he had to think like Sabo. What he needed was help. Except experience had taught him that there were few people in the world who would help him, and he had no clue where any of them were. So it looked like he was on his own. Sabo would probably do something like wait for them to fall asleep and then break Thatch out. Luffy thought for a moment. Yeah, that would do it. He started running back down the open road, hopefully heading straight for the sea, ready to go rescue Thatch. Completely oblivious to the added weight to his forehead, Sabo frowned as he read over the mission instructions. Honestly, he couldn't read Hack's handwriting. Did this say save the Duke or slay the Duke? Who was the idiot that put him in charge of writing the assignment dossier? Considering the chief of staff was responsible for doling out jobs, then he was that idiot. But then again, Koala didn't immediately correct him and redo it herself, so he figured this was partially her fault. He ought to save the Duke just in case, that way he could slay him later. He was so intent in deciphering Hack's handwriting he didn't look where he was going, not until he ran smack into someone. He yelped in surprise as the impact sent him sprawling to the ground. Rubbing his back in annoyance, he dusted himself off, offering a polite apology. To his surprise, the person he had bumped into hardly seemed to register him. He was just a kid. A kid who was having a rougher day than Sable by the looks of it. For starters, he was very thin, and he was soaking wet and shaking like a leaf. "Hey kid, are you okay?" The teen looked up at him, startled. His face, like the rest of him, was bruised and bloody. His lip was split and bleeding sluggishly, as well as a huge gash above his eye. Not to mention the handcuffs around his wrists. In an instant, Sable felt flooded by an inordinate amount of rage, the likes of which he couldn't remember feeling before. But just as quickly as it came, it was gone. "Do you need a doctor?" The teen opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, there was an angry yell behind him. "Get your ass back here!" Sable looked back, surprised to see a burly man racing full speed down the street towards them. Startled, the teenager tried to pull himself to his feet, only for his wobbly arms to collapse under him. Sable grabbed his arm and hauled him to his feet, standing in front of the kid and the approaching man, a gesture the teenager apparently did not recognize as protective as he took off down the crowded street. Sable watched him go, startled. "Don't just stand there!" the man cried angrily as he lumbered by them. "Grab him." None of the passers-by paid any attention to the request. In fact, they went out of their way to purposely ignore the suffering boy and his attacker. "You can always count on civilians to do the right thing," Sable thought sarcastically as he crossed his arms, purposely stepping in front of the burly man blocking his path. "You have a problem, punk?" "No," Sable admitted honestly, stalling as he shifted his weight. "Then get out of my way!" The man moved to step around Sable, only to be once again blocked. "Last warning before things get ugly," he said, pulling his pistol out from his belt. "Fine," Sable said, stepping aside. He didn't want to draw any attention to himself by starting a street brawl right before a covert mission. He was a professional after all. The kid was out of sight, which should have been enough of a head start for him to get away. Still, as the man brushed past, Sable couldn't help but trip him. He watched as the man adamantly cussed him out, promising a slow death should they meet later. He watched him disappear down the street after the kid before slowly collecting his scattered possessions and walking back down the street. He did all he could. It was time to get back to the mission. The kid would be fine, he told himself once again before stowing the map back in his pocket. "Screw it!" he cried in annoyance as he took out his pipe, once again changing directions, and began running after the two of them. Screw it, screw it, screw it! He had to give it to the kid, he sure could run. It took Sable longer than he anticipated to finally catch up. The teenager was more hurt than Sable realized. He had managed to elude the big scary man, but for how long was anyone's guess. He had found him passed out in an alleyway. By this time the rain had picked up a lot, completely soaking Sable as well as the kid, although there was an impressive lightning show overhead. "Come on, kid," Sable said as he knelt down, trying to wake him up. "That man can find you out here." His only response was a groan of annoyance as Sable once again tried to wake him. "Well, I'm not just leaving you here. Come on, let's try to find some place safer than you can sleep." The teen didn't respond, so Sable pulled off his coat, pulling it around the shivering boy as he grabbed his arm, pulling it around his shoulder. "XX. Ta-da!" Marco said unenthusiastically, showing Ace their two new recruits, a fat man with an equally fat nose named Vasco Shot and a horse-faced sharpshooter who went by Van Auger. The two of them looked Ace up and down, seemingly unimpressed. "Is this that Teach guy? He doesn't look so scary to me." Ace ignored them in order to address Marco. "Them plus that wolf giant you found last week makes 3 then?" Marco nodded as the two of them internally groaned. Their 2 weeks were more than half gone, and they still needed more than 4 people. Plus, even if they found 7 people, they were no closer to saving Luffy and Thatch. "Ace, I know you don't want the others to get involved, but we need help. We might need to ask Oyaji if he finds out I had help." Ace trailed off, not needed to say the implied threat. "But if we fail to find 4 more people, he will definitely take it out on them," Marco reminded him. Ace nodded, running his hand through his hair, stressed. This was not his idea of a fun time. Not to mention, everything he did led him closer to his inevitable death, and possibly Luffy's as well if Teach found out his final secret, which would mean breaking both his promises to his brothers and being a total failure in both life and death, all the while simultaneously hurting the Whitebeard pirates and failing to save Thatch. Best big brother ever. "What do you have in mind?" "Well, hopefully Pops will have some better contacts." "Don't worry." Ace threw his friend as big of a smile as he could manage, which was weaker than his typical trademark grin. Still, he couldn't help but feel a warm surge of gratitude towards his friends. "Wish you could see this Lou," he thought with a smirk. He had a feeling his brother would fit in rather well with his friends. "Find that damn kid or you will regret it." Teach's voice seemed to carry across the ship and permeate into every crevice. which made Luffy both angry and a little worried at the same time. He couldn't be found out so soon. Not until he found Thatch. By some miracle he had found the ship once more and boarded, while everyone was out searching the streets for him. Apparently they did not expect him to come back here. Who was the dumb one now? Unfortunately, while he was partway through searching below deck, they had returned, angry, disgruntled and ready to start a fight. Luffy had no choice but to duck into the nearest room, which was Teach's office. Luckily enough, that was where the prison keys were kept. Unfortunately, the sea stone keys weren't with them. As footsteps approached, Luffy crouched down near the desk, resting his chin on his knees as he watched the shadows move under the closed door. Furious voices drifted through thin wood to reach his ears. "He mustn't get far! We can't let him get away!" To his vast relief, the footsteps didn't stop and instead continued past the door and down the hallway. Luffy let out a breath of air he hadn't realized that he was holding as he pushed himself back onto his hands and knees, continuing his crawl towards the door. He had no way of telling where they were on the ship, if they even were on the ship, but it would have to be okay. Luffy was halfway to the door when a familiar ringing sound caught his attention. "Peta peta peta peta. Boss, did you hear something?" A faraway voice asked. Luffy froze, glancing back at Chest Teeth's desk. "Peta peta 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 peta." Without waiting any longer, he stood up, making a dash for the snail that rested innocently on the corner of the desk, snatching it up just as he heard heavy footsteps approaching the cabin. Ducking back under the desk, he answered the snail, if nothing else but to quiet its calling. "Was that your den, boss?" a voice just outside the door asked. "I could have sworn it was." The voice replied to a question too far away for Luffy to hear. "You're hearing things, you dumb buffoon." Luffy heard Teach's response that time. He waited once more as the footsteps slowly began to recede, hopefully for good this time. "Speak! I have little time for your games today," boomed a deep voice. Luffy jumped in surprise, nearly dropping to Den. He had forgotten someone was on the other line. He felt annoyance well up in his chest at them for inconsiderately trying to get him caught. "SHHHHHH!" He hissed back way louder than he intended. There was a few moments' pause before the person on the other line came back angrier than before. "How dare you shush me? You called me, you brat!" Instead of a fiery retort like he had been expecting, he instead got a pause. When the man spoke again, his voice was much quieter and more patient. "You're not Marshall, I take it? You mean Chest Teeth?" Luffy asked, wondering how a man that evil could have a name like Marshall. He heard a series of gruff noises that could only be laughter. He had managed to amuse the man on the other end. What he had said was anybody's guess, though. Still, Luffy decided he was forgiven for nearly ruining his hiding spot. "So not one of his lackeys then? Huh! What kind of idiot would do that?" he asked, honestly, earning himself another laugh from the man, although he still didn't think he said anything particularly funny. "So what's your name then? What are you doing with Teach's communicator?" Luffy was about to respond when he heard the sound of an argument somewhere above deck. He should probably be paying more attention to when Teach would return to his office. He scanned the room, looking for something to use as a weapon to surprise the man should he come knocking again. "Are you still there?" Luffy's dark eyes saw something he had missed before, a mirror. Except this one was the cabinet type that you could open. The mayor used to have one in his office. Luffy liked to go through it when he wasn't looking. "Hey, are you still with me? Luffy questioned, bringing the forgotten Den back up to his face. "Tell me what's going on," the man on the other line said, his voice much kinder than when he first answered the call. Luffy had once been told he had a habit of oversharing on dens, but personally he didn't see it. "I'm looking for a key," he said, opening the mirror. "Why do you have Marshall's den mushy?" "Because it was ringing and I needed it to be quiet," Luffy told him absent-mindedly, rummaging through the cabinet. As far as he could tell, it was full of medicine just like the mayor's had been. But maybe this was a good thing. There was still no key, but wasn't Thatch sick? And didn't medicine make people feel better? Luffy could give the medicine to Thatch so he would feel better, and then they could run away together, once he found his key. There was silence from the other end of the line, followed by an audible sigh. Past experience had taught Luffy that meant he was irritating someone, historically through a combination of misread social cues and his own unique blend of personality. Luffy thought his frustration was unfounded. He had called him after all. "I got that." The man's voice was fighting to stay patient. "Why do you need to be quiet?" "'Cause I'm hiding from him," Luffy mused, reading a label on one of the bottles. Were these even real words? Oxycodone? What was that? Like a pill form of meat or something? Maybe this dude would know, not like he had been that helpful up till now. "Hey, you sound old," Luffy told him. Old people tended to know more things after all. "What's oxycodone?" "It's a painkiller." The irritation was gone, replaced now by worry. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Luffy glanced down at himself. He had been bandaged up pretty well, and whatever he had been given seemed to do the trick as he was feeling better. The food had certainly helped as well. But his legs still trembled with every step, and moving his chest too much made black spots invade his vision and make his head all light dizzy. Fine, he decided. He had had worse. But my friend is sick, he needs medicine. What should I give him? What's he sick with? I don't know, he's just started crazy talking. And he's really hot. Infection. The man told him. That's given way to a nasty fever. Erythromycin and paracetamol are your best bets if you've got them. Luffy pursed his lip, wondering if the man helped him or sneezed. Maybe he was messing with him. Usually he loved a good pranking, but right now wasn't the time. He was about to hang up on the no-good hooligan when a blue bottle caught his eye. Erythromycin? He sounded out carefully. Surely that wasn't a word. He tucked the bottle in his pocket with the oxycodone. Are you in trouble? Do you need help? Is he threatening you too? Luffy was only half listening as he looked for the last bottle. He wished there was food in here. What's your name, kid? Luffy. Luffy told him, putting the snail on his shoulder so he could have both of his hands free. There was a long pause from the other end, so much so Luffy thought he had hung up. He was about to count his losses when the snail snapped back to life, more urgently this time. Luffy, listen to me, you have to get out of there right now. Even if you have to swim for it. You cannot stay there with that man. He rolled his eyes as he shut the medicine cabinet, convinced that they didn't have the one that started with P. As far as he could tell, pills were supposed to fix you, so the more you had to more fixed you became, right? Maybe he should grab all of them and see what happened. I told you, I can't leave my friend. You can't fight him. His voice was commanding and intense. Even over the den, Luffy could feel the authoritative aura that seemed to radiate from his voice. Leave now, child, there is nothing you can do for your friend. A lesser man would have cowered, a lesser man would have caved. But there was nothing lesser about Luffy, and if there was one thing he hated, it was people who told him to abandon his friends. No! He stamped his foot, somewhat childishly. But he couldn't bring himself to care right now. This man needed to know that friends can't abandon each other. Put aside you foolish thoughts, boy. The best thing you can do, your friend, right now is escape. You stand no chance against Teach. When he finds you, he will not spare you simply because you are a child. He will torture you, he will torture your friend, and he will use you to hurt your loved ones. I know that. Luffy snapped. He wanted to leave so badly. He wanted to take a long nap, he wanted real food, he wanted to be dry, he wanted to be out of the crate, the dark and the cold. The thought of having to go back to that hellish box made him shudder. How could that stupid man sit there in what were most likely dry clothes and lecture him about consequences? And then there was Ace. Blackbeard had told him straight out that he was only here so he could get Ace to obey him. And then once they were done with him, he would either join them or Teach would kill him. Luffy hated the thought that he was being used to hurt Ace. That he could lose his big brother, the only one he had left. But as much as he despised it, the facts were simple. Luffy never, and I mean never, abandoned his friends to save himself. Not now and not ever. People who did stuff like that were the ones he hated most of all. You, he said, mimicking the man's absolute tone to the best of his ability, cannot tell me what to do. I am going to go help Thatch, then we both will escape or we both will get caught trying. No response to that one, huh? Satisfied he had won the argument, Luffy put the den back in its original spot. He was about to hang up when the man responded once more. Wait! His voice had lost all of its authoritative quality, and now he just sounded tired and very old. Luffy really didn't have time for this crap, still he would feel bad about hanging up on someone when they sounded like that. That would be rude, as Makino said. Is he alright? Nope, I think he's dying. Tact was not one of Luffy's strong suits. That's why I'm giving him medicine. I see. A few awkward beats passed between them and Luffy was starting to get impatient. He didn't have much time and he still needed to find the key to the sea stone cuffs, or else apparently he would be stuck like this forever. Tell me, son. Do you have any clue of where you are? Yeah, we're in some town called Jaya. It's in the Grand Line. How do you know this? The man asked, surprised. I saw it on a sign. You got to shore? Luffy confirmed. Really far. It took me forever to find the ship again. Another awkward pause passed and Luffy half expected to receive another lecture. But instead he got a quiet laugh. I understand. We are still far away, but we are on our way as fast as we can. Wait, what? You're coming here? Why, I forgot to tell you. The voice boomed. My name is Edward Newgate. But my children just call me Oyaji. I am Thatch's captain. It is nice to meet you, Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy supplied him with a grin. Thatch told me about you guys. D-huh? That figures. Whitebeard mused to himself. Marshall and Luffy were probably tearing each other apart. Go swiftly, Monkey D. Luffy, and you have my thanks for helping my son. Don't worry about it. And he knew he meant it. And just like that, Luffy was gone, no doubt determined to carry out his impossible task without a moment of hesitation or fear. He rose from his desk to go give the order for departure to his children. They really are brothers, he thought aloud. They were two of a kind. Little did he know, it was night outside. He could tell that much. He could see the stars in the sky and feel the humid summer air brush against his face. The sound of the nighttime cicadas drifted through the trees, creating a soft rhythm. He was still half asleep. He vaguely registered two bodies on either side of him. He groaned. It was too hot for this extra insulation. He pushed a stray arm off of his chest and rolled over onto his side where the mat beneath him was cooler. His peace was disturbed a few moments later when a foot smacked him in the face. Oddly enough, he was used to it. He yawned, kicking back in the general direction for good measures and receiving a sleepy mumble of sorry. And all was right with the world. Sabo? A lighter voice asked. He mumbled back sleepily. Sorry about your goggles. Sabo nuzzled his face into the mat beneath him. "'S okay," he told the mattress. He would rather go back to sleep. They were just goggles he had fished out of the trash after all. He was as sentimental about them as one could get about someone's throwaways. Besides, it was nothing he couldn't fix. And they lapsed back into silence once more. Sabo woke up with a yawn, stretching his tired limbs. Weird dream, he thought as he stood up. The Duke was successfully slayed. Mr. Duke turned out to be so incredibly annoying and stuck up there was no way anyone would actually write save before his name. So he had made an executive decision. One that greatly improved his headache. If he got in trouble, he would blame it on Hack's handwriting. He had hurried back as fast as he could, but as it turned out, it didn't make the difference. The kid was gone. Apparently the kind of trouble that boy was in was of the disappear in the night variety. There was nothing he could do, it was out of his hands. So why did he feel like this then? He grabbed his hat from beside him as he left the warehouse. He was meant to check in yesterday, but things had gotten in the way. No use doing it now, he would receive the lecture from Koala either way. It was time to head back to base and take his lumps from her in person. Maybe then he could finally get some sleep aside from the hour cat naps he managed to grab here and there. Koala called him a workaholic. That was probably a fair observation. His boots clicked across the floor, taking him back to the outskirts. He had summoned the ravens a few hours ago, so they must be close by now. You're making a mistake. His mind chided him. It's out of my hands. Sabo reminded himself, and that annoying part of his brain called the conscience. The kid truly was gone. Sabo would know he had looked after all. It was anyone's guess why he was so invested in this. Although he did feel a twinge of remorse as he remembered the kid's face, he was hurt, he was scared, and now he was alone again. He felt the same spark of rage as before, but he pushed it down. What the hell was he doing? Let it go, Sabo, he told himself sternly. When he got back to base, Ifai's conscience was still bugging him. Then he would take a look at some bounty posters and try to match the ugly mug with an equally ugly name. But that was a long shot. He looked up to see the familiar dark shadows circling above him. The ravens were here. He reached up instinctually for his goggles, only to remember halfway through the gesture. Oh, that was right, he had given them away. He climbed on the leader's back, sitting cross-legged as the flock took flight. Soaring above the forest which gave way to the town, and eventually the sea. The fresh air stung his eyes, making him remember their one good use. Maybe it wasn't a dream after all. He had always wondered how the strap had broken, and then subsequently been sewed back together. One mystery solved, he thought sarcastically. So was that like a real memory? That was new. Maybe he would get them all back one day. Sabo had never made an effort to recover them. As far as he could tell, there was nothing worth salvaging. Dragon told him he had been a miserable noble child who had tried to run away, and was unfortunate enough to run into a Tenryubito and his fancy golden gun. Overall, it didn't sound like anything very memorable there. Probably just a lot of boring politic lessons and the mastery of skills no one would possibly ever need. Like the mastering of the mandolin, which had come as an unwelcome surprise a few years back. Not to mention the faint scars on his back. Sounded like noble parenting at its finest. He shook his head. What did it matter to him now? Just like those goggles he had fished out of the trash and kept all these years. Just sentimental BS that he thought was beneath him. Although if he was being honest, he rather liked the way the broken strap made the lenses wobble. It was very flawed. Sabo flipped aimlessly through the pile of papers, bored out of his mind. Koala had been angry with him for missing his check-in and making her worry, but today he brushed it off in favor of heading straight to the library to search through stacks of paper. To his extreme annoyance, that nagging voice at the back of his mind hadn't gone away. If anything, it was stronger, telling him he had betrayed that kid. He shook his head, tired of this. That's it, he decided. I'm calling it. I'm really leaving, he told the empty library. He slammed the book beside him shut. And was this an issue? The kid probably just ran away, right? He was safe at home while Sabo freaked out. So that's it, right? Just leave it there. Except no. What if he had been jumped while escaping? What if he never even managed to escape in the first place, and they found him when he was knocked out? He had been in really bad shape. What if his injuries had done him in first? What if he hit his head and fell into the ocean? Sabo banged his own head against the table. Since when was he an overbearing mother hen? He was supposed to be a badass, an 18-year-old wonder kid in terms of tactical skill and fighting power, but I never even got to say goodbye. The small thought popped inexplicably into his head. So? He reasoned. Not like he even knew the kid's name. Still, he opened the book once more with an angry grumble. The universe had called his bluff. Stupid Duke. He thought for the millionth time. He was halfway through his 5th archive book, each of which had over 1,000 pages comprised of all the recorded wanted posters the military had released dating back over 50 years. Needless to say, he was bored out of his mind, and he still had nearly 20 books to go. Is this another one of your obsessive fits? A new voice spoke up, shattering his concentration. I don't have obsessed fits. He shot back, not bothering to look up. He knew who it was. Koala rolled her eyes as she made her way across the room to perch on the edge of the table. Right, she said, unconvinced. That's why you've been here for nearly 12 hours. Really? Sabo asked, tilting his head up. He hadn't realized it had been that long. Koala sighed as she put the stack of papers in her arms down in order to reach into her pocket. Girls don't like obsessed guys, Sabo, she told him sternly. How will you find a girlfriend if you spend all of your time locked away in the library? Now it was his turn to roll his eyes as he rested his cheek on the book. Being a year older than him, Koala had taken it upon herself to try and mother hen him on occasion. Lately, she had decided, with all her maternal wisdom, that Sabo's lack of a girlfriend reflected poorly on her parenting skills, so she gave him incessant pointers whenever she could. Guys don't like girls who micromanage, Sabo shot back. He knew he was literally the only person who could get away with saying something like that to her. Anyone else would get a mouthful of her fist. There were some benefits of being best friends after all. So I guess you don't want the sandwich I grabbed for you then? You did miss like 2 meals. Sabo shot up, suddenly very interested. He had completely forgotten how hungry he was. I take that back, he said as she handed him the neatly wrapped handkerchief. Any guy would be lucky to have you. So long as they didn't anger her, but he kept that part to himself. She just smiled. You're always nice to me when I bring you food, she pointed out. Which you do often, which is why you're so great, he said between mouthfuls. Well, unfortunately, that's not just a friendship sandwich. What do you want? He asked distractedly. She had learned long ago that if she fed him, he would do almost anything for her in return. Which is why all her acts of food came with strings attached. Can you sort these? She gestured to the stack. What are they? Sabo asked, finishing off the last of his sandwich. Just some updated bounty posters. Sure, Sabo said, rubbing his tired eyes. Even without the food offering, he had a hard time saying no to her. He rummaged through the stack absent-mindedly. There was a lot here. It would probably take him all night. Wait for what? Sabo slammed the papers down and shot up, startling Koala. What is it? She cried, alarmed, as he read and reread one of the bounty posters. He ignored her for the moment, too surprised to respond. Marshal D. Teach with a new bounty of 85 million berries. Who is he? He demanded, turning to face Koala's surprised face. Sabo, what's wrong? Who is he? Sabo repeated, pushing the picture closer to her face. I don't know. Some Whitebird lackey. Calm down, Sabo. At the name Whitebird, Sabo felt his heart drop painfully out of his chest. That boy was involved with the Whitebirds. He was in more trouble than Sabo had imagined. What on earth would such a notorious pirate group want with a nameless teenager? A kidnapping, perhaps for ransom? That was most likely. Even if the kid had escaped, he could evade them for only so long. A group like that had a reach as far as the entire ocean. Whatever they wanted eventually they got. Although they had a reputation of being merciful, they would resort to darker things if the need called for it. Sabo was not foolish enough to think that they would go easy on the boy just because of his age. "Tell me everything you know about him," Sabo said as calmly as he could. "Not much," Koala said, looking worried, but she kept it to herself. "He's not one of the higher-ups though, just a low-level crew member." There was a possibility he was acting on orders then. He had mentioned something about being in trouble if that boy escaped. In trouble with Whitebeard? Sabo hoped not. That was a fight he knew he could not win. Better start a few notches lower on the chain of command. His bounty said he was currently in the 2nd Division, which made Sabo groan. Of course it had to be the 2nd and not something a little lower. Still, thankfully enough it wasn't the 1st. "Who's the 2nd Division commander?" Koala bit her lip as she thought. "I think it would be Fire Fist Ace." "Who? He's a relatively new pirate, but he already has a large bounty. Rumor has it he was offered a warlord status, but he turned it down, the first person ever to do that." Sabo had heard about that. And the name did sound familiar. He had heard about him briefly in passing. He held the Marimara fruit and controlled flames. He was also one of the youngest Whitebeard members ever. "All right," Sabo said, grabbing his hat from the table and putting his gloves back on. He had a starting place. "Where are you going?" Koala cried in alarm. "There's something I need to do," Sabo said as he set off across the library, determined. He didn't have any more time to waste. The boy could be dead by now for all he knew. "Wait up, idiot!" Koala had to run to catch up to him. "Please tell me what's going on. There's just something I need to look into," Sabo said vaguely as he set off down the hall. He didn't really want Koala getting involved in this, especially considering it involved the Whitebeards. In fact, he couldn't let anyone get caught up in this, lest his actions be considered a declaration of war from the revolutionaries. That was the last thing they needed right now. No, if he was going to do this, then he was going to have to be a free agent. He worked better alone after all. "Am I supposed to be content with just that?" she asked, annoyed, struggling to keep up with his fast pace. "If I mess this up, it could cause a war," Sabo told her truthfully. "Trust me, the further you are from this, the better." He flung open his bedroom door, hastily searching for his combat clothes. He didn't even bother calling out a warning as he unbuttoned his shirt. The squeak from Koala told him she was less than amused as she ducked out of his room, leaning against the wall outside until he was done. "So you're not even going to tell Dragon?" "Nope," he said, pulling his heavy boots on. "You're just going to vanish. I'll be back," he told her abstractly. It was hard to focus on anything with the blood pounding in his ears. Hopefully with the kid, alive and safe. He pulled on his coat, tearing off the revolutionary armband. Lastly, he searched around for his hat, dismayed to find it missing. He turned to the door to see Koala standing in the doorframe, clutching the old thing tightly, blocking his exit. "Slow the hell down," she said, clearly annoyed now. "Tell me what's going on, and we can talk about this rationally, like adults. I'm sick of you taking on everything yourself and rushing off." Sabo appreciated where she was coming from. He also understood he didn't have time for this. His nerves were shot as it was. "I'll explain the entire thing to Dragon when I get back. He would understand, probably. Either way, it didn't matter right now. Look, it's a personal thing." The words felt foreign on his tongue. "Since when do you have a personal life?" Koala asked. "I'm not sure," he admitted, his hand tightening on his pipe. "Hopefully I'll find out," because deep down, it felt like he knew that kid from another life. His other life. Before the revolutionaries, before waking up in Dragon's medical ward. "So it's worth risking your job?" "Yes," Sabo said with such resolution Koala sighed, leaning back against the door frame. Sabo approached wearily, unsure if she was going to hit him or not. Instead, she grabbed his collar, pulling him down to her level so she could put his hat on top of his head. "I'll try to cover for you. Just be careful, idiot. You really are the best," he said, giving her a smile. "You say that now, but if you don't check in with me, I will tell on you." "Thanks, Mom," Sabo said with a smirk as he slid past her into the hallway. "You better come back," she threatened. "Sure," he called back to her as he slipped down the darkened hallways. "What's up?" Marco asked automatically as soon as he picked up the Den Mushi. "I'm afraid it's not good." "When is it ever?" his son sighed. "I talked to Luffy, was it?" "Wait." Marco was suddenly very interested. "Where? When? Did you get him back?" "Hardly." Whitebeard sighed. "He intercepted a call I made to Marshall. How is he?" "Alive, I hope. I'm not sure for how much longer," Whitebeard said wearily. "What do you mean by that?" He was suddenly very alert. Is Ace with you? No. He's watching the new recruitees. What's up? I'm not sure if I want Ace knowing this, but Luffy escaped. What? Marco breathed. Why shouldn't we tell Ace? This is great. He hated the way his friend was being controlled by that black-hearted man. It's not that simple. He did escape, but he came back. As of now, Teach does not know of his whereabouts, but he didn't need to say that it could change at any moment. Marco was silent for a minute before finally managing to spit out. Why the hell would he do that? For Thatch. Oh. Marco said softly. Do you know how he's doing? Not good. His wound is infected and he is delirious. Luffy's bringing him some medication. He will do what he can for him, but he didn't need to finish. Marco sent a silent prayer to the boy, who he was liking more and more by the minute. He felt a stab of guilt at how willing he was to sell out a kid if it was to save his brother. No doubt this was the inner turmoil Oyaji was currently working through. Luffy wasn't going to leave Thatch even if it would save his own life. The odds of him being able to sneak out with Thatch were so small it wasn't even worth contemplating. But yet the idiot was still going to try. Marco only knew one other person who was that selfless and brave. That was definitely an Ace move right there. I don't want to think about what he is going to do to Luffy when he finds out, Marco silently agreed. It's probably best not to tell Ace. He agreed. The last thing the boy needed was more stress. One good thing came out of it though. Oh? Marco asked, desperate for some good news. Luffy told me where they were. It's still quite a ways, we won't be able to get there anytime soon. And there was no guarantee the two would last long enough for that. Not to mention before they could get close, Teach might be already gone. Still though, it's something, Marco said as Oyaji hummed in agreement. Ace's glare was like molten fire, and it pierced into Burgess like a knife. You're early, he snapped. The meetup wasn't until tomorrow, yet you still have all of them, the man said, surveying the ragtag group who stood a few meters away glaring at the two of them. Tell me, how did you manage that? Ace's gaze flickered to the floor, making the older man sneer. With help, of course. Am I right? Ace's glare was back as he fixed the man with an intimidating look. Did you really think we wouldn't notice? Oh, Ace, I thought you were smarter than that. Go to hell. Hold that thought. The boss wants to talk to you, he said, reaching into his pocket for a den. Ace stared offended by the thing as he finally picked it up, making a dissatisfied face. Ace, the man's sickening voice greeted. Good job gathering my new crew. But I do believe I asked for you to do this alone. Honestly, I'm a little surprised I didn't peg you for the type who goes crawling to others with your problems. I expected more from you. Spare me the lecture, vermin. Ace snapped, his frayed nerves fueling his temper. He followed me, and why would I listen to a traitor like you? There's the fire fist, I know. Let's see how long you can keep up that fire before we burn you out. The snail grinned sadistically. I can't let you off the hook for this, you have to pay. I have nothing. Ace shot out. Teach had already taken the only thing Ace had left. That's not what I mean. I want you to do something else for me. What? Kill Marco. Ace's blood runs cold as he froze. What? He managed to croak out. You heard me, kill the Phoenix. Never. Ace shot back automatically. Oh, Ace. The voice was chock full of fake pity. Do you really think I was asking? Let me put it this way, kill Marco or you've outlived your usefulness and I'll kill Luffy. No, Ace said, instinctively finding his voice. You leave him alone, then you know what you have to do. Teach's voice was cool and calculated. It sent a shiver down Ace's spine. I could never do that to him. Ace shot back. He was his friend, something Ace was still getting used to. Any reservations Ace carried about Marco had all but vanished when he saw the way Marco had torn after him, with the sole purpose of helping him. He had even convinced himself that after all of this craziness was over and Lou was back safe with him, that he would try to open up a bit more to the man. That was on the slim chance he survived. But now the odds of that had gone from slim to none. There would be no character development, no bond to develop, nothing but a lot of death and regret. Then your brother's dead. And I'll promise you this, kid, it won't be quick. We'll make him regret ever meeting you. By the time we're done with him, he'll be asking us to end it. Ace brought his hands frantically up to his head, fighting the urge to cover his ears. Stop it! The den's grin only grew at Ace's distress. But we will simply explain to him that his big brother chose a stranger over him. He should understand kids are awfully good at adjusting to difficult situations. Ace's hands clenched into fists at his side. Just when he thought things couldn't possibly get worse for him. Please don't make me do this. We're not making you do anything, Burgess barked out. Hence the choice. Then you can't possibly make me choose. Ace grit out. Oh, Ace. The man's voice tooted in fake disdain. Is there really a choice? I hate you so damn much. Ace hissed. If he ever got his hands on the man again, he was dead. Is that a yes then? Go to hell. Say it, Ace, or we'll send Luffy back to you in pieces. Ace squeezed his eyes shut. Fine. He hissed out through clenched teeth. Just leave Luffy alone. Great, the man said tonelessly. You have 48 hours. Wait. What? Ace said frantically, his head pounding. That wasn't enough time, physically or mentally, and none of this faking his death shit. You are going to do it in front of Burgess, then you are going to leave the rest to us. We have something special planned for the Whitebeards. Ace felt his stomach turn violently. Was Teach always this depraved? How had he not noticed before? The thought of doing anything of the sort to the old man, who had only ever shown kindness to Ace, made him want to cry. Once you do that, you are to return to base with Burgess immediately. Ace wanted to question the strange orders, but something was more urgent. He looked up sharply. Will you let me see Luffy then? We'll see. The voice said harshly, apparently irritated now. The den clicked off, leaving Ace and the insensitive brute alone. At least he didn't have to hear Teach's sickening voice anymore. Burgess turned to grin down at him. So Portages, or should I say GOL, how's this going down? Shut up, you stupid ogre. Ace muttered as he turned away, hoping the man would take the hint and leave him the hell alone for now. As soon as Teach hung up the phone, his grin dropped from his face. He was able to bluff his way through that, but for how long? To think this entire scheme, years upon years of careful planning, could all be undone by one simple insignificant boy and his ability to run fast. How he had managed to elude them in his condition was a mystery. Clearly it meant they were being too soft on him. That was a mistake he wouldn't make twice. Thanks to that moronic gutter trash, he had been forced to move this plan forward a whole month. He would have Ace take out the Phoenix as quickly as possible and return to his clutches. By then they would either have Luffy or he would be in the wind and thus lose his control over Ace. Worst comes to worst, he would simply kill him and claim the credit for being the one to take the head of the mighty Porgas. Ace, who was also the last of the GOL dynasty. He stood up from his seat so abruptly he could have sworn he heard a squeak from under the desk. It was these damn old hinges. He needed a new freaking desk. Soon, he told himself as he left the office. In his haste, the half-open medicine cabinet went unnoticed. What? Garp snapped as he picked up the phone. He did not have time for this. There was an uprising he had gotten roped into taking care of in the west. Garp! Came a concerned voice that took him a moment to recognize. Makino? He asked, surprised. He was friendly enough with the woman, but she had never called him before. This could only mean one thing. And it wasn't good. What's Luffy gotten caught up in this time? That's just it. No one's seen him in nearly 2 months. Garp sighed, rubbing his temples. So? It's Luffy we are talking about here. He probably just got lost or made a new friend, or both. He'll turn up eventually. He always did. That's what we thought, so Dayton sent out a guy to go find him. And they didn't find him. Garp guessed. No, but we found his shoes. His shoes? Yes, but it looked like a bomb went off around the area. Some of the trees were broken and the ground was torn up, and there was some blood. A lot, actually. Garp was alert, immediately running a hand through his beard. Makino was right to worry. Makino listens to me. Keep looking all right. I can't leave right now, but I'll do what I can on this end. With any luck, Luffy was still on the island. Call me if you find anything. Makino ordered, and Garp agreed absent-mindedly as he bid the woman goodbye. This was probably just another one of Luffy's dumb stunts. He would crawl back in a week or two with a busted face and a huge grin asking for food. The idiot. Although, even Luffy wouldn't stay away from this long. Especially if he had truly gotten hurt. Garp's heart tightened painfully at the thought. How old was Luffy by now? 13? No, that wasn't right. Garp visited him last year, and he had said he was 14 then. That meant Luffy was already 15. Good lord, the time sure passed. Sooner than he realized, as his grandchildren were going to be all grown-ups, and be Marines before he knew it. He eyed the resting Den thoughtfully. He felt like he should let someone know what was going on, just in case that horrible feeling curling in his gut turned out to be correct. Dragon, perhaps? He was the boy's father. Although as far as Garp was concerned, Dragon had given up all claim of Luffy the day he handed Garp that squirming, giggling bundle all those years ago. Best for everyone, especially Luffy, if Dragon stayed far away from him. That just left Ace. Who was the natural choice to call? After all, there was no one in the world who Luffy was closer to, nor who cared about him more. In fact, when Ace was just 11 years old, shortly after his brother's death, Ace told Garp in no uncertain terms that he was going to look after Luffy from then on. At first, Garp had been thrilled. After an initial rough patch, the boys took to each other like glue. You couldn't separate them with a crowbar, Garp would know after all he had tried. Their friendship had cured both Luffy's childhood loneliness and the darkness that had, up until that point, been festering in Ace's heart. It was only when Garp heard Ace and Luffy swear to form a pirate alliance against the Navy when they grew up that made Garp realize he had just made a huge mistake. The boys were formidable enough on their own. He shuddered to think of what they could accomplish together. It was already too late for Ace, far too late. While Garp's back was turned, which was always, he escaped the island and became a notorious pirate. No doubt if he wasn't careful, Luffy would do the same thing. Garp nodded, his mind made up. He would tell Ace of his brother's disappearance. It was the least he could do. That might prove a little tricky, seeing as Garp didn't actually have any way of contacting the hooligan pirate other than chasing after him in person. Which was risky, as it meant Garp would then be duty-bound to try and capture Ace. He would have to figure something else out, and then once they got Luffy back safe and sound, he would kidnap the kid, again. Purely for Luffy's own good though. And take him to the Marine base where when he turned 17 Garp would enroll him in the Marines. Garp nodded, satisfied with his plans. First things first, he needed to find Luffy. Hey! Sabo greeted the black-haired man who was shifting through various vegetables at the island's open market. The dark eyes looked up quickly, assessing Sabo quickly before putting the vegetables down. What do you want? Some information. Fat chance. Izo grabbed his bag and began to walk away, only to be followed by the blonde man. You didn't even let me finish, Sabo protested. I don't need to, cutie. Why on earth would I simply give you information? You have nothing for me. I wouldn't necessarily say that. Oh? Izo looked up, interested. What would you possibly have to give me? Sabo ruffled around in his bag, pulling out a stack of papers, holding them up for Izo to see. What's this? Nothing much, just copies of all the information the government has on the Yonko, including Whitebeard. Izo's eyes grew wide at that. Are you serious? Sabo nodded. How did a kid like you get this? Well, for starters, being a full-grown adult, not a kid, helped. Secondly, I'd rather not say. Let's just say no one knows I have them and leave it at that. What do you want for them? Tell me where Fire Fist is. The two stared at each other for a second before Izo continued walking. You're right, Scram Kid. I'll take that as a no then, Sabo said as he once again followed the man. I would never sell out my own crewmate. He looked longingly at the files. Not even for something as good as that. Sabo had heard the Whitebird pirates were a tight-knit bunch. Still, he was accustomed to getting what he wanted through any means necessary. He didn't work as an intelligence gatherer for nothing. You misunderstand me. I just want to talk to him, nothing more. I think Ace is a little busy right now to deal with whatever the revolutionaries want with him. Sabo froze. What? I know who you are. And any other day I would love to play with you, but right now's not a good time, so why don't you scurry back to your boss and tell him that if he has anything to say he should do it to our faces and not send his messenger. Secondly, if you guys want to mess with Ace, you will have to go through us first. Clearly, he had just stepped on a minefield here. One he didn't particularly want to unravel. The worst thing was he could not afford to drag the revolutionaries into this. It could cause a war. No, he had to handle this himself, and quickly. It was time for Sabo's least favorite technique, telling the truth, at least most of the truth. Listen. He leaned back against the wall. The revolutionaries don't know I'm here. This is more of a personal thing, so personal as in you stole their files and then just walked out. How are they okay with that? Sabo hummed in amusement. Well, for starters, I didn't steal their files. Let me guess, you're just borrowing them then? Izo rolled his eyes. Nice try, kid. I would have thought the chief of staff would be a bit better of a liar. No, I definitely stole them, just not from the revolutionaries. Let's just say one of the Navy captains is a little too liberal with the bottle. Izo looked fully immersed now. Are you serious? Sabo nodded. It took 20 minutes tops. I also stole his lunch, but I feel like that was the lesser of the two evils. Anyway, listen to me. This is personal. I know about the kidnapping. I just need to talk to Ace. He looked into the man's eyes. Please help me. If you don't, someone is going to die. Izo cussed loudly. Fine, but only because I have a soft spot for cute boys like you, and Ace could kick your ass without even breaking a sweat if he wants to. Noted. Sabo agreed. Last I heard he was on Sabati Archipelago, but you had better hurry. I think he's leaving soon. Izo looked down at the files in Sabo's hand. As much as it pains me to say keep them, the location wasn't worth all that. Just promise me one thing in return. Sabo nodded. When you find Ace, you two have to talk it out instead of immediately fighting. Sabo nodded. He could agree to that. Going and swinging wasn't really his style anyway. Although if it turns out Fire Fist had hurt the kid in any way, then all bets were off. Sabo would send his butt to the bottom of the ocean. He had done it before for a lot less. Deal? Deal. He agreed as he tucked the files back into his bag. Oh, and kid? If you mess with Ace, you will have the entire wrath of the Whitebirds come down on our head. Sabo smiled as he walked away. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but that sounded like it could be exciting. At the very least, it would get his blood pumping. He couldn't make any promises that he wouldn't hurt Ace, regardless of the consequences. He had learned long ago that people who lived their lives based on what they thought the future would bring were doomed to fail. He was most definitely not one of those people. Luffy lay below Teach's desk trembling. His hands covered his mouth to stop him from yelling out. He had heard that sick talking on the phone. Talking to his big brother. He had wanted to scream to Ace so bad. To tell him that he was fine and there was nothing this fat freak could do to him that would actually hurt him. Nothing except hurt Ace, that is. He had almost done it as well, in the few hours, days. Honestly, Luffy couldn't tell at this point. Since he had hung up with Thatch's dad, he had searched practically the entire ship. Except for one locked room near the belly. Luffy wasn't very smart, but he was smart enough to figure out that that's where Thatch must be kept. He was also smart enough to realize he needed a key. Tragically enough, as it turns out, the keys were held by Teach at his hip. As such, Luffy had been following him all day trying to steal the keys. It was harder than it sounded. Especially without his stretching powers, considering the sea stone cuffs kept his arms linked together in front of him and kept him in normal human form. Luffy had tried hanging from the ceiling, hiding behind the open door, and dropping heavy things down from the crow's nest, all to no avail. That's exactly what led him back to this room, hiding once again under Teach's desk. He was halfway through unlatching the keyring from the man's belt loop when Teach made a call to Ace. It was bad, to say the least. Luffy was so close to foregoing all thoughts of escape to in turn kick the prick in his family's jewels. But he couldn't do that. Thatch was counting on him. Then only after he saved his friend he would do everything in his power to escape and run back to Ace. Please don't hurt your friend, Luffy thought sadly as he uncurled his fists to finish freeing the keyring. When this was all over, he was going to punch Chest's teeth so hard his dumb face will break. Luffy's unsteady fingers finally managed to unlatch the ring, as he held his breath, seeing if Teach would notice the loss of weight. It was a good thing the man was perpetually drunk. Holding the keys tightly together so they wouldn't jingle, Luffy pressed himself against the back of the desk, doing his best to avoid Tech's short legs that stretched just inches from his ribcage. He wanted to cover his ears for the rest of the conversation, but with the cuffs, it was near impossible. So instead, he was forced to listen to the torturous conversation. At least the one good thing that came from it was he got to hear Ace again. He listened to the comforting sound of Ace cussing out both Teach and his dumb lackey. Then things took a turn for the worse when they started bartering with Luffy's life for some guy called Marco, who was also a bird. And for what must have been the first time in his life, Luffy heard what Ace sounds like when he was scared. It was more terrifying than anything Teach could ever do to him. Ace was the bravest person Luffy knew. He hadn't realized how much he had relied on his strength until now, when everything felt like it was crumbling. He tucked his legs tighter to his chest and pressed his face into his knobby knees, trying in vain to comfort himself. He vaguely heard Teach tell Ace what he was going to do to Luffy if Ace didn't comply. As threatening as those words were, they were nothing compared to Ace's response. Unless Luffy was a misunderstanding, then Ace was actually begging. If there was one thing Ace liked to remind Luffy of, it was that men don't bow their heads to people like Teach. Luffy was still okay. Sure, he was hurting, and if he was being honest, maybe a little scared. But he was going to be alright. Ace had to know that, right? He had to somehow feel that Luffy was still fine, still ready to fight, and unwilling to bend. So why was he so scared? Before he could stop himself, a sniff leaked out just as Teach stood up from the chair. Thankfully, the pressure from standing up cancelled out whatever noise Luffy couldn't suppress. He waited with his hands over his mouth until Teach left, shutting the office door behind him and leaving Luffy alone once more in the darkness with his uncontrollable shaking and the occasional sniff. "Fire Fist?" Sabo called out. The teen took his head out of his hands to glance over at Sabo before sighing. He pushed himself to his feet, glaring at him. "What do you want? Answers. Where is Marshal D? Teach, what?" Ace looked confused as he regarded the other boy carefully. "I don't have time for whatever crap you came here for. Get lost." Sabo took a step forward, refusing to back down. "You better make time. Tell me where Marshal D. Teach is right now, And what you did with that boy. Sabo watched surprise blossom on Ace's face as he stared at him. You mean Luffy? How do you know about that? Sabo ignored him and took another step forwards, driving Ace against the wall. Since when did Whitebeard start kidnapping children? Or was this your doing? His parents owe you money, so you grabbed the kid for what? Collateral? And I thought Whitebeards were supposed to be an honorable bunch. Not liking his tone, Ace shoved him away, anger mixing with the confusion now, as he regarded the teen wearily. What the hell are you talking about? How do you know about Luffy? You better tell me now, because trust me, you do not want to be on my bad side today of all days. Luffy? Sabo repeated. So the mystery boy had a name. It felt oddly fitting. I don't care what side of yours I'm on so long as you call off your goddamn men. I guess kidnapping and torturing kids was too hard for you, so you sent your cronies. You do make a good pirate. To be fair, that wasn't entirely called for. But he had a bad few days, and if anyone deserved Sabo's wrath, it was this kidnapping pirate. He couldn't stand people who abused their power to make other lives miserable. He had apparently pushed him too far with that last one. Ace lunged forward, his hands grabbing Sabo's shoulders with a cry of rage. Sabo briefly remembered promising Izo to talk things out with Ace instead of fighting. Although to be fair, he felt like for the time being they were beyond talking. Maybe they could pick up the conversation when Ace was a bloody pulp. He reached behind his back to grab his pipe as Ace took a swing at him, his fist morphing into fire. Apparently, they didn't just call him Fire Fist for fun. Sabo was forced to lean backward to avoid yet another painful scar across his face. In the process, his hat was knocked off his head and into the muddy grass. Thanks for that, Sabo said sarcastically as he ran his gloved hand through his hair. He felt oddly without his hat. It did wonders for hiding his scar, something which both attracted a lot of attention and made him stand out. Two terrible traits for revolutionaries to possess. He braced himself for the next attack, only it never came. Ace was staring dumbfounded at him. Not the heartwarmingly furious way he had come to enjoy so much, but rather in a way that was making him rather uncomfortable. Are you all right? Sabo asked as Ace's arm reached out to touch his scar. Sabo instinctively turned away with a sharp intake of breath, and Ace's fingers paused. When Ace spoke, his voice was so soft Sabo had to lean in to hear him. Why do you have his face? What? He was starting to suspect this pirate was quite mad. Sabo? Ace asked, his voice strained. Why do you look like him? I don't understand. Blue eyes met gray ones, and for the first time, Sabo realized how tired Ace looked. He looked like he was about to cry. What's more, even though this was their first time meeting, he looked so familiar. Much like with that boy, Luffy. A feeling that he couldn't quite place bubbled up in his chest. Sabo lowered his guard, letting the pipe fall to the ground. As it turns out, this was a big mistake, as the next second the fire teen snapped out of it and clocked him as hard as he could across the face. And this is why we don't let our guard down, Sabo thought to himself viciously as he was knocked to the ground. What the hell? Sabo asked, sitting up. He thought they were having a moment. Albeit a very weird moment, with face touching. Whatever anger Sabo felt quickly diminished as Ace towered above him, so angry fire licked at his skin. What the Sabo? Sabo rolled away, narrowly avoiding another fist aimed at his face. He lashed out with his feet, catching the teen in the knees and sending him sprawling onto the ground. You're insane! Sabo yelled as Ace lunged at him. And you're an asshole! He responded as he pinned the boy beneath him. Sabo reached out for his pipe, which lay a few feet away in the dirt. I'm not the asshole that randomly attacks people. His fingers closed around the metal and he brought it above his head to stop the fist currently heading for his nose. He was pleased to see the teen was no longer on fire. He caught Ace firmly in the ribs with the end, sending him flying back a few feet. And I'm not the one who kidnaps kids. Ace snarled at that as he threw himself at the blonde. Cut the crap! He screamed as he blocked the pipe with his hand. I would never hurt Luffy. You know that. Excuse me if I don't believe you. Sabo twirled the staff expertly, ripping it out of Ace's hand. With you being so stable and all, what happened to you, Sabo? Ace said as Sabo leaned in for another attack. Ace blocked it yet again as he leaned forwards. Sabo closed his eyes, expecting pain. Instead of hitting him, Ace's arms circled around his shoulders, hugging him tightly, desperately. Sabo was too shocked to do much more than let out a surprised grunt. How did you do that? Nobody could break through his guard. You always pull to your right, Ace muttered into his shoulder, pulling him closer. You idiot. His throat felt dry. You know me? Of course I do, moron. Do you think I wouldn't recognize my own brother? Although I can't say the same about you. Sabo didn't say anything. He was too caught up in what Ace had said. You're my brother? Ace nodded again and Sabo felt a growing wet spot on his shoulder as the other team began to shake. Yeah, but just shut up for a second, okay? Unable to think of anything else intelligent to say, Sabo kept his mouth closed. He had no idea what to do. They had never covered this in his training. In fact, he wasn't very good with the whole touchy-feely emotions thing. Up until now, it hadn't really been a problem. After a few increasingly awkward minuets, Ace finally pulled away, wiping his eyes hastily with the back of his hand. Although it was pointless as the tears weren't stopping. Go ahead and laugh, he said bitterly as his shoulders shook. Why would I laugh? Sabo was very confused and laughing was the last thing he felt like doing. Ace regarded him carefully. You really don't know me? Sabo shook his head, covering his scar with one hand. I don't remember much of anything about my old life. Until recently he thought it had been a blessing. But right now, looking at the crying teenager, he would give almost anything to understand. He looked at him up and down before making a face. Are you sure we're related? Because I'm pretty blonde and you're kinda not? Ace laughed through his tears. No, idiot, we're not related, but you hate your parents. We both do. You and Lou are the closest thing I have to family, Sabo frowned. Lou? Luffy, Ace reminded him. Our little brother. Wait, there's another one. This was the strangest conversation Sabo had ever had. Ace was telling him about his own family like it was a polite conversation. Why should I trust you? If there's one thing Sabo had learned after all these years, it was that people always lied. Ace leaned against the wall beside him, laying his head back. He let out a small twisted laugh as he looked up at the sky. God help me, Lou, he muttered. I am having a really weird day, you and me both. You have a scar on your right ankle from where a fox bit you. Sabo pulled his pants up with a small huh. He had wondered where he got that. Your favorite color is, or at least used to be, blue. People tend to annoy you, but you always put up with them because you're a nice person. You're super smart, but you claim it's more because you work hard than natural talent. You hate nobles and injustice, and your favorite food is stew, although you're not really picky. You don't care much for sweet things, but you will eat almost anything. And like I said before, you favor your right side, leaving your left open for attacks. They were silent for a moment before Sabo sighed. This is so weird. He had never told that stuff to anyone. And here was a complete stranger who apparently knew everything about him despite Sabo hardly knowing his name. And it just keeps on getting weirder. Ace sighed as he slid down the wall. How do you know all that? I told you, Sab, I'm your brother. What don't I know about you guys? Ace buried his face in his knees with a groan. Sabo, I really messed up. I broke my promise. Sabo sat down beside him wordlessly. He didn't quite know what to say. He had never been in a situation like this before. He was still trying to wrap his head around the whole family thing. Although the reason he had left in the first place was because he had felt a kinship with that kid, Luffy or something, he hadn't been expecting to actually find something, let alone a mystery family who knew all his secrets before he did. This was what he wanted, right? Maybe. But then why didn't he feel happy? Instead, he felt weirded out, like he was having a very odd dream and it was time to wake up now. Instead of being happy, he felt really sad. What promise? He asked finally. I told you I would look after Luffy while you were gone. Oh, Sabo said, feeling stupid. That was a promise he didn't remember making, and if you haven't noticed, I didn't. A lying maniacal psychopath has him. Marshall D. Teach, Sabo said as the pieces came together. He took your brother, our brother. Ace reminded him with a small grin which the blonde returned. He took our brother. The word felt alien on his tongue. Why though? Because you were his superior? Ace sighed as he looked at Sabo honestly. This is so strange. Tell me about it, Sabo said. I mean, why target you specifically? Ace shook his head. No, it's weird that my best friend in the whole world doesn't know me. I thought you were my brother. See? He groaned. I can't believe I have to explain this to you of all people. Sabo huffed. Well, sorry you're having a hard time with this. I have no idea what that feels like, he said sarcastically. I see you kept your sarcasm, Ace said, and I see you kept your freckles. Bet you thought you were going to outgrow them, huh? Leave my freckles alone, they were a gift from my mother, one that keeps on giving. Watch it out, look. If you could remember what your parents looked like, you wouldn't be giving me such a hard time. Talk about potato heads. Sabo smiled at that, a real smile this time. Thank God for amnesia, I guess. Ace echoed softer. Can I tell you a secret? Sabo blinked, taken back. What are we, kids? No, if we were kids you would already know and I wouldn't have had to tell you, but since you so conveniently forgot, I need to retell you. But only like 5 people know, so you have to keep it a secret. Alright. Sabo loved a good secret. You asked me why Teach went after me specifically? Well, GOLD, Roger is my dad. I think he wanted to use that to leverage his ego. Well, that escalated quickly. Sabo had been hoping for something very different. Why would you tell me that? He asked. That seemed very reckless. So many people would love to use that against you. I'm in this mess because someone is using it against me, Ace reminded him. And you were one of the 5 who knew anyways. How do you know you can trust me? Sabo challenged. What if I changed since we were kids? Don't be stupid, Ace told him as he stared at his boots. Memories or not, you'll always be my brother. After a second he looked back up at the blonde, a smile on his face. God, I missed you. More than you could possibly imagine. Sabo looked down at his scarred wrist, peeking out from his glove. Even without my memories? Ace nodded. Even without my charming good looks? Ace nodded again. Even with your sarcasm intact, of course, Sabo. Sabo remembered his dream of the 3 of them sleeping on that warm summer night. He could feel the hot breeze and see the stars above the leaves, and he had felt very full. He always thought it was weird that he scarfed down his food so protectively, even though no one had ever dreamed about taking it. When he was little, he hadn't liked sleeping in the beds. They had felt so big and empty to him. Maybe in his own way, he had missed Ace as well. Sabo, I need your help, Ace said carefully. You're the only one who can help me. You're the only one I will ever ask to help me. Without you, my friends will die. Sabo looked up at him. We're going to get Luffy back, right? Of course. Then I'm in. Luffy's legs gave another shake as he fell once again onto his knees. He saw black spots dance across his vision, but he pushed them aside in order to stand back up. He was not a quitter. Especially when Thatch was relying on him. He had snagged the keys from chest teeth, so those nasty armbands were finally gone. That had helped a great deal, but he still felt lightheaded and weak. At least he could finally use his powers now. He pressed his knuckles to the floor using shaky arms as leverage to stand back up. He used the walls to steady himself as he once again took off toward the prison cells. He had forgotten how stale the air was and how cold and dark it was at the bottom of the ship. The floors were always flooded, making him nearly double over the second he stepped in it. He leaned heavily against the railing as his fingers fumbled with the keys. Thatch! Luffy called as loudly as he dared. He received no answer. He swung the door open, met with darkness. Thatch? Who? Luffy let out a sigh of relief as he made his way into the room, letting his eyes adjust. He had been seriously worried Thatch hadn't made it through the voyage. His shaking hands felt along the wall like a blind man. The man was leaning against a pillar in the center of the room. His foot was shackled to the wall, but aside from that he was free. Apparently he hadn't pissed Blackbeard off as much as Luffy had. Are you okay? Luffy asked, crouching down beside him. He felt his forehead only to find Thatch was still running hot. Marco? Thatch asked as he brought a hand up to feel Luffy's face. Luffy pushed it away in annoyance as he pulled out his medicine. I think you're sick. He pushed the medicine to the man's lips, but he pushed Luffy away with a grunt. Marine then? Luffy frowned. He had no clue what he was talking about. What was a Marco? It sounded tasty. His stomach growled loudly. I'm not a dumb Marine. He huffed. Drink this and you'll feel better. Thatch ignored him as his fingers trailed over Luffy's face. Ace? Luffy froze at that. He wished he could say yeah. He was his fearless and strong older brother who would get them out of here. But no, he was just Luffy. Still too weak and young to take on Blackbeard. Instead, he had to run and hide like a coward. It's Luffy, he told him. We're friends, remember. Thatch smiled at that as he let his arms fall to the floor, trusting. Luffy! Luffy leaned forwards and helped him drink the medicine. He hoped it would make Thatch feel better because the way he was right now, Luffy doubted he could walk, much less run if he had to. Usually, Luffy would be able to help him, but at the moment his trembling legs could barely carry his own weight, much less anyone else's. He sat down frustrated, throwing the now empty medicine bottle to the floor. What now? Sit here and cry like the little kid Blackbeard seemed to think he was? No way. If he couldn't bring Thatch to a doctor, he would bring one to the man. Even if it cost him his freedom. Sorry, Ace. He thought as he stood up. He may not make it out of this after all. But Luffy didn't like to think about those things. The universe was funny, and unlike countless others, he didn't claim to know what was going on ever. But if there was one thing he did believe in, it was his older brother. When Ace set his mind to something, not even the universe could protest. He was stubborn like that. Look, kid, just come down, Teach said without an ounce of worry in his voice. Not now that he had finally found Luffy. Good God, he thought to himself. Someone must have dropped this boy on his head as a baby. How was he possibly this stupid? By some fluke, he had been able to escape. He may not be smart, but he sure was fast. By some different fluke, the kid had been able to dodge capture for an entire day, pretty much ensuring him enough time to get away. But does he even try it? No. The second Teach turns around, the kid is right back here halfway up the mast during a thunderstorm and talking like a crazy person. Was it the fever? Teach mused as he studied the boy. These last few weeks of captivity had taken a toll on him. Maybe his brain had fried in his skull, leaving him dumber than he was before. It mattered little to the pirate. As long as Luffy's heart was still beating, then he still owned Ace. Something told him that his old commander would continue to fight for Luffy even if by the end of this he was little more coherent than a vegetable. It was all sentimental crap to him. How about this? Teach said quickly, losing patience with Luffy's ranting. If you come down right now like a good boy, I won't cut off all your fingers and toes and shove them down your throat. Luffy made a face at that. It wasn't fear that painted his features so much as distaste. No doubt as he imagined how that would work. No! Luffy said firmly. You are going to listen to me. The pirate captain snorted at that, and beside him, his crew laughed. You must be sick indeed to think that we would take orders from a captive. Ignoring their taunts, Luffy continued. If you don't listen to me, I am going to jump into the ocean. I'm not bluffing. Luffy was defiantly bluffing. He had enough problems as it was without dying. He had no intention of throwing himself into the sea. Although that being said, if they tested him, he really would jump. Hopefully, they would be able to save him. He watched as the fat man's eyes gleamed in a warning. He was not to be messed with. What makes you think we give a shit what happens to you? The doc said from beside Teach. You're using me to get to my brother. Luffy told them, adjusting his grip on the wood. The rain was making it slippery. He had almost slipped off a dozen times by now. You can't use me if I'm dead. Teach stared up at him thoughtfully, like he was seeing Luffy in a new light. No doubt thinking that maybe Luffy wasn't as stupid as he gave him credit for. If he only knew. As it turns out, he was just copying the move from his brother. When they were younger, Sabo and Luffy had gotten kidnapped by some bandits running amok in the Great Terminal. They were trying to get Ace to surrender so they could kill the three of them and finally be rid of the nuisances. However, they needed Sabo and Luffy as bargaining chips to get Ace to turn himself over. Luffy had been scared. Sabo had been pissed. He had held a knife to Luffy's throat in front of them, telling them that if they didn't give him some food, he would slit Luffy's throat. According to the lies Sabo fed them, Luffy and Ace were brothers. That was apparently obvious because of the hair. Ace would turn himself in for his brother but not for his friend, so they needed Luffy alive. Or something like that. It was much more elegant when Sabo said it. Either way, the men had reluctantly agreed when Sabo was able to convince them he was disposable to Ace, but Luffy wasn't, so they gave in to his demands. While they were gone, Sabo lashed out at the two remaining men, taking them out before they could so much as call for help. He had wisely decided to keep his plan to himself so Luffy wouldn't spoil it with his poor reactions and big mouth. What Sabo hadn't been counted on was how much his little foster brother had grown to trust him. Even when the blonde trapped Luffy against his chest and held a knife to his throat, his reaction had been completely unsatisfactory, and nowhere near the panic of someone minutes away from death. But Sabo was nothing if not smart. While the surrounding men began to question why the apparent hostage was complaining that he was tired and hungry while there was a knife at his throat, Sabo had pinched him hard. He had started yelling then and trying to wiggle free of the pain. That had been enough to convince the men that Sabo would really go through with it. Unaware of the deception, they sent 3 of their men away to go find some spare scraps and chains to keep the 2 boys separated. They had fled back into the forest, where they had the upper hand and could easily lose the men. When they finally managed to make it back home, Ace was there waiting for them. There was a huge smile on his face that widened at the sight of them. Finally! There you guys are. I was starting to think you couldn't even handle a few grunts. Sabo snorted at the thought of needing to be saved. Please don't flatter yourself. We had it handled right, Lou. Luffy was younger then, and not nearly as tough as he was now. He didn't remember everything as clearly anymore, but he remembered the feeling of awe at how cool the older boys were. Now it was his turn. Long gone were the days where he could rely on his brothers to keep him safe. Even if he really wanted to. Like you would actually do that? Cute try, kid, but you don't fool me. Trying his best to imitate the cold indifference on Sabo's face, Luffy addressed the pirates. Try me, he responded, loosening his grip on the rigging. Even if you do jump, we will just pull you out. Not like you could go very far. Luffy looked down into the stormy waters. The waves pushed against the side of the boat like they were trying to shove the ship aside. They looked strong. although not nearly as strong as they would have been outside of the harbor. He was pretty much banking on the fact that they would be able to pull him out. He racked his brain trying to remember what Sabo did. They had doubted him as well, telling him that they would stop him before he could do more than injure Luffy. Sabo had shrugged like this didn't bother him. Maybe, he had said. But if you do manage to stop me, then I will try again. And again until I get my way. He had smiled up at them. The same smile he used on everyone who wasn't Ace and Luffy. It was a rather cold smile, and it seemed to do the trick when threats wouldn't work. It would be easier for everyone, and trust me when I say less work for both of us if you would just do what I ask, or something like that at least. Luffy's hands were slipping, and this was hard to do in the rain. Not to mention he had to practically shout for them to hear them. It was freezing out here, and he was from the waist up. His torn shorts were thoroughly soaked through, and despite the goosebumps on his skin, Luffy felt like his insides were made of molten lava. He was so hot and cold at the same time, and his head swam when he breathed too deeply. Or you will do less work, he called, fighting off a dizzy spell. Teach looked at the doc confused. What? I mean, if you do pull me out, I have to work hard. Jesus, kid, what did we do to you? The doc muttered. Luffy tried one last time, pushing through the lightheadedness. Even if you do pull me out, I won't stop. I'll bite off my tongue, I'll bash my head against a wall until it explodes, and I'll drown myself in an inch of water. I won't stop until you help Thatch. If he dies, then I die and you have no captives. Ah, the Doc Q said to himself. I knew there was something I was forgetting to do. Blackbeard ignored him as he continued to stare at Luffy, caught off guard. You really are just crazy, aren't you? Despite having known him for a little while, and saying it often, he hadn't fully believed it until now. Luffy was completely unhinged. No wonder Ace was so protective of him. Not to mention why he had never talked about Luffy before. Probably ashamed to have a Bats hit family member. Needless to say, he was rapidly losing faith that Luffy wasn't going to go through with it. Fine. He waved his hand dismissively. Come down and we will treat the damn Whitebeard lackey. Luffy shook his head. Do it now, then I will come down. Teach narrowed his eye warningly. Don't push it, kid. You're lucky we are even negotiating with you. He wanted to let Thatch die just so Luffy wouldn't get his way. Although to be fair, they had never intended to get rid of the man before he proved at least a bit useful. The fact that he had deteriorated so far was no doubt negligence on the drunken doctor's part. He would need to have a word with the man afterward. A strong and possibly painful word. Go, he told the drunkard beside him. Sensing the anger boiling under Teach's skin, Doc Q nodded frantically as he took off. Luffy watched them carefully as Teach turned his attention back to him. Now, little boy, why don't you come down from there? Luffy thought he should stay up here. He trusted these men very little, and his instincts told him that he could not believe any of their words. Besides, he knew when he came down they would hurt him bad. And there wasn't much more he could take. He wanted to stay up here and savor his freedom. Each moment was like a breath of fresh non-soggy air, but his fingers were beginning to slip and the dark spots in his vision were getting worse. Very soon he would fall down to the deck. With shaking hands, Luffy began to climb down. Inch by inch. It was all he could do to keep from slipping all the way down and landing on his butt in front of Teach. When he was about halfway, Luffy felt a wave of sudden nausea hit, and he had to swallow back the food the nice stranger had given him. He reached up to cover his mouth with one hand, trying his hardest to resist the second wave of sick that threatened to come up his throat. Trembling with the effort, Luffy dropped himself from his precarious place on the side of the mast and onto yard, for the lower mast sail, or as Luffy called it, the piece of wood that you tied the bottom of the sail to when it was unfurled. By this point, Teach had grown impatient, waiting for Luffy to get down on his own, and decided to take matters into his own hands. Cursing loudly, he had begun to climb the handholds of the main mast, intent to push Luffy to the deck himself. Luffy watched with half-lidded eyes as the man made his way up to him. Not that anyone cared, but Luffy really wasn't feeling good. As he was now, a fall, even from this minimal height, would make him lose his stomach contents. As Teach made his way shakily onto the beam that Luffy occupied, he scooted backward. Teach cursed him louder and inched forwards, clearly not as at home up here as Luffy was. If I fall, he began to threaten, your fat ass will protect you. Luffy muttered as he crawled backward on his hands and knees. He failed to notice how far he had gone. It was no longer the wooden deck beneath him, but rather the dark waters. Teach was saying something, enraged at his last comment. But Luffy was no longer listening. The movement had pushed him over the edge, and he lost the battle with his stomach. He let go of the beam instead of using both hands to cover his mouth as he threw up. On reflex, his legs hooked around the wood, leaving him suspended upside down, swaying with the wind like a bizarre punching bag. One that had been beaten too many times to keep its stuffing on the inside. That was close, Teach muttered to himself. Luffy had to agree as he tried to still his head, but his vision was spinning far too fast. He raised his hands, letting the stick fall into the ocean below him. But there was more. On his hands, dribbling down his chin and now dissolving into the water below, was dark crimson blood. Teach let out a scream of rage as Luffy's eyes rolled back in his head and his legs slipped from their hold. He hardly felt it as his body hit the water below him. Sabo stared down at the knife in his hands, his thoughts a million miles away. There was something about a knife and Luffy. He flipped the blade in his hands thoughtfully. Ace wasn't lying, there was something here between him and the two boys he had just met. Something strong and unlike anything he had ever felt before. But like all his other early memories, whatever it was seemed trapped, locked behind the thick floodgates in his mind. He continued to coat the blade with learned precision. The door opened and Sabo looked up to see Ace enter, a very large bundle in his arms. "Did you get it?" Ace nodded. "Will it do?" Ace shrugged. "It will have to do. It was the closest I could find. I don't want to even ask where you got it," Sabo said, although he wasn't as bothered as one should be. When Ace didn't answer, Sabo sighed, putting down the knife he had been working on to face the young man. "Are you still mad at me?" Once the initial shock of seeing Sabo had worn off, Ace started to ask some pretty practical questions. Like what the hell Sabo was doing stalking him in the middle of nowhere. So Sabo had been forced to tell him about his encounter with Luffy and how he let their little brother slip away. While he didn't get outright hostile, Ace had gotten very quiet after that. Even more, quit when Sabo told him what kind of shape Luffy was in. But both boys knew there was little time for personal issues when the clock was ticking on this whole murdering Marco thing. "I should have never left him alone," Sabo admitted, feeling his own bitterness at himself seep out through his words. He had left a note asking the boy to stay there. He had come right back only a few hours later. But it had been too late then. There was a chance Luffy had gotten away, but neither boy thought it was very likely. "It's not your fault," Ace said quietly. "How were you supposed to know?" Sabo had known this boy for only a few hours, but somehow the whole stoic quiet thing didn't seem to suit him. "It is exactly my fault. We wouldn't be in this mess if I had just listened to my instincts and stayed with him. I was the one who got him involved in this. This is all happening because of me, not you." Sabo thought about that for a moment. He was perfectly willing to accept his half of the blame in this. But not if it made Ace even more worried. "You're right," he said suddenly. "This is all your fault. Luffy, Blackbeard, the Whitebeards, the bruise I now have on my cheek, world hunger, that one is on you as well. Not to mention war, disease. I can go on. Are you telling me in your own special way to stop moping?" Sabo shook his head as he once again looked down at the blade. His own blue eyes were reflected back at him. "We were little," he began, hypnotized by the glint of the metal. "I held a knife to his throat. For what purpose, he didn't know." Sabo ran his finger gingerly over the knife edge. "I think it was one of my schemes. I think I wanted him to look scared." Sabo trailed off, struggling to focus on the memory. "He wasn't, was he?" Ace asked softly, and Sabo shook his head. Luffy hadn't struggled or screamed. Instead, he had looked up at Sabo even as he said all these awful things. Scary things no kid should hear. Instead of fear, the look Luffy gave Sabo was the same one Ace had when he told him his deepest, darkest secret. "You guys both trust me so much," he admitted, finally putting the knife down to look at Ace. "I wish I understood more. I wish I could remember this person you two thought so highly of. I'm not telling you to stop moping, I'm telling you that I'm moping alongside you." Ace made a face. God, now I have to cheer you up too," he said with a hint of sarcasm. He continued on softer. "You are the person we trust, Sabo. You don't have to do anything or be anyone else. It's just you. You don't even have to remember, although I would appreciate it if you did. Now stop being sorry. If one of us is moping, it's cool, but if we both do it, we are just depressing to be around. What, so you get like 3 hours of self-pity and I try it for half a second and it's all come off at Sabo?" Ace nodded. "That about sums it up. So you feeling better now?" Ace shrugged. "You know, same old. Little brother's in trouble and suffering, it's all our fault. Who cares anyway? We can just get another one. There are like a million out there. What's so special about Luffy anyways? Personally, I always thought years of childhood memories were overrated. Maybe the next one will actually listen to us." Ace was babbling now, working out his nerves. Sabo watched with a mix of amusement and interest. What a liar. He wasn't feeling better in the least. Judging by the pale look on his face, he was probably feeling worse the more he talked. Repression. Sabo decided. That's how Ace got through any bad emotion he didn't want to deal with, the chosen tactic of pretty much any pirate still in their teens. Sabo should know after all. And there was no harm in it. Not like shoving particularly nasty thoughts away had any lasting consequences. Like an invisible string had been cut, Ace's legs gave, and he crashed to the floor like dead weight. Sabo's eyes widened an impossible amount as he looked around trying to work out what happened. Were they under attack? Was Ace dead? What the actual? Luffy opened his eyes, watching blurry shapes move above him. They were being loud. Far too loud. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like, internal bleeding. It was dangerous to leave it untreated this long. Luffy tried to open his eyes further only to find the brightness of the room too much for him. Well, how in blazes did he get that? There was a long pause. You're kidding, right? It happened because you were beating him. One of Luffy's eyes was pried open and a light was shined on it as he let out a loud moan. He seems like he's still alive. For now at least, we will see if he continues to deteriorate. If I can't get the damage under control, we are going to lose him. Lose who? His sluggish mind struggled to keep up with the conversation. He didn't know where he was. How did he get here? Who was talking? He remembered the feeling of falling, then being cold and wet and unable to breathe. The next thing he knew, he was being carried, and then nothing. There was a hand on his forehead and he turned to it. Titch? He slurred quietly. We are not going to lose him. Not after I just climbed up the damned mast after the brat. Fix him or you're going to regret it. Aye, Captain. The voice responded sarcastically. And the other one? It looks like this brat has been busy. He gave him antibiotics. We have to wait and see how he reacts to it. I gave him a fever suppressant. Luffy moaned again in protest as one of his deeper injuries was prodded at. He wanted them to stop. Just to leave him alone. He still was sick and every prod was felt by his shriveled stomach. Why does it feel like all our prisoners are knocking on death's door? Maybe because of you, Captain. What was that? Nothing, sir. I'll see to it. Yes, you will. There was a loud slam, and then silence. Oi, can you hear me? The doc asked after a moment. Luffy groaned in response. Boss wouldn't hurt you so bad if you would just do as we say. You know you brought this on yourself, don't you? Luffy opened his eyes a hair more to look at the doctor. I know. He said, his voice hoarse and wispy even to his own ears. The doc was hardly the first person to point this out to him. All his life he always made things harder on himself. Everyone who had ever raised a hand against him, he knew it was at least in small part his fault. Be it bad guy lackeys, bullies, pirates, bandits, crooks, criminals, his own grandfather, and even on occasion Ace. If Luffy was smarter, he would eventually concede a little bit. Given if only for the sake of self-preservation. But no, Luffy wasn't smart. He didn't have the same survival instincts others seemed to be naturally gifted with. All he had was raw, unaltered, stubborn pigheadedness, and a sense of how things should be, and when things weren't right he couldn't stand by and do nothing. If he did give in even a little bit on something he knew was wrong, then he thought it would be like a tiny piece of him would die. He met the man's eyes evenly with his own. If you fix me, he promised, I am going to kick your ass into next week. The man looked startled and then he laughed. He grabbed Luffy's wrist, injecting something under the skin that made his head swim. You know it's a shame we are going to kill you when we're done. Because I am interested in the kind of man you would have become. As Luffy began to pass out, he felt the man take something from around his neck that he hadn't been aware of before. The doc inspected it with subdued interest. Where on earth did you get this? As the drugs took over and Luffy felt himself slipping under once again, he caught sight of something blue being thrown into the trash. Luffy moaned when he felt his arm being shaken. He wished Teach and the crazy doctor would just leave him alone. There wasn't much left they could do to him that they hadn't already done. Luffy, wake up! A weight shifted near his feet, and the bed dipped. He felt someone run fingers through his hair much too gently to be one of the Blackbeards. You're such an idiot, Luffy! Fighting the pull of the drugs, Luffy opened his eyes, trying to sit up only to be gently pushed back down. Thatch? The man gave him a small smile as he felt his forehead. Are you feeling better? Luffy asked, his voice coming off a little hoarse. Probably from swallowing a few mouthfuls of seawater. Thatch nodded. My fever broke a few hours ago. I'm no longer crazy. And I'm told I had you to thank for that. Luffy did his best to keep up with the conversation. What did I do? Thatch looked at him in concern. You broke free, remember? And you little idiot, you came back for me. It was hard to concentrate on what Thatch was saying when it felt like he was going to be sick with every other word. You shouldn't have done that. Thatch told him softly. You're my friend. Luffy told him simply as he sat up slowly. This time the man didn't stop him. Friends don't turn their backs on each other. If he did that, he would be no better than Teach. Well, he would still be a bit better, but not by much. You were so close to being free, Thatch argued, and you were so close to death. Luffy growled through gritted teeth as his stomach rolled. What's wrong with me? How do you feel? Kinda sick. Which almost never happened unless he got hit in the tummy too hard. Thatch nodded understandingly. I think some of the blood is draining into your stomach. Try to bear with it, buddy. It will pass. Luffy flopped back onto the bed looking around. The two of them seemed to be finally free of the torturous dark rooms. Now it looked like they were in one of the cabins, which were big enough for a bed and not much else. There was no window and the door looked to be triple bolted, but anything was better than the flooded crate. And on the bright side, they hadn't put the sea stone cuffs back on. But Luffy still felt the bone-aching weariness that came with them. He looked down at his feet, noticing the shiny metal cuff on his ankle chaining him to the wall. He groaned loudly. Luffy was quickly coming to realize he didn't like the feeling of being tied up. He had realized this in childhood as well, but the point had never really been nailed in as much as it was now, as what used to be a rare occurrence had quickly become a constant presence hanging over him. There were three things he hated in this world: losing his freedom, people trying to hurt his brother, and assholes who would stoop so low as to betray their own nakama. And so far Teach had done all of those things. Screw that guy. A steady hand on his shoulder brought him back to reality. Seriously, but I don't know how to thank you. You deserve so much better than this. Luffy had been thinking the same of Thatch. He wished he could help the man get back to his family. He could tell he really missed them. For now, he was just happy he seemed to be doing better. He gave Thatch a big smile, unaware that his teeth were blood-stained and not in the least bit reassuring. It's nothing, he promised. Besides, you should thank your dad. He told me what to give you. Thatch straightened instantly at that. What did you say? The guy with the big voice. Luffy explained. I talked to him on the phone. He said he was your dad, then he told me which bottles would help you. Thatch grabbed Luffy's shoulders, forcing him to meet his gaze. Luffy, when did you talk to Oyaji? Luffy shrugged, unsure of why Thatch seemed so serious all of a sudden. I didn't know right before I came and saw you, I guess. He had no clue how long he had been asleep. Did he say anything else to you? He thought back. I don't think so. He sounded really worried about you. He got kind of mad at me, but now I think he's okay. Thatch sighed as he leaned back, running his hands through his hair. He didn't mention tracking us? I don't think so. Not that he recalled, at least. But he doesn't need to track us. I told him where we were. Thatch shot up again like a pop-up toy. Luffy would have laughed if he thought he could manage it without throwing up. You did, Luffy nodded. Where are we? Some place called Jaya, I guess. And you told Pops? Luffy nodded. And Teach doesn't know you told him? Luffy shook his head, wishing Thatch would stop making him move. I don't think so. What was this? 20 questions. Luffy, that's amazing. If Oyaji can catch up with us, then we will be free and all of this can be over. You can go back with your brother, and we can get out of this hell. Catch up? Luffy cocked his head. Did we leave? Thatch nodded. I don't know how long ago. When my fever broke, we were already moving. But if there's a way, Oyaji will find it. Luffy personally didn't feel as enthusiastic as Thatch. If Ace couldn't find him, then what was some dad going to do that he couldn't? Besides, I don't live with my brother. When this was over, Thatch was going back to his family, and Luffy was going back to being alone. Thatch looked surprised at that. You don't? Then who do you live with? I live alone. Well, sort of. If Garp asked, then he still lived with the bandits. He certainly had dinner with them a few times a month, especially when Makino visited him. But officially Dayton had gotten tired of their shit when Ace turned 15 and got into a massive fight with her. She had kicked him out, and Luffy too, while she was at it, even though he had been sleeping through a great chunk of the fight. He had woken up to the feeling of being dragged across the floor and the yelling scream of, "And take the obnoxious one with you while you're at it." While that had been one of their worst fights, it wasn't like she had never kicked them out before. But something about Ace being 15 made him decide that he, and by association Luffy, no longer needed her help. And even though he was only still 11 and super sleepy, Luffy agreed. It wasn't like them to live in one place for so long. Both of them were far too adventurous to allow that without getting bored. And nothing about Dayton's dusty storage attic screamed forever home. So they had fixed up an abandoned hunting cabin in the mountains and lived there for a little while, at least until the forest fires had destroyed it. Then it was 6 weeks back on Dayton's floor before they found a cool cave under a waterfall, which was epic. Until the heavy rains came, that is. The cycle continued like that until Ace left. Without his big brother around, Luffy spent more time with the bandits than either he or Dayton liked. Sure, they had become better friends over the years, but that didn't mean she liked seeing too much of him. And she was very vocal about what constituted as too much. Before he disappeared, Luffy was living with some traveling artists in the tiny camp they had set up at the edge of the forest. They were very friendly and got on well with Luffy, at least until a snake had eaten one of them. Don't you get lonely? Huh, living alone? Well, he did now that Gerald was being digested. He was the funny one in the group. Although to be fair, they had probably moved on by now, I guess. Nothing near as bad as when he was a little kid, before he had met Ace and Sabo. But some nights his stomach felt empty no matter how much food he filled it with. But he liked knowing that Ace was out there, kicking people's asses and living freely. It made the loneliness worth it. Do you have friends or something you can visit? Luffy gave Thatch a weird look. The man seemed overinvested in Luffy's life. Way more so than anyone else, except maybe Makino. He even got the same eyebrow crease when Luffy said an answer he didn't like. Did the bandits count as friends? Luffy thought they did. But at the same time, they would be mad if they overheard him telling people that. Kind of? Not. What does that mean? Why are you asking me so many questions? It was hurting his stomach and his head. I wouldn't if you didn't make me worry about you. Everything you say makes me want to call someone for you. Worrying about Luffy's home life seemed kind of silly when his stomach was currently filling up with blood. But he was starting to understand. Thatch was like a Makino type. They weren't nosy, just concerned. I'm fine, Luffy promised. I'm pretty sure Dayton was kidding when she said she was going to sell me, and I think I'm getting pretty good at eating the non-toxic mushrooms. Plus, the giant tigers usually try to stay away from me, so I think I'm winning. That didn't have the effect he was hoping for to calm Thatch down. Please tell me you're kidding? That was exactly what Luffy had asked Dayton after the selling thing. Stop making me talk, Luffy moaned, putting his hands over his mouth and trying to mentally will whatever was in his stomach to stay there. Thatch winced. Okay, but we are putting a pin in that and coming back to it later. He rose to get Luffy the trash can from the corner of the room. He accepted it gratefully, pushing his back against the headboard to keep himself upright. It felt like he had swallowed glass. And the sharp stinging didn't lessen even as he puked. He rested his head against the side of the bin, trying to control his breathing. A flash of blue caught his attention, temporarily making him forget about being sick. He pulled a pair of goggles from the trash and his brow furrowed in confusion. He turned them around carefully as his stomach rolled warningly. Luffy? The strap had been broken and sloppily repaired. Kid, what's wrong? He felt Thatch's warm hands close over his. Where did these come from? Thatch looked concerned but decided not to say anything. I think that was your stuff. They threw away your clothes after they fished you out. Sure enough, Luffy found his shorts under a layer of grimy bandages. They were still soaking wet from the ocean and little more than scraps. He looked down at his body, surprised to see himself dressed in a stained white shirt he hadn't noticed before. It's my shirt, Thatch explained. The gorillas were just going to leave you. Thankfully, Thatch was much bigger than him. Makino would have been appalled, but Luffy didn't even thank the man. He was far too wrapped up in the goggles in his hand. How was this possible? Stuff from his dead brother didn't just show up in the trash of an evil pirate's ship. They were on him? How? With shaky hands, he reached into the trash to his shorts, feeling the soggy paper in his back pocket where he had thoughtlessly tucked it. The stranger who helped him? But no! That was impossible. Sabo was dead. Dead, like he couldn't ever hug Luffy again. Or break up a fight between him and Ace. He heard Thatch trying to call to him distantly but ignored him for the stinging in his eyes. When he tried to pull the paper out of his pocket, it ripped then again as his hands shook. He laid the pieces out gently on his palm. The ink had gotten blurred in the water. It was nearly illegible now. He remembered that the note had told him to stay put. That the person would be back to help him. And below all of that was a fancy drawn S with a dot in the middle of the curve. It had smeared now under his finger, but he could see clearly how neat the writing was. It was an S he would recognize anywhere. After all, he had been forced to copy page upon page of them when he was younger in an attempt to teach him how to write. Luffy had protested at first. He was made to swing from trees, not to sit still and learn reading and writing. But Sabo had insisted on telling him that he couldn't be Pirate King if he didn't know how to read. So Luffy had put up with it. He spent a few nights a week sprawled out on the floor to copy Sabo's letter sheets where the alphabet was written out for him with frustrating skill. He had tried marginally hard to get his letters to look like his brother's, but he always fell short. His stomach rolled warningly, and he barely had time to grab the basket before he threw up again. He distantly felt Thatch rubbing his back comfortingly, and he rolled his shoulders as blood bubbled up from his throat. When his stomach was empty again, he put the basket down and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. God, Luffy, are you okay? Thatch sounded worried. Sabo was still alive. Dogra had been wrong. Sabo was okay. And he was here. He had saved Luffy. Even more than that, he had tried to help him. And Luffy had run away from his brother who he hadn't seen in 8 years. What the hell was wrong with him? He felt the goggles being slowly pried from his grip and looked up in surprise to see Thatch. It's okay, buddy, just let go and tell me what's wrong. Luffy didn't understand Thatch's worry until he felt a wetness on his cheeks and reached up to touch his eye. He was crying. Something no one on this ship had seen him do since he got here. Much to Teach's disappointment, he could never get Luffy to do anything other than scream in anger. A fact Thatch was well aware of. Does it hurt anywhere? Luffy shook his head as he yanked the goggles back and tried to catch his breath. He needed to calm down, but he couldn't seem to concentrate on anything besides the overwhelming heartache. Thatch jumped like a startled stoat as Luffy started to cry for real. Not stoic manly tears, but rather like a child throwing a fit. Big fat tears rolled down his cheeks, which he didn't bother trying to wipe away. What is it? Thatch cried, equal parts distressed and confused. I thought he was dead. Luffy wailed between hiccups. I really thought he died then. Unsure of how to help and upset by Luffy's tears, Thatch pulled him to his chest, hugging him tightly as he felt Luffy's body shake violently with the force of his sobs. I don't you understand? Luffy stammered as he clutched the goggles hard enough to shatter them. Me neither. Thatch told him grimly, resting his cheek on Luffy's hair, listening to the younger boy wail like his world had been shattered. He was right there. And I left anyway. How could I do that? It's going to be okay, Thatch promised him. He was desperate to know what in the world had happened. You're really strong, Luffy. And braver than any kid Thatch had met before. Whatever it was, he would get through it. Thatch just quietly shushed him, running his fingers through his hair sympathetically. On some level, Luffy was surprised by him. At this point, he doubted even Sabo would have put up with this much wailing. But Thatch showed no sign of hitting him. Luffy knew he needed to stop being a crybaby, stay strong and get back to working out a plan to get back to his brothers and free his friend. But for the life of him, he couldn't stop crying because Sabo was alive. And he wasn't as alone anymore. When he heard the doorknob rattle, Thatch had tensed. Knowing this was not going to be pleasant, Luffy had fallen asleep hours ago, completely exhausted. He had cried so hard he puked yet again, and it was only quick reflexes on Thatch's part that saved them both. After that, he couldn't seem to catch his breath and passed out again in Thatch's arms. Which under different circumstances would have been adorable. Thatch had been trying for years to convince his brothers and sisters that he was good with kids. No one really believed him, since all the village children they encountered only hung around him because he would feed them. Aside from that, it was all, let's go play with Ace. And what a surprise, Ace is good with kids. Thatch squeezed Luffy closer to him. For his part, Luffy didn't so much as mumble in his sleep as he was apt to do. His cheeks were still stained and his eyelashes were thick with tears. As Teach's dark chuckle filled the room, Thatch curled his arm around Luffy's head, which was resting on his shoulder, in a protective sort of way. What do you want? He spat at the man. Hadn't he hurt them enough for one day? As Teach stepped forward towards them, Thatch leaned back against the wall. He reached out with one hand and Thatch flinched back, expecting pain. But Teach merely lifted one of his large thumbs and wiped at Luffy's cheek. What upset the little kitten? Thatch slapped his hand away viciously. What's it to you? Don't be like that. I just want to know so I can do it again. It was nothing you did, Thatch hissed. Apparently you are incapable as a villain even to make kids cry. He got hit for that. He tried his best to hold on to the kid, but he was in no shape to do much more than mildly irritate Teach. He ripped them apart easily, and in doing so noticed the goggles clutched in Luffy's grip. Luffy had refused to let go of them even after he passed out. Thatch was helpless as he watched the bad man roughly take them from Luffy like taking candy from a baby. He inspected them curiously, and Thatch felt his heart fall as he uselessly tried to retrieve them for Luffy. He received a kick in the ribs for his efforts. Tell the kid that if he wants them back, then he had better start showing me some goddamn respect. And with that, he slammed the door, and Thatch could hear the locks click behind him. He was hating the man more and more each day, a feat he didn't think was possible. He had let him take the goggles. Shit. He glanced back at Luffy, who was still dead to the world and unaware he had lost his treasure once again. Shit, Thatch said as he gathered the kid into his arms once more. Can I show you something? Marco looked surprised at the sudden reappearance of Ace. God, Ace, where have you been? I've been looking everywhere. The young man had been gone for over a day without a word. Marco had begun to think the worst. He would have been even more worried if this wasn't a common occurrence for Ace. He had the tendency to get wrapped up in things pretty quickly. I got lost, Ace said, and there was something hollow in his tone that set Marco on edge. Something happened, that was for sure. We're in a sinkhole? What's going on, Ace? We don't have a lot of time, Ace told him. Just come on, please. And for a second he sounded so scared that Marco had no choice but to give in. Sometimes he forgot just how young the commander was. He followed Ace through the town and back into the outskirts. He didn't know where Ace was leading him, and he refused to tell Marco anything else. It looked like they were going back to the harbor, but at the last second Ace took a turn that led them through the forest. Marco had no clue what could possibly be so important a way out here. After nearly half an hour of running, they broke through the trees into a field. It was hardly used by the looks of it. There were a few overgrown paths that zigzagged through the grass. Marco knew they were on the edge of the island. Past the field was a cliff overlooking the sea. The sun had set hours ago, turning what was usually a beautiful sight into an endless black pool. The moon was partially obscured by clouds, making it dark enough so that it was impossible to tell where the sea ended and the sky began. Please help me, Marco turned sharply. Someone needs help. Ace said nothing, and Marco was already running toward the distressed cries. Ace had no choice but to follow behind. Help me! Hold on! Marco called to them, although it was doubtful his voice carried. The distress call sounded like it was coming from the docks. Or more specifically, an old boathouse. The screaming rose in intensity as he got nearer. He could hear Ace calling him to wait up, but he was too concerned about whomever was in trouble. The voice sounded young and scared. The doors had rotted off long ago. One lay at the entrance as a welcoming mat of sorts, while the other was nowhere to be seen. As he reached the entrance, he slowed down, glancing around. Where are you? Marco called out, looking around the room. What used to hold boats was now full of trash and scrap metal. No doubt it had been out of use for many years. I'm here! Please, it hurts. Not wasting any more time, Marco made his way to the back, dodging the empty crates. Ace was close behind him. His haki sensed the presence of not one person but in fact two. One was in front of them, and the other. Ace, he murmured, and Ace seemed to understand. Yeah, I'm on it. Satisfied, Marco turned his attention back to the task. Stepping around rusted metal on the ground, he made his way to the back corner. There was a boy there. It looked like he had somehow managed to get his foot caught between a crate and some rusted metal. As Marco knelt before him, he looked up. Please, can you help me? He hissed through gritted teeth as he tried once more to fruitlessly pull his foot free. Marco gingerly inspected the foot. It wasn't bleeding, so that was good. He might have to move the entire box to free the foot. Stay still, he told the boy, who was doing his best to keep his breathing level. Easier said than done, he panted as Marco picked up the huge crate. He lifted it up and a few feet to the side. Thank you, the boy said as he reached down to touch his ankle and grimaced. Do you need a doctor? I think I might, he hissed as Marco helped him up. He leaned heavily on the man's shoulder as he led him towards the door. Ace? Marco called out. He began to worry when the young man didn't respond. Ace was still here. Marco could feel it. But whatever he was doing, he was unable to answer back. A feeling of urgency prickled his neck and Marco turned, setting the boy down against one of the boxes. Where are you going? His eyes were wide with fear. I will be right back. I need to find my friend. Stay here. When Marco tried to turn away, the boy grabbed for his arm, tripping on his bad foot as he did so. Wait, don't leave me here alone. Marco tried to push him off, not in the mood to deal with this boy's fear. Look, kid, I will be back, just stay here. I'll come with you, he said, his face pleading. Please. Their eyes met and Marco had to hold in a sigh. He always had a bit of a soft spot for kids and younglings, especially when they were scared or hurting. He didn't used to be like this. Dumb Thatch was rubbing off on him. Fine, but we need to be quick. He slipped his arm around the boy's shoulder and helped him stand. But when he started forward, the boy remained still, refusing to move. Listen, Marco began again, but he never got to finish. In an instant, the young man's aura changed from scared and in need to bloodlust. The change happened so fast that Marco only had a split second to pull away. His instincts took over as he pushed the boy away, just in time to deflect what would have been a fatal blow to the heart to a graze on his arm. Marco's eyes gazed from the knife to the young man's face, raising his eyebrow. The boy, young man, stood strong on both his legs. Apparently, there was nothing wrong with his ankle at all. It had been a trap. One Marco had walked right into. Damn it! the man hissed, inspecting the blade of the knife. There was a small smear of blood on the edge where it had nicked his skin. But it was hardly deeper than a paper clip. Nice try, kid. Marco meant it too. The way the kid had managed to hide his intent was pretty masterful. No doubt he was fairly competent as an assassin. But Marco didn't have time for this right now. He needed to find Ace and get to the bottom of this. But I don't have time to play with you right now. He growled as some of his irritation crept out in his voice. He turned to leave, hoping the boy would take the hint and count his blessings. Once more the killing intent had flared up so suddenly Marco only had a split second to move aside as the knife embedded itself into the wall, right where his head had been. Marco frowned as he reached up and pulled it out of the wall. While annoyed, part of him was impressed. The kid had managed to plunge it nearly 4 centimeters into the cement. That took some serious muscle and precision. Clearly, he wasn't dealing with an amateur despite his young age. I see you're pretty set on doing this, he said, tossing the knife back to him. Blade first. The kid didn't look surprised that he dodged, nor taken back by his laid-back attitude. Rather, a wild smile spread across his face as he caught the dagger between 2 gloved fingers. I am, he agreed, and for a moment all Marco could think of was Ace. Rather than the blonde-haired boy, it was Ace standing in his place, with the same untamed smile as he stared down an opponent who hopelessly outclassed him. A brave idiot. Oyaji's favorite kind. Fine. He agreed, motioning for him to attack. To his surprise, the young man tucked the knife back into his belt, instead pulling a pipe from his back. He charged without warning as Marco brought up his hand, blocking him easily. But the boy didn't let it distract him as he jumped, surprisingly nimbly, over Marco to attack from the back. The older man easily blocked that one as well as he forced the blonde back. Do you really know what you're getting into, kid? Marco asked as he attacked with his own blow. The young man grunted as he ducked just in time to avoid what would have been an incapacitating blow. He rolled away as a well-aimed kick from Marco grazed his legs. You are still a little young to become an assassin and die for an unjust cause. Marco had seen this before. Far too many times. Boys on the cusp of manhood were drafted into battles that weren't theirs to fight and die for the benefit of others. He had also met many young would-be assassins in his life. Many of them misguided and brainwashed. Although he always tried to dissuade them, most were too far gone. To his surprise, the young man smiled at that as he switched to the offensive, charging Marco once more in a flurry of attacks much too fast for the normal eye to keep up with. First off, no one is too young to die, he said as he ducked another blow. If I haven't learned that yet, then I am in trouble. The way he said it had an edge of joking, but in that second as his next attack brought them face to face, Marco could see his face clearly for the first time. A large scar covered most of his left cheek that, up until that point, had been concealed by his hair. It looked like a burn. A very serious burn. He was lucky he still had use of the eye. The kid understood the finality of death all right. Most likely better than men 3 times his age. Secondly, it's a little presumptuous of you to assume my motives, isn't it? You don't know anything about me. That's a two-way street, Marco told him as he avoided a swing of the pipe. Yet it didn't stop you from trying to kill me. Third, the blonde said, ignoring him as he slammed his staff into the ground, pausing in his attack. Marco stopped as well, confused. Stop pulling punches. I'm not going to stop until one of us is dead, and if I'm not a big enough threat, then you are going to have to prove it to me. He held out the pipe as darkness began to engulf his hand, spreading up his arm and onto the metal. Busashoka hockey. It looked like he had pretty good control of it as well. Despite himself, Marco was starting to like this kid. Fine, he agrees as his phoenix flames sprouted up over his body and 2 large wings extended from his back. He really couldn't afford to waste time. He was still worried why Ace hadn't reappeared. He knew Ace could take care of himself the same way he knew something was wrong here. Hockey-coated steel meant the brunt of his phoenix flames, and the other man growled under the intensity of his power. He was forced to pull away as Marco came at him again and again. One of his dodges was a second too slow, and in an instant, the flames engulfed his arm. But the next second his entire arm was coated in hockey, and the fire was out. Still, it had undoubtedly hurt. Marco could tell from the way he kept that arm close to his chest. Ouch, he told Marco, understating the pain of having your skin on fire. Even if it was only a split second. You're not a fan of fire, I take it? Marco asked as the staff came down on him again. He was referring to the scar tissue on his face. The boy raised a hand instinctively to push his bangs over his face once more. Although his answer surprised Marco. Fire is an element, just like everything else. Being afraid of it is like fearing water because you are scared of drowning. It's irrational. Fearing death is irrational now? The boy transferred his grip to both hands as he stood strong in front of Marco. Yes, he said simply before he charged. This time it was Marco who uncharacteristically reacted a second too late as the metal caught him just above the knee with enough force to shatter bone. Had he been someone else? He didn't know if the other was getting faster or if he was simply slowing down. Either way, it mattered not as the bruise was already healing thanks to his phoenix flame. As Marco came at the boy again, he noticed Ace's force was growing stronger. He was coming back from whatever he had been doing. But so was the other person. The feeling that something was wrong grew stronger as he turned his attention back to the fight. Just in time to notice the next attack, the young man faked a right swing before turning left at the last second, catching Marco off guard. He turned to move, but something odd happened. His arm didn't obey him fast enough. It was a delayed response unusual for his highly trained reflexes. Once again the mistake cost him as the staff hit his arm, leaving another vicious bruise. He backed away, looking Sabo over. Devil fruit? It certainly didn't look like it. But what else? He needed to end this now. Rolling his shoulders behind him, the wings reached out from their folded position to an impressive 10-foot wingspan. The blonde grit his teeth as he looked between the flaming appendages and then back to Marco. He had already made up his mind. He wasn't going to kill the boy. Not if he could help it. As a general rule, Marco tried never to kill younglings even if they were technically adults. Even though he was a pirate in a world so full of injustice, he didn't like to add to the tragedies. Somewhere somebody probably cared about this kid and would mourn his death. They would turn that hatred onto Marco and a never-ending cycle would start. Although he was less merciful of adults, and even less of those who were cruel and didn't understand the toll of taking a life. Besides, he was starting to like the kid. He was gutsy, that was for sure. Self-confident with the skills to back it up. And in an odd way, he felt familiar. But not so much so that Marco thought he had met him before, in a more abstract way that confused him. Still, though, this was a fight between pirates, and someone was going to get hurt. In the blink of an eye and a single flap of his wings, he threw himself forward toward the unprepared blonde. His foot struck his side, and he heard the crack as his flames erupted around them. The boy gasped as he pushed away, caught up in the blaze of the flames as they engulfed him. For a moment Marco worried he had overestimated the teen, that the attack would do him in. But the next second he watched impressed as he used his staff as a spring to hurtle himself over the flames as he crashed to the floor into a double roll to shake off the heat. He had pulled off his coat as well, which had taken the brunt of the flames, but he had still gotten some burns. Marco could see the black spots on his shirt where the fire had burned through to his skin. Nothing permanent, but it no doubt hurt. He coughed the smoke out of his lungs, holding the broken ones as he did so, all the while watching Marco through eyes squinted in pain. He straightened immediately when the man moved, ready to fight on a second's notice. Ouch! Marco guessed, mirroring his previous complaint. Blue eyes searched his face and a hint of a smile graced his lips. Ouch! He agreed. It was odd, but Marco couldn't sense any ill will coming from the blonde. At every attack, there was an element of concentrated violence, like he was ready to kill Marco or be killed at that same moment. But that was more to do with his fighting style than anything else. Aside from that, he didn't seem like he wanted to hurt Marco any more than Marco wanted to hurt him. Which begged the question of why were two people who didn't want to fight fighting? He needed to get to the bottom of this before. Ace, he said as the young man returned. He looked very pale, but other than that unharmed. The blonde also looked up at the arrival of Ace. What happened? Marco asked as he turned his attention back to the fighting teen. He had proved too dangerous to be ignored. I'll tell you about it later, Ace said as he too turned his attention to the blonde. He sounded uncharacteristically hollow. Very unlike the expressive young man Marco knew. Although he had become a lot more serious and closed off since his little brother was taken, Marco knew how heavily it weighed on him at all times. Do you need help? No, Marco said seriously as the blonde charged, apparently losing patience with their talking. As the two traded blows, Marco once again felt the odd sensation of his body being disconnected from his brain. On two of the attacks, Marco was too slow and was hit with the pipe. A solid hit to his chest and another that scraped his cheek, drawing blood. He retaliated strongly as his flames leaped forward. The blonde was forced to break away as the flames covered his hand. He pulled off his left glove with a gasp as he cradled his hand to his chest. Marco's eyes widened a fraction as he saw the burns that covered his hand as well, spreading up his wrist. No doubt about it, the young man knew the risks of playing with fire. But as he turned his eyes to Marco, more determined than ever, Marco knew he didn't care. He came again, faster than before as his blows seemed to come out of nowhere. Marco negated them the best he could, but one after the other found its mark on him, hitting him faster than his flames could heal him. His fire surged up to his anger, and the boy was forced back, springing back onto his unburned hand before landing on his feet a few meters away, already in a defensive stance waiting for more. "What did you do?" Marco said, eyes narrowing. Something was wrong with him, all right. But he didn't know how the other was doing it. The boy remained silent, glancing from him to Ace. Marco felt his temper boil over as he attacked once more. This time, though, he wasn't going to give the boy an out. He would finish it now. He felt the staff dig into his side in an explosion of pain. It was worth it for the chance to sweep the man's legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Marco could see the fire reflected in his eyes as he stared up at the man. Marco opened his mouth to ask one last time what the hell he had done. But he never got the chance. The second the boy hit the ground, Ace had moved. So distracted by the fight, Marco hadn't noticed until it was too late. Something snapped around his wrists, as a familiar feeling of cold rushed through him. His fire disappeared in a snap and a rough kick shoved him backward. It happened in an instant, too fast for Marco to realize until it was too late. He had been an idiot. He had forgotten about the other presence. The one Ace had gotten tied up with. Although it wasn't exactly a familiar aura, Marco should have figured it out. When Ace returned, they had moved as well. Marco was so distracted with the kid he hadn't paid enough attention. It was going to cost him. "Burgess!" Ace stared impassively back at him. He was standing over the blonde boy in a protective stance. He didn't confirm it, but then again Marco didn't need him to. Ace had planned the entire thing. His disappearance, his odd behavior. He was working with that boy. One of Teach's maybe? To take him down. And Burgess was watching the whole thing, smug as a bug and safe from the fighting. It was an elaborate trap and he had fallen right into it. "Ace, don't do this," he said as he watched his friend pull the blonde boy to his feet. "You're better than this." "I'm not," Ace said, turning to Marco once more. The pain was evident on his face. Marco pulled on the cuffs experimentally, knowing that without the key he wouldn't get them off. And without his powers, he would have a hard time taking on 3 of them. But that was the plan all along. They never expected the blondie to win on a one-on-one with him. "Ace," he kept his voice calm, fixing his intense gaze on the boy. "I know why you are doing this." His gaze flickered up to the ceiling with a glare before turning back to his friend's face. "You have to trust us. We can help you, not these guys." Although Ace hadn't been with them long, it was long enough to know exactly what kind of person he was. From the first day they had met him, even while trying to take Oyaji's head, they had known everything they needed to about Ace. Despite being constantly surrounded by friends, he was alone. He was a hothead and didn't always think things through, but he was brave and strong, and from the bottom of his heart couldn't stand by and let injustice happen. He was also loyal to those who were special to him, and he would do anything for them. That was the trait that Oyaji had admired the most about him. It made Marco sick to think how it was being used against him. He wished he could make Ace understand that loyalty worked both ways. All of his sisters and brothers would gladly protect Ace as he did for them. If only he would let them. But in all the months they had been together, Marco had failed to get Ace to understand that. His voice dropped lower as he tried to keep the sound from carrying. He didn't want the monsters getting anything else to use against Ace. "You're our little brother," he said, giving him a soft smile. "There isn't anything we wouldn't do for you, and he's my little brother," Ace said, his voice hardly louder than a whisper as it shook. His eyes were begging Marco to understand. "And there isn't anything I wouldn't do for him." Ace had never looked more frightened than he did now. In fact, Marco couldn't remember him ever looking frightened. It reminded him of that first few weeks while he was a prisoner on their boat, constantly trying to kill Oyaji. When Marco looked into his eyes, he saw so much pain and betrayal. He had looked lost. As he did right now. I can't lose him," Ace said, trying to somehow make Marco understand. "If anything happened to him." He took a shaky breath, and from beside him, the blonde squeezed his arm. "I don't think I could live with myself." Marco didn't like where Ace was going with this. All this time they had believed he was alone in the world except for his friends. Apparently, they had been very wrong. "It's okay," he said, looking into tormented gray eyes. "I understand." And he did. Marco never wanted to be forced to choose between his family, or God forbid his brothers and sisters and Oyaji. "It's going to be okay," he promised. The blonde boy squeezed his hand tighter, and Ace turned his attention from Marco to look at him as they shared a silent conversation. Marco furrowed his brow in surprise, wondering what he was missing. Maybe the newcomer wasn't part of the Blackbeards. Ace sure as hell didn't act like it. But if not that, then what? And why did it seem like the two knew each other? Whatever the answer was, it would have to wait, as Ace seemingly won the unspoken argument, and the blonde nodded, stepping back. Ace turned to face Marco once more as he tried uselessly to pull on the cuffs. "This plan?" Marco said, looking between Ace to the other boy. "It doesn't seem like something you would come up with." He glared at the blonde, who stood strong under his gaze. Ace stepped between them once more. "Just tell me what you did to me." Marco's body seemed like it was getting slower by the minute. Something was really wrong. Ace remained silent, but the blonde drew the knife from his sleeve. "It's a poison," he told him with no hint of emotion in his voice. Marco looked down at his arm, seeing the small spot of blood. "It's jellyfish poison. Fast-acting and is incredibly powerful. Even a drop is enough." He tucked the knife into his belt, perhaps for later use. "It's strong enough that even you won't be able to heal fast enough." He looked between Ace and Marco for a moment before continuing. "Even if you beat us and get free, it will be too late. I'm sorry," he added a minute later. Marco gritted his teeth. One thing was for sure, they had thought this through. "We won't know until we find out." "Right," Ace growled. And that's when he attacked. Fire burst from his body in tendrils of heat, burning so bright he was blinding. Marco barely deflected the first attack, as he kicked Ace aside, feeling the intense heat burn his shoe. Taking on a fully charged Ace without his powers wasn't going to be easy. And the poison didn't help either. He jumped into the air, avoiding another blow that would have shattered his jaw. He twisted in the air to avoid another attack, landing on shaky legs and panting heavily. Ace glanced at him, and his expression was heartbreaking. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. "None of this is your fault." Marco hissed as his gaze once again looked up at the ceiling, where no doubt Burgess was watching the entire exchange. Ace shook his head. "You should have just killed me when we met. At least then I wouldn't have to hurt you. To betray you guys and Lou would still be safe." "Ace." Marco tried again, but he was cut off as Ace's temper snapped. "Stop saying it's okay. None of this is okay." He gestured around them. "You, Thatch, Pops, all of you guys deserve better." Marco realized that Ace's gaze had shifted to over his shoulder the same second his hockey flared in a warning. But it was too late. He felt the cold sensation of steel plunge into his skin, slipping in just under his shoulder blade. Ace had been distracting him. As black spots danced in his vision, he looked up at his friend's face one last time. He looked like the world was ending. Marco was overwhelmed by the horrible feeling of failure. He had failed his father, who had always trusted him unconditionally, his brother Thatch, who he couldn't save, all of his brothers and sisters who relied on him, Ace's little brother who had given up his life and by extension Ace's to save the life of Thatch, and finally he had failed Ace, who had been desperate for help that Marco couldn't give. A burst of dark laughter filled the room from a point he couldn't see. He felt his knees buckle and the ground rushed up as everything around him erupted into blazing fire. "Sorry, everyone." The fire was hot as hell. The blonde boy had to roll away to avoid the intense blaze that was burning out of control. The heat was overwhelming from where Burgess stood nearly 10 feet away. He watched the destruction unfold with glee in his eyes. No wonder the boss wanted Ace. The kid was amazing. When it finally did start to spark out, Burgess could make out the dejected figure of Ace, standing at the epicenter of the blaze, looking like a bomb had gone off around him. The section of warehouse that had been in the fire's path was black as ash. The flames had gotten hot enough to melt metal and cement alike. The only thing that was untouched was Ace, although he was so pale amidst the blackness that he could be mistaken for an apparition, and a few feet behind him was the body, burned black like the rest of the room. So much so it almost blended into the floor, if not for the half-melted skull. Burgess went to inspect it, but Ace refused to turn around or acknowledge either of them. Instead, his eyes, filled with pain and regret, met the blonde boy's gaze head-on. The two stared at each other, as if having a silent conversation. Finally Ace said, "It's done, it's done." Burgess agreed, crouching down next to the body. He was supposed to bring back the head, but the way it was now, he was worried it would crumble to dust if he picked it up. Not like anybody would be able to tell anyway. Orders were orders, and he wrapped up the thing in a rag, storing it away. "Boss will be pleased." Ace still did not turn around. He was acting childishly, like if he couldn't see the body then it meant he hadn't done it. "I don't care what that pig thinks," he hissed out, his tone full of anger. "Just give me Luffy back." Haven't I done enough? Oh, definitely. Burgess agreed as he straightened, turning to face the outsider. Ace had done more than enough. But that didn't mean they were going to let him go. Although I prefer not to discuss matters in front of strangers, Ace scowled at the man. I already told you he is a mercenary. I needed his help to take down the Phoenix. Deal with it. And I told you it wasn't the deal. You were to do this alone. You told me not to tell the Whitebeards. Ace gestured around. Does it look like any of the Whitebeards are here? His voice cracked as he said so, but his gaze remained strongly fixed on Burgess. Fine. The man agreed. We will let Teach settle this one. But until then, Blondie stays with me. As he said this, he reached into his back pocket for his knife. The blond boy looked decidedly unimpressed at that. He crossed his arms in a stance that was more "Are you serious?" than the look of terrified fear Burgess was going for. You're going to kill me? He guessed. He sounded like someone had just spoiled the ending of a cliché novel. They don't freaking make kids like they used to. The pirate thought angrily. In his day, younglings responded to death threats appropriately, not with extreme sass. The only one actually rattled by the threat was Ace. He took a step between the two of them. No one else dies today. What do you care, Fire Fist? I'm not like you guys. Ace spat. I don't kill innocent people. The man snorted at that. You think he's innocent? Think again. Besides, you a lot more like us than you know. Ace's eyes briefly flashed to the body. He looked like he was going to be sick. Get going, he said, although he was talking to the other boy this time. I want the rest of my money. The kid reminded him. Ace took a pouch from his hip and tossed it to the other boy without breaking eye contact with Burgess. Now go. The kid didn't need to be told twice. In a split second he was gone, without so much as a second glance. Typical mercenaries. Burgess tried to go after him, but he was once again blocked by Ace. The boy looked about ready to have another fight to the death. Tempted as he was, Burgess didn't know if he had it in him to beat Fire Fist. He was curious to find out, but Teach had warned him against it. Apparently the boss didn't have as much faith in his abilities as he did. The only thing keeping Ace from trying to rip the man limb from limb was the threat of what Teach would do to Luffy in retaliation. Burgess snarled at Ace, recognizing that the boy was gone. Probably for good. Teach will hear about this. He hissed, the fury clear on his face. Ace glared right back up at him. Despite the significant height difference, Burgess felt the full weight of the young man's gaze. A small smile graced his lips, but his eyes held no mirth. For perhaps the first time, Burgess questioned the intelligence of making an enemy out of Ace. You tell him. Tell him everything. Earlier. I can't do this. Ace hissed, wringing his hands through his hair as he paced in an endless circle. He trusted me. Sabo watched him spiral with a sigh. He understood how this was hard for Ace. From what little he knew of the young man, he could tell he was loyal to a fault and honest. This double-crossing thing didn't sit well with him. Sabo had experience with things like this. It had been his idea after all. He had grown up in a world of betrayal and lies, and that was just the revolutionary missions. He didn't doubt that his forgotten life as a noble had prepared him for such activities. He was used to this. Ace wasn't. With a sigh, he pushed himself off the wall, putting a hand on Ace's shoulder to stop his frantic pacing. If this kept up, Ace would pass out again, and that was the last thing they needed right now. Not only had it scared the crap out of him, but Ace had been asleep for over 3 hours. Straight into the time they had needed for planning. Ace, it's going to be okay. I promise. You're braver than this, Sabo said, gently meeting his gaze. We'll do it together, all right? All right. How did it go? There was a pause as the snail considered before answering. All right, I guess. They got it done. Blackbeard's grip on the den tightened at that. Yeah, there was another boy with him. Hired mercenary or something. Or something? Teach repeated, his tone hinging on dangerous. Burgess sensed the doubt in his boss's tone and hastened to try to soothe the man's temper. He and the kid took down the Phoenix together. Got it done without any intervention from me. You killed the mercenary afterwards, right? Teach said, cutting the man off. The silence from the other end told him differently. Useless. Teach muttered loudly. Boss, kill the mercenary. I don't care if you have to torch a town to get it done, just do it. Sure, boss. Burgess agreed distractedly. But what? Teach was not in the mood to be questioned by his subordinates. Did you really think? Sure, Fire Fist is strong, but the Phoenix is out of his league? How was he supposed to take down the right hand of Whitebeard? The question was a valid one. Although it wasn't something Teach wanted to talk about at the moment. He told the man to get it done before slamming the den down so hard the creature gave a cry. Blackbeard ignored it as he leaned back on the weathered couch in his office. Obviously, he hadn't expected Ace to be able to defeat Marco the Phoenix in a one-on-one. The same way he hadn't expected Ace to be able to get 10 new recruits by himself. Killing Marco had been a bit of a panic move when they lost Luffy. One he hadn't corrected when the boy was recovered. What he did expect was for the team to go to any length to ensure his baby brother's safety. So far he hadn't been disappointed. Surely Ace had to know Luffy was worthless though. All this work for a brat that wasn't quite right in the head. Honestly, people were so dumb. Some days it felt like he was the only one on the ocean with a brain, although that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He ran stubby fingers through his unkempt hair. Speaking of brainless creatures, Teach turned his attention back down to the squirming boy in his lap. At the gaze, Luffy glared up at him. Despite how weak he had become during his captivity, the defiance in the boy's eyes never wavered. It both annoyed and amused Teach. "Hear that, little one? Your brother just killed his first crewmate." Teach continued to run his fingers through Luffy's hair in a methodic motion, like he was petting a cat or comforting a small child. "For you, of course." Luffy squirmed in the man's grip but didn't break his glare. So far he hadn't been able to break the ropes holding his arms and legs together. But not for lack of trying. If he still had that much energy in him after all this time, then Teach had clearly been doing something wrong. Then, what was that?" Teach asked, amused as his hand temporarily stopped before resuming again. Luffy made the noise again, and this time Teach stopped to listen. He grinned as he realized Luffy was saying no, but the dirty rag stuffed into his mouth muffled the noise. At first he didn't think they needed it. After all, the point was to get the kid to talk, to tell him what he needed to know. Like who the Googles belonged to for starters. But rather than answers, all Luffy seemed to have were choice words to describe Teach and his small crew. Blackbeard honestly hadn't thought a child as naive as Luffy could swear like that. He was surprisingly creative. After 10 minutes of non-stop screaming and biting, Teach had quickly decided that it would be better for everyone's health if Luffy shut up. Although it hadn't done as much as he hoped. What words Luffy couldn't say were clearly written on his face. He caught himself wondering, not for the first time, if Luffy was part feral or something. When Teach had found him, he had been in the middle of a forest fighting a giant bear or something. He looked down at his thumb where Luffy had bit him over an hour ago. A clear set of teeth marks were still visible in the skin even now. He wondered if he had to get shots for that the same way someone bitten by a rabid animal needed to. "No, what?" Teach said, turning his attention back to the kid. "No, your brother didn't kill that guy?" Luffy's silence made him laugh. "You think the world of Ace, don't you?" He didn't need a response. Which was all very well, as Luffy didn't give one. No, that much was already pretty clear. It was so sweet it made Teach want to vomit. "Well, guess what, little boy? Your brother's not perfect. He is the reason you are here. He couldn't protect you from me, he couldn't save you, and apparently he couldn't save his friend either. So maybe you should direct some of that anger his way." Luffy continued to glare up at him like he hadn't heard a single word Teach said. The man sighed as he gave up. He might as well save his breath. What use was explaining it to an idiot like this? When Luffy woke to discover the glasses were missing, he went crazy. Or snapped, as one of the crew remarked in response to the shuddering as Luffy tried to break the wall. At first Teach was content to ignore his temper tantrum. After all, he figured he would wear himself out considering how he had cheated death just a few days ago. But it turns out he had been wrong. Luffy hadn't stopped. What Teach was quickly coming to learn about the boy was that he never stopped. He was all the most annoying things about Ace multiplied by 10. After 5 hours, Teach had warned Thatch, who was apparently the sensible one between the two of them, that if he couldn't get Luffy to shut it up, then they would both regret it. Honestly, it was the straw hat all over again. To the man's credit, he had tried. To the point where he had held Luffy down and covered his mouth, but all he had gotten in return was a nasty kick to his side. Amusing as that was, Teach could no longer deal with the noise and had taken it into his own hands to do something about it. "What am I going to do with you?" The man sighed as he shifted Luffy on his lap to hold him closer. Luffy groaned in response as his body went ridged like he had been burned by the contact. Teach stroked his bruised cheek with his free hand. "Careful or you're going to start crying again," he teased rather meanly. He had made sure to bring that up every chance he got, never willing to let the kid forget his breakdown. He didn't think the boy was capable of it, but lying here, cradled in Teach's arms like a misbehaving show pet, it was clear that the kid absolutely loathed him with every fiber of his being. It was like the very act of being touched by Teach was causing him physical pain. Luffy looked like he would rather face down an army of monsters than be held by the man who was blackmailing his brother. Which was kind of the point. So far, Luffy had no reaction to physical punishment. In fact, it seemed to further cement his determination to be as unhelpful and all-round annoying as he possibly could. So it was nice to watch his face twist with disgust and rage. It was a look that was wholly unnatural on the face of a boy so scrawny and young. "It's a good thing I am going to kill him when this is over," Teach mused to himself as he continued to pet the fluffy black hair. He watched Luffy's face twitch briefly in pain as his thick fingers roughly drove through a section of dried blood on the back of his head before the pointed anger returned. If this was what Luffy was like as a kid, then he would hate to see what kind of man he grew up to be. It would probably be someone Teach didn't want as an enemy. "Did someone used to do this for you when you were upset?" Teach asked, delighted when he felt Luffy stiffen even further in his grip. "I'll take that as a yes." "Your parents?" Luffy ignored him, choosing to instead stare at the ceiling just right of Teach's head. He looked disinterested again. "That wasn't it." "That's right, you guys are orphans, right?" There were no emotions to be manipulated there. He tried a new angle. "Ace, perhaps?" Once again Luffy continued to ignore him, further annoying the man. He grabbed Luffy's chin between his fingers, forcing the boy to look at him, and only him. Dark eyes met his own. "Who then?" Luffy broke the gaze for a fraction of a second to gaze over at the googles on the desk involuntarily. "Oh, I see how it is then. An emotional attachment, his favorite kind. And by far the most lucrative. But you're not going to tell me whose those are?" Luffy shook his head again, daring the man to try and force it out of him. Teach sighed. "No, I suppose not." He gave Luffy's cheek a soft pat before standing suddenly. The motion sent the boy tumbling from his lap onto the ground, his bound limbs doing nothing to protect him. He landed on the floor with a soft moan as Teach strode over to the desk, retrieving the googles. He saw Luffy's gaze turn to him as he turned the little things over in his hands a few more times. "All the fuss over these? When this is over, Ace will either join us or I will take his head." He turned back to Luffy, who was laying on his stomach, his attention solely on Teach. The man grinned back at him as he pulled the letter opener from his desk and stalked back to the kid. "And you," he said, cutting the cloth away from his mouth so he could speak again, "are going to be in pieces at the bottom of the ocean. Or?" Teach ran the knife over Luffy's cheek thoughtfully. He traced the crescent scar with the tip of the blade, impressed that the boy didn't so much as flinch. If nothing else, he was a brave brat. "Maybe I will sell you. Make some cash. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who would love to take a piece out of a vice admiral's grandson." He looked Luffy over once more. "Or do whatever else with. Honestly, I don't really care. So long as you don't get the chance to live out the rest of your teen years." Teach straightened once more, showing Luffy the goggles in his hands. "Last chance, little one. Give me a name or these go out the window." Dark eyes looked between Teach to the window and back to his hand. "No," he whispered, his voice quiet and hoarse from all the screaming he had done. "Your loss." Teach headed to the porthole, unlatching it as he felt the eyes glaring daggers into his back. "Wait," and there it was. Teach paused, turning around slowly, a grin on his face. "Give me a name. Whose do these belong to, and how do you know them? Dragons?" The smile fell off Teach's face as he blinked, confused. What? Dragons?" Luffy repeated, his eyes completely serious. His face betrayed nothing but the honest truth. "That's it," Teach growled as he turned once more to toss them into the sea. "No!" Luffy cried, his voice cracking under the strain of his emotions. "I told you what you wanted." Teach's grip tightened as his temper flared once more. "In what world do you think the answer I was looking for was dragons? Do these look like dragon eyewear to you, stupid boy?" Luffy only shook his head, equally angry. "Not that. I already told you that I'm not going to tell you whose those are. But you wanted to know a secret Ace told me, right?" "That's it." Like a flip had been switched off then back on, and off once more, Teach felt his temper dissolve into more confusion. Like it always seemed to do when he had to interact with Luffy. "Ace's secret was dragons?" "He said it was my secret," Luffy corrected him. Teach ignored him, further confused now. If it was Luffy's secret, then why did Ace have to tell him? And what kind of secret was that? "Do you?" Teach began feeling silly. "Have dragons?" Luffy gave him a look that plainly said idiot, which meant a lot coming from him. "Of course not." "Okay, new plan. You have exactly 5 seconds to convince me how that's possibly a secret, or these go out the window." "I don't know anything else." Luffy cut him off, annoyed. "I told you your dumb things, so just give them back." 5. Ace said it was important. 4. He made me swear never to tell anyone. 3. That Gramps had told him when he got too drunk once. 2. It doesn't mean anything to me, Luffy said as he desperately looked between the goggles and the open window. He continued to try and struggle against the ropes, but they refused to move. 1. But Ace said it's where I came from. That it was my heritage, and if I told anyone I would be in danger. When I asked Gramps if I was a dragon, he told me to stop being ridiculous, so I don't know what Ace was talking about. Luffy finished the ramble, and for once in his life he was quiet. Waiting to see if that was enough to save his treasure, Teach rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Now that was interesting. If Ace made a big deal out of it, then there must be something there. Not to mention he had finally gotten Luffy to obey him. That was a step in the right direction. Very well, he said, and the boy looked relieved as he closed the port window. You can have the damn things. But Teach never said what condition he would give them back in. He dropped them to the floor, bringing his heavy boot down upon them the same time Luffy cried out in anguish. He tried to inch his way over to save them, but it was too late. Teach brushed off the shards of glass from the now twisted frame. It hung limply from the strap, looking warped and defeated. No! Luffy cried out, looking more distressed than Teach remembered seeing him before. It was a good look for him. Teach bent down beside him as he pulled Luffy off the floor back onto the couch. He was delighted to see the beginning of tears in those dark eyes. Emotional attachments, Teach thought to himself with a crocodile smile. So lucrative. He tied the goggles around Luffy's neck, satisfied he had won this round. You know what? He said as his eyes fell on the camera on his shelf. Why stop there? Ace has been a good little solider, hasn't he? Luffy looked up at him as anticipation clouded his sorrow. Teach patted his cheek distractedly. Let's give Ace something for his troubles. Thatch was pacing. He would walk in a circle before sitting down for a minute, only to spring up again and continue the cycle. Teach had dragged Luffy away hours ago. Thatch knew he wouldn't be able to calm down until the kid was returned. In whatever shape he would be in. Thatch didn't care so long as he came back. It had scarcely been a few days since he cheated death thanks to Luffy's intervention. He was not up to his usual fighting shape. Still, that thought didn't help lessen the guilt in the least. The acknowledgement that despite his best tries he hadn't been able to do anything for Luffy. So far he hadn't done a damn thing to protect the kid nor his treasures from the blood-sucking parasite that he once called his nakama. Instead, Luffy had been mostly left to fend for himself. He couldn't shake the constant feeling that at any second the thin thread that held up Teach's sanity would snap, and when that happened Luffy would be unprotected and alone. Thatch once again sat on the bed trying to push the particularly gruesome thoughts away. Teach wasn't going to kill Luffy. Not now. He still needed him. That was not going to be the last time he saw his friend alive. Luffy would be fine. He always was. This time wouldn't be any different. He didn't know how long he waited. It felt like a very long time. Luffy was in bad shape. Thatch had seen him when they pulled him out of the water. Beaten half to hell and puking up blood-stained water from his lungs. Teach had to know that much more of that, and Luffy would really die. Despite how thick-headed the kid was, then again he had been willing to let Thatch die only a few days ago. Accidental or not, Teach's temper, which Luffy seemed to exacerbate, was nothing to take lightly. He slid from the bed to sit on the floor, too tired to keep pacing. So he rested on the floor with his back against the bed and his forehead resting on his bent knee. He spent the better part of the day drifting in and out of sleep. Each time he woke up he had to face the disappointment of being trapped in that little room alone, his family miles away, and God knows what Teach was doing to his only friend. At the grating sound of the lock he shot up to his feet, hands clenched into fists. Thatch wished he had a weapon, anything to defend them, but there was nothing here. Teach's dark laugh filled the room as the door swung open. Relax, he told Thatch as he took a step towards the door. I brought you your little friend back. His meaty hand clutched Luffy's small matchstick arm, practically holding him up. Thatch started towards them, but Teach was quick to draw a knife, pointing it at him first before turning it on Luffy. The message was clear. Thatch swallowed back the obscenities on his tongue as he stayed rooted to the spot. Thankfully the evil man did not hurt Luffy further, but rather used it to cut the ropes that held him before throwing him roughly to the ground. Once the knife was tucked safely back into his belt, Thatch ran to Luffy, pulling him to his feet. Are you okay, kid? Thatch checked Luffy's face over carefully, finding it more bruised than when he had last seen him. Although aside from that he looked more or less the same. I'm okay, Luffy said, pushing aside his hands as he turned to glare at Teach. Thatch let out a sigh of relief before joining Luffy in glaring at the fat man grinning in the doorway like the cat who caught the canary. What the hell are you so smug about, chest teeth? Thatch asked, using Luffy's insult, and watching the smile flicker to frustration before Teach remembered they weren't worth getting angry over. Why don't you ask him? He pointed an accusing finger at Luffy, who stiffened with anger. Thatch took a step forward on reflex, putting himself between the two. Luffy turned his head away angrily. Not in the mood to play Teach's games. I guess it's a family matter, huh, kid? What are you talking about? Thatch asked, confused. Teach raised his eyebrows in amusement as he snorted. You mean you don't know? Know what? Thatch asked, confused, only to be cut off by Teach's horrible laughter filling the room. Luffy growled at him, and Thatch had to grab his arm to keep him in place. What does Luffy have to do with your war against Whitebeard? Teach only laughed louder at that. And I thought you were the smarter one. He wiped his eyes, still grinning. I guess the kid didn't tell you. Tell me what? Teach stalked forward towards them the same second Thatch pushed Luffy behind his back as he glared at the man. The teen made a noise of protest as he tried to slip between Thatch's arms for another confrontation, but he stood his ground firmly. He put one of his arms out to stop Teach and used the other to keep Luffy behind him. Tell me, he snapped. Why is he here? Despite the fact that both of them knew Thatch was still too sick to stop Teach from getting to Luffy, the man paused mid-step. I don't usually take orders from my prisoners, he said. But I'm feeling generous today, so I will tell you. The grin was back on his face as he looked between the two in front of him. Thatch had managed to stop Luffy from walking over and slugging the man as it looked like he wanted to do. Instead, the teen had stopped short behind the pirate's protective arm that was silently asking him to stay back. Although that did nothing to quell the fury in the teen's dark eyes as he looked at Teach. Doesn't little Luffy remind you of someone? Teach continued oblivious to the look the teen was giving him. Thatch turned to Luffy, perplexed. No, oh, for the love of... Teach used Thatch's distraction to his advantage as he strode up to him, shoving the man aside to grab the teen's jaw. Luffy snarled again, although this one sounding more feral. He tried to pull back, but Teach just dug his black fingernails deeper into his skin and forced his head to the side so his eyes met Thatch's own confused pair. Despite himself, the pirate was quick to respond. Thatch slapped Teach's hands off Luffy so hard the resulting sound rung out through the tiny room. Don't touch him. He snapped, his patience and worry from the day threatening to boil over every time Teach got too close to his new friend. Both Luffy and Teach looked surprised at the fire in his usually friendly voice. Teach recovered first, rubbing his bruised hand angrily. I was trying to get the point across, he told Thatch. But you're so thick I have to spell it out for you, don't I? I would appreciate it. Thatch snapped back sarcastically. I took you to get leverage over the old man. Thatch growled at that, but Teach continued on like he hadn't heard. I figured as long as I have you, he has to watch himself around me, least he loses one of his favorites. Whitebeard will never lose to a man like you. Thatch snapped. Teach just waved him off, annoyed at the interruption. The kid's here for the same reason. Oyaji has never even met Luffy? Why would you try to get to him through someone he doesn't know? True, Oyaji wasn't the kind of guy who would let an innocent child die at the hands of his ex-crew member, but it still made no sense. Thatch wondered for a brief moment if Teach really was as crazy as he had accused him of being. But you see, I'm not trying to get to Whitebeard. The air of bragging was back and it made Thatch's skin crawl. Although not nearly as much as the next sentence. I'm trying to get to Ace. Of all the things he expected Teach to say, that was at the bottom of the list. Immediately Thatch felt his protective instincts flare up again at the thought of the man going after his youngest brother. What's Ace got to do with anything? Teach looked over at Luffy with a crocodile smile. Should I tell him, or do you want to? Go to hell. Well, for starters, he is a prodigy. The youngest ever to be offered warlord stats, and he turned it down. His name is known far and wide across the seas. So how grateful will the world government be when I deliver his head to them? Do you think they will give me money? Status? Power? Or even better, how strong would my forces grow if he joined me? All that untapped potential under my control. With my help he could become unstoppable. Together we could become great. Teach had more to say, but Thatch was done listening. Ace would never join forces with someone like you. Thatch roared. You're an obsessed lunatic who betrayed his own family and now resorts to blackmailing and torturing teenagers. Ace is twice the man you will ever be. There is nothing you could offer him that would make him follow you. From the corner of his eye, Thatch noticed Luffy staring at him in surprise, but he was too angry to pay attention to anything other than the pounding in his ears. He expected Teach to be angered at the outbursts. He had already proved himself to be someone who did not tolerate disrespect. Only the man didn't look angry at all. Rather, he looked smug and pleased with himself. That's where you're wrong, my old friend. His dark eyes turned to Luffy with a predatory look. Allow me to be the first to properly introduce you to Thatch, meet Ace's little brother. A feeling like cold, clammy hands settled on Thatch's spine as he stared at Luffy as if seeing him for the first time. What? He asked. I kidnapped him to blackmail Ace, tried to keep up, but I thought Ace was an orphan. Thatch said, dumbly trying to do just that. Who told you that? He said. He began before trailing off. While it was true, it was implied Ace had never specifically said he didn't have any siblings. Ace never really talked about his past or anybody for that matter. When they had first met in the early days when he was still trying to kill Pops, Thatch would bring him food and try to get a conversation out of the reluctant teen. Thatch had asked Ace if he had a sweetheart somewhere. Ace had snorted at that. Thatch had then asked if he had any folks or family waiting for him to come back, and he had said no again. Well, I guess that's true, the man admitted. Our own little Spitfire has no family. He was born into this world alone. Isn't that right, Luffy? Shut up! The teen snapped. All he has is his younger foster brother. Shut the hell up, Monkey D. Luffy, the grandson of a vice admiral and apparently the offspring of some kind of dragon. Thatch once again turned to Luffy despite himself. Why was this the first he was hearing about this? But rather than helpfully filling in some holes, Luffy was glaring at Teach, his eyes promising bloodshed. It gets better. Why don't you tell him the best part, kid, about Ace's F.A.? Whatever he was going to say was cut off as Luffy tore himself free from Thatch's grip with a scream as he tackled the man. They both went down, Teach caught off guard and surprised by the sudden violence. Luffy wasn't done by far. He clawed at the man's face with his small and bloody fingernails. You will never own Ace! He screamed, but Teach had recovered this time and threw Luffy off of him to the floor. He would have retaliated further with a bone-shattering kick to his ribs, but Thatch caught his foot and toppled his balance. It was just enough of a distraction to allow the man to pull Luffy up and behind his back once more. Teach looked positively murderous as he stared down the two of them. But when he spoke, it was to Luffy only. You, on the other hand, are good for nothing. If it wasn't your value in blackmail, you would be at the bottom of the ocean right now. He spat. But mark my words, boy. That won't protect you forever. You're going to die a very painful death, and I'm going to be the one to do it. Thatch's hands tightened around Luffy at the threat. He would like to see Teach try to get past him. Luffy let out a low growl at the man as he tried once more to break free from Thatch's hold. But God knows what the man would do to him if he tried another attack like that. Teach's temper was not to be tested right now. If I die, then I die. Luffy spat back at him. But you will never get AC. Both men turned to look at Luffy in surprise and concern in Thatch's case. It was clear that the threat of death didn't scare him. Even after all this time at the mercy of a madman. Maybe Teach really was right. But not about Luffy. Maybe Thatch was the slow one. How hadn't he seen the connection between the two of them? Blood relation or not, Thatch had seen that look before. Dozens of times. It was the look Ace wore when someone had pissed him off. It was the look that meant shit was about to go down. Teach scoffed to himself, throwing both of them another furious look. You're out of your depth, little boy. He turned to the door as Thatch forced himself to turn away from Luffy. As Teach's chubby fingers closed around the door handle, Thatch spoke up. You think you're threatening them? Teach paused for a moment but did not turn around. Well, I'll tell you something. If you hurt either of them, you are going to regret it. You think you scare me? Teach sneered. I'm not talking about me. Thatch couldn't speak for Oyaji. But he had the feeling the old man would feel the same about what Teach was doing to this little family. Teach just let out a low laugh as he turned, slamming the door behind him as he left. The two prisoners were left in silence with the overwhelming grating of the three locks sliding back into place. Sabo sat high above the town on the roof of one of the taller buildings. He thought the height would clear his head, but so far it hadn't done much except remind him how small everything really was. It had been a long night since the confrontation at the warehouse. A lot of cleanup was required. Ace had left with the pirate and Sabo had been left to sort out the odds and end. He should have followed them when they split up. He didn't trust the shifty henchman nor Ace's mental state at the moment. The combination of the two scared him. He ought to go find them, make sure Ace was alright. Or at least check back in with the revolutionaries. He fingered the den in his hands. He knew it was well past time to call Koala. If he waited much longer, she would make him regret it. But he didn't want to do that either, and he wasn't entirely sure why. Betrayal, drama, plans, covert missions, double-crossing, roles and parts and lines, he was used to all of this. This was his life ever since waking up with the revolutionaries. But this time it was different. This time it was his life. Something he didn't think he had until a few days ago. Sabo had never been very good at this part of the job, comforting people, telling them that it was going to be alright in the end. Or at least one day. He would always try to pass it off to someone else. Or when he couldn't, he would fake it. Pretend to know what he was talking about. Pretend to be confident in what he was saying. He had learned that if you spoke with enough reassurance to someone who had just lost everything, they would take the words to heart. It wasn't like he didn't feel for the people. He truly did. It was a horrible thing to lose your home, your family. He had seen what true devastation looked like, and it wasn't a good look. But he had never been able to relate before. He had never had anything to lose. No memories or family or even a place to call home. That wasn't to say he hated his life. He loved it. It was like he was built for this kind of life. The job was his calling. Fighting for those who couldn't fight for themselves was his motivation. And his friends were his support. They would pick him back up when he got knocked down and make it so he wanted. No needed to try again and again until he succeeded. He cared more about his comrades than he did about himself. He would have never survived this long without them. He was a little bit like a tool or a weapon. He chose what he wanted to be used for, and he served that cause with his life. But this was different, personal. There was a little boy out there who was relying on Sabo to save him. Sabo had seen kidnapping situations before. He always hated them for how nasty they could get. He always did the best he could, but it was unpredictable at best. Sometimes the victim couldn't take the starvation. Sometimes they didn't make it in time. And even when they managed to get the victims back, they were changed. Sabo didn't want that to happen here. If this went bad, if he messed this up, then it wouldn't be at someone else's expense. He had a ghoulish vision of him having to explain to Ace how they weren't in time to save Luffy. That this sometimes happened and there was nothing anyone could do to change that. But Luffy would want him to get over this, if not for himself then for those who loved him. He had the whole sickening speech memorized for how many times he needed it in the past. He put down the den with a sigh. He couldn't call back. He had no clue what he would even tell them. He had wanted this after all. At least he thought he had. He hugged his knee to his chest, looking out at the city and the ocean beyond that. A soft knocking startled him. His fingers were reaching for the pipe beside him before he realized it was Ace. Sabo was relieved to see him unharmed. But then again, he had never doubted he wouldn't be. Ace could clearly take care of himself. "Want some company?" the freckled teen asked, his voice much softer than usual. Sabo nodded despite himself. He wasn't sure what he truly wanted right now. But he recognized the emotions on Ace's face as the ones he was currently struggling with. He turned his attention back to the ocean as Ace crossed the roof lightly to sit beside him. He dangled his feet over the edge, leaning back on his palms. They sat in silence for a moment before Sabo broke it. "How did you find me? I always find you. When you're upset you go high." "I'm not upset," Sabo responded automatically. Clearly Ace didn't believe him, but he was nice enough not to say anything. They sat in silence for a few more minutes before curiosity got the best of him. "All right, if I was upset by something, not saying I am. Why do I go to high places? Because your parents are lunatics," Ace answered for him. "What? They taught you that emotions, any at all, even being happy, were unsightly. So whenever you feel something you always try to get away from other people. Climb a tree or something so no one would see that you actually do care sometimes." Sabo thought about that for a second before he groaned. "What? Nothing?" he sighed, leaning back. "It's just weird that you know more about me than I do. You don't remember me at all, do you?" Sabo felt bad at the tone of his voice. Like he was letting him down. "It's weird," he finally answered. "When I try, it's a great big nothing. But sometimes I have these feelings. Like blueprints of another life. Somebody else's life." It made him feel weird. Like he was a stranger in his own head. "What did Burgess want?" he asked, changing the topic. Ace just shrugged. "Made me wait while he called his boss. Mostly wanted to drink." "Is it done?" Sabo nodded as he let out a large yawn. It had been a long day. And it was far from over. He reminded Ace to be careful. They were watching him like a hawk. One little misstep and their partnership might be discovered. Then Ace would lose his only ally against the Blackbeards. Sabo's involvement had to stay a secret, and in order to do that Ace had to leave all the sneaking around and planning to him while he played the hopeless fool. "Are you okay?" Sabo asked awkwardly after a few moments. Ace gave him a weird look. "Like emotionally?" The look was replaced with a quiet laugh that seemed to echo off the darkened rooftop. "Save your couples therapy speech outlook. We don't really talk about our feelings. I thought we were friends or something in the past." "We were," Ace said with a shrug. "It just wasn't our thing." Sabo dropped his shoulders in relief. "Oh, thank God," Ace snorted again as he patted his back reassuringly. "Out of your element there, huh?" He never did know what to tell people when they came to him with their emotional problems. It was nice to know he didn't have to pretend with the teen. Even if he wasn't who he was supposed to be. Whatever he was at the moment, spy, weapon, a long dead memory. It was enough. "I don't understand," he said, dumbfounded for what felt like the 100th time that hour. "What's there to understand?" Luffy asked distractedly from his spot on the bed. He was leaning against the wall heavily, obviously tired. Thatch knew how sick he was. He really ought to let him rest, but there were too many questions flying around his brain. Ace is your brother? Luffy nodded, annoyed. I keep telling you yes. Why on earth didn't you tell me? Because you didn't ask. Well, I would have asked if I knew that I should ask, because it might be a possibility. He trailed off with a sigh as his head started hurting. Luffy looked confused. What? Didn't you know I was on a pirate crew with your brother? He tried again from a different angle. Luffy shook his head as he shifted on the end, once again resting his back against the wall. You are? Thatch nodded. Teach didn't tell you? Luffy shook his head again. He didn't tell me anything other than I was here so he could blackmail Ace. I thought you were here so he could blackmail your captain, Dad? Thatch nodded. That was more or less correct. Only with the missing link that Thatch's captain was Ace's as well. Luffy looked at him for a second before frowning. I don't believe you. What? Why? You might be Ace's friend, but he isn't on your crew. Why not? Luffy just shook his head. Ace is bossy. Is he? He nodded. He is. He wouldn't join someone else's crew. He doesn't like listening to people. Thatch could see that. But Oyaji wasn't just a regular person. He was debatably the strongest and most powerful pirate on the sea. His powers were that of a god, and beneath all that strength was an incredibly kind man who cared for his crew as if they were his own. Our captain is really special, he explained to Luffy. He doesn't think of us like a crew but rather a family. He and Ace get along really well. We all do. Luffy was staring at him with an unreadable expression. Thatch sighed as he probed a little further. Do you believe me? Luffy thought for a second before answering. You wouldn't lie about something like this, right? Thatch nodded. I wouldn't lie to you, then I believe you. Luffy said, a smile breaking out on his face. As always, his smile was infectious. Thatch couldn't help himself but to smile along. So Ace was happy then. Yeah, Thatch agreed softly. He really was. He missed that idiot as well as the rest of his family. He felt a pang in his chest suddenly. It was accompanied by the overwhelming desire to be back home rather than here. He pushed those thoughts away, annoyed with his weakness. Instead, he joined Luffy on the bed. More questions bubbled to his mind, but Luffy beat him to it. So are you and Ace friends? We are. He didn't tell Luffy that he had been one of the first ones to befriend the team when he was first trapped on their boat. Nor about what came before that. He didn't think it was important. He gathered Luffy agreed. He didn't seem like someone who got caught up in the details. So the reason you don't live with your brother is because he left to be a pirate. Luffy nodded. He yawned widely, reminding Thatch how exhausted the injured kid must be. But one question was still left unanswered. I thought you said your brother was some other name, Sam or something. Luffy's eyes widened slightly as he sat up, suddenly more awake. Sabo, he said softly, more to himself than anyone else. He's your brother. Me and Ace's, yeah. His tone was flat. Once again hard to read. Thatch didn't know if he should continue or not. He regretted asking a second later when Luffy continued. He died. I'm so sorry. Thatch said, not knowing what else to say. What happened? Luffy shook his head, sliding down the wall until his eyes were level with his knees. When we were little, he was taken away by bad people. We never saw him again. Luffy's voice had become so quiet Thatch had to lean forward to hear him. When he tried to escape the island, he was shot. The last part was barely a whisper as Luffy slid down further. His hand came up to grab the goggles around his neck. Thatch realized with a heavy heart that they had been destroyed. Luffy, Thatch began quietly. He didn't know what to say to make that all right. Any of this all right. Instead, he reached over and put his hand on the fluffy black hair. Luffy looked up at him. They're going to kill Ace. We can't let that happen. We won't, Thatch told him seriously, moving his hand to the small shoulder. Dark eyes held his gaze for a moment, evaluating Thatch's face, before he gave him a soft smile. Okay, he agreed, rolling over to his side as he lay his head down on the mattress. The single blanket had fallen to the floor and Thatch stooped down to pick it up. But by the time he sat back down on the bed, Luffy was fast asleep. Thatch was unsure if he had simply fallen asleep from exhaustion, or if he had fainted again. God knows what Teach did to him and the still healing internal wounds. He rolled the kid back onto his back and lifted his shirt. What had started as an angry red color was now darkening into a deep purple. A sickly yellow was scattered throughout the bruising sites at irregular intervals from below the navel all the way to his collarbone. It was extensive across his whole body, but Thatch identified the bruises on the right ribcage to be the worst. He prodded the area gently with his fingers, unsure if he should be relieved or not when Luffy didn't respond. The doc had dressed the serious cuts and scrapes but left the bruises to heal in the open air. The doctor had looked at him only a few days ago. He had supposedly tried to fix him after he fell into the ocean, or at the very least tried to keep him alive. But he hadn't been back since. Thatch didn't know if that meant Luffy was fine to heal on his own or just that he was too drunk to bother. Thatch strongly suspected the latter, which did not bode well for them. His limited medical knowledge aside, he had no supplies. He fixed Luffy's shirt, hoping the darkening color meant they were healing. Being careful, he readjusted the kid against the wall in the corner of the bed and covered him with the blanket. Thatch was well aware of how little he could do to help. He settled himself down on the other side, closer to the door. He may not be able to get them out of this mess, but the least he could do was intercede should the pirates try anything further. He leaned back against the headboard, clenching his fist to test out his slowly returning strength. It wasn't where he needed it to be. Too little time had passed since his near-death experience for his body to be normal again. Plus the constant beatings and near starvation wasn't helping either. He's smarter than we gave him credit for, that's for sure. Thatch murmured to no one in particular, as he bent his leg so he could rest his arm on it, all the while curling and uncurling his hand. He felt the ship rocking beneath them as it braved each wave. None too gently either. There must be a storm outside. Not like they would know. What he wouldn't give for the feeling of sun again, soft wind, or anything really. This sensory deprivation was starting to take its toll. Although it wasn't like he had never been in worse situations before in his extensive years of sailing. If he had gotten himself out of that, he should be able to handle this as well, right? Piece of cake, right? He told the darkened room. XXX. And where the hell have you been? Sabo held the phone away from his ear at the outburst. Things got kind of complicated, he said once he thought she calmed down. Well, simplify it for me then. I don't know if I can, he admitted. What the hell does that mean? It's just kind of complicated. The last thing he wanted to do was get into it over the phone. What he wanted was Koala to relay to their boss that he wouldn't be back for a while. Possibly forever if this went south and they all died. Fingers crossed for not that option. Koala sighed. Sabo, I'm going to need better than that. We can't really afford any better, he told her honestly. Maybe he was tired, maybe it was the stress, but he only realized his mistake too late. We? She asked, her tone part amusement and part disbelief. Who is we? She was just surprised he was working with someone. Traditionally, Sabo did the heavy work by himself. He preferred it that way. He didn't want any of his friends or allies to get hurt, and he figured he could take the danger off of them by directing it at himself. It's a really long story, I can't risk it right now. He knew she would understand. At least enough not to push the issue. So you're really not going to tell me anything? Sorry, he told her again, too distracted to remember to sound sorry. So if you called me, that means you want something. I need you to buy more time with Dragon. Koala sighed deeply. How much time? I'm not sure yet. He had no clue how long this would go. There was a long pause on the other end before she spoke up again. You're coming back though, right? Of course. He told her, smiling at the concern. Just give me some time. I'll see what I can do, she said to his relief. Did you find what you were looking for? That seemed to be the real question. Not yet, he told her. But we are going to. XXX. Ace looked up as the blonde boy climbed through the roof window. The two of them were staying in an abandoned building near the forest. Not many people came out of the way like this, leaving the two of them free to come and go as they pleased. At least until now. You have a tail, he told him as Ace nodded. I figured. He leaned against the window with a heavy sigh. The worst part about it is that I recruited him. Sabo joined him in staring at the man outside, who thought he was being inconspicuous. Seriously? Ace nodded. I had to. Neither felt the need to clarify. Ace turned his attention to the blonde. How did it go? Is everything okay? Sabo could see the worry in his face even though he was trying to hide it. He nodded, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. Everything's all right, he promised him. Get some sleep, you look like you need it. Ace just shook his head, turning his attention back out the window. I can't, he said distractedly. At least eat something, Sabo insisted, going over to the watermelon bag. He opened it, intent on finding food. But instead of supplies, what spilt out was a straw hat, the color of gold. He paused for a moment, his fingers hovering inches above the material. He wanted to reach down and touch it, feel how coarse the material was, but deceptively strong. From the corner of his eyes he realized Ace was watching him. Sorry, he apologized, feeling foolish as he pulled out an oat square from the bottom of the bag and tossed it to his friend. He stuffed the hat back into the bag. It's fine, Ace told him as he turned his attention to the food with disinterest. He took a bite out of the corner before putting it down. It's Luffy's, he reminded Sabo. He doesn't go anywhere without it. Sabo felt his cheeks grow hot in embarrassment as he shut the bag. He felt a bit like he had when he forgot the name of the first lieutenant at the board meeting last week, despite having known the man for years. "It's not your fault," Ace said with a yawn as he took the bag from Sabo. Sabo watched in concern as he stumbled a bit. He brought up his arms to steady the teen. "I don't think it's my fault," he told him, much more worried by how pale he was. Was Ace having another attack? God, he hoped not. Good, because it's not, Ace told him, putting his hand to his face like he was trying to rub the sleep away. "It's mine." "You mean what happened to me? Or Luffy being kidnapped?" Sabo let go of Ace as he regained his balance, seemingly having fought off the attack. "Everything." Letting go was a mistake. Sabo saw that a second too late, as for the second time that week Ace tumbled to the ground. He would have landed hard on the floor if Sabo hadn't stepped in and caught him. "That can't be true," Sabo reasoned as he swung the boy's arms around his shoulder. "Don't do this now." Not again. But he suspected it was a losing battle. Ace was as good as asleep. His words equated to little more than sleep talking. Sabo doubted he would be saying this if he was fully awake. "There's a question I used to wonder about," Ace said sleepily as Sabo tried to pull him over to the bedroll in the corner. "What's that?" he asked, distracted by the task of keeping them both upright. But Ace didn't answer. He only let out a small laugh. It sounded lonely to Sabo's ears, and he knew a thing or two about what loneliness felt like. "Doesn't matter now." "I know the answer," Sabo grunted as the other boy went completely limp, having lost the battle and passed out. And when Ace leaned on him, the weight was too much, and Sabo felt him sliding out of his grasp. "Things are progressing well. In Sector 3 there's been another uprising, but we think the citizens can handle it. If not, we have operatives stationed there that will bring in reinforcements. Nobody's heard from Area 5 yet, so we have to assume it's lost, sir." Koala trailed off as she realized her boss was no longer paying attention to her. "And where is my chief of staff again?" "Following a lead," Koala said, continuing on with the story she had chosen. "Pertaining to what?" "I don't know yet," she said slowly. "I'm sure you can ask him all about it when he gets back," Koala added after a second. Let him pay for making her lie to Dragon. So one of the top commanders took off, in the middle of a war, to follow a lead that may or may not have anything to do with what we are doing. And he doesn't tell anyone what it's about or where he's going. Sounds about right to me, Koala said without batting an eye. "Now if you look at the territory expansion here, what's really going on?" She hated how one stare from the man made her feel like he could see right through her words and straight into her conflicted thoughts. "Where is he really?" she sighed, sending a silent apology to her friend before continuing. "I don't know," she told him, "but whatever it is, I think it's really important." Of course it was. Otherwise he never would have left. Something to do with his life before this. Dragon raised an eyebrow at that. "Did he remember anything?" She just shook her head. "I don't know. I don't think so. He was just acting really strange ever since he came back. But he didn't decide to go until he saw this." She showed him the bounty of teach, which he took, studying it carefully. "He's looking for this guy." "I think so," Koala said. She honestly wasn't sure what he was doing. Only that it was important enough to risk everything for. "Do you know something?" Dragon rubbed his chin thoughtfully, staring at the picture. After a moment he said, "I know that it is unwise to get mixed up with the Whitebirds right now." "Why's that?" "The rantings of a drunk man," he told her. "One of our lookouts works at a port frequented by the crew. A particularly talkative member of the 4th Divisions told him that this man Teach betrayed the crew, captured their commander, and stole something before taking off. He said that currently the 1st and 2nd Division commanders are tracking him down, but they haven't found him yet, or rescued the man." Koala actually laughed at that, quickly recovering when Dragon gave her a look. "Sorry, it's just why you are concerned about it then. This guy's time is limited, right? I mean, he angered one of the strongest people on the seas." Koala had heard that Whitebeard was fiercely protective of his crew. He would not stand for this. By the time Sabo catches up, there won't be anything left. Dragon, however, wasn't so confident. "It's unwise to underestimate an enemy," he told her. "Especially if this enemy is Shrew. He doesn't look very smart," she said, staring at the bounty poster. "Looks can be deceiving. It is impossible to know what truly lies in a man's heart until he begins to act upon it. Powerful as he is, even a man such as Whitebeard is not invincible. Nothing lasts forever. Eventually he and his empire will fall. It's just a matter of time." "You think now is that time?" "Like I said, it's impossible to know. It could be tomorrow or 100 years from now. Regardless, I prefer Sabo to be far away from that power struggle." He has a tendency to jump aboard sinking ships when everyone else is jumping off. It's why we like him," Koala said, folding up the poster to hold onto for later. "Reckless idiot," Dragon grunted as he turned back to the papers he was reading. "He will come back, right?" she said after a moment. "I mean, if he finds what he was looking for, he will come? It's not like he will just leave us forever. You'll have to ask him that," Dragon told her without looking up. XXX. Sabo sat with his back against the wall playing with a knife absent-mindedly. He was waiting for Ace to wake up. The latter had been asleep for nearly 12 hours. And now he was growing increasingly impatient. The last few days he had been having the strangest feelings. It felt like there was a giant clock right over him that continued to tick down the time. Once it reached the end, he would lose any chance at making things right again. But the problem was he had no clue how much time he had nor what right would be like. What's more was it wasn't even his damn clock. It was someone else's from another lifetime. Like a ghost who had selfishly pushed all their unfilled promises on him, tearing him away from his regular life to finish this one first. Screw you, Sabo outlook. He cursed his past self viciously, putting every ounce of hatred he held for that naive child into those words. Was this your legacy? If he had only been smarter, braver, or stronger, maybe things would have gone differently. But he hadn't been, and they didn't. Whomever had called him an ungrateful, useless waste of noble blood sometimes in his past had been mistaken. He couldn't think of a more fitting use for noble blood. He rested his chin on his knees, looking down at the splintered floor below him. Ace had told him a bit, but not nearly enough to fill in the huge gaps. Either way, it was no good. He needed to remember on his own, or it was a waste of breath. Besides, he wanted to know the things Ace couldn't tell him. How it felt to disobey his family for the first time. To be raised with people telling you that you were better than everyone else. He wanted to know if at any point he ever believed it, or if he could have ever lived up to their expectation. How would it feel to experience love for the first time? Or to be relied on by someone? Was he a good older brother to Luffy? A good friend to Ace? Did he make them happier just by being around? Or was he always just rotten like a noble? These were the things he had to learn for himself. He remembered Ace's words, telling him that it was okay that he wasn't the same person. They needed him regardless of who his past self had been. That had been nice. Like a weight was lifted off his chest. It's useless to get tied up in the details, he reminded himself. Especially if there was nothing he could do to change them now. They would save Luffy or kill themselves trying. No matter what happened after that, he needed the boy to be safe. That was all he cared about right now, and he contented himself with those thoughts. It was another few hours before the dark-haired boy woke up, and in that time Sabo kept a careful watch on the tail outside. Sometime near dawn he left, seemingly on orders. He had yet to return. Nearing 6 in the morning, Ace groaned loudly before he sat up. He looked around and cussed colorfully. Not again, afraid so. This can't keep happening. Doesn't this usually happen to you? Sabo questioned once again, trying to give the other boy some food. Yeah, but not like this. It was too frequently and too long. Ace took the food distractedly. He was more appreciative of how Sabo, like his brother, was acting even without him realizing it. But he gathered it was best to keep that to himself to avoid making the other boy uncomfortable. If he was in the other's place, he would prefer not to have his actions constantly compared to someone he didn't even remember. Instead, he took a bite, feeling the tastelessness of it on his tongue. What were you thinking about? Ace asked distractedly as he polished off the bar, standing up to stretch his sore limbs. You look serious. It's freaking me out. Did something happen? He lowered his voice a bit, as if expecting the enemy to be crouched just out of sight. Is everything at the mill still? Everything's fine, Sabo cut in quickly. I was just thinking. Well, there's your problem right there, he teased, stripping off his shirt to change it for a fresh one. About how loud you snored. Ha, he laughed. Yeah, right. I was worried the town would mistake it for an earthquake. Should we be so lucky? He moved to the window while the other repacked his bag. Sabo had actually been thinking that the more stressed Ace became, the more likely he was to pass out, especially for longer periods of time. So relieving stress on the teen would decrease his chances of such a long blackout. But how was he supposed to do that? He noticed Moment outside and immediately ducked down in response. Heads up, Sleeping Beauty. He called over to Ace, who instantly looked up. They're here, XXX. When the food was delivered, Thatch was ready for it. The last few times he was too slow, and it toppled onto the floor. But since then he had learned to listen to the approaching footsteps. As the lock was quickly unlatched and the bowls were flung inside by a faceless henchman, he dove down, catching them in time before they smashed into the ground. He was tired of eating splinters. Along with them went a bottle of water that he let hit the floor, picking it up later. Unlike the other two, it wouldn't break. He brought them both dutifully back to Luffy, who hadn't moved in hours. "Oi kid, wake up. It's food." Usually that worked like magic. But today he suspected Luffy was suffering from poor health rather than tiredness. All the more reason he needed to be looked at by a real non-intoxicated doctor. He set the bowls down, taking the bottle over, and let a drop or two of their precious water drip out onto his face. "Luffy, wake up and eat something." If it wasn't for the steady rise and fall of his chest, Thatch would think he was dead. He let a bit more water fall onto his face before changing tactics. "Alright, guess I'll eat your food, S-man." Luffy slurred, still half asleep. "Welcome back to the land of the living," Thatch told him as he retrieved the bowls from the floor, resting the bottle against them. "We have cold, tasteless slop again," Luffy cheered as he pushed himself up against the wall, completely misunderstanding Thatch's tone. "How the hell are you always so happy?" he asked as he sat beside Luffy with his own bowl. He was much less excited about the food, and despite how hungry he was, he didn't enjoy putting this stuff in his mouth. Which was saying something as a pirate who had to eat a number of disgusting things. Luffy tilted the bowl back, eating it greedily. "Things aren't so bad," he said between mouthfuls. "They're not great," Thatch said, feeling like even that was understating it. "We could be dead. I think his dying is what Teach has in mind for us," Thatch reminded him lightly. He didn't mean to be a downer, but he wanted Luffy to keep that in mind when dealing with the man. Luffy finished his bowl, waving the thought away. "He won't get the chance." "Why's that?" Thatch asked, willing to play along. "Ace will save us," he told him, like Thatch was the idiot. "Ace will? Of course he will. You told Teach that you would die before he got Ace," Thatch reminded him. "And I meant that," Luffy said with anger in his voice for the first time in the conversation. Even the food was temporarily forgotten as he stared down Thatch, reminding him of their promise to protect the team. He nodded in return. He had not forgotten. After all, it was hard to forget something like that. Satisfied, Luffy went back to the food, licking the bottom of the bowl in the absence of a spoon. "But it won't come to that," he told the man. "Oh, Ace is going to come. He won't let us die. We just need to hold on long enough." "You sound pretty sure of yourself." "He hasn't ever let me down, yay." Luffy cut himself off to cheer as Thatch leaned over to pour some of his food into Luffy's now empty bowl. "I like your optimism," Thatch said as he passed the water. "However naive it may be. Sure you don't want to join us instead?" "But I'm going. Be the Pirate King, yeah, I got that." Hard not to with how often he said it. "Aren't you a bit young to be a king? Why not wait a bit and learn more about sailing? That way he could get some experience without staking his life on extremely limited sailing knowledge. Besides, then you could stay with your brother and meet all my family. Plus that way Thatch could keep an eye on him." Over the last few months Thatch had gotten really attached, so much so that he didn't like the thought of Luffy going off on his own where he would undoubtedly be in constant danger. Although to be fair, Thatch sensed he was going to be in danger no matter what. "Your captain, I would have to listen to him then?" Luffy asked, his words muffled by a particularly wide yawn. "That is how it works." "No thanks." That answer didn't surprise Thatch, although he hoped Luffy would consider it. "You can join my crew though." "Thanks." Thatch laughed, feeling somewhat flattered. "Did you already ask Ace?" He said no. Luffy said like he still couldn't believe it. "I'll keep my options open," Thatch told him as Luffy settled against his side, squirming a bit to get comfortable. "K," he agreed sleepily. "You really need a real doctor to take a look at you," Thatch told him, feeling his forehead. He had been with Luffy long enough to know that this amount of sleep wasn't normal for him. "K," he agreed again, and Thatch knew he wasn't really listening anymore. "Tell you what, kid," Thatch said after a moment of silence. "If the Whitebeard pirates dissolve or get eaten by a giant shark, I will join your crew instead." "Cool." Luffy half asleep again. He shifted, trying to keep up with the conversation. "Bet you could get Ace to join as well at that point." "I think Ace would rather get eaten by the shark than have to take order from me," Luffy mumbled sleepily, catching Thatch off guard. That was a lot more astute than Luffy's regular observations. Not many people want to get bossed around by their younger brothers, Thatch agreed, but Luffy was already asleep once again. XXX, oblivious to the conversation a floor above, Teach continued his work. He had snapped at anyone who disturbed him as he became more engrossed in what he was doing. Scattered all around him were reports and news stories. He had an underling go fetch them for him when the ship passed one of the tiny island ports. Since then he had spent the last day trying to decipher what the child had told him about his parentage. He had gone through every possible explanation he could think of, from having a secret last name of dragon, or possibly a hidden family crest, all the way to researching if it was possible for someone to be part dragon. Turns out it was not. He was now looking up celestial dragons to see if there was any way Luffy was the offspring from one of those monsters, however much he doubted it. And he seriously doubted it. In an interesting turn of events, one of them had visited Luffy's backwater island when he was little. Surprising considering how far out of the way it was for them. What am I even doing? Teach snapped, annoyed as he threw the report up into the air in rage. Like hell, that boy had even a drop of noble blood in him. The only thing abnormal about his blood was how much he could lose without his heart giving out. He was wasting his time. The lead was probably just a misunderstanding. Hell, Ace may have just been messing with him and Luffy was too dumb to realize it. Teach had half a mind to go over there right now and beat him within an inch of his life right in front of Thatch. Put them both in their place. The thought made him feel better until he remembered that if he did that Luffy would die. Fine then, he would just take something non-lethal. Teeth or fingernails perhaps. Send them to Ace as a warning if he was thinking about overstepping. His mood lifted as he set about retrieving the paper. It had landed on the other side and he paused to read the headline. Revolutionary ship spotted off the coast of Dawn Island, conflicts with world nobles arrival. It was dated back 8 years or so. He read the first line absent-mindedly before continuing much more intently. All thoughts of permanently mutilating the kid were pushed out of his mind. He swiped the useless papers off his desk, making his way to the book of compiled bounties, flipping through until he found the one he was looking for. If he was right about this, and that was a huge if, then Luffy just became a lot more valuable than he knew. He rolled the paper up, storming into the hallway, catching 2 of his crew members off guard. You two with me. He snapped, stomping past them and down the hallway, leaving them no choice but to jog after him, confused. Boss, shut up! He snapped, grabbing the keys from his belt. He was not in the mood for their brainless questions today. I need to have a talk with the kid. You two need to hold off the whitebeards so I can do that, understood? They both nodded. Easier said than done. He was getting stronger and stronger each day. There was a careful line between half-starved and beaten versus dead, and Teach worried he had let Thatch get too far over to the healthy side, while Luffy on the other hand was tilting sharply towards the other end. At least there would be no more escape attempts in his future. He unlocked the door quickly, giving the prisoners no warning at all before he barged in, the lackeys flanking him. Thatch narrowed his eyes at the sight of them as he shook Luffy awake, who had fallen asleep against his side. He was pleased to see that the two were becoming rather attached. That would serve his purposes very well in the future. But right now it was little more than a nuisance. He nodded towards Thatch, telling the two to grab him. He stood up so quickly Luffy fell from his side onto the bed, still slow to respond. Teach strode over to him while Thatch was distracted with the others. We need to talk, little one, he told the kid as he pushed himself back up, trying to focus on Teach. You're not looking so good these days, are you? Screw you, Luffy told him angrily, getting up to go help Thatch. Teach stopped him by grabbing his arm and throwing him back down. This angered Thatch to no end as he bashed one of the men's head against the wall. He knocked the second one aside with the strength of a bear as he stormed over to Teach, ready for a real fight. Let him go, he snapped, raising his fist to Teach. You forget your place. Teach snarled back, signaling to the other two, who were mostly limping but back on their feet, to hold him back. They both lunged at Thatch's arms, preventing him from hitting Teach. They were not so lucky as to save themselves the same fate. Teach did let go of Luffy then, only so he could send his fist straight into Thatch's stomach, right on the still healing skin of his stab wound. The reaction was instant. The man cried out in pain, slumping over as his hands pressed over the old wound. His struggle stopped for the moment, making it easy for the two lackeys to once again hold him back. Luffy, however, was not as cooperative as Thatch. He yelled in protest when his friend stopped moving and rushed to go help him. Teach caught him easily around the waist as he hauled him back from interfering. Tie him to the pipe, he instructed the men who were currently detaining the elder prisoner. You're hurting him. Luffy screamed once more, and tempted as he was to cover his mouth. Teach had been bitten too many times to think that was a good idea. Teach ignored his screams and instead signaled to one of the men once they had finished securing the pirate. You come hold him, he snapped, watching the man reluctantly try to secure the struggling teenager. He told the other one to put the stone cuffs back on, and watched the color drain from the man's face. Teach vaguely remembered Luffy breaking someone's nose the last time they tried to restrain him. Judging from the tilted angle of his bridged bone, he suspected it was this very man. Still, he had no patience for weak crewmates today. He watched them struggle for a good 5 minutes before finally succeeding in locking them around his wrists. When they did, it was like all the fight rushed out of Luffy. The man nearly dropped him, having to adjust his hold to keep them both upright. Was that so hard? Teach teased as he unrolled the bounty. I hate you, Luffy told him, as you should. He told him, holding the posters up to his face. Now answer me honestly, and so help me if you even think about lying, your good friend over there is going to get a bullet in between the eyes. Luffy's eyes turned to Thatch fearfully, but Teach grabbed his jaw and forced him to look back at the picture. Do you recognize this man? Dark eyes scanned the picture carefully before he shook his head. No, I'm not playing here, kid. I don't know him. Luffy yelled back. I'm not lying. Fine. Teach snapped once again, grabbing Luffy's fringe and pulling his head up, holding the bounty poster side by side. He studied Luffy's face carefully, comparing it to each crease and line of the bounty picture, looking for the similarities. It was the eyes in particular that stood out at him. The same intense glare Luffy was giving him right now that mirrored the papers. Who is that? Luffy questioned. Congratulations, kid, Teach praised as he rolled up the picture. I found that dragon you were talking about. And if I'm right, then you just got a hell of a lot more valuable to me. He gestured for the men to take him with them as they dragged him into the hallway, kicking and screaming. It was time the two of them had a long chat. It's not that hard, idiot. Then why can't I do it? Because you're bad at everything. I am not. Here, give it to me, Ace said, his voice on the edge of annoyance, as he pushed Luffy aside none too gently. The two of them were kneeling around a metal basin filled with cold mountain water. Undiscouraged, Luffy handed over the wet shirt to his brother. Ace began to work the shirt over the washboard emphatically, with much more purpose than Luffy had used. See, it's easy, pay attention. Ace flicked some of the cold water onto Luffy, who had sat back in the grass, content to let Ace do his work. It's your shirt, idiot. Do it yourself, but you're better at it, Luffy argued. The sun had set a little while ago, and the sky was beginning to bleed pretty colors as it changed. Ace had wanted to finish up before it got dark. Dayton had told them that they weren't allowed to enter the house smelling like they did. She had likened it to a wild boar. The two had washed off in the stream nearby and put on some of the bandits' hand-me-downs. The clothes were ridiculously baggy, and it would be another several years before either boy grew into them. But it was better than nothing. They were just until their clothes finished drying, which would hopefully be before nighttime came, and they would be stuck like this all night. I'm better at everything than you, Ace told him, dropping the wet shirt on top of his younger brother's head to get the point across. Doesn't mean I am going to do it for you. Luffy stood up to finish up with the shirt, while Ace took the basket of newly washed clothes to the clothesline. Once Luffy decided the shirt looked good enough, he followed Ace, hanging it up beside his shorts so it could catch the last of the light. The bandits were off raiding some rival group, so their base was abandoned for the time being. An unusual silence hung in the air at their absence. With summer just around the corner, the weather was warm and peaceful, with the faint hum of the crickets and bullfrogs. It was warm and nice, and the grass tickled his bare feet when he walked. He leaned up against the worn wood of their base, feeling the heat through the baggy cloth. Ace finished with the clothes before sinking down beside him, both of them waiting out the rest of the daylight. Life in the jungle was fast and dangerous. Life in the great terminal was cutthroat and chaotic, and in the town there was the overboding feeling that they didn't belong. Two dirty smudges on a white tapestry. But here life was more or less peaceful, tucked away from most things, with a seemingly endless list of chores to flee from. It didn't suit either of them all that much, but the air was one of the sweetest things Luffy had tasted before. It didn't smell of garbage, nor was it thick with salt and fish. It smelt like trees and wildflowers. The two of them watched in silence as the blue of the sky paled into a light gray before darkening to black. Our clothes still aren't dry yet, Ace informed him, and he hummed in dismissal. Tomorrow would have to do. Until then, at least Dayton would let them go inside. Ace stared at him for a moment longer before the older boy stood up, stretching. He reached into the back pocket of the baggy shorts, pulling out what looked to be an elongated matchstick. Luffy stood up curiously as Ace handed it to him. What's it? He asked. It's a sparkler. Haven't you seen one before? Luffy nodded slowly. He had seen kids light them off from time to time, usually for special dates. In town, the richer children would set them off for Children's Day. In the village, kids would sometimes get them for their birthdays. But never Luffy. He was neither rich nor did he have a family. But Ace was just the same. More often would they get a vicious kick rather than a kind word. So where did Ace get that? Makino, Ace said, responding to Luffy's questioning look. She gave it to me last week. She said it was for my birthday. Makino is the best, Luffy said happily as Ace grunted noncommittally. He moved to hand it back to his brother, but Ace stopped him. You can't have it. Really? It's for dumb little kids anyways, he teased as he pulled out a box of stolen matches, lighting the end for him. Luffy watched transfixed as the end seemed to come to life with a sputter of fire. The flames came off as golden sparks, flying every which direction. It seemed to light up the darkness. It was so beautiful. So much more so than Luffy remembered from watching other kids. He laughed in amusement as some of the embers drifted down lazily into the grass where they burned themselves out quickly. In the darkness the sparkler seemed to shine brighter than the moon, like a tiny star in his hands. The only thing he could see were the beautiful sparks and the illumination of the golden light falling on their faces as he held the little firecracker up. To his surprise, his brother's smile matched his own, brimming with happiness and contentment. Only Ace wasn't even paying attention to the sparkler. He was watching Luffy's face as his little brother stared at the light. To Ace, Luffy burned much brighter than any stupid toy could. He laughed again at the sputtering of the blaze as the sparkler began to burn itself out, leaving the two of them in darkness. Little more than a heated matchstick in his slightly blackened fingers, Luffy surprised Ace by wrapping his arms around his waist, his head coming up to Ace's chest. Instead of thanking him, Luffy simply grinned. Ace felt his face burn red at the open display of affection. He shoved his brother away playfully as Luffy let go of the sparkler. Want to go raid the kitchen while they're gone? Yeah, last one there doesn't get any food. Ace called as he broke off running towards the entrance. What? No way. Luffy yelled back, oblivious to Ace's laughter. Luffy screamed in anger as he was dropped down from across the man's shoulder onto the floor of Teach's office. He stood quickly, trying to get back to the hallway. But his escape was blocked by Teach as the man grabbed his bound arms and roughly threw him into the corner. Luffy screamed again, this time in pain as his head struck the wall. The air left his lungs at the impact, and he struggled for breath. His panting came out more like a sob as he tried to keep the black spots out of his vision. One of the men was trying to talk to him, but he couldn't hear anything over his own pained breath. He pushed himself back up to his feet, feeling them tremble underneath him as he tried again for the door, only to be stopped a second time by Teach, whose already limited temper was being tested. What is it with you? The man asked irately. As Luffy tried to shove him away with his shoulder, Teach grabbed his head and slammed him harshly into the wall. Why don't you learn, Thatch? Luffy yelled, desperately hoping his friend was all right. He wanted to go back and make sure. Shut up! Teach snapped, slamming him into the wall again and again. How the hell do you have so much energy left? He waved his hand at one of his underlings. Go get the doc, he snapped. But he's sleeping. Now! Luffy snarled viciously in the man's grip as he tried to force himself free. But the next second he was once again struggling for breath as he was knocked to the floor. Instead of air, a wetness bubbled up his throat as he coughed up blood onto the wooden deck. Damn it! The pirate snarled. You made me do that. Stop fighting me already. Luffy ignored him in favor of spitting up the rest of what was in his throat. He heard Teach's boots against the floor as he made his way to his desk. He must have signaled the other man because a few seconds later insistent hands were pulling him up and towards the couch. Luffy's struggles doubled at that as he let out a warning growl. He would rather get stabbed repeatedly than to be held again and treated like a trophy. A very disobedient trophy. Teach had never been scared of him, but the lackeys were a different story. The man handling him paused. He's growling at me, he said, trying to come off as confident rather than nervous. Teach ignored him, leaving the man on his own as Luffy bucked against his hold. When an arm came too close to his face, he dug his teeth in as hard as he could. The man screamed at that, instantly letting go. But Luffy held on, feeling the blood start to flow from the wound. He only backed down when he felt thick fingers close around his neck, cutting off his oxygen supply. Can't you do anything right? Teach snarled at the injured man, who fell backwards in a mix of shock and pain. My arm, he whimpered. His pain quickly turned to anger as he rounded on Luffy. That brat bit my damn arm off. While that was an exaggeration, there was a sizable dent in his arm. Luffy spat back the man's blood into his face, further enraging him. Teach had to physically hold him back from murdering Luffy like he was screaming about. Out! He told the man, pushing him away. Calm down before I decide to throw you overboard, Teach told him angrily. He panted for a second before turning to Luffy. You cause trouble at every possible opportunity. Just behave. Luffy felt anger well up in him at that. Behave? He had never behaved in his entire life. And yet Teach had the audacity to try and control him like a dog. These people, this person, took him away from his home. He took his freedom away and chained him up in a place that was dark and wet. The air was stale, and he was always cold. There was no sunlight, or much light at all. And no wind. Everything hurt all the time. Luffy was always hungry and tired. The only thing that came freely with Teach was the pain. And there was so much of that. His chest and stomach were the worst. It felt like knives were stabbing into his ribcage every time he moved them, but he would gladly put up with any pain as long as it meant he was making all of their lives harder. He screamed at Teach in response, putting all of his anger into the noise. Teach once again slammed his head into the floor before pulling him back up and onto the couch. "Do you even know why I wanted to talk to you?" Teach questioned, his voice dangerously low. Luffy screamed again. He didn't care. Nothing the man said would change anything. "Fine," Teach snapped, giving up. "I forgot you are more like a wild animal than a human." Seemingly remembering a prisoner wasn't worth losing his temper over, Teach went back to his desk, shuffling through some papers. Luffy watched carefully from his seat. He brought his knees up to his chest protectively, waiting for what was coming next. By now he knew that with Teach it was always something. Doc Q arrived a few moments later, seemingly sleepy but not complaining. "What, boss?" Teach gestured to Luffy. "He's driving me crazy. Do something or else I really might kill him." "Something like what?" "Make him stop screaming for starters." "I can sever his vocal cords?" Luffy hissed at that, pushing back with his feet until his back hit the edge of the couch, as far away from the men as he could be. "Something more short term." "Ah, okay." The doctor agreed, dropping his examining bag onto the floor and riffling through it. Luffy watched with wide eyes as the man dumped out a number of instruments that looked more like weapons than doctor's tools. There were knives of various shapes and sizes, differently labeled poisons, and what looked to be a machete. Finally the man found what he was looking for, a small glass bottle, and Luffy bolted. He tried to get up, but his head was too dizzy from its repeated collisions with the wall. He fell to his knees on the second step. When tried to crawl away, Teach's heavy boot came down on his back, pinning him to the floor. "Let go, you stupid jerk," he shouted, twisting to try and free himself. He could see the doctor load some of the bottle's content into a syringe, and his struggles renewed. He didn't want whatever was in there in him, but nobody was giving him a choice as the sleeve on his left arm was roughly yanked up and he felt a prick. He snarled at them again, spitting insults until Teach slammed him into the floor again. "What was that?" the man questioned as the doctor patted Luffy's head when he stopped struggling. "It's a sedative," the man said as both of them lifted him from the floor back to the couch. "You had that the whole time?" Teach demanded angrily. "Why the hell haven't you used it before?" "Oh, I have," he assured him. "The kid's metabolism is scary high. It's not real cost effective with how quickly he works through it. Anyway," the man clamped his hands together, "I'm going to go. Job well done here. I gave him a huge overdose, so let me know if he starts suffocating or falls into a coma." "Stop," Teach commanded as the other turned to the door. "You're staying here." Doc Q groaned at that, but knew better than to argue with the man. Instead he dug around in his bag for the nearly empty bottle of booze he kept there. "Whatever you say, boss," he grumbled. "How much do you know about hereditary genetics?" The man shrugged. "A bit, I guess." He took the paper offered to him. "Who's this? You tell me." "That man, is he related to the kid?" The doctor looked at the picture before turning back to Luffy, who was watching them both with dulled eyes. He let out a faint growl when the man pushed back his hair, but it sounded more like a groan. "Widow's peak, jawline. Both of them sure look the same when they are angry." "So?" the man shrugged, letting go of Luffy. "I mean, I think so. Kind of hard to tell without seeing the mother. Probably some kind of demonic badger," Teach grunted as Doc Q turned back to his bottle. This kid's family was so crazy it was no wonder he was the way he was. With a grandfather, brother, and father like he had. Teach turned back to his desk, waving his hand in the man's direction. "Keep him quiet. I need to make a call." "Aye, Captain," he said sarcastically. Luffy wasn't paying attention anymore. Whatever was in that jar had made his head feel really fuzzy. Moving was a lot harder, and he felt really tired, but he didn't want to fall asleep here surrounded by these people. He heard the ringing of the baby den as Teach made a call. He could hear the gruff voice of his associate on the other end. They were talking about him? He groaned at the pressure in his temples. It felt really weird. The doctor unbuttoned the first few buttons on Thatch's shirt to poke and prod at his bruises, which Luffy responded to by trying to kick him away. He heard Teach snap at both of them, telling Luffy to shut up. And for once he listened, but not to please anyone. He was just too tired. Teach continued to talk, and Luffy felt himself begin to drift off. He was thinking about better times. But then the tone on the other end shifted from gravely and harsh to painfully familiar and much younger. Luffy opened his eyes, confused at the voice. He looked around the room until his gaze fixed on the den. They were arguing about something. He made a noise and Teach's attention snapped over to him, like he was remembering Luffy was still there. For a second he looked like he wanted to snap at him again, but thought better of it. Teach continued to talk. his tone shifting from anger to self-satisfaction as he sat down beside the teenager, pulling him up to lean against his side. Luffy wanted to pull away, but he found he couldn't even do that. He huffed in anger as he listened to the two of them talk. He wanted to say something, but the doctor covered his mouth every time he tried. Want to say hello to your little brother? Teach asked after a long moment. Luffy sat up straighter, but the hand didn't move from his mouth. He tried to pull away, but the two men easily held him in place. His attempts to break free were pathetically weak. He felt rough fingers prod his broken ribs with extreme force, and before he could stop himself, he let out a loud groan of pain. He didn't realize the point of that other than the usual abuse until he heard his brother call to him from the small snail. Luffy! Ace breathed. His tone was much softer than it had been with Teach. He sounded worried. Luffy smiled at his voice, but a hand on his throat stopped him from making a sound. What did you do to him? Ace demanded. He's fine, more or less. A little out of it right now. Don't you have something to tell him? Teach held the snail out to Luffy, but there was only silence at the other end. That was until they prodded his ribs again, harder this time, and he let out a muffled shout of pain. Luffy, Ace said reluctantly. Go on, Teach prompted impatiently. Can you behave for him? Those weren't Ace's words. Luffy knew that was Teach talking through him. Ace had never asked that of him before. He was just as wild and ill-behaved as his brother. Listen to me, I'm going to save you. I swear to you, no matter what. He promised fiercely. Luffy knew that. Of course he did. He wanted to tell his brother that, but they wouldn't let him talk, controlling the both of them like puppets. Luffy was sick of it. Much like a child throwing a fit, he bucked hard against their hold, biting down on the hand over his mouth. He kicked blindly at them, not stopping when the hand on his throat tightened until he couldn't breathe. He felt the collar of his shirt being tugged down to make room for another prick, this time in the soft skin above his collarbone. He felt all the previous fight rush out of him, and he fell back limply, as if the strings holding him up had been cut. Ace told you to behave. Teach told him angrily. Luffy wanted to tell him that Ace hadn't said that. Teach had said that using Ace, but he found he couldn't. The man stood up to finish whatever he had to say while the doctor pet his hair in what may have been a rare display of sympathy. Their voices were coming off muted, a bit like they were underwater. Oblivious to them, Luffy's stare was fixed in the corner of the room. His breathing hitched and Doc Q grappled in his bag for the stethoscope. But Luffy wasn't suffocating as he feared. Rather, he was staring at the gray-eyed child neither man was able to see. He was small, having just turned 13 a few months ago. He looked at Luffy with sympathy. In his hands he held a single sparkler, the only present he had gotten in celebration of his birthday. It was lit, glowing with golden light that danced into the air. Luffy tried to call out to him, but the only sound he was able to make was a pained gasp. He tried again but couldn't. He called to his brother silently, his lips forming the words, "Help me," he begged. Child Ace only shook his head. "Please." Teach turned around to look back at where the kid was staring. "What the hell is he looking at?" he asked to the doctor. Whatever he was trying to say was lost in the erratic breathing that was quickly turning into hyperventilating. "Just the drugs," the doctor assured him. "He's not reacting well to them." "Well, do something then." "Don't need to," the man said lazily, tapping his nail against the jar. That was the beauty of tranquilizers. The rumbling of the men's voices was muted to Luffy's ears as the sparking of the flames grew louder. All other noise was drowned out. "Don't leave me," he breathed out, begging to other boy to stay with him. The rest of the room was dark, but Luffy could still see the brightness of the sparkler lighting up the small corner of the room. Somewhere in the distance he could hear the chirping of crickets, but they were hard to make out. He struggled, confused to find that he couldn't move. He wanted to go there where Ace was. Why couldn't he? "Please, and I-chan." Ace blew out the sparkler, and everything went black. "I have little time to talk to the likes of vermin today," Whitebeard said as he answered his den. "I assure you, you should make time for this, vermin," came the voice from the other line, and something about the self-satisfaction in the tone sent uneasy chills up the old man's neck. "What did you call to bother me about today?" he demanded. "You know what this is about," a small voice at the back of his brain told him. "You know there are only a few reasons that Teach could be displeased with himself." "I guess if you are busy I can call back later," the man continued. "Do not play these games, Teach. Speak or stop wasting my time." "You already know," that awful voice nagged again. "No," he thought to himself. "I do not know." His 1st and 2nd Division commanders had not checked in for a few days, which was extremely odd behavior for Marco especially. The last news he had heard was that Ace had gone missing. But that was quite some time ago. Anything could have happened since then. Something that would explain the excited glimmer in Teach's voice. When the other man still did not speak, Whitebeard finally asked, "What have you done with my commanders?" "That depends on which one you are asking about." The smug tone was back. Whitebeard clutched the den so tightly it threatened to break as he growled, "What have you done?" "What I told you I would," the other bragged. "You shouldn't have gotten involved, old man. This was between me and Ace. You made this between us when you betrayed my crew. When you betrayed Thatch and used our connection to betray Ace and his family. This was never anything other than personal." There was a low sound from the other end as Teach began to laugh. "Is this a joking matter to you?" Whitebeard demanded, some of his legendary anger creeping into his voice. No, Teach assured him. "I guess you have a point. This really is personal for you, isn't it? Except you got one thing wrong. I told you I have no time for your games." "Oh, it's no game," he assured. "I was simply going to mention that your connection with Ace wasn't the one I am exploiting." "What?" Whitebeard asked, not following. "No, the recognition I'm after is much grander than your own," he decided. "It seems like our own little Spitfire had some pretty large skeletons in the family closet. In fact, he was secret keeping for a few families." "What do you speak of?" "Well, I guess you will have to ask him that, won't you?" Teach said matter-of-factly. "After all, I'm sure there is a perfectly logical reason that he didn't trust you and your crew enough to tell you." Whitebeard ignored the goading as he spoke firmly, his tone demanding an answer. He asked, "Ace? He's all right then?" "Right enough," came the flippant reply, and Whitebeard felt the worry that had been creeping its way up his spine momentarily cease. That was until Teach continued, "I can't say the same about the other, though." The world seemed to lurch to the side for a horrible moment. "Marco was?" No, that wasn't right. "You lie," he growled darkly. "Nope," Teach told him. "This time it's nothing but the truth. I'm afraid I had my men deal with your Phoenix as punishment for getting involved. Like your weak men would be any match for Marco. Well, it seems as if they had a few tricks up their sleeves. I never said it was a fair fight. There are no such things as rules in a fight between pirates," Whitebeard snapped. Marco knew that. He would never get tricked by such cheap tactics, but the satisfaction in his tone never wavered as he spoke. "Well, if you are so sure of yourself, then where is your commander?" "Haven't seen him in a while." The cold dread was back. "Marco will return," Whitebeard told him. "He always returned, no matter how dangerous or impossible the mission was. His most loyal son never failed to come home." "Well then, if you won't take my word for it, I guess we shall see then, won't we? Do let me know if your prodigal son returns. Wouldn't that be a neat trick?" Whitebeard felt his temper flare at the audacity of his old crewmate. After his absolute betrayal and kidnapping of his crew, it seemed like he would go to any length to cause the maximum level of harm. Anything to get his fame. Anything for this idiotic legacy of his. How had he not seen it all these years? The glimmer of evil residing in that man. All that time spent on this ship, and he didn't even understand Whitebeard's simplest and most basic of principles. All that fame and fortune was worth nothing if you were alone. You could hold the world in your palm, and it might as well be ash if there was no one you cherished left in the world. But Teach seemed content to burn every bridge he ever made. He had abandoned everything the moment he caught sight of his goal. Whitebeard recalled weeks earlier, in the days following the disappearance of Thatch, when Marco had remarked to the crew that this oversight was everyone's burden to share. But if that were true, then the bulk of the blame rested on his shoulders. For it was he who had allowed such a heartless man passage on his ship. He had put his children all at risk, and he had been ignorant of it all these years. Even now, as his precious crew paid for his mistake, suffering and bleeding, he remained wholly intact. The consequences of this so-called group oversight seemed to fall on the shoulders of Thatch, Marco, Ace, and the kid. No matter how much he wished that were not the case, there was little he could do to change that. They were a strong group. He knew that. All of them capable in their own right. Tough as nails and brave enough to withstand what the evil mastermind had in store for them. But that didn't mean Whitebeard worried for them any less. Moments passed before he spoke again. His tone calm and collected but underlined with fury. "You are a very spiteful man," he told Teach. "I do not believe you can understand the concept of trusting in others when all other logic fails. Or what it means to put the lives of those you care for above your own. And that will be your undoing." "My undoing?" He gave a harsh laugh. "Save your worries for your own crew. It is better suited for a wide-eyed group of exploitable pirates like the ones you seem to collect. What you fail to realize in all your preaching of family is that it doesn't make you strong. It leaves you open for blackmail and manipulation. Why, look at yourself, a legend like you forced to converse with one such as myself out of fear for your underlings. Look at Ace, who I forced to abandon his home to follow my every order, And even Marco, who tore after him despite the danger because he couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to Ace. You aren't stronger together. No, it's the opposite. Beating a crew like yours is easier than winning a game of chess. It's strategical. Something you are seemingly ignorant of. Chess? Whitebird laughed at that. No boy, this is not chess. Not when you play with people's lives as you are. You'll find people make very poor pawns. They don't move about as you've ordered. With an attitude like that, it figures that you will underestimate us at every opportunity. You underestimate Marco, you underestimate Ace, and you overestimate your own capacity to control situations. And I don't believe I have any more time to play with a snot-nosed brat such as yourself. He was about to hang up the den when Teach responded. Is that what you think? Well, the next time you see Ace, ask him where his loyalties lie. Whether it's with the crew he's known all of a couple months or if it is with his little brother, the one he raised and cared for himself. We will see then who and who is not an obedient little pawn. The line went dead with a click. Whitebird stared in shock for a moment before he too hung up. No, he decided. Friendship and family wasn't like that. It wasn't an all-or-nothing endeavor. The only rat on his crew was the one who had revealed himself. Now he had to go tell his crew the news. All the while wishing his sons were staying safe and staying sane. XXX. Hours later, as Teach unlocked the captive's door, loudly complaining about incompetence, Thatch was waiting for them. The lackeys had unlocked him from the pipe hours ago, and in turn he had broken one of their arms and badly bruised the other one's jaw. That had felt good. It had been satisfying to pay them back for their underhanded fighting, but it had meant that they were now too scared and injured to do Teach's dirty work, and Teach had been forced to do it himself. Should put a bell on you, Teach muttered as he shut the door carefully behind him. He asked louder, do you want to fight? Is that it? No, Thatch told him, uncrossing his arms as he gestured for him to give him Luffy, who lay unmoving in his arms, fresh blood on his face. Not that I don't want to knock your smug face into the ocean one of these days. Today it seems like that wouldn't end well for me. Not that he hadn't thought about it. More like fantasized about bashing the man's head in every day since he had woken up in that awful cell. But he knew it was not the time for that. Even if he did manage to win despite not being able to fight off two lackeys without them taking advantage of his still healing injury, then there would still be a ship full of pirates between him and his goal. Not to mention protecting Luffy, and they were still on a ship. Not many places to escape to here. He gestured again to take Luffy, more insistently this time, and Teach handed the abused boy over. Thatch took him, with much more care than Teach had been using, and laid him down gently on the bed behind him. What did you do to him this time? He asked as he tried to wake the kid up without getting any response. Teach watched his old crewmate move about, doing his best to care for the kid whom, up until a month ago, had been a stranger to him. You really care for him, don't you? Not everyone is as psychotic as you, Thatch responded. Why is that? Because you sold your soul already? No, he said, annoyed. Why do you care so much? This dumb brat is Ace's burden, not yours. Well, Thatch said, turning away from Luffy to meet Teach's speedy eyes. I don't expect you to understand this, but Luffy is a good kid. Much better than you will ever hope to be. I don't want to see him nor Ace get hurt any more than what you have already done to them. The man scoffed at that. Is that it? You're so incredibly noble. All of you are just so above me. Is that really what you think? Then why is it that you're in here? Where did your nobility get you? Thatch only stared at him. I could spend a year explaining it to, and you would still never understand. Then I guess we don't have all that much to talk about, do we? The man turned back to the door. He still had phone calls to make and things to do. Everything was taking shape before him. His wildest dreams, once too abstract to dare to think of, were now unfolding before him. He could see it like a map in his head. What he had to do to achieve absolute fame and power. And he would do it too, all with the help of the crew he had spent so long traveling with. It were like the heavens themselves were personally arranging his destiny. Everything he needed was lining up neatly in his path. The boy. He glanced back over his shoulder to where Thatch was still trying to wake Luffy up, patting his cheek and shaking his shoulder. All the while the kid's face was deathly pale, and he didn't so much as stir. The boy would mark the start of his fame. Teach would use him to open doors to the world government, separate his name from the hundreds of other power-hungry fools on the ocean. All of them too stupid, too weak and narrow-minded to do what needed to be done for the chance at true power. He is all right, he told Thatch from the door. But he won't wake up for a while. If he starts to suffocate, bang on the door. And with that he left, shutting and bolting the heavy door behind him. After all, he had better things to do than converse with his captives. So long as they were still breathing, then he didn't care what happened. Luffy and Thatch were his leverage, tokens to be used like a child at a candy store. He could barter them away. Ace was his trump card, someone who would boost his status just by association, regardless of if he killed the young man or turned him into his follower. And then there was Whitebeard. Taking the old man's head was what would turn him into a legend. The kind that would be remembered long after as someone great. Someone who may one day go on to become the next great pirate king. XXX, sir, this just arrived for you. The fleet admiral looked up in anger at the officer that dared to interrupt his work. The intruder was young and understandably nervous to be here, even more so when he saw the other's face. Whatever it is, you should report it to your immediate superior, he told him, turning back to his work. I did so. He took it up with his boss and his boss's boss. They said you ought to take a look at this. Sengoku looked up again, regarding the young man once more. What's your rank and position? Well, I'm just a cadet. I work in the mail room. Well, cadet, why are you wasting my time? The man shifted uncomfortably. We got some mail. Or more like anonymous mail. I think there's information in it. Well, of course there's information in it. What I meant was I think it's something you would want to read. No wonder they put him in the mail room. Give it here then, he said, holding out his hand in permission for the man to hand him the letter. In messy handwriting were the words, "What is the only offspring of the revolutionary dragon worth to you? Marshal D. Teach." Sir, the cadet asked. Sengoku was silent for a moment before he spoke. Go, research everything you have on this man. Get the other cadets to help you. I want to know everything. The man nodded, turning towards the door before hesitating. Do you reckon it's real then? It's impossible to say, he told him stiffly. Go now. Without further protest, the young man left, leaving the commander alone with his thoughts. He put down his pen, pushing the notes away with a sigh. Real, almost definitely. Sengoku would have been much more skeptical if he had not overheard Garp telling a lieutenant weeks ago that his grandson was missing. And when Garp, who was an extremely poor excuse for a guardian, was worried, then it was almost definitely serious. It was a shame for his colleague. It wasn't that Sengoku didn't feel remorse. On the contrary, he sympathized with the man. He too knew what the pain of loss felt like. He knew Luffy was more like a son to Garp than his own was, but at the same time he knew that the same blood that flowed in his father's and foster brother's veins flowed through Monkey D. Luffy's veins as well. That boy was bound to be a huge amount of trouble if he chose the wrong side. And from what Sengoku could glean without ever meeting him was that he had no loyalty to the world government. It would break the Vice Admiral's heart to pieces, but it had to be done. Anything to protect the sanctity of the world government. They were children. Small, troublesome, mischievous, and still relatively naive. Back when Ace thought he had the whole world figured out. When he tried to avoid personal relationships because he viewed them as too much of a hassle. Back when he tried to steer clear of everyone. Well, almost everyone. Two people in particular seemed to have worked their way through his defenses. But after losing Sabo, having to deal with, for the first time in his life, what felt like a molten hot sword work its way through his entire chest before ripping his heart open. After that, he decided that he didn't want to go through that again. He never wanted to experience that pain a second time. He had decided then that Sabo and Luffy would be his first and last mistakes. But he was never all that good at following his own advice. And now he felt like he was precariously balanced at the precipice of losing absolutely everything. But he didn't want to think about that right now. So instead he played with his little brother. Like the little kids they used to be when they had first met. They were playing pirates. Just like the old days. Only this time they were playing on a real pirate ship. But not just any pirate ship. No, the one they had chosen was the largest and most impressive on the seas. It was also Ace's home. Or used to be. But no, he already decided that he wasn't going to think about that. About any of it. Not about Marco or Oyaji, his crewmates or friends. So he didn't. Instead, he gestured for Luffy to come over to him. Yeah, Luffy, no older than 7, wandered over, and Ace smiled softly at him. Look at this. He told him, picking his brother up and placing him on the great railing of the ship so he could look out at the great expanse all around them. A breathtaking sight that Ace had somehow become immune to. Whoa! Luffy breathed as he took in the ocean, this shimmering reflection, the smell of salt and ocean mist. It's amazing! Yeah, Ace agreed, looking out at it once more. Yeah, it really was. When had he started taking the sight for granted? The two looked out at it a moment longer until Luffy began to wiggle, a sign of wanting to be let down. Ace complied, helping him off the railing and back onto the deck. As he did, he caught sight of the storm clouds behind them. They seemed to be following the ship wherever they went. Never quite overtaking the sky, but impossible to outrun. Bad weather, he knew, made for some bad sailing. He turned as Luffy tugged on his shorts to get his attention. Ace? Yeah? Why haven't you saved me yet? Luffy asked. It was an innocent question, but it had the effect of knocking the air out of his lungs as he stared down at his brother. He started, but Luffy cut him off. You're close, right? You're coming to get me. He looked out at the ocean around them. So you can show this to me for real? Ace shut his eyes, turning away. I'm trying. He promised. Trying? Luffy repeated, confused. What does that mean? We're working on it. You're working on it? He repeated, sounding unimpressed. An unnatural tone for the usually cheerful kid. It's my whole life. He told him. You're working on it? He shook his head, the confusion turning to anger. You're not even trying, are you? Ace moved to grab his shoulder, but he pulled away. I promise. How would I know that? How do I know you're doing anything? He was getting angrier. Luffy, Ace said, unsure of what to say. What? The boy demanded, fire coming back into his eyes. You're not strong enough, not brave enough. Luff dash. What, Ace? The boy snapped. What do you have to say to me? When Ace didn't reply, Luffy dropped his head down against his chest. The sudden silence between them was far worse than the anger. Is it, dash, he began. Is it that you don't care enough about me? Ace shot up quickly. No, he protested. It is, isn't it? He tilted Luffy's chin up gently with his finger, forcing the other boy to look him in the eyes. That not true, Luffy. You have to know that. Luffy shook his head free with a violent jolt. Isn't it? He repeated. No, Ace breathed. Then where am I, Ace? Luffy was angry again. Do you know? Come find me. I don't, Ace began, but he was cut off again. You can't, can you? Luffy was shouting now. You were supposed to look out for me. You were supposed to protect me. You promised, Sabo. Stop, Ace said. You promised me. When Ace reached out to grab his hand, he pushed away from him like his touch would burn him. I'm dying, he screamed at the other. I'm dying, Ace. Because of you. Because you and your cursed family. You left me. I didn't. Ace protested. You did. Luffy's eyes burned with never-seen-before rage. You abandoned me. You're just the same as everyone else. I'm not. But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true. He had abandoned his brother like the rest. And now this had happened. Because he had cared more about his dreams than his little brother. Yes, you are. Luffy screamed. I wish I never met you. I wish you were never born. Ace stared back at him, feeling like a knife had been thrust into his chest. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't speak. All he could do was stare back brokenly at the little boy. I just wanted dash. He took a shuddering breath. I wanted to protect you. Above all else. When the child spoke again, the anger was gone. He sounded as broken as Ace was. Ace, I'm scared. He admitted. I don't want to die. I won't let you, Ace promised, but you don't even know where I am. He looked away from Ace bitterly. Over at the open ocean around them. It's not fair, he said, his voice little more than a whisper now. I was the one who wanted to live. I was the one who wanted so desperately for adventure. You didn't even want your life. Why do you get everything I can have? You have so many people who care about you. You are free to live your dreams and live freely like we always talked about. You have everything I ever wanted. Luffy's eyes welled up with tears. And because of you I can't ever have it. Luffy, no. I'm going to die, he sobbed. Because of you. The tears began to roll down his childish cheeks. It's not fair. It should be you. I know, Ace told him softly. I know. You ruin everything. He cried, trying to wipe the tears away as they fell. Everything you touch turns bad as you are. He clumsily rubbed his eyes with his palm. You're going to hurt everyone, sniff, the way you hurt me, everyone around you, dash. No! Ace cut him off firmly. I won't let anyone else get hurt. You couldn't stop them from taking me. The child told him. You can't stop them now. Marco, Sabo, Whitebeard, Thatch, everything that happens to them is all because they got involved with you. That's not true, isn't it? No, are you sure? Only this time Luffy's tone didn't sound right. It wasn't like him at all. It sounded like Ace. In the blink of an eye, everything around them was gone. The boat, the ocean, the sky, and the clouds. All replaced by inky blackness. And Luffy, no, not Luffy. It was just him now. Ace stared transfixed at what seemed to be his own reflection. I think you know it is true. The reflection told him. I think the only one here that deserves what's happening is you. He told himself. And now everyone you love has to die because you couldn't manage to off yourself when you were a kid. His reflection shook his head at the shame of it all. Maybe dash, the reflection said, and Ace held his breath, unable to tear his eyes away from the sight before him. Maybe someone should just do it for you. And that's when Ace felt the hand on his shoulder, grabbing at him, shaking him. And he screamed. He forced his body to fight back, push against the intruders, shoving them off him and knocking them both to the ground. "Sir, no!" he screamed, instincts flaring up as he pinned them down to the floor. Ace, he felt something collide with his collarbones, succeeding in knocking the breath out of him as he tried to breathe through the pain. As he did, he noticed someone was speaking to him. Not the rushed words of his would-be murderer, but the concerned words of a friend. "Sabo?" he asked with a cough, still feeling the impact. "Ace?" came his weary reply, and all at once Ace realized two things. First off, they weren't in the infinite blackness, but instead just the dark room of the abandoned building they were staying at, and secondly, he was currently on top of the other one, pinning him down by his shoulders in a way that must be uncomfortable. Ace stared at the other for a moment, and Sabo stared back before reality seemed to crash down on Ace, and he quickly scrambled back. "Shit, Sabo, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" Sabo rose to his feet, looking much less concerned than most people would be in his situation. Instead, he offered Ace a small smile. "Hurt me?" he asked. "What am I, a teacup?" "No," he told him, seeing his face. "I'm fine, you punch like my grandma." "You never met your grandma," Ace told him honestly, but Sabo ignored his fun facts of the day to instead say, "I think I got you though." Ace rubbed the spot sorely. "Yeah," he admitted. "Definitely going to feel this one later." He looked around the darkened room. "What happened?" "You had a nightmare." Ace blinked back at him. "For real?" "That was embarrassing." Sabo nodded. "I think you're worried about Luffy. You kept saying his name in your sleep. And when I tried to wake you up, you flipped out." "Sorry," he groaned again. "Did I scare you?" "You surprised me," Sabo amended. "I'm just stressed." "No, you're completely worn out. You haven't had a good night's sleep or really eaten anything in days. And since the conversation with Blackbeard, you have been so much worse." Ace made a face at that. He didn't really want to talk about that. He didn't want to talk about any of it. He remembered his dream vividly, the way Luffy had looked at him, how he had said the words that Ace had always wondered about but had never asked. Some of his deepest, darkest fears, all dragged into the harsh light of day by his sadistic conscience. Even though a part of him wanted to deny it, everything Luffy had said and everything Ace had said to himself, it was all real. There was no defense for any of it, no excuse for not having anything to say when Luffy had begged him for help that he didn't know how to give. His stomach rolled warningly at the thought. "Sabo," he said slowly, "I think I'm sick." "Sick?" But Ace didn't have any time to expand on the idea as he leaned to the side and violently threw up all over the splintered floor. Sabo managed to jump back just in time to avoid getting the very meager contents of Ace's stomach all over his boots. He looked down at the puddle and back to Ace, who made a face of distaste. "You really are sick." Ace wiped his mouth on his sleeve. "No, I think you were right. I'm overdoing it." Here, Sabo headed over to their stuff to pull out his canteen, which he handed to Ace. The other accepted gratefully. He took a generous amount before handing it back to Sabo, who was watching him carefully. "What?" he asked wearily. He remembered that look from back when they were kids, and it never ended well. "I want to come with you tomorrow," Sabo told him outright. "Come with me." Ace thought back to yesterday. What had felt like an eternity ago, when he and Teach had a very long and invasive discussion. Just when he had thought this crappy situation couldn't get any worse. How wrong he had been. He risked a glance up at Sabo, who was still staring at him. He wasn't exactly sure how much the other had heard, as he had been hiding somewhere in the broken-down, dust-filled ceiling at the time. To be safe, Ace had assumed it was pretty much everything, but the two of them hadn't gotten very far into discussing it before Ace passed out in what had to be a record-breaking number of times in the span of a few days. He sighed as he ran his fingers through his tangled mess of hair. "You can't. Want to bet?" "Listen, Sabo, it's not that I don't really freaking need your help. I do. More than you realize. But you can't come with me. You know why." When the other still didn't look swayed, Ace was forced to continue. "For starters, I need you here. You can get someone else to do this," he argued. "This is more important." "No. It has to be you. You're the only one I trust to stay here. Not to overstate the issue, but this kind of hits close to home for me. I really need to know that you're handling it. No one else. Please, Sabo." "Ace." The other knelt down next to him so he could look him in the eye. "I get it, really I do. I'm not trying to stress you out more than you already are, because the last thing we need is for you to have another attack. But I'm going to be blunt, okay?" Ace nodded for him to continue. Well, honestly, I don't like where your head is at right now, and I don't know if I trust you to do this. Okay, ouch. Sabo sighed. You're choosing to take this personally. Yeah, I don't know if you have noticed, but all of this is kind of personal for me. Ace had always envied how calm Sabo was able to stay in situations like this. It's not like some guy just waltzed into your life and made it his mission to rip everything you care about to shreds, and oh my god, I think I am going to be sick again. No! Sabo said, quickly reaching forward to put both his hands on either side of his face, forcing the tired gray eyes to meet his own. Listen to me, Ace. I'm not blaming you, nor am I judging you, and I am certainly not underestimating you. You're trying to do your best in an impossible situation, and if I can't relate, it's only because a month ago I didn't think I had a personal life, so this is all kind of new to me, but I am trying. When I say that I don't trust you to do this, it's because I honestly don't know if you can. I don't know if I could if the roles were reversed. I can do this, Ace told him, determined. I have to do this, but that's just it. No, you don't. What do you think I am here for? No, he shook his head. You can't come. Why? I told you why. I need you here. What's more is you're right, okay? I might this up. I might fail, and I honestly don't know what will happen then. But just in case something happens to me, I need to know that you are still safe and you can save Luffy. Ace, please! He begged, feeling his stomach turn again. That's the problem. Sabo said, his tone a bit louder. In case something happens to me. What does that mean? Are you planning on not coming back? Of course not. I just mean anything can happen. The blonde made a frustrated noise as he turned to look away to think it over. Ace watched him impatiently, waiting for his reply. Fine, Sabo said, turning once again to face him. You'll do it. I'll stay here if that's what you mean. Ace let out a sigh of relief, but instantly tensed again as Sabo continued. But that doesn't mean I'm just going to leave you. Either you make sure this goes perfectly, or I am charging in there to get you back. Damn you, do you know what you're asking? He asked him incredulously. You signed on to save Luffy. All I'm asking is that if something happens to me, you save him like we planned. It's what you wanted. Ace snapped, his voice steadily growing louder. Without you, I don't matter. URG. Sabo made a noise of frustration as he stormed away in anger, crossing the room in a few short strides to stare out the boarded window. You're impossible, he told him angrily. Because you know I'm right. Ace told him. I know you're an idiot. Sab, please. Ace tried, the anger in his tone gone now. Just promise you are going to save Luffy. I told you I would. Really? Yes. We are going to save him together. I'm trying to be realistic. Ace told him. So am I. So what? He asked, pushing himself onto unsteady feet. You in all your glory are going to storm in alone and take on the entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates? Yeah, okay, Sabo. He made the frustrated noise again as he protested. Obviously not like that. So like what then? Because so far your great plan sounds like it is going to end up with both of us sitting in a cell twiddling our fingers all the while Lou is out there waiting for us to save him. Well, I guess I can't get caught then. It's not really something you can control. Ace shot back. And I don't want to take that risk when the gamble is Luffy. I told you that we need you to be here and free. You're asking too much. I'm asking you to follow the plan you made. You're asking, Sabo said, working to keep his tone level, for me to abandon you if things go south. So what if I am? I can't do that. Why? Ace cried. That seemed to finally snap Sabo's temper as he yelled. I don't know, okay. He took a deep breath. I know it might be strategical or whatever the hell you said, but I don't think I could bear to just leave you to the whims of the pirates you just pissed off. This, he gestured abstractly to his chest. All of this is new to me. And I know I don't remember things the way you do, but this isn't naive little 10-year-old Sabo talking. This is me, and I'm saying that for the first time in my life I can't just blindly put the mission first. Why not? Ace pleaded. Sabo's infinite blue eyes searched his face for a moment before he turned away, seemingly embarrassed. I'll stay here, he said softly. But I am going to back you up if you need help. Even if it means starting a war between the Whitebeards and revolutionaries. Ace opened his mouth to protest that, but one look from the other, and he thought better of it. I don't want anyone else getting hurt, he said finally. Neither do I, but that is the price of my help. There would be no winning this one. Ace opened his mouth to give quiet agreement, but instead he heard himself whisper, I don't want to do this alone. Ace, what I'm trying to get through your head is that you aren't alone. And Ace, in that moment, thought that he finally understood how Luffy felt all those years ago, back when he was just a scrawny, unwanted child. You'll stay with me? His voice sounded hoarse, even to his own ears. Sabo nodded. Promise? You won't lie to me. I recently learned that I can't lie to you, he told him with a soft smile. Ace had informed him of that when he tried to lie about some well-meaning eavesdropping. Ace had called it his built-in Sable lidar. That apparently only worked on him. He nodded. You can't? I can always tell with you. Even after all these years, Ace could read Sable as easily as he could his own thoughts. Then you know I'm telling the truth when I say that I won't. I'll stay with you as long as you want me to. I'm on your side no matter what. On my side? I mean, I decided to help you, even if it hurts me. Why? Sable shrugged. Because I feel like it. He told him simply. That was the easiest way he knew how to explain it without the conversation becoming embarrassing for him. Ace was right when he said they didn't really talk about their feelings. Both of them were god-awful at it. Ace just started screaming, and apparently Sable couldn't even broach the topic without growing noticeably red. But apparently that was a term they could both accept as the other nodded. Me too then. You what? I am going to help you even if it hurts me. Oh, Sable said dumbly. I didn't really mean it as the type of thing you had to reciprocate. I know, Ace told him with a smile. I just felt like it. Deal with it. He smiled back at him. All right. I guess we are our own side then, the side of idiots. 2 members and counting. Looks that way. Only idiots would willingly go up against the Whitebeards and teach Skang with just the 2 of them to deal with the extraordinary backlash they were going to unleash. Now go to bed. I wasn't kidding when I said I was worried about you. But Sabo told him as he took his hand and pulled him back over to the tangled blankets. You have to get some sleep for tomorrow. He pushed Ace down gently onto them, because you have a really important job to do tomorrow. And you are going to do it perfectly because he put his palm over Ace's face when he tried to get up and forcefully pushed him to lie down. You have my full confidence that you will succeed. I told you I can tell when you lie. You have 70% of my confidence that you will succeed. He amended. The other 30% thinks we are all going to die. But don't think too much about that. Now, does that lidar thing work both ways? Ace just shrugged. He really didn't know, and he wanted to get back to the all going to die thing. So if I asked when you were planning on telling me that Luffy's dad was Dragon, you would give me an honest answer. Because that seems like a really freaking important detail you left out. Would you believe me if I told you that it slipped my mind? It slipped your mind. Sabo repeated. Yeah, I mean, I never thought of it as a big deal until now. It is just something the old man told me years ago only once. I never thought anyone was going to find out. And I never thought things were going to end up like this. I mean, it's Luffy we are talking about, not some great revolutionary legacy or whatnot. It's just him, no matter how crazy his family is. You know, Sabo stared at him for a moment before he sighed again. I think I actually do know. But should I tell my boss about this? I kind of feel like there is a slight possibility that Teach, the master of the details apparently, is going to try to capitalize on this. Yeah, he agreed. That might be a good idea. How is he going to take it? I really don't know. I mean, it is his kid. Ace laughed at that and Sabo turned to look at him. Luffy is our kid. He corrected. We were the ones who have been looking out for him and fixing his problems for him since he was a little snot-nosed 7-year-old who cried all the freaking time. It was their beds he had crawled into when he was upset, and it was them who he came running to when he wanted to show them whatever freaky thing he found in the jungle, and they were the ones who he hid behind whenever he was scared. I didn't see anyone else out there with us willing to help. So as far as I am concerned, everyone else can take a long walk off a short dock. You do not like Dragon, Sabo remarked. Ace just shrugged. He abandoned him, he said simply. His parents, troublesome as they were, at least had an excuse for not being there. But for anyone to have a sweet, innocent little kid like Luffy and then just leave him? Without even explaining why. Without even knowing him or meeting him. Yeah, they were on Ace's blacklist, all right. I'll tell him you said that. Sabo teased. Do it. But tell him that if he wants a shot at me, he has to get in line behind a whole lot of people that I am about to piss off. Ace met Burgess on the docks just as the sun was beginning to creep over the horizon. The man was waiting for him in front of their boats, with a baby den and a clear set of instructions. You are to keep this on you and on at all times. If you turn it off even for a moment, the first thing I am going to do when I get back is break every one of your baby brother's fingers. If it still isn't back on by then, I'll move on to the toes. Then I guess I will have to start getting creative. Do you understand? Ace glared up at him. There were many things he wanted to say, but all of them would risk him taking out his wrath on Lou, who didn't deserve any of this. So instead he held out his hand. Give me the damn thing before I break your fingers. Burgess grinned at him. Anybody ever tell you that you're pretty hot when you're pissed off? He was mocking him now. Ace rolled his eyes as he grabbed the baby den from the man. A specialized one as he had explained it, that was wired only to the master one, which Burgess would hold at all times. Everything Ace said and did would be relayed straight back to the mother one. Meaning everything he said would be tracked. "It's almost like you don't trust me," he told the man. "Boss trusts you all right. He trusts you to go running straight back to your pathetic crew the second you get the chance." Blubbering about friendship and family, or whatever lies the old man preaches, Ace felt his face flush red with anger as he slandered Whitebeard. But Burgess continued on before he got the chance to tell him to shut it. "I, however, disagree." "Why is that?" Ace asked, clenching his hand into a fist to stop himself from punching his smug face where he stood. Burgess gestured to one of the bags he held, and Ace instantly knew what was in there. "Because of this," he told him, grinning cruelly. "Face it, kid, blackmail or not, you are a traitor now, just like the rest of us. Do you really think the old man is going to go any easier on you just because you're sorry?" He snorted. "No, I think he would kill you for what you did. And I think you know that. You're safe right now because they don't think it was you, but I promise if I get one word, one sign that you are thinking of betraying us for your old crew, we won't hesitate to clear up that little misconception. Then it's your head someone is going to be scraping off the walls. So," he reached over to pat Ace's cheek, "do as you're told like a good little puppet and everything will go according to plan. Got it?" "Got it," he repeated as Ace finally nodded, his face red with anger. "Good, now shove off already. I got places to be as well, and I need to see you off first." "Where are you going?" he asked. "Mind your own business. I thought you were taking the recruits back." Ace persisted. "Recruits went back yesterday. I have other things to do." He rifled through one of his bags, pulling out a picture and waving it in Ace's nose. When the teen tried to reach for it, he held it back. "What is that? This?" The man was smiling again, seemingly laughing at an inside joke. "This was for you until you went and pissed the boss off with that mouth of yours. Now it's going to be used for other purposes." Ace tried to grab it again, but the man held it out of his reach. "Too bad," he goaded. "You would have liked it." "Oh well." He stuffed the picture back in his bag as he turned to Ace. "Now go. Head directly for the Moby, and don't even think of making any other stops. Trust me, I will know. Otherwise, you will break Lou's fingers." "Yes, I got it," Ace finished for him, irritated. The man blinked at him. "You call him Lou? That's awfully cute of you." Ace cursed his own carelessness as he snapped, "Shut the hell up." He looked past the man's shoulder to the buildings beyond the harbor. He could make out the outline of his brother, watching the two of them from one of the rooftops. Ace nodded to him ever so slightly, telling him goodbye. He could see Sabo do the same, wishing him good luck. But when Burgess turned to see what Ace was staring at, he was already gone, and all of Ace's attention was back on the man. He had already said goodbye to his brother early this morning. Surprising both of them, he had pulled the blonde in for a tight hug. Something he never remembered doing before. No doubt Sabo didn't remember it either. What's even more surprising is after a moment of shock, the other boy hugged him back before hurriedly whispering the plan in his ear. The same plan they had gone over time and time again. Ace knew it in his sleep by now, but it didn't stop Sabo from repeatedly telling it to him every chance he got. If Ace didn't know his brother better, he would almost say it was nervousness. Sabo had also reminded him that if Ace messed up and got caught, he would move heaven and earth to get him back. Which, despite Ace's insistence to focus on Luffy, it was nice to know at least someone would mourn him if his head did end up being scrapped off the wall like Burgess claimed. He looked back at the man before turning to his skiff behind him. "I hope you get eaten by a shark." "Goodbye to you too, kid," Burgess said. XXX. An entire 3 days passed after Thatch's enlightening conversation with Teach. In that time they were more or less left alone. Food was still thrown in once a day, but there was no further contact, which was most likely for the best except for the fact that Thatch was losing his mind of boredom. Whatever they had done to Luffy had left him mostly unresponsive. He woke up only once for several moments, and in that time ate 2 days' worth of food before passing out again. Thatch was incredibly frustrated. He wanted to know what was going on, what Teach seemed to be so excited about, and where the hell his family was. But it was impossible to tell from down here, so instead he was going crazy waiting. It was early in the morning on the 3rd day when Thatch felt the boat slow to a stop. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the side of the bed, too fidgety to sleep, and was instead waiting anxiously. He stood up, listening intently. Down here near the bottom of the ship the silence was enough to drive anyone mad. Usually he had Luffy to fill it for him, though. He hadn't realized how much he had come to rely on the kid until now. Thatch didn't like this new quiet Luffy who had replaced the loud, hyperactive one. He knew it was a product of his injuries and fatigue, and that a month ago he would have killed for the boy to be just a little bit less energetic, as at the time it had felt like reining him, and so Teach didn't have to was literally not figuratively, killing him. Although he had always been secretly proud every time Luffy's apparent lack of warning instinct kept him insulting and otherwise aggravating the insane pirate. A feat even the bravest of men would think twice about. Luffy, it seems, had no such reservations, and he never failed to infuriate the traitorous bastard. Thatch sat down on the side of the bed, shaking his shoulders gently at first, and then harder when he didn't react. Kid Luffy. Thatch pulled him up to a sitting position and let him lean against his shoulder, as he waited the some odd minuets it took for Luffy to wake up enough for him to give a slurred moan. Are you alive? Thatch joked a bit tensely. Lately it felt like the saying was hitting too close to home. Alive? He repeated, confused. Where are we? Still on the ship. Thatch told him. It seems like we stopped. What ship? What did they give you? Thatch asked in bewilderment. And did you bring some for me? Honestly, that seemed much better than sitting here slowly going insane. Give me? Thatch sighed as he tucked Luffy's head underneath his chin, letting him have a moment to come back to reality. If he even did. You're okay, he told him as the boy moved to try to get up. Where Dash? Where are we? He guessed. Luffy shook his head. Where is Ace? Of everything Thatch was expecting him to say, that had not been it. He felt himself caught off guard and unsure of how to answer. Luffy, he tried slowly. We are on the boat, remember? The really dark and cold one? He tried once more to get up, but Thatch easily held him in place, unsure of what he wanted. He was here, Luffy told him. He pointed a shaky hand at one of the darkened corners. He was right here. Thatch brushed Luffy's bangs out of his eyes in the same way he always did for his younger siblings when they were injured or upset, and he needed them to focus. You're a little out of it right now, he told him gently. Ace isn't here. I know you must miss him. Or at least he imagined that he did. He never outright said it, but if this was any indication, then he missed his brother more than he let on. Luffy tried once more to free himself of the man's grasp, but he wasn't much of a match for the gentle but insistent arms. But I saw him. Okay, Thatch caved. He figured they could have this discussion a bit later when Luffy was acting more like himself. But he is gone right now, and I think we have a problem. Gone? Why? How many fingers? Thatch asked without bothering to hold up his hand. Fingers? Luffy repeated, confused. What's Dash? You are not much for conversation right now, are you? He told him with a small grin. He should have figured as much. He hoped Teach got bit by something poisonous in the next bed he slept in for doing this to Luffy. I'm not going to bother explaining things to you if you're not going to understand or remember any of this. Thatch told him, standing up slowly from the bed and looking around for anything he could use to defend them. There was a syringe in the trash from weeks ago. He had discovered it yesterday on accident. He retrieved it now, buried as it was under the layer of dirty bandages and throw-up. For the first time, Thatch was thankful that they never bothered to clean the trash. He tucked it into his waistband before grabbing under Luffy's arms and hauling him onto unsteady feet. Not trusting him to stand on his own, he kept a firm grip on his arm, practically dragging him to the back wall. Just stay behind me. Luffy pressed back against him, seemingly annoyed by people continuing to treat him like a sack of flour. But Thatch easily won out, pushing them both against the wall as he stepped in front of him, his back shielding the smaller kid from the door just as the rattling footsteps reached his ears. They were coming. The familiar rattling of keys sounded in the lock before the door was flung open with a bang, and the lackey stood outside, looking a little anxious. Thatch noted that about half the group seemed to be sporting injuries from their time dealing with the two prisoners. No doubt they were not eager for more, but Thatch felt very little sympathy for them. He figured whatever they got they deserved for choosing to follow the man they did. Broken Nose said, catching sight of the two of them at the back wall. Come along then. Where are we going? Thatch asked tensely. The group looked at each other before the man spoke up again, his voice slightly nasally from the injury. Never you mind, just come on. Thatch shifted, having to use one of his arms to keep Luffy in place. No, he told the group. I think we are better off here. Well, the boss disagrees, the man growled. Then why don't you get the boss down here? He shot back. Have him come and talk to us. Boss is busy, the man said, taking a step closer, flanked by the rest of them. Now give us the brat, and this don't have to get ugly like last time. Let's let this get ugly, Thatch told them, narrowing his eyes. He preferred it ugly. The only ones who seemed afraid of that were the cautious group. The man in front seemingly lost his patience as he stormed over to them, reaching out to push Thatch away from the wall. The second his wandering fingers made contact with the fabric of Thatch's shirt, he was suddenly reeling back with a cry. Fresh blood flowed from the gash in his forearm as he cried in rage. The men behind him looked in surprise at their fallen comrade and then to the bloody syringe in the man's hand and seemed to realize at the same time that this was going to be harder than they thought. Bloody hell! One of them groaned as he pulled out his knife. As they moved to attack, Thatch was much quicker. He slashed upward with the syringe, breaking the skin on the man's arm and forcing him to drop the knife as he too cried out. While he clutched his arm in pain, Thatch kicked him squarely in the chest, winding him. Seeing their comrade down, two more moved to attack together. Thatch was ready for them as he caught them both around the back of the head and shoved their foreheads together with a loud crack that was sure to give way to a very nasty headache. However, Thatch couldn't find it in himself to give them any pity. The rest of the gang cried out in anger, all of them charging him at once. Thatch grit his teeth, feeling the ache of his healing side protest the movement. He used one hand to keep Luffy in the corner where no one could take him away and the other to grip his makeshift weapon. If these bastards wanted a fight, then a fight is what they would get. In the end, things got a little out of hand. Or so Thatch thought as he wiped the blood off the syringe and onto his already dirty pant leg. When they had tried to corner him, he had gone from defensive to downright vicious. It seems that this little prison experience from Teach was affecting him and his self-control more than he had originally thought. That was something to think about later. For now he should worry about any of the downed men waking up and sounding the alarm. That was the ones that still could wake up. He was pretty sure he had killed one of them. The foolish man had pulled a gun on him. His aim had been horrible and he was in desperate need of practice, but Thatch took the threat to heart, and before the fumbling finger could press the trigger, the needle of the syringe was buried a good 3 inches into his throat, much to the surprise of both the man and Thatch, who hadn't intended to do that. Still, it had gotten the point across to the rest of them. After that, taking down the rest was like swatting flies. "Come on," Thatch told Luffy, finally stepping back and pulling him away from the corner. If he was grateful for one thing, it was that the kid hadn't been able to see most of the fight from behind Thatch. It wasn't a stretch to assume that Luffy had probably seen some violent stuff in his life, but that didn't mean Thatch needed to go out of his way to show him more. Call him overprotective, but he didn't want to mess the kid up any more than he already was going to be from all of this. So before he stepped away to reveal the group of downed men, including the one with the gaping hole in his neck that was dripping blood like a waterfall, he covered Luffy's eyes with his hand. Luffy reacted immediately, trying to pull Thatch away clumsily. "You're fine," he promised, forcing the hands back down and away from his eyes. "You just don't need to see this, alright?" But Luffy wasn't listening, and Thatch wasn't going to budge on this one. He instead grabbed the wrists that were trying to pull his hand away and pulled him out of the room. Careful to step around the bodies. Some groaning lightly. They would wake up soon, it seemed. They needed to work fast. He pushed Luffy into the hallway rougher than he meant to, just as the nearest man's eyes fluttered open. He heard Luffy stumble and fall against the ground as he slammed the door behind them, hopefully trapping the lackeys there for the foreseeable future. He had stolen the key ring from one of them but hadn't realized just how many keys they had on it. Did the ship even have this many doors? As he fumbled, he risked a glance behind him at Luffy, who was staring up at him wide-eyed from his place on the floor. "You good, kid?" he asked, trying yet another one of the keys. "Good? You're a regular parrot today, huh?" Thatch told him, trying to force the mismatched key into the opening with sheer strength. From inside the door he could hear the man nearest to them beginning to get up. But not before he locked them in the room they had trapped them in for weeks on end. Finally one of the keys slid in, and he snapped the lock shut before taking the key ring and throwing it noisily down the other end of the hall as far as he could. "Let's go." He held out his hat to Luffy, but when he didn't take it, Thatch grabbed his elbow, hauling him back onto his feet. "Next time I tell you to sit still and be quiet, you can remind me of this," Thatch told him as he bent down to pick Luffy up and put him over his shoulder. He got kicked a couple of times, but in all he hardly noticed as he broke out into a run towards where he thought the stairs to be. With most of the lackeys gone, Thatch only really had to worry about getting caught by Teach. He was the one Thatch was most worried about. After everything that had happened, he wasn't sure he had it in him to fight anymore right now. So instead he ran, carrying the both of them up the narrow stairs from the belly of the ship onto the main deck, up and up where the air was less stale and smelt more like salt water. Thatch figured they had probably stopped at another port, which meant another chance to escape. All they needed to do was break out of this prison ship and steal away into the Crowd. If they could just evade Teach for a few days, they would be in the clear. He paused at the top of the stairs to let their eyes adjust to the dim but natural light, all the while staining to hear any noises from the deck. When he didn't hear anything and his eyes had mostly stopped watering, Thatch risked stepping out from the safety of stairway onto the main deck. It seemed empty for the moment. Crates and barrels cluttered the space. Were they in the process of moving the supplies again? Surely Teach wouldn't make it this easy for them? It turns out he hadn't. As Thatch moved away from the cluttered crates and onto the open deck, he saw what he had missed before, and what would undoubtedly prove to be the biggest obstacle in his impromptu escape plan. He set Luffy down from his shoulder onto the deck. When he was sure the kid's legs would support him, Thatch wandered a bit further towards the railing, eyes taking in the sight before them. They had not stopped at a port like he had thought. The silence in the air should have tipped him off sooner. Instead of the yells and shouts that usually accompanied a busy city, the only sounds were the distant rumbling of thunder. There was a storm headed their way. The sky above was overcast, and there was dark clouds on the horizon blocking out any bit of blue sky that they might have seen, which was fortunate for their light-starved eyes, as it made the transition back into the light a bit easier. It still stung, but any pain he felt was pushed aside by the dread curling in his stomach. The ship had taken anchor out here to avoid the jagged rocks that seemed to litter the water in this area. There was no hint of land or an island in sight, and it appeared they were still in the open ocean. But about half a mile away, straight off the main bow, was a towering rock structure that shot straight out of the ocean like a mountain of black rock. A jagged outpost surrounded on all sides by sharp rocks and sheer cliff faces. In the dim light, Thatch could just make out the structure built right into the cliff face. It looked like it was made out of the same material as the cliff it sat on. Only the rock had been carved into stone blocks to build the decrepit structure upon, a near impenetrable fortress. No help would they find here, nor anywhere. He had no clue where they even were, let alone how far it was to the nearest civilization. Thatch turned to look at Luffy, expecting him to be staring at the outpost before them in a similar state of fear. Only Luffy was smiling. He wasn't even looking at the rocks before them, but up at the cloudy sky above. He didn't look scared at all, only happy. Happy to be outside, Thatch realized with a pang. He was happy to see the sky again after such a long time. Even with the clouds, it was beautiful in the way that it seemed to stretch on forever. Thatch never imagined there would be a time when he missed the sky, but here they were. It's pretty, huh? Luffy turned to him, smiling brightly, and despite himself, Thatch felt like smiling as well. But the next second there was a slam behind him and a sharp pain shot through his leg. His knee buckled under his weight, and he felt himself slam into the deck with a cry. "Nice try," came the familiar taunting voice, and from Thatch's spot on the deck he could see both Teach and the Doc work their way towards them from the stairway. Thatch pushed himself up to a sitting position as his hands clutched at his right leg just below the knee, where blood was beginning to soak through his pant leg. He had been shot. The bastard had shot him. Besides him, Luffy's eyes grew wide as he stared down at the growing red stain. Still not in his right mind, but apparently coherent enough to understand that something was wrong, he moved towards Thatch. But the Doc beat him to it as he knelt beside the downed man, muttering to himself as his medical kit fell open on the deck. "Do you realize how much work you make for me?" he asked. "Shut up," Teach told him shortly, intercepting Luffy before he could reach Thatch and dragging him away. "You did a number on my men," Teach said, this time talking to Thatch, who glared at him through the pain. "You have some pretty weak underlings." He tried to push the doctor away as he touched the wound. "I'm trying to fix it, geez. I think I'm better off without your help." "He used to be so nice," Teach said with fake sympathy for his ex-crewmate. When Luffy tried once more to help him, the man grabbed his jaw, turning his head away from the bloody scene before him to instead meet Teach's own black eyes. "Now he is only nice to you." "Why is that?" He was mocking them now. Thatch answered anyway. "He is the only one on this whole freaking boat that I don't want to see dismembered by a sea king." Teach regarded the pirate for a moment before turning back to the kid. One of his large fingers tilted his head so he could look into the glassy eyes of his prisoner. Luffy stared back at him, obedient and quiet, nothing like his usual self. His pupils were blown wide and didn't seem to be focused on anything. Teach smirked and let him go. "You know, I think I like the kid better like this," he told Doc Q as Thatch's head snapped up. "He is less trouble," the other agreed. "Leave him alone," Thatch growled. "Relax." Teach adjusted his grip as he pulled them both over to the bow of the ship. "I'm just showing him. At least one of you can appreciate all my hard work." "Well," Thatch groaned as the doctors jostled his knee by accident. "Being a murderous, kidnapping slime ball is a full-time job." Teach laughed at that in earnest, his checkered teeth showing as he grabbed the rigging with one hand and used it to pull himself onto the railing of the ship. He reached down, hand once more tangling in the stained shirt as he pulled Luffy up beside him. "One more comment like that, and the kid is going for another swim. Now do you know what that is, brat?" He gestured at the base before them. When he failed to answer, Teach told him, "That's the hold?" "The hold?" Luffy's voice was childish and bordering on timid, wholly unlike his usual tone. But it made Teach grin. for once glad someone seemed to be recognizing his authority. In his arrogance, he seemed to miss that all Luffy was doing was copying what everyone else was saying, not truly keeping up with the conversation. That's our new headquarters. That's home now for all of us. Thatch looked on in disgust. A near impenetrable fortress from before the start of the Great Pirate Era. It's been abandoned for centuries. He smiled broadly. Until now, boys. When Luffy turned from the hulking slab of dark rock and gray stone to look at him, Teach smiled. He reached out his large calloused hand to stroke the bruised cheek in a way that someone that didn't know him may have mistaken as affection rather than egotistical. Do you know what else it is? Luffy shook his head. It's the place where your brother is either going to join me or I am going to kill him. It is where I am going to defeat the Whitebeard pirates and gain worldwide fame and recognition. Where I will win over the world government and take all that I can from them. His grip turned hard as his hand tilted Luffy's chin upwards again. But for you, little one, this place is where you will die. It had been nearly a week since arriving at the new base. A very, very long week. Luffy had been sick the entire time. Ever since waking up from his drugged-out stupor. But he was mostly back to normal. Thatch wasn't feeling all that great himself. Most of that being due to getting shot in the freaking leg, which had been patched up somewhat roughly before he was left to his own devices. The crew had left their boat anchored in the ocean and instead entered the outpost through a series of tunnels that were only accessible during low tide. The sea tunnels led to a network of bootlegging tunnels that connected to the outpost base and ran across the entirety of the miserable island. A truly impenetrable fortress. Climbing the rocks themselves was a near impossible feat without the sea access, and any nearby ships would instantly be spotted before they could even attempt. This meant that for the moment the two were trapped here for the foreseeable future. Thatch had gotten a headache thinking about it, and instead tried to push those thoughts from his mind. It would not do to lose hope right now. He had to believe that things would still turn out all right, if not for his sake then for Luffy's. The kid had suffered far too much from being caught in the middle of a fight that wasn't his. With a groan, and a great amount of effort, Thatch sat up from the bed and lowered himself to the floor, being careful with the injured leg. Their new cell was just as small, dark, and cold as the others had been. Surrounded on three sides by the same dark stone the outpost was built from, with iron wrought bars making up the last side. Even the rats seemed to avoid it, figuring they could do better somewhere else. Luffy, Thatch said, trying to get his attention. He crawled forwards on his hands and knees to stop by the kid's side. Luffy was laying on the floor, with his flushed cheek pressed against the stone. He was seemingly the only person who appreciating the cold dankness of their new home. Every time Thatch managed to put him on the bed, he would eventually make his way back to the floor, overheating 1 second and freezing the next. He moaned brokenly as Thatch worked a hand under his cheek trying to get him off the floor. When he woke up, more or less back to his normal self if not a bit dazed, he had no clue how they had gotten here. It seemed like Luffy didn't remember anything of the last few days. He hadn't remembered them escaping, mercifully didn't remember Thatch killing that guy, nor Thatch getting shot and himself becoming Teach's parrot. No one was more disappointed that Luffy was back to normal than the fat man, whom it seemed was finally coming to like the kid during his obedient drug trip. Yeah, come on buddy, he encouraged, helping Luffy to sit up. His skin raged with fever beneath Thatch's fingers. You're alright. He worked his arms below Luffy's legs, picking him up, hardly able to support either of them with his injured leg. Let go, Thatch, Luffy told him, as he always did each time the man tried to take care of him. As far as Luffy was concerned, the only thing he wanted in this world was to stay put. And leave you on that floor? I think the underside of shoes are cleaner than it. He once again set Luffy on the bed before sitting heavily beside him, his knees shaking from the effort. Just stay here this time. I know you're miserable. In fact, I think that's the point, but humor me, alright? A long moment passed before Luffy leaned back a bit. Alright, he agreed, and Thatch smiled. If you were to ask Teach or anyone on his crew, they would probably say Luffy was impossibly stubborn and poor-tempered. But in truth, he was actually very sweet-tempered. At least he was to anyone who hadn't kidnapped and tortured him. To Thatch he was surprisingly easygoing. Most of the time, at least. It seems like when he set his sights on something he would never yield, no matter what it was. But thankfully this was not one of those times, and Luffy seemed to grasp Thatch was only trying to look out for him. Surprising both of them, Luffy pulled himself up a bit so he could lean against Thatch's side, soaking in the warmth of the other man. You okay? Thatch asked, and Luffy nodded as he closed his eyes. I'm okay, he promised. Just really tired. He was asleep a few moments later, leaving Thatch to watch out over their darkened cell. They weren't left alone for long, they never were. Late into the night, or possibly early in the morning, Thatch was woken up by the sound of trampling footsteps approaching their cell. It sounded like a lot of them. He turned to look at Luffy, still asleep at his side. Good, he didn't want him involved in whatever this was, and if he had learned one thing about the kid, it was that he wouldn't hesitate to get involved. As much as he admired his bravery, Thatch didn't know if he could handle it if something were to happen to Luffy. With the way things were going, it was startling to look like, well, he wasn't doing so great right now. Stay sleeping, Thatch told him gently as he moved the kid from his shoulder to lay on the bed. With any luck, they would leave him alone. He ruffled the black hair before stepping away from the bed and into the center of the room, awaiting to footsteps. He didn't have to wait long. XXX. When Luffy woke up again, the world seemed a little bit clearer, as it did each time following the overdose. For a second he thought Thatch had woke him up by being so noisy. But that wasn't quite right. He was still laying on the bed where he had fallen asleep, and someone was sitting by him, but everything around them so was loud. Maybe it was his head? Fight, fight, fight. No, that wasn't what a headache sounded like. Confused, Luffy pushed himself upright, looking around their tiny cell. What was empty a couple of hours ago was now packed with people, all of them screaming and jeering. Still confused, he moved to stand, but someone pushed him back down. You'll want to stay out of this one, trust me. He turned in surprise to the man sitting next to him on the bed. This wasn't Thatch? Where was Thatch? Who were these people? No scratch that he recognized most of them as Teach's lackeys. So very bad people then. The man gestured to the circle of men, all shouting and cheering in front of them. We got a few new recruits, he explained. Wanted to play with the Whitebeard pirate, what's his name? Luffy's gaze immediately turned back to the circle, worry curling in his stomach. The bodies completely blocking his view of whatever fight was happening. Thatch! Luffy shouted, pushing himself to his feet. But he hadn't taken more than a step when the man came after him and firm arms locked around his middle. One over his chest, pinning his arms in place, and the other looped around his neck. Damn it, kid, I told you to stay out of this one. Do not get involved in this or it's your blood we will be scrapping up instead. But Luffy wasn't listening, feet kicking wildly as he tried to break free. The man was forced to hold him off the floor. Leave him alone! Luffy screamed again, his voice getting lost in the cheers of the small crowd. Calm down, the man told him irritably. Let me go! Luffy fought back viciously. He hated this feeling of uselessness that was always hanging over him. He hated being used and traded like tools, of being treated like a misbehaving kid. But what he hated more than anything was not being able to help the people he cared about. I said calm down. Luffy felt the man's thick hand curl around his neck, threatening to cut off his air supply. He was welcome to try. The sea stone had been removed sometime before waking up in this prison cell, and those type of holds no longer worked on him. But that didn't stop the man from tightening his hand, trying to choke him into submission. Luffy only struggled harder. Thatch was in trouble. Thatch was hurt. Why couldn't he seem to help anybody? He screamed out in anger, feet kicking into the empty air. And deep down Luffy knew this was his fault. If he was just a little stronger, then he could protect the people he wanted to, and maybe this never would have happened. What the hell was wrong with him? When had he become so weak? Weak enough that this man, a spineless lackey with no sense of loyalty, could stop him even at his most determined. A few months ago Luffy would have stomped him into the ground without a second thought. A month ago he could have taken him on, and 2 weeks ago he could have at least broken free of his hold. But now, well, now he was useless. The same screaming child he had been for most his life, the one who relied on other people to protect him. The same one who hid behind his older brother's backs. But that boy had done nothing while his brother was taken away. That boy was weak, and he didn't want to be him anymore. That's it, calm down, the big man told him as his struggle lessened. Still the hand did not move from his throat, ready to squeeze the life from him like one of the jungle snakes. And while Luffy didn't really care if the man tried to cut off his air supply, his other arm was digging quite deeply into his fractured ribs. Rubber or not, the pressure on his lungs was too much, and dark spots began to dance in the corners of his vision. Ignoring the crushing hands, he gasped for breath. This wasn't him. He wasn't someone who could be stopped, not when his will far outweighed this man's. Luffy could feel it, feel his own determination coursing through his blood, through every part of him. He could feel it the same way he could feel this man's own desires. He was nothing, he amounted to nothing. His strength, his will, all of his actions, all of his character, and they were pathetic. Halfway through his spineless life he was still so weak. So weak and flimsy. Nothing like Luffy's. He squeezed his eyes shut, working on getting his breathing under control. There's a good boy, the rough voice said in his ear. Finally listening to us now. Never! He forced out between clenched teeth. Luffy would sooner bow down to the dirt than these people. The hand tightened around his neck, and the foul breath was back. Come again! Luffy hated this man, he hated all of them. They thought they were strong. Following twisted orders, beating half-dead prisoners, bending others to their orders with blackmail. That was not what strength was. Luffy had seen true strength. His grandfather, crazy as he may be, was strong. His brothers, even at the young age of 10, had been braver and tougher than any one of these men could ever hope to be. Say that again, brat. The man snarled, his hands tightening once more. And I will rip your throat out, and then we will see if you are still so sure of yourself while you are dying at my feet. Fighting through the nearly overwhelming pressure on his lungs, Luffy opened his eyes. The small crowd in front of him blocking his view of Thatch. He could hear the sounds of a fight, a very outnumbered fight. They were screaming, cheering, so loudly. Nobody even remembered Luffy was here, no one but the brute holding him. Where's your captain now, Whitebeard? Not so strong, are you? Their taunts nearly drowning out Luffy's panting breaths. And as he struggled to breathe, his anger grew. He couldn't remember the last time he had been this angry. Furious with people, at the world. He didn't like to think like this, these thoughts were usually unwelcome, but right now he held on to them as tightly as he could, letting the rage wash through him. Lighting a blazing fire in his chest. They were nothing, they would always be nothing. How dare they do this to him? How dare they do this to Thatch? They didn't own him, no person could ever own anything living thing. He vaguely felt himself being shaken. Well, kid? Dirty fingernails scrambled at his throat. What do you say? You're all so weak. He spat out, and it felt like his eardrums were about to shatter with the force of his own heartbeat. I don't want this, I don't want this, I don't want any of this. They would stop. He would stop them. One by one if he needed to, because I am so much more than all of you. And for a fraction of a second the world froze. For him at least, things seemed to stop moving. His heart had stopped beating. And for that second his heart had burst. But then the moment was gone, and he realized nothing had stopped at all. Not even his heart, which he hoped was still beating, just not quite as loudly as before. The fight in front of him still raging on as if no one had noticed. No one but the man holding him. In the span of a second his hands went from pinning him against his chest to loosely holding him, then dropping altogether, as he slumped back with a half-startled cry. Luffy paid him no attention, driven by one thing now as he dove forwards. He grabbed the clothes of the man nearest him, yanking them back with all his might, and to both their surprise the man tumbled onto the floor, startled by the attack, and for whatever reason he seemed oddly out of breath. Like he had just run a long ways. What did you dash? He began to say, but Luffy wasn't listening. He pushed deeper into the crowd, tearing past the remaining crewmates who were still cheering loudly. He felt an arm try to pull him back as someone noticed his intrusion. He shoved them off as he continued to push through the group, past the lackeys to the center of the cell where a handful of people he didn't recognize stood. A very odd assortment of men and one woman, all of whom had bloodstains on their clothing and seemed to be grinning. The new recruits. Thatch, his friend, lay on the ground at the center of the crowd. A stupid fat man with a brick-like nose seemed to have him pinned down as Thatch fought back viciously, managing to hold his own even now. All the while the crowd cheering them on like this was a spectator show. The floor the two fought on was littered with broken glass. Someone had thrown a half-empty bottle at them that was now shattered. Although neither fighter noticed it. Get off him! Luffy shouted as he shoved the woman aside. Damn it, who let go of the kid? Somebody grab him before he interferes. Luffy threw himself down to the floor as a dozen hands reached out for him. He had begun to crawl towards the two of them when he felt a hand close around his ankle drag him backwards. No! He kicked back furiously, fingers scrambling for grip. Who the hell is the kid? The commotion had managed to reach Thatch's ears now as he turned from his fight against the humongous man to meet Luffy's eyes. There was a deep gash above his eye and blood ran freely down the side of his face. He looked scared, but not for himself. Luffy, he mouthed, or perhaps he spoke it, and the sound was just lost in the noise of the room. Luffy lunged forward even as he was dragged back, away from the fight and away from his friend. His only friend in thousands of miles, one of the only friends he had. His fingers closed around something sharp as an arm close around his chest. Geez, kid, what did you do to Creed? Let go of Thatch! Luffy screamed as he was hauled back by some faceless man. Thatch was distracted, still staring at Luffy, oblivious to the fat man's fist that was flying towards him. It smashed into his jaw, sending blood and spit splattering across the grimy floor. Luffy watched wide-eyed as the man continued to beat Thatch, jeered on by the crowd. Violence, pain, blood, Luffy wanted it to stop. He was sick of it. He was so sick of all of this. Way to go, the one holding him said, kneeling beside him on the ground. You distracted him. Gave old Vasco the upper hand. Guess you're not so useless, huh? He laughed. Tell you one thing though, he better stop soon, or he really will kill him. You want to be the one to make him stop? One of the newcomers boomed out a laugh. Try it and he will beat you in the Whitebird's place. Boss will have our heads if we kill him. Boss will have your heads, you mean? The woman laughed cruelly. We beat the kid next then, kid's off limits. Somebody important's son or whatever. So kill him and Teach will flay you. He needs this one. Luffy wasn't paying attention to them, his gaze fixed firmly on the one-sided fight a few feet from him. Eyes wide as he watched as blood began to pour into the grooves of the brick. Thatch! He cried, trying once more to free himself, his fist closing tightly over the glass shard as his hand quickly became slippery with his own blood. Thatch! The Crow mocked him. Are we hurting your boyfriend, the kid? Are you going to cry some more? Don't worry, you can have fun with us instead. We'll be sure to leave you an arm or something to remember him by. And as they cried out in mockery, something snapped inside of him. Quicker than anyone expected, Luffy turned, beyond that of a normal human's range. Glass shard gripped firmly in his now bloody hand, he whirled onto the man holding him and thrust the object straight into the man's neck. With all of the force he had, he ripped it across the skin, causing blood to spray out from the wound. And for a second the world seemed to still, everyone too surprised to react. The man holding him seemingly more shocked than anyone. He stared at Luffy for a moment longer before his grip loosened. His arm reaching up to his own neck but only coming partway before freezing once more. He let out an odd noise, partway between a gasping and choking sound. Eyes staring once more at Luffy before he slumped over onto the ground, staring glassily up towards the ceiling. And still no body moved, the Crow now fixed on the downed man. Free at last of the grabbing hands, Luffy shot forwards once more, and this time no one stopped him. He threw himself again towards where the two men were, the larger of the two having pinned his friend to the floor, and had been repeatedly slamming Thatch into the floor. Get away from him! Luffy screamed as he slammed into the big man, trying to get him off of Thatch. But as it was, his size and strength was nothing compared to the larger man, and the only thing he succeeded in doing was catching his attention. Beady eyes blinked down at him stupidly, and a large hand moved to grab him. But as sausage-like fingers closed around his upper arm, Luffy dug the shard straight through the middle of the man's hand. The reaction was immediate this time, the pain startling the man to his feet as he cried out to the group. It hurts. Get it out. He continued to flail his hand as if it were on fire, as his other hand scrabbled to grip the bloody glass. Luffy ignored him as he collapsed to his knees. Thatch! He cried, fingers desperately tangling in the stained shirt, as he pulled him back up from his place on the bloodied floor. Please don't be dead. A pale white face stared back at him, marred with blood and bruises. One of his eyes was black, but the other was staring at Luffy, wide with shock. He had seen everything that happened. Thatch breathed at the other. Luffy didn't care what he was trying to say or how beaten in his face looked. He didn't care about anything except that the man was okay. The massive weight that had been threatening to drag him down suddenly lessened. You're okay. His voice breaking a bit as he looked his friend over. You're still alive. Still okay. Luffy UK. Thatch's gaze moved to the downed man lying a few feet from them before focusing in on the blood on Luffy's face. Oh kid, I am so sorry. He finally said, remorse in his voice. Luffy had no clue why he was apologizing. He hadn't done anything wrong. But Thatch didn't talk anymore, instead shifting his weight to one hand so he could wipe the blood from Luffy's cheek with his torn sleeve. He did so very gently, like he was worried he was about to fall apart if he touched him too hard. Luffy didn't really understand why, or what he was so sad about, but right now he didn't care. Maybe it was just Thatch being Thatch. He did things from time to time that made no sense to him, and despite everything Luffy smiled up at him. Because Thatch wasn't dead. He was okay. Beaten to hell and looking a little sick, but he was alive. The next second a large bloody hand reached out and shoved him to the floor, and everything went black. Ace had to take a step back at the sheer force of his brothers. Haruka fell upon him first and he tensed, even as his arms came around him in a tight hold. The others weren't far behind, falling into step behind Haruka as they clambered around him. He hadn't known them to be much in the way of hugging, yet here they were, huddled around him like moths. It was kind of heavy, no, it was suffocating. Ace felt like all the breath had been stripped from his lungs. He couldn't breathe. That was happening a lot lately. Ace, are you alright? Juzo's heavy hand rested firmly on his shoulder like a weight. He hadn't bothered with the hugging, but he looked concerned all the same. He gestured for the others to give him a bit of space. Reluctantly, they stepped back. We heard what happened, Haruta told him. We thought, well, we're just glad to see you again. They had heard some version of the truth. You are okay, aren't you? Ace was pretty far from okay. He was hard-pressed to remember a time in his life when he felt worse than he did right now. I'm okay, he told them, and then for added benefit gave them a small smile. Do you know anything about Marco? Don't rush him. Can't you see how tired he is? I was just asking. Ace looked at the faces of his crewmates, eager and anxious as they were. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who was having a hard time lately. He had been dreading this for days. Ever since Teach had ordered him back to his home ship, back to his crew. The entire trip over he had thought about it, the crew they left behind turning up to look at him and asking for answers he didn't have or couldn't give them. Ace had never lied to his crew before, and he honestly never thought he was going to. But it seems like there were a lot of firsts lately. I don't know. He fought back the urge to stare down at the ground below. Nothing to tip them off. He lied so infrequently he didn't know if he was any good at it or not. Probably not. It was one of those things you were either born with or you learned. And for him it was neither. But you saw him right. He was with you before he disappeared. They were going to hate him. Good, let them hate him. He deserved it. I didn't. He was there, and then was just gone. I'm sorry. The hand tightened on his shoulder a bit. No one blames you, Ace. We know you did your best. This all would be so much easier if they did. If everyone finally started to realize that this was his doing. XXX, we will leave this island, set sail and be freer than anyone else. It felt like he was floating under the ocean. Every time he clawed his way to the surface, another wave would crash over him and drag him back down. Down to the darkness. That was alright though. There was nothing up there but pain and violence, and Luffy was getting sick of those. He was sick of just about everything lately. Set sail and be freer than anyone else. Ace, Sabo, I'm sorry. I think there's a crack in me. It wasn't there before. In fact, Luffy didn't know where it had come from. But lately it felt so big Luffy would just split apart. Like glass, freer than anyone else, only he wasn't glass, he was made of tougher stuff than that. He was raised to be brave and strong, he was born to be a warrior. And he was trying, he really was. He had been trying so hard ever since he was a little kid. It was just, I want to see the sky again, freedom, we're supposed to be free, right? It was better to die in the ocean than to live in a cage. Was that right? Only he didn't think that Ace would ever forgive him, not for dying before he got the chance to save him. And then Luffy was really drowning, violently yanked back into the waking world where everything was sharper. All of his senses came slamming back to him at once, and he tried to gasp for air but only ended up choking on the water as it rushed into his lungs. He kicked frantically and pounded his hands, fighting for air. Everything was dark, and wet and cold, and he was trapped. Just when black spots were starting to dance in the corner of his vision and his movements had started to drag, he was pulled out and unceremoniously dumped onto the floor. Somebody was laughing. Luffy was choking, he was shaking on his hands and knees, coughing up water from his lungs. This is grunt work. My talents are wasted with this. The laughter stopped. Well, no grunts will go near him anymore, so you and your talents are stuck with it. Cowards, they're scared of a little kid who killed one of them. Maybe there is hope for him yet. And all this time I thought he wasn't listening to me. Please, a drunk man with a butter knife could have taken them out. They're weaklings. I heard the Whitebird pirates took out a few just last week. They are cannon fodder. That's why you recruited us, no? When it felt like Luffy had nothing left to cough up, he pulled himself up on shaky arms. Every inch of him was drenched in frigid water, which now dripped off of him, stinging his injuries and collecting into a pale red puddle beneath him. The room they were currently in was small and dark. It was the same slate stone the rest of the fortress was carved from. Most of the floor was wet, probably from the half-empty barrel they had just tried to drown him in. Aside from that, there were a few stools and buckets full of water. Teach stood a few feet away. He had taken a break from their conversation to look over at Luffy. A woman was standing behind him, near the doorway. He recognized her from the cell. She had been there while the others were fighting Thatch. When it became apparent Luffy was breathing again, Teach turned back to the lady. It ain't just that. A few of the guys said he did something weird. There's one, CR something, who can remember their names, but he won't go within 10 feet of the kid. Claims he is witch or something. He says he was supposed to be watching him, keeping him out of everyone's way. And the next thing he knew, he was waking up 2 hours later. So the kid sucker punched him then, mystery solved. Teach shrugged, maybe? Wouldn't be the first time for those idiots. He turned back to Luffy, who was watching them both with dark eyes. Either way, boy, you're starting to be more trouble than you're worth. Where's Th Thatch? Luffy's voice was shaky and barely louder than if he whispered it. His teeth were chattering too hard to speak. Teach heard him all the same, even if he pretended not to. How about some gratitude? He said, irritation in his tone. If I hadn't been there to pull those guys off you, then there wouldn't be anything left of you to mouth off. I damn near saved your life. Luffy narrowed his eyes. Where is Th Thatch? The man pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing in disappointment. A clear sign the other was grating his nerves yet again. You know, Luffy, I'm getting really sick of this attitude of yours. I see the way you look at me. Think you're better or something? I've seen where you come from. A backwater country populated with trash and criminals. You have nothing, no parents, no family, and no home. I doubt anyone even realized you're gone. If they did, they would probably give me a medal. Your grandfather? I don't see him screaming to get you back. Your brother? Please, he's not even that. You're fooling yourself if you think his attachment to you is anything other than misplaced guilt. You're the offspring of a criminal. Good for nothing gutter trash. So what about that makes you think that you are any better than I am? Huh, Luffy didn't answer. Nothing to say then. He brought his knees up to his chest, fully feeling the coldness of the room. The entire base was like ice, and the water he had been unceremoniously dumped into was colder than that still. Every part of him was numb from his bluish toes all the way to his heart, which felt like it had frozen all the way through. Satisfied with his silence, the man continued, confident he had gotten through to his prisoner. Now you have a chance, for once in your miserable life, to be some of use to someone. Some very important people are going to come see you, and I need you to look less like bloody roadkill while they're here. Can you at least do that? Well, Luffy hugged his knees a little tighter to his chest. Thatch's shirt, that had kept him warm this entire time, now felt heavy and frigid against his skin. Who would ever have thought hell would be so cold? Teach may be right, about Luffy, about Grandpa and even Ace, but he didn't think so. The man lied a lot, nearly constantly. And even if he was right about everything, that didn't change the way Luffy felt about them. He loved everyone. His friends, his grandfather, and his brothers. So much that it hurt. He always had. Even if he had nothing, he had them, and to him that mattered a whole lot. Gee, go to hell, he growled. You're worse than me. If I'm trash, then what does that make you? The room fell silent, Teach staring at Luffy as his words sunk in. It seems like his speech hadn't had the effect he thought it would on the boy. Time seemed to still for a long moment before he turned to the woman. Katarina, he said, his voice softer than usual, but there was a tremor underneath that promised blood. Boss? She asked, sensing the same heaviness in the air for what it was. Dangerous. Those talents you spoke of, now is your chance to use them. What can I do, sir? The Whitebeard pirate. Kill him. Make it slow. No! Luffy screamed, his eyes going impossibly wide as he fell forwards. Don't you need him? She questioned, ignoring Luffy's screams. Take backup if need be, but I want it done, he told her. The coldness in his tone carried enough authority that she didn't question him again. Stop! Luffy screamed, pushing forwards. Don't you dare! Teach finally turned his attention to him, his face white with anger. You did this, not me. The woman looked unsurely between the two of them before moving towards the door. Stop! Luffy cried again. Don't hurt him. This is how you ask for things, he told him, his tone still soft with anger. Luffy grit his teeth, his lip trembling at the thought of anything bad happening to Thatch. He couldn't be alone here. He wouldn't do it. Not now, not ever. Before Teach's eyes, he pushed his forehead into the ground. Please, he said, forcing his teeth to stop shaking so he could speak clearly. Please don't hurt him, Blackbeard. I'm sorry for what I said. I take it back, just don't hurt him. Teach regarded him a moment. Katarina, he said after a long moment, and she paused in the doorway. Finish up here. And the Whitebeard? Teach didn't answer. He cast one last look at Luffy before heading out the door, brushing past both of them and slamming it behind them. Luffy didn't dare move. Even after Teach had left, Katarina sighed, recognizing both of their dismissals. And just when she finally had something fun to do. But better to listen to the boss right now, otherwise it would be her head on the chopping block. She filled a bucket with water from the barrel, mixing in some soap with it. Get up, she snapped at the kid, but he ignored her. She dumped the ice water back over him anyways, washing away the last of the blood. They're scared of you now, you know, she told him, putting the bucket down. Luffy sat up slowly. They think you're tough, they say you're strong, And that you're a monster now, you're a murderer too. They are pathetic, no? I can see you for what you are. She leaned forward a bit, and he tensed. After the boss stepped in and saved you, he had me carry you here so we could wash the blood off you. Do you know that you cry in your sleep? You're no murderer. You're a frightened kid who was forced to sit at the adults' table. Her hands reached out, and he flinched away from her. Look at that. You do know fear, don't you? She rose to her feet. You know what I think? She grabbed a clean set of clothes from the bench and tossed them over to him. The shirt landed on his head and the pants falling to the ground beside him. I think you're getting tired of playing with the adults. I think you're getting real tired of playing at all. And with that she followed her boss, slamming the door behind her and clicking the lock into place. Leaving Luffy alone in the dark and cold, XXX, far removed from Luffy's suffering, but not unaware of it, on the other side of paradise sat Sengoku. A thick stack of papers beside him on the desk awaiting his immediate signature. He ignored them for the time being and instead sat in silence, hands clasped together, as he stared across his office. Contemplating a great many things. Sir, there was a knock on his door. There's a man outside. He requested a meeting with you. We detained him at the gates, but he said it is urgent, that you were expecting him. What would you like us to do? These pirates today are getting bolder. Sir, search him and send him up. While you're at it, bring me my admirals. We have much to discuss. XXX. The rain was coming down hard by then, covering the entire town with cold misery. By the time he found him, they were both soaking wet and shivering. The younger boy was in bad shape. He was beaten half to hell, and it looked like he had been tortured. Sabo did the best he could, carrying him to safety and drying and wrapping the worst of his injuries. The entire time feeling anger burning in his stomach. Sabo was no stranger to anger. It was the feeling that usually accompanied injustice and mistreatment of the innocent. But this time it felt different. For starters, he was angrier than he could remember feeling before. Part of him, the more malicious part, wanted to track down the ones who had done this to the kid and rip their tongues out of their mouths. But the other part of him was just confused. And that was the part he had decided to listen to. So Sabo had gone through with the assignment as planned. Like the good little tool he was. And he had been paying for it ever since. Ace had left 2 days ago. He should be meeting up with his crew any time now. Sabo shifted in his seat, feeling restless. Despite their talk, he still wished he had gone along with Ace. Sending him back to his crew after what had happened was like sending him into a wasp's nest, and then shaking it. One word and they might turn on him. Then how much good would Sabo be? By the time he made it over, there might be nothing left to save. He could lose Ace. Just when he got him back, keeping with his promise to the other boy, he would go save Luffy regardless. And then he would have to look into those big eyes and say, "Hey there, Luffy. I don't know if you remember me or not, but I guess I'm your brother. Or foster brother, if not, no hard feelings. I mean, you were so young. After all, I don't really remember you either. But I'm here to save you. And oh, by the way, the brother who didn't abandon you is dead. Sorry, but you still have me." Yeah, that would go over great. He had told Ace as much while they were arguing over just how long Sabo was allowed to wait before rushing after him if Ace missed a check-in. Ace did not seem to share the same fears he did. He had nearly laughed. "First off, I'm not going to die. I have you watching my back," he had told him. "Second, Luffy would never forget you." How could you think that? How could he not? Sabo leaned into the table in front of him. A cup of coffee sat before him, cold by this point. Now that Ace had left, it was quieter. He hated it. Left alone here for long hours, all alone with his thoughts. He thought about Luffy a lot. Almost constantly now. He kept replaying what had happened over and over in his head, as if he could somehow change the ending. He remembered Luffy's face. The way he looked a split second after he had been knocked to the ground. He had stared up at Sabo, or straight through him. As if he hadn't truly seen him there. Or anyone. But Sabo had seen him. He had looked so young, even more so covered in blood and bruises with a split lip and watering eyes. He was a crybaby after all. Sabo rested his head on the table, feeling the cool wood against his pounding forehead. What a mean thing to think. He heard a shuffling in the doorway but didn't bother to look up. "And what's wrong with you then?" The raspy words were slurred. "Nothing's wrong with me," Sabo told him. "Want me to take a look at you?" Sabo pushed himself back up, turning in his chair to look at the man, a grizzled old drunken creature. "Are you sure you should be drinking?" He let out a gruff chuckle, patting the bottle at his hip. "Boy, I've been drinking longer than you have been on this earth. I do my best work drunk." He was close enough that Sabo could smell the alcohol and blood. He always smelled like alcohol and blood. He hated that smell. Alcohol, blood, so much blood. He was crying. Of course he was crying. 7 years old, covered in blood, dangling like a broken toy on a rope and screaming for help. Sabo groaned as he reached up to hold his forehead. Like he could push it back together again even when it felt like it was about to split apart. What's wrong with you? Nothing's wrong with me. I just have a headache. He told the man, getting to his feet. I might have something for that. It will pass on its own. He held out his hand for the bottle. If you can't beat them, join them. With a bit of grumbling it was passed over and Sabo took a deep drink. That bad, huh? Worse. He said, wiping his mouth with his sleeve as he handed it back over. Well, when the hangover kicks in I'm sure you will feel much better. I'm heading home. I'll check back tomorrow. You should try to get some sleep. You look like hell. Thanks, he felt like hell. But he didn't go to sleep like he had been told. Rather, Sabo pulled his coat on, moving his den from the table into one of the pockets. There was work to be done, XXX. I was wondering when you would call. This was bound to be interesting. There was only silence from the other line. What have you gotten yourself wrapped up in this time, Sabo? We need to talk. Yes, Dragon put his pen down. I would say we do. I think you want to be alone for this. Sabo sounded a little off. He had been a little off for a while now. Ever since coming back from that mission. But tonight he sounded less like himself than ever, and it just got more and more interesting. He looked up at the two men in his office. One sorting through the cabinet, and another standing awkwardly in the doorway. He dismissed them both, locking the door behind them and returning to his desk. We are quite alone now. Say what you needed to say. It's about your son, XXX. Thank you for allowing me some of your precious time today, Chief, Burgess said. His tone was sincere, but something in his face mocked them. He was a very large man with a sinister feel about him, and a greasy smile. Sengoku recognized him for what he was, a criminal. I expected to meet with your boss, Teach. He wanted to come, but he has his hands full at the moment. Sent me in his place. You have our highest apologies, sir. The mocking look was still there even as he apologized, busy avoiding his old captain Edward Newgate. The man laughed, a very odd-sounding laugh. You heard about that. We are more informed than you know, Sengoku told him gravely. Now stop wasting my time and tell me why I shouldn't just throw you into prison right now. Well, you could. But I take it that if you already agreed to meet me, you know what we have. I know you claim to have. Burgess motioned to one of the Marines standing at his side. Show him, why don't you? He told the unsmiling man. Sir, the Marine stepped forward. Upon arresting him, we searched him and confiscated his possessions. He appeared to have only this. He handed the photograph to Sengoku. The Fleet Admiral looked it over briefly before putting it down on his desk. And this is? They both knew that Sengoku already knew who it was, but Burgess answered anyways. Monkey D. Luffy, sir. Son of Dragon, the revolutionary leader. The Admiral on his right, who had, up until that point, been looking out the window, turned to face them. He took the picture from Sengoku's desk to inspect, as if it held some secret for them to uncover. You are sure? Yep, that's him. How do you know this? Do you doubt that's him? Answer the Grand Admiral questions. The man to his right snapped, slamming the photograph back down. Burgess held up his hands in surrender. His brother, of course. I was not aware Dragon had more than one offspring. I guess I should say his foster brother. You will all know him as the second commander of the Whitebird Pirates, Firefist, or Portgasti. Ace. This is ridiculous. Sengoku held up his hand and silence fell over the room almost instantly. And where is the evidence of this? Burgess looked amused again. Sir, he said, lowering his voice as if the others wouldn't be able to hear him if he spoke quietly enough. Do you really doubt what I'm saying? With all due respect, though your information network was past this point. What I believe and what you can prove are two very different things. Now, if you expect us to trust anything you have to say, I suggest you start showing us some proof, he snapped. All right. Full disclosure then. As I am sure you are well aware of by now, my captain, Marshal D. Teach, betrayed his old boss, Whitebeard. He kidnapped one of the old man's commanders as leverage. Newgate is ridiculously fond of his crew, sees them as all his children, and by doing so starting a war with the Whitebeard pirates. One you cannot possibly hope to win, a necessary risk, I assure you. Is it now? Sengoku asked. We don't just have one of his commander, he assured him. No, it seems like you also have this boy. Yes, and as long as we have the younger monkey, we have Porgas as well. Why is it so important you have him, sir? The mock sincerity was heavy in his tone as the pirate smiled. I am sure you already know what's so special about him. Humor me then, or we are through here. All right, okay. The outlaw pirate you know as Fire Fist is actually the son of the infamous pirate Captain Gold. Roger. The last of the presumed dead Gold bloodline. Impossible, one of the admirables snarled. The pirate turned his attention back to Sengoku. What do you think, sir? Sengoku refused to rise to the bait. He ignored the man beside him as he continued on. Fire Fist will obey you? Yes, he has already proven his loyalty to his foster brother outweighs that of his crew. To what extent? I'm sure you all have noticed the absence of Whitebeard's right-hand man, the Phoenix. I assure you that was no accident. Nor was it by my hand he was done in. Although it was on my captain's orders. So you're claiming Fire Fist is your prisoner? Prisoner? Where is the fun in that? He is our puppet. This is ridiculous. The heated admirable slammed his hands down. These are nothing but baseless claims. Do you really expect that the world government can operate on nothing but the words of a lowly criminal? Burgess looked up at the outburst, but his attention turned back to Sengoku. He didn't seem bothered by their lack of trust in him. Rather, he seemed as smug as a cat. As if they had already given him the keys to the kingdom. Sir Grant Fleet Admirable, my captain is offering you the chance to fight the overreaching hold Whitebeard has on this world, as well as the offspring of the two most dangerous criminals in recent history. All in one move? If it is proof you want, I would be more than happy to show you. It's understandable if you are hesitant, but I don't believe that hesitance stems from disbelief in my claims, does it, sir? Sengoku neither denied nor agreed with anything he said, instead asking, what are you asking in return? Only your support against the Whitebeards and any other opposing forces against my captain. You're asking for backup against this war with Whitebeard that you started. The second admiral finally spoke up. A chance for the government to be rid of the Whitebeard pirates once and for all. Surely that is in all of our best interests, no? What else do you want? Don't insult me by pretending that you are here on our behalf. Burgess wet his lips, mentally arranging his next words carefully in his head. My captain, he said after a moment, requests warlord status and the support of the government that comes with it. Warlord status is something to be earned. I assure you by the time all is said and done he will have earned it 5 times over. He turned to address the room. Do we have a deal then? You have given us much to consider, Sengoku said coldly. The infuriating grin was back now. If I may, sir, if you do believe me, and we both know you do, then what possible reason do you have to refuse me? On behalf of the world government, could you afford to turn us down? Sengoku rose from his desk, standing at an impressive height in front of the pirate. I think I can afford to do whatever I see fit on behalf of my superiors. He told him, and the smile disappeared from the pirate's face. You, however, cannot afford to get on my bad side, or the price will be your worthless life, pirate scum. Now, as I said, you have given us much to consider. We will discuss, during which you will wait for our verdict. Now I presume if we do agree to your terms we will need to verify what you said is accurate. You will take us to your boss? Yes, sir. It seems like he had finally managed to make the ignorant man aware of his current circumstances. Any failure to do so will lead to your immediate execution and your captain's arrest. Yes, sir. Sengoku gestured to the 2 men standing beside their prisoner, and they gripped his upper arms, leading him away. The pirate obeyed willingly, pausing only briefly in front of the door. Consider carefully, sir, he told Sengoku, and to one of the men standing silently at the back of the room he simply smiled. My apologies for your loss, Vice Admiral. By the time they came back for him, Luffy had stopped trembling. They had left him alone in that room for hours, slowly freezing. When someone finally came back for him, they didn't bother to check if he was still awake. Instead, they just slung him over their shoulder and carried him back down the hall. If you learn one thing before you die, the man told him as he stopped in front of their cell, I hope it's to keep your mouth shut. When Luffy ignored him, the man just scoffed at him, as if he had disappointed him somehow. Your funeral, kid, he said, opening the cell and dropping him from his shoulder back into his cell. Luffy's knees buckled as soon as he touched the floor. He was so cold, and all he wanted was for everyone to leave him alone so he could sleep, even if that meant more time on the freezing floor. But before he could fully hit the ground, a pair of arms caught him, stopping his fall. The cell door slammed behind them, and he heard the lock click into place as it did. He hated that sound. Luffy, you're freezing. A hand moved to brush his hair out of his eyes and feel his forehead. And despite everything, Luffy smiled. There was only one person in this entire place who cared when he was hurting, and he had begun to think he had gotten him killed. Why, you're all right. He reached up without any specific goal in mind other than the vague thought of making absolute sure Thatch was still there. The other male caught his hand, giving it a tight squeeze of reassurance. I'm fine, he promised. Look at you though, what have they done to you this time? But you're okay? Thatch worked his arms under Luffy, lifting him off of the floor and placing him back on the bed. I'm really fine, Luffy. I'm no stranger to a good beating, trust me, it come with the territory. He wrapped their blanket around him, rubbing his arms and shoulders in effort to get the blood flowing again. ITH thought. Shadash, it's okay, Luffy. Everything's going to be okay. He covered his small frozen hands in his larger ones, trying to warm them up along with the rest of him. I know this sucks, and they suck, and everything is awful right now, but Ace is going to come and save you, just like you said he would. Luffy smiled. He missed Ace. "IK now," he said, flexing his fingers back and forth, grateful to be able to move them again. They fell into silence for a few minutes. Luffy lost in his own thoughts while Thatch tried his best to warm him back up. T-Hatch? He was only half paying attention now, set on taking care of him. Thatch was just like that. He seemed to think it was his job to take care of Luffy. He didn't really know why. At first it had surprised him. He wasn't used to adults, especially ones he didn't really know, caring for him. He could look after himself after all, but the more time they spent together made Luffy think that Thatch was just that nice. It felt good that someone here, in what felt like a hellish place of pain, cared about him. At the very least, Luffy wasn't alone. "Thatch," he said again, trying to get his attention. "Yeah? Why, you guys, your crew and Captain, why, you're all really close." "Right." The man paused for a second, unsure where this was going. Finally he answered, "Yeah, I'd say we are. You guys all look after each other?" Luffy pried. He nodded. "Yeah, kid. That's how it works. Or at least that was how it was supposed to work before Teach. If someone is sad or hurting, you'll look after them?" Luffy, Thatch said, finally catching on to what he was saying. "Don't say things like that. You would though, Luffy." But Luffy refused to drop it. Not when it was this important. "Say you would." He pushed away from the older man, still trembling, putting himself just out of arm's reach. But this was more important than that. This was more important than anything. Thatch looked back at the glaring eyes, taking a calming breath before he spoke again. "Yes," he told him finally. His voice was harder than Luffy had heard it before, but still Luffy pressed. This was important. More important than Thatch's feelings. "Promise? Come here." Thatch gestured him to come back towards him. Reluctantly, Luffy scooted forward, putting himself within his reach once more. "I promise we'll look after Ace." And strong arms closed around him, pulling Luffy into a bear hug. It was tight enough to hurt a little bit. But Luffy was so cold and shaky, and Thatch was warm and solid. "Nothing's going to happen to you," he told him, resting his chin on the fluffy hair. XXX. After the intrusive pirate left, Sengoku cleared his chamber to speak with his two admirals and gauge their opinions. He already knew what each of them thought about this matter. The conference was more of a formality. Sakazuki was strongly in support of any chance of gaining the upper hand against the revolutionaries or the Whitebeards, both groups having been a thorn in their side for years. Akiji, on the other hand, did not believe the trouble it would bring would be worthwhile. There was no denying that going through with this and partnering with wildcard pirates would be like sticking a loaded gun into the hornet's nest of both the Whitebeards and the revolutionaries. Two groups that were exceedingly powerful in their own right. "That fool wants to start a three-way war, and he is trying to drag us straight into the middle of it." "We've always been at the middle of it," Sakazuki told him. Choosing his words with more care, Akiji interjected, "Using civilian hostages to antagonize pirates into fights isn't the way the world government usually conducts itself, sir." "Civilian? That kid is the flesh and blood of one of the most notorious criminals we have ever seen. There is no doubt in my mind that if given time he will grow into a worthless criminal just like his father. Not to mention the son of Roger. Not only has he survived to become a powerful criminal, but he was managed to align himself with one of the most prominent threats to us to date. We should take this as an offense of the highest order. Fire Fist cannot be allowed to continue his partnership with the Whitebeards nor continue on the seas. We must deal with this quickly and quietly, and these pirates, lowly as they are, have given us the perfect opportunity. Partnering with them may come back to haunt us," the other warned. "I am well aware," Sengoku said, turning to look out the window at the glimmering sea below. "Acts of violence carried out in the name of justice have revealed themselves to be personal ghosts of mine sent to haunt me for those decisions. Knowing you've done wrong and being willing to do wrong again was one of the most important parts of leadership. There was no world in which people could not be hurt and boundaries could remain intact. He knew that then, and he knew that now. Admirable Akainu, pending approval from the council, I am authorizing you to accompany the pirate to their base and verify the situation for yourself." "Sir." The man accepted, obviously pleased his viewpoint had been chosen over Akiji's caution. "If everything is as they say, then we will use Dragon's Son against him. If he does not comply to our demands, we will be forced to apply some pressure." "Pressure, sir? What does that entail?" "That is up to you, under the conditions that you do not kill the hostage." The man saluted. I understand, Triple X. Ace, you need to go look for Sabo. I saw Sabo. I'm starting to think it was just a Sabo ghost now. But it gave me his goggles. If you find him, tell him I am so sorry for running away like that. I didn't mean to. I really am as dumb as you guys said after all, huh? But if you find him and he wants his goggles back, he has to come get them. They make me feel better for losing Bashi. Whatever you do, don't listen to Teach. I know he was your crewmates and all, but he is awful. Hopefully your other ones are better. They must be for Thatch to be so cool. I promise I know you're coming to save me. You always save me, your ace. But whatever happens from now on, don't be upset, okay? And don't be mad at me, I tried my best. I just wasn't strong enough to stop them. I'm sorry. I don't know if I am going to get to be Pirate King or not. But I do know I would have been kick-ass at it, the best one yet. But either way, it's okay. As long as you are living freely and without regrets, I'm happy. You only have one life, so you have to make it a good one. Be happy and don't be alone. No matter what you decide to do, you will be amazing. You're my big brother after all, and you're going to show the whole world how amazing you are. But most of all, thank you for being my brother. Since I met the two of you, I haven't been alone, not even for one moment. And even if I have to die here, I'm not unhappy. How could I be anything less than grateful when I was loved by so many people? How could I possibly be sad when I was so lucky? And I wouldn't give up a minute of it, even when things were painful. One way or another, we'll see each other again. Love ya, oceans and oceans. Lou. When Thatch woke up and realized Luffy was gone, he nearly had a panic attack. It took another moment for him to realize the kid wasn't gone. He had just moved off the bed. The cell was dark. Well, it was always dark, but the candles in the hallway had burned themselves out hours ago, and the base had fallen into silence, so he suspected it was very late indeed, as most everyone was asleep. That was all well and fine if it meant there was no one left to pick on Luffy anymore. Minding his broken knee, Thatch slid himself off the bed to join Luffy on the floor. If there was one good thing to come out of this, it was that he had gotten much better at seeing in the dark. Enough so that he could pick out the kid's clothes in the back corner. From what he could make out, Luffy was sitting on his knees, his cheek pressed to the wall of the cell. Luffy? Thatch said gently, sitting beside him, a little worried he was having a breakdown. Either that or he was a weird kid. But that wasn't anything new. Luffy hummed in response. Are you feeling better? The man felt his forehead, glad that he seemed to be warming up. He agreed, pressing off the wall to look at Thatch. What are you doing? Just thinking. Well, now he was really worried. In his experience, Luffy wasn't much of a thinker. Maybe that's why he was doing it wrong. Thinking about this wall? He asked gently, a bit worried he had cracked after today. Luffy laughed, his voice hoarse. It had been a little weak all day, even after the stuttered tremors had disappeared. You can hear the ocean through the wall, he told Thatch. The man leaned into the wall as well, happy to find he was right. It was soft, but there was the ever-constant lull of the waves on the rocks outside. God, he missed that sound. He missed the ocean. Luffy must have as well. It helps me think, he told Thatch. What do you have to think about? He asked, feeling the worry creep back into him. He didn't like the way Luffy had been talking earlier. There was no universe in which he would be ready to have that conversation again. Not with one of the sweetest and kindest people Thatch had ever known. If anyone deserved their life, it was this kid. He had so much excitement for this world, even though he knew the darkness it held, that did nothing to damper this overwhelming need he had to be part of it, to live in it. Luffy wanted to see everything, meet everybody. He wanted endless adventures and laughter. He wanted every bit of treasure the world had to offer. 15 years old, and he already knew the difference between real wealth and the trifles that most got hung up on. Something Teach hadn't figured out yet. Somebody like him should never have ended locked up here in this cage, with the walls creeper closer and closer each day. He deserved so much better. A letter, Luffy told him brightly. He sounded better than he had in days. Not his voice, it was as shaky as ever. But he seemed calmer now somehow. You were thinking about letters? I was thinking about a letter, he corrected, resting his back against the ocean wall so he could look at Thatch. My bro Sabo, my Sabo wrote us a letter once. Thatch faltered for a moment. Luffy didn't talk about Sabo. Not really. You could fill books with the people Luffy didn't talk about. But something about saying the other's name seemed to hurt him, so he didn't bring it up on his own. Maybe Thatch should be worrying more. What did it say? He asked a bit unsurely. Luffy shrugged. You have to ask Ace, I didn't read it. Luffy, he wanted to say goodbye. I hate goodbyes, and despite everything, Thatch laughed at that. Luffy really was just a kid. He patted his hair in apology. He wanted to tell you he loved you, Thatch told him. He wanted to make sure you two would be okay without him. Luffy tilted his head a bit. Now I think you might be right. Maybe I should have read it. Finally curious about what he said? Nah, I still don't really care. You're an Enigma kid. I think he wanted me to read it though. So I guess I should have, huh? You're just realizing this now? Thatch asked. People say that I'm not very smart, he told him. Guess it's why it took me so long to figure that out. The corner of his mouth turned upward a bit at the thought. Here, taken away from his home and his family by people who wanted to hurt him, and those he loved. Blackmailing those he couldn't live without. Luffy clutched the broken googles closer to him. This must be how Sabo felt, and it was an awful feeling. He never wanted his brothers to suffer. Not when they deserved all the happiness in the world. Luffy understood his brother's letter now because he knew what it felt like to have things he needed to say but no one to say them to. I wish I could write a letter too, Thatch fixed him with a look of sympathy. But you don't know how to write, he finished for him. It's okay kid, I kinda figured. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Tons of people struggle with it. Writing is really hard. No, Luffy cut him off, nearly laughing. Nearly. How dumb did Thatch think he really was? Pinning hours away thinking about a letter he once received and wishing he too could write. Maybe the man was as stupid as he was. I can write, Thatch. He wasn't great at it, but he was indeed literate. Ah, the man said a bit awkwardly. Both of them fully aware of how quickly he jumped on that idea. Maybe Luffy shouldn't tell him any more stories about home. It might be sending the wrong message about his little island. I just want, Luffy started. He just wanted to say the things to people who weren't here. He wanted to know the people he loved would be okay. He wanted to make sure Ace would be okay. That his brother wouldn't be angry with him. Maybe he could be a little angry. The same way Luffy was a little angry at everyone who had left him, but not so angry he didn't listen to his little brother. He needed his brothers to know that just because he might not get the freedom he wanted, as long as they had their dreams, he would be free in his own right. He knew exactly what he wanted to say. He had thought it over for hours and hours, listening to the sea crash outside. He had each line burned into his memory by now. He could write it all down, Ace could read it. And even if Luffy never saw him again, things would somehow be okay in the end. Maybe not at first, but in time, his brothers would forgive him. They always forgave his weakness. Others would carry his dream with them. Ace would have to carry Luffy's dream, Sabo too. Luffy hoped more than anything Sabo could too. Otherwise Ace would have to shoulder both of his brother's unrealized promises. It would be hard, but Ace was one of the strongest people Luffy knew. He could do it. And by chasing his own dream he could give Luffy his endless freedom and Sabo his fantastical adventure, and it would be enough for them. Luffy was no expert at family, but he was pretty sure that was how it worked if you were lucky enough to have some. That was what he had been thinking about. But the same way Luffy knew everything was going to be alright, he also knew his words would never reach Ace. He had no paper to write on nor any possible way to get it to Ace. Worse, Teach could take it from him and use it to hurt Ace more than he already had. And Sabo, no, the man wouldn't get to learn about the brother they may or may not still have. Luffy would protect him, but maybe just thinking it was just as good as writing it. After all, long emotional letters weren't really Luffy's style. He would either tell someone what he wanted to say to their face or nothing. He turned back to Thatch, who was staring at him. I think I was right the first time, he said finally. Are you sure? He didn't sound convinced, but Luffy was. Everything he wanted to tell me, I already know. It was Sabo after all, of course he knew, and so would Ace. He might not know everything Luffy wanted to tell him, the same way Luffy didn't know everything Ace would have said if he were here. But the really important stuff, that was beyond words. Ace hated these people. He hated everything about them. He hated how they called him kid. He hated how they laughed at his assassination attempts. He hated how they treated him like a passenger on a boat ride rather than a pirate in a life-or-death fight. But worst of all, he hated their captain. The man with powers that rivaled Roger. That was what they said about him. And they called him father. Every time he heard it, his blood ran cold, which was unfortunate since it was impossible to get from the deck to the galley without hearing it. He hated being here. He hadn't had a damn choice in the matter, though. Part of him knew he should be grateful. The alternative was death. The captain could have easily just killed him. By all rights he should have. Ace didn't know what had stopped him other than he apparently amused the man. Which of course irritated him to no end. He was stuck here, on this enemy ship, where people consistently acted like his friends even though he didn't know them, and they all pretended to be a family. It made him sick. It was his own personal hell. And now, thanks to his own decisions, he ended up trapped here, his crew too. The ones who had come back for him, not that he got much of a chance to see them now. He was very alone. It had been a long moment since he had felt this way. He had been lucky in his life. Or at least luckier than he had any right to be. That feeling being alone, he had felt it before, all right. He had been forced to live with it for years. But never forever, never indefinitely. Just enough for him to recognize it for what it was. He had been on this ship for just over 3 months now. Meaning he had tried to kill Whitebeard nearly 100 times. And the only thing he had to show for it was a dozen scrapes, 2 busted ribs, and an extremely bruised ego. The first few attempts, he had waited for the pirate crew to turn on him for attacking their captain, but when they hadn't, he had given up expecting them to act normally. Just another thing that annoyed him. He pulled his knee up to his chest, wrapping his arms around it. He was sitting on the bow of the ship, one leg on the deck, the other tucked beneath his chin as he looked out at the ocean. He did this every day, especially after a failed murder attempt like the one today. He kept hoping there would be answers out there for him, but so far it was just a whole lot of seafoam. It sure was pretty though. He had always loved the ocean. Shame he would never be able to swim in it again. "There you are, kid," a friendly voice greeted, and Ace didn't have to turn around to know who it was. Unbothered by his silence, the man continued. "Can't figure out why you keep coming out here. One tip of the boat, and you're done." When Ace didn't answer, he put the bowl on the railing beside him. "Saw your attempt today, think everyone did. You're a betting pool, kid. Made a clean 50 off you today alone, Thatch?" Ace said, resting his chin on his knee. The man looked at him in surprise. It was the first time he had called him by name. Thatch probably hadn't even realized that he knew it. "Do me a favor?" Ace asked. Sure." "Shut the hell up." There was silence between the two of them, and Ace finally turned his attention back to the man to see if he was going to try and push him off the bow or what not. But more infuriatingly, the man began to laugh, and Ace felt himself grow hot with anger. As he always did when they acted like this. He wanted to snap at him to stop laughing, but he knew from experience that made it worse. God, the man wiped his eyes and there were actual tears of mirth. "It's been a long time since I spent this much time around teenagers. Don't get a lot of you lot on the Grand Line." "My lot?" he asked before he could stop himself. The anger momentarily forgotten. "Kids," he gestured to Ace, and suddenly the rage was back with a vengeance. Another pet peeve of his, these guys acted like he was 10. "I'm 18, arsehole." He wasn't. Not for another few months, but he could hardly reply to someone calling him a child by saying that. It was the same thing as toddlers claiming they were 3 1/4. "Are all of you this moody?" Thatch mused to himself, completely unoffended by Ace's attitude. "I'm trying to think back to when I was your age, and I'm drawing a blank here." "I'm not moody," Ace told him angrily. "I'm being a straight up. And you guys are acting like you don't notice, and it's driving you crazy," Thatch finished for him, catching him off guard for the second time. There was no would he come back this time, and Ace just stared at him, unsure of what to say. He hadn't been expecting that answer. "So you're doing it to spite me?" He recovered. "Can I sit?" Thatch gestured to the spot beside Ace. "It's your ing ship. Why are you asking me?" he muttered, turning away as Thatch joined him on the railing. "Why do you seem to think the world is conspiring against you, Ace? If you tried to turn this into some counseling, self-betterment crap, I'm jumping straight into the ocean and drowning myself." "We would jump in after and save you," Thatch teased. "I'm only curious, honest," he said in response to the boy's look. "No judgment, I'm trying to understand what you want. For you to leave me alone." "Oh no, you don't." He dismissed him. "No one ever wants to be alone." "What do you really want?" Ace turned to him thoughtfully, wondering how far he would take this here to help attitude, until Ace got him to snap. "To kill your captain. Maybe short-term goals, but that's not what you really want. You have no grudge against Oyaji. He was wrong there. What else do you want?" "Now to kill you, and for you to stop talking to me like we're friends. We're not friends. We're not anything. Leave me alone or kill me, but for God's sake don't talk my damn ear off while you do it." Ace felt his temper snap again. It seemed to be doing that constantly lately. Damn these do-good evil pirates. Damn them or him to hell. At this point he didn't care which, so long as it let him off this ship. He had half expected the man to laugh again, but when he didn't, Ace risked to glance over at him. Thatch was silent. He wasn't smiling as he usually was, but he didn't look angry either. "All right," he said after a long moment. "Want me to stow my self-help crap?" "You got it." He had his full attention now, and Ace's fingers curled over the railing a little bit. just in case he had managed to get the older pirate to shove him off the ship as he had been half expecting this entire time. You dash, Thatch started, and Ace braced himself for an attack. But it didn't come. Not in the way he had been expecting at least. Sew it up. Your first time meeting half-decent people and you don't understand us. And that makes you so mad? What the hell did the world do to you? How are you that young but you have such a low opinion of yourself? Do you really think you're worth so little? That no one would notice if you were to disappear? Ace stammered, wholly unsure of what he intended to say to that. The man stared at him expectantly, waiting for an answer of some sort. But when Ace couldn't come up with one, he spoke for him. I don't know who I pity more, you or the foolish people who care about you. He continued on, well aware of how uncomfortable he was making the teenager. No doubt he hadn't expected to have his problems thrown back in his face, and by a goody-two-shoes pirate, no doubt. But that was tough since he was going to hear it if he wanted to or not. Word of advice, kid. And Ace met his eyes. If you keep chasing down death, eventually you're going to catch it. You have to figure out if that's really what you want or not. Thatch rose, patting him on the shoulder as he did. He knew the teen's eyes were staring him down, but he didn't stop to look. Instead, he headed across the deck back to the alley. It was time to get back to work. But he had barely made it inside the hatch before he ran into Marco. Nice speech, stalker, Thatch accused him as he sidestepped him to continue on. Marco followed him. That was a bit harsh, no? He asked, keeping pace with Thatch. Usually you're more gentle. I tried being gentle, Thatch reasoned. It pissed him off more. This was the only way he could think of to get the hot-headed kid to listen. Harsh words weren't exactly Thatch's go-to, especially when dealing with messed-up kids. I figured the only voice he would listen to was his own, coming out of someone else's mouth. Tough love and whatnot. You're smarter than we give you credit for. Marco told him, and he smiled at his friend. I don't know about that. You might be giving me too much credit. Thatch was good with people. What's more, he was good with kids. Even though no one was willing to give him that. Besides, what's your excuse? Spying on him. Marco just shrugged, surprising Thatch when he admitted. I like this one, he's interesting. Fearless too. Oyaji had good taste, but more than that, he had a soft spot for hot-headed idiots without a lick of common sense. What's more was he was good at finding those with a good heart. Even amidst all that darkness. What he said, Marco began, and the smile fell from Thatch's face. There was no need to guess at what he meant. The entire time Ace had been here, he had been begging for a chance to throw his life away. Thatch wanted to know how that happened, how the world could shape someone so completely into thinking it might be better for him to just disappear. It made him a little sad. I hope he changes his mind, he said simply. This world has enough suicidal idiots as it is. Shame to watch all that potential go to waste. Oh, I don't know, Thatch said, looking back down the corridor. We might make a whitebird out of him yet. XXX. Back at the hold, far away from the Moby where everyone he cared about worried about him, Thatch lay awake. Luffy was beside him, sleeping soundly. As he always was these days. Their conversation still rattling around his brain. Thatch was no doctor, but he thought something must be seriously wrong with him. What was worse was Luffy knew it too. Thatch realized that tracking someone down on the sea was no small task. Especially when that someone was the devious Teach. But at the same time, he really wished his family would hurry it up and save them already. Thatch was beyond sick of being someone else's prisoner. The novelty of their situation had worn off months ago, and unlike Luffy, he couldn't sleep through it. So instead, Thatch was left to listen to the gentle, occasionally scratchy breathing of the kid beside him and think. He thought the most about his family, how much he wished to be back home instead of here. He thought about Oyaji, Marco, his troublesome siblings, and he thought a lot about Ace too. Mostly good stuff. But tonight's conversation with Luffy had made him remember something. One of the first real talks he had had with the teenager, back when he was pretending to be mean and, worst of all, ready to throw his life away at a second's notice. That had been, by far, his worst quality. At the time, Thatch had felt sorry for him. Sorry that the ed-up world he was born into had made him think that. But now, lying here, Thatch felt frustrated. Ace was always the first to offer himself for danger. He seemed to have a strong better-me-than-you attitude. It was an improvement of his previous better-kill-me-just-because worldview, but it still worried and irked his family. Even after all this time, they had failed to pound his own self-importance into that thick head of his. Thatch had overheard him talking to his crew once, telling them not to risk it, to go back to their families with clear hearts. How very noble of him. Trying to save everyone but himself. But Thatch didn't quite get how he could think like that because what about Luffy? His little brother loved him, surely he had to know that. More than anything else in this world. It was clear that he thought the world of Ace, so how did he not know if he was worthless or not, if his death would break Luffy's heart? Did he just not care? Or maybe he really did think Luffy might be better off with him too. Thatch didn't know. And here, trapped in this cell, he would never be able to find the answers. He looked at Luffy, his face peaceful now that he was sleeping, no longer sad or in pain. He could ask him. But the kid didn't seem to like talking about stuff like that. He would answer Thatch's questions, but always reluctantly. Like talking about it with other people was a chore. Why didn't Ace tell us about you? He asked Luffy, who in reply mumbled something about food in his sleep but didn't wake up. And Thatch was stuck, sleepless, and in the dark with no answers. He had given up on getting any for the time being. Determined to talk with Ace about a whole lot of things when his family came to rescue them. But more than that, he wanted to watch Luffy's face light up, as he knew it would, when he saw Ace. He wanted to prove him wrong about not being able to say goodbye. He didn't want the two of them to have to say goodbye at all. And they wouldn't. Trust Oyaji to find a way, no matter how slim. They just had to hold out for a little longer, just a bit. And sooner than he realized, his family would be here to rescue them. Aizo would scold him for being careless, Vista would laugh at him for getting caught in the first place, Namura would probably tell him to be more careful next time, Haruta would give him the largest hug of his life, and so on until Marco, standing by Oyaji's side as he always was, would smile at him. Drawing comfort from his family, Thatch began to drift off to sleep as well. Content for now that everything was going to be okay again someday, and that was when he heard the footsteps echoing down the halls. The footfall was heavy, clumsy, and headed this way. It took him a second to react, he was still half asleep. But the footsteps got closer, and he realized what was happening. Not Luffy. Not again. How many times had they dragged him away, bringing him back each time in worse shape? Didn't they realize he was 15? That he had enough and then some? That much more and he really would die. But Teach was obsessed at this point. Determined to break him. He didn't understand that it just wasn't going to happen. Thinking quickly, Thatch worked his arms under Luffy, picking him up off the bed. When he stood up, his broken leg shuddered under both their weights, threatening to give out. Curse the leg. Curse them for leaving the bullets still in it. He put them both in the back corner of their tiny cell, shaking Luffy as he did, trying to wake him up. He woke up slowly, as he always did these days. Each time taking a little longer. That was a bad sign. What? He yawned, rubbing his eyes. Thatch, someone's coming. Thatch told him tensely, as he moved to put Luffy back down. He only let go when he was sure the kid wasn't going to fall right over. Luffy was less worried and he yawned again. Oh? Thatch mirrored. Someone's always doing that. That was true, but it was never good for either of them. So they waited, in the dark corner of their cell as the footsteps drew nearer. Thatch tensing as the door unlocked, and he expected to see Teach's ugly face in the doorway. Miss me, kiddo? Not Teach. Besides him, Luffy growled from the back of his throat. Caused I missed you, Lou, he continued on, his voice cheerfully mocking them. Shut up. Luffy snapped violently. That's what your brother calls you, right? He said, stepping into their cell, and in the light from outside Thatch could see him better. He wasn't Teach, that was for sure, rather he was far more muscular with a hulking figure and a well-muscled torso. And who the hell are you? The man's eyes moved to Thatch for the first time, smirking at him in an annoying sort of way. And you must be the Whitebeard pirate everyone keeps moaning about. Looks like you made a friend, kid. Shut up. Luffy said again, and the man laughed, coming closer yet to them. Name's Jesus Burgess, Whitebeard. I'm Teach's right hand. Ain't that right, Lou? He reached out to jostle Luffy's shoulder like they were old friends, and Luffy snapped his teeth at him, threatening to bite him. Thatch put his hand around Luffy's shoulder, moving him back a bit as he stared the man down. If you're that bastard's right hand, where the hell have you been? Busy, was his cryptic reply. A bit of this, a bit of that. Stopped by the world government, they can't wait to meet you. But mostly I was keeping an eye on that brother of yours. He's the hot one of the two of you, huh? With the... and all. The man imitated fire noises and Luffy stared at him blankly. You get what I mean, he said to Thatch, who only glared at him, unamused by his humor. Why were you with Ace? To kill the Phoenix, of course. The response came easily, and Thatch felt his blood run cold. What? Luffy looked back at him in concern. Boss's orders, he continued. Kill Whitebeard's first mate. Or son, I guess, as that sentimental bastard puts it. But Thatch didn't hear that part. he didn't hear anything beyond Marco. You're lying! He seethed through clenched teeth. Of course Marco wasn't dead. Someone like you could never beat him. That's why we had Ace do it, he said, a large grin stretching over his face. Ace would never dash, but he did, the man insisted, his grin growing larger. I really thought he would break down, but he finished him off. You're wrong then. I can't be wrong. I watched it happen. Your bird friend asked him not to. Told him he could help him save you too, not us. But Ace knew better. Good little soldier that one. Why dash? Thatch breathed, not interested in the rest. Why would he do that? Burgess looked at him like he was stupid. Why? He echoed. To save his little brother, of course. Why else? If he refused, we were going to torture little Lou. His eyes flickered to Luffy, who was glaring up at him with such hate in his eyes. Count yourself lucky, kid. Your brother sure does love you. You don't know how close the boss came to that. Course that was before we learned how valuable you are to us. You're wrong, Thatch said, interrupting him once again. You have to be wrong. Marco's not dead. You made a mistake, Burgess snorted, finding his panic amusing. Mistake? Like hell I did. Your bird was poisoned, slapped with sea stone and burned to ash. I brought his head back to the boss. I promise you he is dead as can be. He's lying, Luffy said, turning to meet Thatch's devastated eyes. Shut it, kid. Luffy's hands closed around Thatch's shirt, shaking his shoulder a bit to get the man's attention. Your friend's not dead. And how would you know? Luffy ignored the man as he continued. He's wrong. I know he is Thatch. Ace wouldn't kill his friend. Thatch's eyes flickered to meet Luffy's own for a split second. As if you would know. Burgess snapped. Please believe me, Luffy told him softly. Not at all like his usual tone. Ace wouldn't do that. Hell, the pirate laughed. Don't listen to this kid. Little Lou has such a hero complex about his brother. Thinks he can't do anything wrong, he scoffed. I can't wait to see the day when he finally lets you down. I hope it breaks you, but Luffy's attention was solely fixed on Thatch. Part of the man recognized his face must look pretty devastated for Luffy to be so worried. But he hardly cared. Every part of his heart was screaming in loss. Did you know? Thatch asked finally. Luffy bit his lip, nodding slowly. Why didn't you tell me? He whispered, feeling hollow. Because it's not true, Luffy told him. Thatch closed his eyes, taking a slow, shuddering breath. You don't know everything about Ace, he told him quietly. I do, Luffy said, taking a bit of a step back. When he spoke again, his voice was harder. He wouldn't do that. He could and he did, Burgess grinned. Honestly, kid, you're a broken record. And when you think about it, it's really your fault more than anyone's. I thought Nakama are supposed to believe in each other, Luffy told Thatch. How about both of you shut up, the man told them. I ain't got time for this. Come on, Lou, I was sent to come get you. Some people want to meet you. He stepped forward to grab the kid, but Thatch, remembering himself, pulled Luffy back faster. Don't, he warned softly, shaking his head. Or what? He sneered, amused. You don't want to mess with me right now. Fine. He put his hands up in surrender. Kid, come here. Go away. Luffy snapped. Okay. He shrugged, turning on his heels. Instantly giving up. Boss said you would come along nice and quite without struggling. He explained to them as he unlocked the door. Said you understand what happens if you keep fighting us. Guess I have to go tell him you're not cooperating. Don't worry though, he's pretty understanding. For the first time, fear crossed Luffy's eyes as he pushed Thatch off him. No! Don't! The man turned, the smile back on his face as he pulled the sea stone cuffs from his pocket. Then be a good kid and come over here nice and easy, and the boss doesn't have to hear a word from me. Don't you dare, Luffy! Thatch told him. He had no idea what the man was talking about, but apparently Luffy did. It's okay, he promised, turning once more to face Thatch. I know you think I don't know the bad parts of Ace, but I do. I know he's not perfect. I never said he was. Any day now, kid, Burgess warned. But Ace wouldn't kill his Nakama, no matter what. He hates people who betray their comrades the most. So don't you dare listen to these people, kid, I'm losing my patience. Luffy glanced back at him before slipping out of Thatch's grip. What are you going to do to him? Thatch asked as his hand shot out to grab Luffy's sleeve. I told you people want to meet him. And after that, well, they're probably going to hurt him a fair deal. Blackmail is such a nasty business. Why him? Now you want to start asking questions, he scoffed. I told you Lou is far more valuable to us than we realized when we first grabbed him. He's got a bit of an insane family lineage. Now Luffy, last chance, come here or else. You're not taking him. Thatch's grip tightened on him. You, on the other hand, are getting less useful to us by the day, he drawled. Then come and fight me, Thatch growled. No one to get mad at you this way. I don't see why not, the man grinned, rolling up his sleeve. No! Luffy said, his hands prying Thatch's fingers open so he could move away. I'm coming, don't hurt him. Luffy, don't do this. Luffy stared at him for a second before he took off the goggles form around his neck and looped them around the man's wrist twice. Take care of these for me until I get back, he told him, and Thatch watched, anger in his eyes as Luffy obediently came to stand in front of Burgess. There's a good boy, he praised condescendingly, as he roughly turned Luffy around so he could snap the sea stone cuffs back onto his wrist. He had to put an arm around Luffy's chest to hold him up when he locked them around the skinny wrists. Want me to carry you? He taunted, and Luffy growled, roughly shoving him off with his elbows. Have it your way, he said, grabbing his arm as he pulled him out of the cell. Winking at Thatch as he passed in an infuriatingly cocky way. Don't worry, Whitebeard, I'm sure they will go easy on him. After all, the world government is known for their mercifulness. Sir, Koala knocked loudly on her boss's door. Sir? When no one answered, she tried the door handle, surprised to find it unlocked. For days now, Dragon had stayed locked in his office, obsessing over something. While it wasn't super out of the ordinary for him, Koala had started to worry when he started skipping meals. With Sabo gone, Dragon busy with something, and most of her friends off on missions, the base had started to feel really empty. She slipped inside. Are you in here, boss? But the room was empty. And she realized, surprisingly clean. Usually when Dragon was in one of these moods, it would be a mess. Littered with maps, and plans and strategies. But this time there was none of that. She frowned, looking around for any signs of life. One of the cooks had dropped off lunch at his door, but it was still there, uneaten. If she hadn't cleared it away, then so would have been the meals from the last few days. It was rare that the boss stopped eating altogether. Usually he had an unending appetite. She checked the balcony, but he wasn't there either. He liked to stand out there when he was stressed. Always from the same spot and always looking east. He was a very odd man. Most of the things he did puzzled her. She headed back inside, determined to track down her elusive boss, when something caught her eye. Sitting straight on the desk was a small picture frame. This would be a completely normal thing for a man to have on his desk if it were anyone else. But this was her boss. The one without any form of personal life whatsoever. This was getting weirder and weirder. She picked it up, not realizing she was snooping. It was an old picture that had been crinkled a number of times before being framed. A laughing older man, whose hair was beginning to turn white, was holding a little boy in his arms. The kid was young, 3 or 4, with a smile that could light up a room. Koala put it back, confused. Why would Dragon have something like this in his office? Curiosity getting the better of her now, she scanned the rest of his desk for an explanation. Papers were neatly stacked in different piles awaiting approval, as always. There was a map off to the side a bit. It wasn't odd for Dragon to have maps. But this one had been written on. It was a map of paradise, with various X marks on some of the areas. A large circle covered a range of islands. He was looking for something. Sabo? She wondered vaguely. Could he be in trouble? Had something happened? She poked around the piles with a bit more urgency than before. Mostly just reports from the other sectors, she knew, having handed most of them off to him. He was getting behind in them, worryingly so. Knowing she was out of line now, she opened the top drawer. The concern for her friend was clouding her judgment. An envelope sat on top of the papers inside. She had seen it before, a couple of days ago. It had changed hands a number of times to reach Dragon, before she carried it in with the reports of the day. It had been opened, a number of times by the looks of it. The official seal of the world government was stamped on the front. Whatever it is, I'm sure Sabo is fine, she reasoned to herself. It would be wrong to pry into her boss's mail, even if it was out of concern. She closed the drawer and stepped back, and then she opened it again, opening the envelope, feeling her guilt rise. To the leader of the revolutionaries, Dragon, as of the 12th of July, the world government has taken Monkey D. Luffy into custody. On behalf of our leaders, we will continue to hold him until you cease your attack and recall your armies out of all government-controlled lands. Your immediate compliance with these requests is needed. If these demands are not met, the well-being of Monkey D. will be threatened. You have 3 days to comply, or he will be subjected to an inquisition at the hands of CP0. If you do not contact us within a month to discuss the revolutionary's surrender, he will be immediately executed. Any attempt to negotiate will be taken as failure to comply. Your move, Dragon. The last part was written in messy handwriting, and under that was the stamp of the world government. Koala wished she hadn't opened the envelope. This was a threat. It was blackmail addressed to her boss. They were demanding his surrender? How could they possibly expect him to do that? It's not nice to read other people's mail, a low voice said, and she squeaked in surprise, her heart thundering in her chest. Sir, you're back, she said hastily, putting the envelope down. I was just going through my desk. He finished for her. She hung her head. I'm sorry. Even by revolutionary standards, this was a huge no. She could get fired over this. I am sorry, she told him truthfully. I really didn't mean to. But you were acting so strange, and I thought that maybe Sabo was in trouble, and I just panicked. There is no excuse. I'll ask you not to do that again, he told her. She stared into the floor, silently cursing herself. Never, he nodded, sitting back into his desk chair. Sir? She said timidly, half expecting his next words to be her termination, but even so the note worried her more than even that. I read the letter. I know I saw you. If at all possible, her face turned a deeper shade of red. Why you aren't going to recall our troops, will you? Of course not, was his simple reply. She sighed in relief. Of course he wasn't. Thousands of people would die. He would never allow that. Sir, she said again. Who is Monkey D? Luffy. Dragon looked up at her, his face stone serious, as it always was. For a long moment she thought he wasn't going to answer, but he leaned forward and tapped the picture frame, his nail over the little boy's face. He's cute, she said, unsure of what else to say. That was taken a long time ago. They're going to torture him? Yes, they will. That's awful, she said, looking back at the picture of the happy kid. She had heard horror stories about CP0. They were the most dangerous of Cypher Pole. She wouldn't wish that upon anyone. Not even her worst enemies. Is he a criminal? Not that I'm aware of. Not yet, at least. Then why? Dragon fixed her with a look, and her mouth snapped shut. I'm sorry, She started, unsure of what to say. This whole thing had caught her entirely off guard. Isn't there anything we can do to help him, short of surrendering? I don't believe so. So you're going to let this happen? Koala, he told her, and her eyes snapped back to meet him. Well aware she was still in dangerous territory. You have a gentle heart, he said, once again surprising her. You don't like to stand by when innocent people are being hurt. But I didn't tell you about this because you don't need to hear about it. There is nothing you can do for him. This belongs on my guilty conscience and mine alone. Her eyes turned back to the picture. He looked so happy there. She was already involved now, and like he said, her stomach was twisting at the thought. Please, she said finally. We can't let them do this. Not to an innocent civilian. If there was something to be done, I would have done it already. I am doing what I can, he told her cryptically. But right now, it's not going to be enough to save him this pain. They're doing this to get to you. Why? He stayed silent, and she leaned a little closer. Koala realized her presence was unwanted here, but she also hadn't been formally dismissed yet. While she appreciated her boss trying to save her from pain, it was too late for that. It wasn't like she could just go back to her duties, while knowing the entire army was currently being blackmailed and some man was being tortured by Cypher Pole. For them? Because of them. She needed to know why. You will not let this go. I can't? She told him truthfully. He frowned, turning to look back at the picture. There are many things I have failed at in this world, he told her, picking the frame up. But allowing this to happen, not being able to stop it, or not being willing to pay the cost to stop it, this is by far my greatest. He put the picture back in the drawer, face down. If you really wish to know, close the door. She did, feeling guilty to have pushed him so hard. But not enough to excuse herself as she took a seat in front of his desk. I am sorry to add this burden to you, he told her truthfully. But I am not sure how much longer I can continue to act as the leader of the revolutionaries. Koala was back out of her seat in an instant, panic rushing through her. You're kidding! Tell me you are kidding, he continued on, unshaken by her outburst. I will need you to compile a list of possible successors for my chair, you included on that list. Your discretion in the area is crucial. She shook her head slowly. You can't do this. You can't. We would be lost without you. I hope it won't come to it, he told her, his tone level as always. Infuriatingly so right now. But it is out of my control, because the government told you to. I ask that you remain level-headed about this. We can't risk our emotions clouding our better judgment now. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Why had she had to open that stupid letter? Now it really was too late to turn back. Sabo, she told him. There was his list. He is the second in command, the people respect him, he is strategical, good under pressure dash, mostly at least. There was a long pause before he spoke again, and his voice was gentler. Rare for the even-toned man. You two are close. We are friends, she reminded him. They had been ever since they were little. Sabo's first friend. Sabo's best friend. I am sorry to be the one to tell you this, it isn't my place to speak for him. But I do not know if he intends to return to the revolutionaries or not. And for the second time that day the world seemed to stop, and she felt the breath leave her lungs bit by bit. What? She managed finally. Sabo was? No, he couldn't. Did he get his memories back? Not quite, Dragon told her. But he has found some people from his past. And depending on how certain things play out, I think he might try to distance himself. From us, from me. No, she shook her head, feeling tears begin to well up in her eyes. Why would he do that? It is his business, Dragon reminded her. I'll talk to him, she said. I'll bring him back here. We must respect Sabo's decision, he told her calmly. He is entitled to his own choices. And if he does choose not to return, then we must have a list of possible backups for leadership. Koala couldn't believe this was happening. Not to her, not today. Tell me why, she said finally. You owe me that much. Tell me why you are stepping down, please, sir, he sighed wearily, rubbing his face with his hand. And she realized he was very tired. More so than she had seen before. The skipping meals, locking himself away in his office, ignoring his work. It was all making sense. And she hated that. She should have taken it out when it was offered to her, but if it wasn't too late, then it definitely was now. At the very least, she wanted to know why. Why he would be willing to undo his life's work. Jeopardize thousands of lives. Give in to the government, his sworn enemy. This can never leave this room. It won't, sir, she promised him. He nodded. Very well, Koala. As you know, the world government is blackmailing me personally. They wish my cooperation for the life of that boy. He gestured to the desk drawer where the photograph lay. I can't give in to their demands without losing thousands of lives in the process. But I can't simply allow them to torment and kill him. If he can't be rescued in time, then I will give up my life for his. But the only way I can do that without risking the destruction of the revolutionaries is stepping down from my position and stripping myself of leadership. You would go that far, for my son? He finished for her. No! She shook her head. He can't be. I assure you he is. 1,000 things rushed around Koala's head. Doubt, the strangest feeling she was the punchline of the world's worst joke, a strong urge to demand a paternity test. But more than anything she was just sorry. You have done nothing wrong. I'm sorry they're doing this to your kid, she told him mournfully. That must be really hard. He regarded her carefully for a moment, not answering. Can we go get him? They had the force, armies if necessary. I haven't the faintest clue where he is. The Marines? But he just shook his head again. They would like to have me believe that. But I know things they don't realize I am aware of. They aren't the ones pulling the strings in this, they are only pretending to. She didn't know what that meant. Only that any attempt at a rescue would have to wait until they tracked him down. Surely someone must know. Sabo is working on it. He is? She asked, growing steadily more confused. At the moment he is the best chance of rescue. But he won't get there. Is there nothing you can do to stop this? She asked, looking back at the note. 3 days' time, that was today. No, he said softly, moving his gaze off of her to behind him, where the balcony door was left open. It appears not this time. XXX, you've returned, my son, Whitebeard said as Ace came to stand before his great chair. Your siblings were worried about you. Ace's gaze flickered to the side, avoiding Whitebeard's eyes. The man noted that he looked different, older, or maybe just wearier. He had been through a lot in the last few weeks. It had taken its toll on him. Especially since Ace had always struck him as someone who could handle a lot. You have a brother, Whitebeard continued a bit softer. Ace nodded, his gaze still on the deck. You two are close? He nodded again. We will get them back, my son, he said, laying his giant hand on Ace's shoulder. Ace shrugged him off, although not rudely. More out of guilt, as his eyes finally slid up to meet the man's. I'm sorry I left without telling you. In the pirating world that was bad form. You had good reason, the man waved him off. Besides, many apologies are in order, Ace. Teach has been with us since he was a child, and yet after all that time I could have never predicted there was this kind of darkness in him. That failure is on me, not you. Ace didn't say anything, his gaze going back to his feet. Something was definitely wrong with him. Did you see Marco before he disappeared? Ace said nothing, his attention fixed firmly downwards. Oyaji waited a moment longer, expecting Ace to answer, but when he didn't, the man sighed. We will find him, my son. All of them. Until then, I am glad you are back with us. Still, Ace said nothing, waiting to be dismissed. It seemed like there was nothing he could say. I've spoken to your brother, the man mused to himself. Monkey D. Luffy, right? Or almost nothing. Ace's head shot up in surprise. What? All of you Ds are so headstrong, he mused. It was a while ago now. He was causing trouble on Teach's ship. Picked up his den by accident. Funny kid. He's a lot like you. I hope not, Ace said quietly. The man regarded him for a long moment. Go to bed, my son. You look like you have had quite the week. We can talk more later. But for now, rest. Ace nodded, giving in without protest as he moved across the deck. Whitebeard watched him disappear below the deck. He sighed again, summoning Izo over. What's wrong with Ace? He asked in concern. Everyone had noticed the young man's marked change in behavior. And his disappearance had attracted quite a lot of attention. Teach, Whitebeard told him simply. Can I ask you to keep an eye on Ace, my son? You have a good head on your shoulders, and he is not acting like himself. He nodded, of course. XXX. Luffy hadn't fought them this time. He knew what would happen to Thatch if he did, so he followed Burgess down the maze-like corridors of the hold. He had said something about Marines. Luffy hoped it was his grandfather. It wasn't. The man had a vice grip on his upper arm and forced Luffy into what must have been the main room. It was at the center of the base and was very large, much bigger than the other, usually tighter spaces of the hold. It was made of the same dark stone as the rest, and the huge space was empty except for a single throne-like seat that had been carved and shaped up from the floor itself. But Luffy ignored this. What did he care what the room looked like? Instead, his attention snapped to the people in the room. There were a few, most of them dressed in Marine uniforms, standing stoically against the wall in attention. Marine lackeys, as his grandfather had called them when they annoyed him. Teach at the center of the room, standing next to a tall and serious man. He wore a coat similar to Garp's. Luffy figured that meant he was some form of higher-ranking Marine. This is him. The Marine man said, slight disappointment in his tone as he glared at Luffy like one might look at an uninvited rat visitor. That's him. Teach confirmed, a smile breaking out over his face. I guess he's finally learning some obedience. The Marine strode over to him, his face like thunder. Luffy stood his ground, not like there was any other choice with Burgess holding him in place. The man stared at him for a second longer, sizing the younger boy up. You're not much to look at, son of dragon, he told him angrily. Neither are you, Luffy shot back, returning the glare twofold. He didn't have the slightest idea what the man was talking about, but anyone who was partnered with these pirates was an enemy of his. The man's reaction was instant. He lunged forward, striking Luffy in the face with a surprising amount of strength. It was enough to knock him down and then some, which wasn't such a rare feat anymore these days. A mild gust of wind could take him down, but this man's punch would have knocked him easily even if he was at full strength. Luffy lay on the floor, fighting back the urge to puke, listening to the men talk above him. He's always like that, Teach was telling him. It's annoying. Where did you find him? The stern voice asked. Where? Some island in the East Blue, Teach said dismissively. Was he alone? Yeah. Far as I could tell, why? Anyone discovered aiding a criminal is guilty of obstruction of justice. Luffy felt his blood run cold at those words as he forced his spinning head off the floor to look at the Marine. Dark eyes met his own gaze, and the man's face promised blood. Well, it looked like he was alone. Orphan and what not. Don't think he really had anyone aside from his brother. But I don't really know. I didn't exactly stick around, Teach told him as he gestured to Burgess. The pirate reached down to once again haul Luffy up and back onto his feet to meet the glare of the Marine. Luffy didn't know what he had done to garner such a strong hatred from the other man. Usually it took another few minutes for someone to dislike him. But this man seemed to hate him already. Where were you born, son of dragon? The man addressed him once again. I'm not a dragon, Luffy told him equally angrily. He thought that much should be obvious with the lack of claws and whatnot. What? The anger in the man's tone was now mixed with confusion as he whirled around to Teach. He doesn't know, looks that way, he said as he began to pick his teeth with his fingernail. He turned back to Luffy even angrier now. You're useless, he hissed. As if that was an insult. He was hardly the first person to say that to him. I never said he knew anything, Teach told him. Kid's dumber than a pile of bricks and twice as stubborn. If he wasn't so valuable, I'd have tossed him in the ocean by now for how much trouble he has caused me. The Marine turned back to Luffy with his ever-present glare, but when he spoke it was to Teach. You will have no objections to what we choose to do to him. What are you going to do? Luffy said, only to be ignored by everyone. Teach paused in picking. Don't kill him, I need him alive. What you need is no consequence to the government, he growled. The son of dragon is now in our custody. That means it's the property of the world government. You can't own me. Luffy snapped as he pulled against Burgess's hold on him. Fine. Teach rolled his eyes, clearly unamused with the politics. Then isn't he of more use to you alive? The marine's silence was telling enough even though he didn't agree out loud. How are you going to convince the big-shot revolutionary then without killing him? From the little that I know about those guys, or that guy, they don't appreciate their hands being forced. I doubt he's going to bend without anything at stake. The marine signaled to two of the lackeys behind him, and they came forward towards Luffy. He took a step back, or tried to, glancing around at the people. He didn't understand what they were talking about. But they weren't going to kill him, at least probably. The man answered, speaking to both Luffy and Teach at the same time, his eyes staring Luffy down like a cat would a mouse. There are things worse than death. Teach shook his head in bewilderment. And you call us heartless? You guys are merciless, huh? He snorted at the irony of it all. But his amusement did not reach the Marines as they grabbed Luffy's arms, taking over from Burgess as they began to drag him backwards. Stop! Luffy said, trying to push against them. He knew enough to know this was not going to turn out well for him. He dug his heels into the ground trying to slow them down. But it was all for nothing as they continued to drag him away. Wait! The Marine's order rung out across the room, easily canceling out Luffy's protests, and the men froze. The cuffs, remove them. Are you sure? Teach asked. Trust me, he is much more susceptible to pain with them. Our agents are skilled, he said. They are good with a challenge. Luffy! Thatch yelled, running the short distance across the cell to where his friend had been carelessly dropped. Shut it, pirate! The Marine snarled. Thatch ignored him as he crashed to his knees in front of Luffy. What did you do to him? He cried clumsily, hovering his hands over him, unsure of where to start. I said shut up. Go get the doctor. Thatch told him urgently. Pirate scum doesn't order me around, the Marine snapped, but Thatch ignored him. He pressed his ear against Luffy's chest to listen to the shaky inhale and exhale of his lungs. And medical supplies, Thatch yelled back at him. He ignored the Marine's angry response as the cell door slammed and locked behind him. Despite what the Marine said, Thatch had little doubt he wouldn't do as he was told. Not because a pirate ordered it, but because he knew better than to let Luffy die. For whatever reason, the kid seemed to be their new trump card. And they weren't going to let him go so easily. What did they do to you? Thatch asked him as he put his palm on Luffy's cheek, now smudged with blood. And the Marines call us heartless. But the kid didn't so much as stir even as Thatch poked and prodded his new injuries. It's okay, I've got you, he promised. I'll take care of you for as long as you need me to. Just do one thing for me, don't die, alright? Because Thatch honestly didn't know what he would do if he lost him. XXX, all those weeks ago, Ace had left in pursuit of the traitor Teach to try and rescue Thatch. Oyaji sent Marco after him to watch the hotheads back, and since then the crew had been in a standstill. All of Whitebeard's allies were on high alert for the traitor and their stolen comrade. But he was nothing if not tricky, and no matter how many stones they kicked over, there was no trace of him. Not until a few weeks back when Oyaji got word somehow that Teach had been in Jaya, and for the first time they had a lead. But that had been a while ago, and the little town held no more answers for them than the open ocean had. Teach had been there, they confirmed it. But he wasn't anymore. And once again they were in the dark. That was until yesterday, in the harsh light of day, when Pops had told them that Teach said that Marco was dead. That they had killed him for trying to interfere with his plans. A warning for the rest of them. And now Marco was nowhere to be found. Nobody wanted to believe it. They were the words of a lunatic after all. Marco was one of the strongest they had. Counting him out so easily was not wise. But it wasn't like Marco to go this long without checking in, and it certainly wasn't like him to worry them. An unshakable gloom had settled over the crew, and it had persisted up until they learned Ace was coming back. But now, even though he was safe amongst friends again, it seemed something was still deeply wrong with the young man. Ace was sitting on the deck, as he seemed to be doing a lot lately. He didn't bother to greet the various sisters and brothers who walked past him, despite noticing their pointed stares. They wanted to talk to him, asked him about Marco, make sure he was alright, find out what compelled him to disobey their father's orders and why he left in the first place. But it was clear Ace didn't want to talk, and they stayed away. Everyone except Izo, who trailed him like a silent shadow. Never too close as to be obvious, but he didn't stray far either. Ace had most likely noticed, but he didn't seem to care. He didn't really seem to care about anything anymore. Or maybe he simply cared too much, and everything felt like it was crashing in around him. Haruta sat down beside Izo, purposely avoiding one of the black crows that sat on the railing. In the span of a single night, their ship had been invaded by a flock of them. All of a sudden, the birds were everywhere. The more superstitious of the crew had taken this as an ill omen, but most of them hadn't cared. This was hardly the first time a flock had sought refuge aboard the Moby while at sea, but that didn't mean they weren't a nuisance. Has he said anything? Haruta asked his brother, as he glanced back to Ace. The young man's back was against the railing. He was petting one of the crows that had perched itself on his knee, the creature's feathers glinting in the sunlight. He said a lot, Izo told him, turning back to his sewing. No thank you, I'm not hungry, I'm fine. Yes please, I'm okay, need I go on? Haruta frowned, all very un-Ace-like things to say. What do you think happened? Izo just shrugged, who is to say? He saw something bad happen to Marco? Teach got in his head. He feels bad about not being able to do anything for Thatch. I really don't know. Why can't he tell us? Asking for help has never been Ace's strong suit, Izo told him without looking up from his work. We're his friends, Haruta reasoned. Right, Izo agreed. Now go remind him of that, not me. I'm not the one that needs a pep talk, Haruta huffed as he stood, stomping over to Ace. The young man looked up as he approached, the crow taking off from his lap. As the dull gray eyes turned to him, Haruta felt all his previous confidence disappear as he realized he didn't know what to say. Want some company? He asked lamely as Ace shrugged. He sat anyways, opposite his ship brother. Are you okay? Haruta asked after an awkward beat of silence between the two. Talking to Ace felt weird now, as if they had become strangers. And he didn't understand. They weren't strangers. They were friends. Talking to Ace was easy. He laughed often and smiled brightly, or he used to. Why wouldn't I be? Ace said, turning to watch the crows circle overhead. You seem sad, Haruta told him honestly. What Teach is doing right now, that isn't your fault. You know that, right? You couldn't have stopped any of this. We are going to get them back. Oyaji will defeat him, but his words didn't seem to comfort Ace. Instead, they seemed to have the opposite effect. He pulled his knees up to his chest, resting his chin on them as he looked out at the open ocean. He looked so lost, and Haruta was at a loss of what to say. It's going to be okay, Ace, he said after a long moment. You know that, right? Ace just shook his head, eyes still staring at the sea beyond them. I don't think so. I don't think anything is going to be okay ever again. XXX. Sabo had just managed to hide himself away in the rafters, nothing but the corner of his blue coat visible from the ground, when the door flew open and Burgess strode in like he owned the place. The cadets Ace had worked so hard recruiting were with him, although they remained in the hallway looking bored and uninterested. What are you doing here? He growled at the man. This was the second to last person he wanted to be dealing with right now, but unfortunately for him, Burgess carried a direct line to the first. Thought you might be lonely out here all by yourself. The man barked a laugh as he held up the baby Den. Boss wants to talk to you, what else, idiot? Ace narrowed his eyes at the man as he reached out to take the offered Den. What? I think we need to have a talk, came the sickeningly satisfied voice at the other end. Teach sounded like a child who had just been gifted a grandiose birthday present. About what? He asked. About the huge secret you've been keeping from me. And Ace's blood ran cold. He couldn't stop the fearful look he shot up at the rafters, although he tried to play it off as an eye roll. There was no way Teach could know about Sabo. Well, there were actually many ways he could have found out, but Ace wouldn't let that happen. He couldn't lose the one card he had left to play against these brother-stealing bastards. He forced himself to calm down with a slow, shuddered breath before he spoke again. What are you talking about? Oh, of course, the man's laugh boomed through the tiny snail. I shouldn't be surprised. After all, you seem to have your fair share of secrets. I wouldn't have thought so just looking at you, but you're used to lying by now, ain't you? Your father, your brother, what else are you keeping hidden from the world, Ace? What are you talking about? Why, I'm talking about the family dragon, of course. The man laughed again, and of everything Ace had been expecting him to say, that was nowhere on the list. The dragon? He repeated stupidly. Whatever it was, he was grateful this wasn't about Sabo. But his relief didn't last long as Teach continued on. Or should I say Luffy's dragon? The two of you have one messed up family lineage, that is for sure. I would never have guessed that the idiot apple that is your brother came from the world's most notorious tree. And in an instant Ace understood what he was saying, and the dread returned twofold. Teach knew. He had figured out the one secret Ace had wanted to keep hidden above all else. I don't know what you're talking about, he said coldly, hoping he sounded more confident than he felt. Course you do. Play dumb all you want, but I already know. But let me ask you this. What do you think the government would do if I shared this little guess of mine? Now tell the truth, Ace, or so help me, the next call I make will be to the Marines. Ace closed his eyes, forcing his mind to still for a split second as he made up his mind. How did you find out? He said finally. In an instant the cheerful tone was back in Teach's voice. That's for me to know, he told him smugly. Now if you don't want dash. His voice cut off suddenly and it sounded like there was a bit of a scuffle on the other end. Want to say hello to your little brother? The question came out of nowhere, and it took Ace a moment to respond. Luffy was here. Luffy was right there. The closest Ace had been to him in years. When he was too slow to answer there was a moan of pain from the other end. It was soft but undeniably familiar. Luffy? He breathed, hoping his younger brother could hear him. What did you do to him? He's fine, Teach said with disinterest. More or less. A little out of it right now. Don't you have something to tell him? Ace had no clue what he was supposed to say. But knowing Teach there was a plan. Of course the man always had a plan. He looked up confused at Burgess, who mouthed a single word to him. Ace got the message loud and clear, but he clenched his jaw shut, glaring at the pirate, his eyes promising blood. It wasn't until there was another cry of pain from the den, louder this time, that Ace gave in. Luffy, Ace began reluctantly, balling his hands into fists. Go on, prompted Teach, the words burning his tongue. Ace said it anyways. Can you behave for him? But no sooner had they left his mouth when he followed them with ones he actually meant. Lou, listen to me, I'm going to save you. I swear to you no matter what, he promised. Ace knew Luffy had heard him when the call cut out shortly after that. But the triumph was short-lived. It always seemed to be. When Teach called back later he demanded a favor from Ace. One he couldn't refuse. XXX. Hey, are you alright? Sabo looked up, startled by the intrusion. He had been so caught up in his own world he had forgotten the man was here. He nodded anyways, turning his head back to the ocean. Not to overstep, but you are looking worse and worse each day. I have a headache, Sabo told him. It was more like a migraine, and no matter what he did it seemed to grow worse and worse by the day. It had gotten so bad he was lucky to get an hour or two of sleep a night. I offered to take a look at Cha. No, I'm alright, he told the man. He was not the victim here. With everything going on it would be selfish to complain about a headache. Even if it felt like a hammer was pounding his temples every minute of every day. The man didn't look convinced, but by now it was clear that Sabo wasn't going to agree to a checkup, so he let it go. Your bird is back, he said, instead pointing up to the sky. Sure enough, a pure black crow soared through the air towards them. Sabo held out his hands for the creature, as it landed gracefully on his outstretched palms. That's one well-trained pet, the man remarked in surprise as Sabo stroked its ruffled feathers absent-mindedly. It's not my pet, he's my friend, he told the man vaguely as he took the message from the bird's leg. You're a bit odd, the man told him as he watched Sabo read the note and replace it with one of his own, tying it to the creature's leg. I've got a lot on my mind right now. Yeah, I can see that. All this sneaking around. Are you like a spy or something? Or something, Sabo told him, raising the bird back into the sky. It took off in a flurry of feathers. He watched it disappear back into the clouds before turning to face the old man. What happened to you not giving a damn what I was up to so long as you got your pay? He was quoting the man's exact words from weeks earlier back to him. Finding someone who both didn't care about the circumstances and was willing to break a few laws, but was still skilled at his work, had been tricky. The result was a retired and grizzled drunkard with a sharp tongue. But for the most part his skills and lack of empathy had paid off. The man just shrugged. What can I say? You managed to tickle me curious. And take my word for it, that is hard to do. So are you going to tell me what this is all about or not? Not, Sabo told him, rubbing his temples. And why's that? Because I really need your help. Yeah, I figured that when you said I really need your help, when you hired me. The man muttered. Well, if you knew what we were doing, just who exactly we are about to piss off, you would be out of here so fast. And that's supposed to comfort me? He cried in outrage. It did nothing to quell his steadily rising curiosity. Trust me, you don't want to know what's going on, Sabo told him honestly, and the man caved, throwing up his arms in the air as he turned away. Fine, keep your secrets, kid. Don't tell an old man like me. I'm done for the day anyways. I'll be back tomorrow. Sabo bid him goodbye as the man stomped away, muttering under his breath. When he was sure the man was gone, he turned back to the note in his palm, scrawled in Ace's messy handwriting. I'm still okay. They don't suspect anything. Don't come after me. I will do it in 3 days' time. Stay safe, Bo. Now that he was alone, Sabo slumped in relief. Ace was still alive, or at least he had been when he wrote this. And although that knowledge lessened the worry in his chest a bit, it did nothing for the knot in his stomach that weighed him down like a stone. He had talked to Dragon, he knew about the military, and what they had planned to do, or what they had already done to Luffy. And he hated it. He hated the feeling of uselessness while he stood here, on this stupid little island while everyone worked around him. But he had promised Ace he would stay, and he intended to keep it. But he hadn't told Ace about Luffy. It was hardly the kind of thing you could write in a scrap of a note. What's more, he didn't trust Ace to think clearly if he did tell him, so he kept it to himself. And it was an awful secret to keep. But this was one of the few times in his life where Sabo honestly didn't know what to do. There was so much noise. He was trying to sleep, but it was just so loud. He could hear the heated argument taking place in the hallway outside. Teach with his gravely voice and that dumb marine guy were fighting about him. Teach was worried that if Luffy died then he was going to lose his trump card, and the marine guy, well, he wanted Luffy to die. He pretended not to. It wasn't like he hid his disgust of him, or anything, but he defended himself by claiming to follow the orders of his superiors. But Luffy somehow knew that the man's real intentions were to kill him. And right now it would be really easy for him. He wanted to send him back, to that CP man as they called him. He said something about teaching a dragon a lesson or whatever, but Teach refused, thinking if they sent Luffy back to that man he wouldn't be coming back, and Luffy agreed with him. He tried to tune their words out, choosing instead to focus on the other conversation taking place just outside the walls of their cell. And unlike the argument that was equal parts aggressive and very public, this conversation seemed to go unnoticed. Almost like Luffy was the only one who could hear it. He had first heard it a few days back, when that man was hurting him. In between his pain he started to pick up bits and pieces of words, but everyone else just seemed to think he had finally gone insane. He had expected it to go away, but it hadn't. When he woke up a few hours ago back in his cell, he heard it clearer than ever. From his spot on the floor he tried to look around for the speakers, only to see nothing. The voices sounded like they were coming from the other side of the wall, from the ocean. The humans, at it again. They talked a lot about humans, felt the awakenings of a conqueror again last night. That's a rare power in humans. It's getting stronger, but Conqueror is dying. They would rather kill the cub than let it continue to grow its power. Luffy didn't really understand what they were talking about. He figured they meant him when they said someone was dying, but the rest just sounded like nonsense. He wished they would shut up. Humans kill that which they are afraid of. Shame. A while since I felt a spark like that one. A powerful cub indeed. Into a powerful adult. A warm hand rested on his forehead, distracting him from the words. Hey, you're awake. Thatch's soft voice drifted over to him. Luffy looked up at his friend. He looked relieved but so tired at the same time. He moved his hand to Luffy's bruised cheek, giving it a soft pat. You hanging in there, kid? His voice was low over the argument taking place outside their cell, but Luffy could hear him all the same. What are they talking about? He asked, his voice rough from screaming. Don't worry about it, Thatch told him, petting his cheek. It's going to be okay. But Luffy shook his head, pointing to the cell wall behind the man. Out there, he told him. Thatch turned to look at the wall in confusion. When he turned back to Luffy, the expression melted into worry. We're on a cliff, there is no one talking out there. That was the same thing the psychotic CP guy had told him. He bit his lip in annoyance. Why could no one hear it? Yes, there is, he insisted. Luffy Thatch began, but he cut him off. That is a human warship anchored on this island. They will bring more back with it. Others will come to fight them for the cub. I worry these waters will run red. Luffy recited the words he caught back to Thatch, wondering if the man knew what they meant. Thatch opened his mouth before closing it. He stared down at him for a second, unsure of what to say. I hear them, Luffy insisted, hoping his friend would listen to him. Something on his face must have gotten through to him as he looked back to the wall. Who is it? Thatch could only shake his head. I don't know, Luffy, he told him honestly. What are they saying? The cub doesn't have long left now. I think they're talking about me. What are they saying? I sense bloodlust from the war human. He will kill the cub before the others can come. With tremendous effort, Luffy pushed himself off the stone floor with his elbows, trying to fight the dizzy feeling in his head as he sat up. Thatch stabilized him, pulling him the rest of the way as he put a supporting hand on his shoulder to keep him from pitching over. What is it? He asked as Luffy stared up at him. He reached out to tug on the goggles, still wrapped around Thatch's wrist like a cuff. Oh right, the man said, misinterpreting Luffy's interest as he moved to take them off. I should give these back. No, he told him, closing his fingers over them clumsily. He could feel the coolness of the steel and the sharpness of the glass. The strap, that darn strap, was broken because Luffy had broke it. He broke everything. They had been on that rickety rope bridge. The one that was always breaking. Luffy had fallen through again, and had reached out to try and save himself. It had worked, if only for a second, until the strap snapped. Then two sets of hands were on him, pulling him back up and into the safety of their arms. Can you hold on to them a bit longer? He asked, tightening his hand on them one last time. Give them back to my brother, yeah? Tell him I'm sorry I broke them again. He felt his chest tighten at the thought of that, but instead of crying, he laughed. I keep doing that, breaking them. And they kept saving his life. You can give them back yourself, Thatch promised him. Don't give up on me now, bud. His voice was soft, understanding. I'm not, Luffy promised, sitting up a bit straighter. Never. Outside the cell, the argument was winding down. There was no need to ask who had won. And Luffy thought back to the letter he didn't get to write. He turned back to Thatch, the man's full attention fixed on him. Thatch couldn't hear the voices. He didn't know what was going to happen. Luffy wondered if the man hated being alone as much as he did. Maybe he was just better at hiding it. Behind him he heard the familiar grating sound of the key sliding into the lock. He forced himself to ignore it as he looked up at the pirate. And Luffy smiled at him, putting everything he had into it. Tell my brothers I love them, oceans and oceans. Thatch couldn't hear them. He didn't know what Luffy was talking about, but he hugged him all the same, pulling the tiny teenager into his arms fiercely, just as the cell door behind them opened. Teach had lost the argument, that much was clear. Luffy closed his eyes against the insistent arms that grabbed him, tugging and then pulling him away from his friend. Thatch tried to stop them, but he was held back before he could do so much as throw a punch. He looked scared, but not for himself, for Luffy. So Luffy did the only thing he could think of. He gave his friend one last bright smile. Bye, Thatch. But his words were lost in the noise of the room. He heard Thatch scream at them to stop, and far outside he heard the fragmented words. They were talking about an oncoming war. What war? Who was fighting a war? Whatever they were going to fight over, it must be pretty important. XXX, Ace was getting better. It was like a flip had been switched. He went from saying little and sitting alone to his old self. Guess he is feeling better, Rakuyo remarked to Haruta as they watched Ace talk animatedly with one of the pirates from his division. He must have worked it out, Haruta said happily. I wonder if he talked with someone or something. Why do you think he was upset in the first place, Marco? The man said with a shrug. I don't really know. They were in pretty close contact with Teach, right? Anything could have happened. Ace would have told us if something major happened with that traitor. The other man just shrugged again. Tattling isn't really his personality, is it? But I really don't know anything. I am just glad the kid is feeling better. Aizo seemed to have a similar opinion on the matter. The sudden change in attitude did nothing to stop the careful eye he kept on their youngest ship brother. If anything, it was the opposite, and Aizo made sure Ace was never out of eyesight even for a moment. Can't you stop now? Haruta asked. He really seems fine. He stole my food at breakfast and everything. Just because he seems fine doesn't mean he really is. Acting alright when he wasn't was Ace's go-to move when he was hurt. If he were to disappear again or do something stupid, he would be getting more withdrawn, Haruta argued. But he is doing the opposite of that. Yes, he is. Almost to a fault, Aizo answered back evenly. Are you saying he is faking? Haruta asked in surprise. No, all I'm saying is that yesterday he was carrying the weight of the world. And today, all of a sudden, all of that is gone. Nowhere to be seen. Ace is acting fine. He's too fine, Aizo told him. Marco's missing. We have no idea where Thatch is. He was torn up about it all week and suddenly he's fine again. Maybe he really is feeling better, Haruta argued, looking across the deck to where the young man stood with a group of their crewmates. A large smile plastered over his face. And maybe he knows we're watching him and he is trying to throw off suspicion. Haruta actually laughed at that. This is Ace we're talking about, right? Do you really think he would come up with something like that himself? No, Aizo agreed, and Haruta felt himself relax. But then his friend spoke again. But who's to say if he is still acting alone? XXX. Hey son, can you hear me? Sabo groaned a bit as he pulled himself up. It took him a second to wake up and realize he had been lying on the floor. He felt the man's old but firm hands close around his shoulders as he pulled him into a sitting position. Sabo let him, trying to remember how he ended up on the floor. What happened? He asked as the man unbuttoned the top of his shirt, pressing a stethoscope against his chest. I was hoping you could tell me that, he told him, moving the device around as if chasing his heartbeat. Came out to find you passed out on the floor. I've been telling you for weeks now you were looking a little pale. I figured I would be burying you before you let me take a look at ya. I don't need medical attention, Sabo told him as he moved the device away from his chest. I'm fine, really. I've just been overdoing it. The man's attention shifted to the table where various maps and papers were spread out. Looking for something, are we? Do you really want to know? Yes. I figured I made that pretty clear. All this time and I've hardly seen you sleep other than dozing off during your work, and, he gestured to the floor. This now. What's worth risking your health over? Sabo moved to stand, but when he did he felt a sudden lightness overtake his head and he was forced to stay down, resting his pounding forehead against his knees as the man watched. It's my little brother, Sabo told him, his words muffled against his knee. He was kidnapped by some pretty horrible people and I have to find him before they kill him. Whatever the man had been expecting, it was not that. Sabo hadn't told him anything as he hadn't seen a need to. The less this bystander knew the better. But now his head was pounding too hard for him to think clearly, and he didn't care enough anymore to go through the trouble of lying. Are you joking with me? Sabo shook his head. Well, damn, he said after a long moment of awkward silence. Kindness did not come easily to him after all his years in this place, but he tried it now. I'm sure he is all right. He's not, Sabo told him, finally lifting his head to look at the old man. I'm sorry, he said finally, the words coming a little awkwardly. Don't be, Sabo told him as he pulled himself to unsteady feet. It's not your fault. He put his palms down using the stable surface to steady himself. How about you get some rest? You're no good to your brother dead. I'm no good to him at all, Sabo said. I'm alright really. I've gone through much worse, believe me. Just give me the update, please. The old man reached over to rummage around in his bag, pulling out an oat square before he offered it to the boy. Eat this, then I'll tell you. Sabo looked at it before turning his gaze to the doctor in surprise. What happened to not caring so long as you got paid? Can't pay me if you're a corpse, he told him, shoving the food into his reluctant hands. It's called corpse looting, Sabo told him, taking a small bite of the food. You're a dark one, ain't you? Look, I'm eating and everything. I feel better already. Just give me the update. I'm afraid it's not good news. News is rarely good in my experience, he said as he put the food down. Look, I tried my best, I really did. But I can't keep this up forever. It's not working any longer. I don't really understand how or why. All I can tell you is it's not. Sabo nodded slowly, his blue eyes staring into the distance, calculating. How long? A day or two. I'm sorry, boss. No, it's all right. Just do your best, and I'll deal with the rest. The man nodded, not looking so sure. I'll be heading back for the day then, he said a bit reluctantly, and Sabo just nodded. He looked like he was barely listening, already coming up with a backup plan and another after that. Still the man hesitated. Look, about your brother. I shouldn't have pried. It's fine. No, I just mean I'm sorry. I hope he knows everything you're doing for him. He stuttered a bit when Sabo stared at him, feeling slightly awkward in his continued attempt to be nice. He's lucky to have a brother like you looking out for him, the man stumbled out, patting the doorframe once, and then he was gone. XXX. By the time Oyaji returned to his chamber, it was quite late. Most of his children had headed off to bed hours ago, and only the night watchman and the few odd members were still awake, so when there was a soft knock on his door he was rather surprised. It's past bedtime, brat. His voice boomed through the office as he laughed at his own joke. Oyaji, can I talk to you? Came the soft reply, and he recognized the voice instantly as Ace. The smile was quickly gone from his face as he granted permission. He was under no illusions that Ace was here for a casual chat. Ace slipped into the office, looking especially small and young amidst his collection of giant-sized furniture. I was wondering when you would come talk to me, Oyaji told him as he settled behind his desk wearily. He was not as young as he used to be, nor as healthy, and he found his old knees would creak and groan on nights like these. I was starting to doubt you would, he added, glancing back to the office door. Ace must have gotten around Izo somehow. He could not sense his presence nearby, and considering Izo was not one to shirk his responsibility, Ace must have worked hard to lose his tail. Meaning whatever he had to tell him must be pretty damn important. I didn't know how to say it, Ace said, his voice low and unsure. Everything he was not. This is about Marco. It wasn't a question, but Ace nodded anyways. It's about a lot of things. What trouble have you gotten yourself mixed up in, son? Oyaji knew there had to be a reason for Teach to target Ace out of everyone on the crew. He had known this all along but chose to keep it to himself. Whatever secrets Ace had were his and his alone. But Oyaji could not help him if he didn't know what was going on. The boy shook his head, sorrow clear in his eyes. I'm sorry. What have you done? Everything. Oyaji shifted in his great chair. He had been expecting this, on some level. From the way Ace had been acting, he guessed something catastrophic had taken place. But he had hoped he was wrong. Tell me, he said, his voice low but commanding, and it left no room for argument. It was the order of a captain. I didn't want to, Ace told him, his eyes honest. I know, Oyaji told him. No one ever meant to. That was how blackmail worked. But want to or not, Ace had been under Teach's thumb since the day he got that old straw hat. After his years on the sea, Oyaji firmly believed that while strength and bravery won wars, it was love that stopped them, and even though he was showing his age by admitting it, he knew not to overestimate it. But for Teach to use it in this way, for him to use the love of Ace and the Whitebirds to manipulate them, then his heart was blacker than he could have ever thought. And it was time to put an end to all this heartache. "Where is Marco?" But Ace only shook his head again, refusing to answer. "Why did you invite me to join you?" he asked suddenly, his eyes searching the old man's face. As if he looked hard enough he could find the answers there. "Because you were already one of us." The answer came easily. "I like hot-headed idiots like you." But that did not seem to satisfy Ace, and his frown grew. "One of you? You don't even know me." While it was true Ace had not been with them very long, a few short months, but in that time his personality had switched from cold indifference to the kind-hearted young man he really was. "It's not the length of time that matters but what you share with them," he said. After all, Teach had been with them for years, but it hadn't mattered in the end. But Ace didn't seem to take the words to heart as he moved to stand in front of the man's desk. "I could be anybody," he told his captain softly. "I could be from anywhere. We are all children of the sea," Oyaji reminded him. "That is all that should matter. Now tell me where my first mate is." "Do you trust me?" Ace asked, resting his hands on the desk delicately. He was avoiding the question, a question he knew the answer to despite claiming he didn't. It wasn't like Ace to lie. It wasn't like him to do any of this. "I trust all my children. And you are my son." "Your trust has been misplaced before," Ace reminded him softly, "as was yours, I'm sure. It's a hazard of piracy, my boy. We all want to look into someone's eyes and believe so desperately they see the world as we do, but there are so many eyes out there, and life doesn't always play out how we want it to." "You trust me?" "Yes." And for a split second Ace looked angry, a dark emotion flickered over his face as he turned away. When he met Oyaji's gaze once again he looked hurt. Or rather, he looked like he was hurting. "That was your mistake," he told him, and there was something cruel in his voice. Resentment, perhaps. "I'll ask you this one more time. Where is Marco?" Oyaji told him, beginning to rise from his desk. "He's dead." "You can't know that for certain." "Of course I do, I watched it happen." "You saw Teach's crew take down my phoenix?" Whitebeard asked, disbelief and fear clouding his once sure conscience. But Ace shook his head slowly. "Not them, me. No," Oyaji told him, his voice raising. "You couldn't. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have the strength to take down Marco. And that was a big if. The two of them were close friends, Ace would never want to hurt him. But Ace was already reaching into his backpack. He pulled a tiny vial with a purplish liquid that sloshed around. "It's a jellyfish neurotoxin," he told him. "The most poisonous in the world." The old man's eyes narrowed at that. He recognized it for what it was. And while it was incredibly toxic, it was also nearly impossible to attain, even for Teach. How had Ace managed to get that much? "Why are you telling me this?" he asked, danger lacing his tone. Whitebeard, while a benevolent man, also commanded a great amount of authority. And when angered, not even the most oblivious man could ignore that feeling of fear. But Ace had always been a brave brat, and even knowing the looming threat, he continued to speak. "I told you I was sorry," he said, his low but sincere. "And I meant it. For everything. And when I told you about the poison, I did so because it's in you too." "You're lying," Oyaji told him. He would have known if he was poisoned, but Ace pointed behind him, and despite himself Whitebeard followed. At first he saw nothing but his darkened office, but then the glint of the steel pole caught his attention, and he understood. It was in the IV bag that his daughters put in his arm twice a day every day, and for the last week poison had been flooding his veins without his knowledge. But not just any poison, the most deadly known to man. The poison that had killed Marco. A poison that was slowly killing him. "You came back to us," he began. "On orders," Ace finished for him. But despite everything, there was no joy in his voice. His tone was completely void of anything but sorrow. "To kill me? I'm so sorry," he told the man honestly, and his voice broke a little bit. "I couldn't let him die." "Oh, my son," the man sighed heavily. "There is always another way. I don't have a choice. We always have a choice. It only seems like we don't sometimes." "No," Ace said with such resolution. "Then this is me choice." And that was all he said. Pulling a dagger from his boot, the teen charged Whitebeard, the intent to kill hanging in the air like a deathly aura. The situation was eerily similar to how Ace used to attack him. If only this could end like the last 100 times. But Ace wouldn't allow that. Whitebeard deflected the attack, his giant hands swiping the blade and sending Ace crashing into his desk with enough force to shatter it. "Stop this!" he commanded as the boy dragged himself up, dagger still somehow clutched in his hand, his other clasping his broken ribs. The blood staining his side from some wound under his clothes dripped grotesquely over his clasped fingers. "You will attain nothing," Oyaji told him darkly, and Ace, with such hurt in his eyes, said, "Not until I kill you." But that looked to be the last thing on earth he wanted to do. He looked like he wanted to cry. But rather than cry, he charged the man one final time, only this time he worked quicker. Ace had grown in the times since he used to attack his captain. He had gotten stronger, but he had also gotten quicker, all the while Oyaji slowed down. So when the dagger came inches within his throat, the old man reacted instinctually and mercilessly, his reflexes picking up the slack for his age-addled mind, and without a thought he sent Ace flying straight into the wall so hard a deep fracture appeared in the sturdy wood. Ace caught himself against the cracked wall, panting as blood bubbled up into his throat. The wind had been thoroughly knocked out of him at the impact, and he was bruised and broken. His captain looked on in sympathy. There was no mercy for traitors, but family, however misguided, was a different story. "Ace," the captain said, meeting the deep hurting eyes. "It's over," he said softly. "Stop this now. It's not too late to fix this mess and save them, my son." And Ace dropped the knife and it clattered at his feet. He brought his free hand up to wipe the blood at his mouth. And for a second Whitebeard truly believed the young man would concede. But the next moment Ace spat up blood. "But it is," he told his ex-captain. "It's too late for me, and you're not my damn father." And before Oyaji's eyes he threw himself into the cracked wall with all the force he had left. The weakened wood groaned at the weight before it snapped altogether, and Ace fell through. Whitebeard moved to catch him, but it was an empty gesture. He made it to the wall just in time to watch his son disappear into the black waters below. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow FawnTheFox for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.